Okay, y'all. Thank you so much, Selena. I don't know why I want to sing Kirk Franklin. What the fuck is Kirk Franklin's song on in my head right now? Why? Like, do you want a revolution? Why is that song in my head right now? I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't either. I don't either. What's up to the YouTube fam? Welcome back, y'all. It's been a busy day today. But hopefully we're gonna have a fun night. The youngins are not here yet. I saw Venus in. I think she in hair and makeup, y'all. I haven't seen Pisces. She in costume. I don't know. And Maddie backstage somewhere throwing up. But they'll be the the um the the stars will be here in a little bit because I mean you ain't the shit if you ain't late.
Right?
I guess, yeah. But oh, look. What you say? Check your damn DMs. Oh, are you okay, girl? I'm trying to make sure.
We good.
Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, we can rain check Maddie.
Kangaroo.
We can rain check. So Maddie wants to you wanna do Maddie's having what? Thursday? I was. I just said you was in hair and makeup. But if Venus and Pisces want to still do it, we can still do it. And you could just come up Thursday, Maddie, or whenever you feel better to get your lick in.
Oh.
I was joking. I said you backstage throwing up. That was love. That was a term of endearment. That was love.
That was a term of endearment.
Yeah. I wasn't talking bad about you. Hey Venus, how are you?
Hi, Thinker. I'm good.
Looks like it's gonna
Um,
be us tonight.
I did a debate with Sia. I lost by vote of the chat because
With who?
the chat was with Sia. No one really knows him. It's like I was with um Brown Ballerina Company. She's friends with Empress. She does 4v4 debate lives. I was on there. I
Mm-hmm.
usually go on there. It's like a 1v1 10-minute debate. I lost because the chat was Christian. They're in this like group, SOK. It's called Students of Kaysen or something. They bought their whole group. And I spent 30 minutes after the debate, Christian after Christian, smoking all of them on the Trinity. I was like, okay, was Jesus God before or after he was, born? What is God? And just one after the other, they just kept on coming and dropping. And honestly, I was on fire there. But yeah, I still lost because they were all Christian. If you all saw that, you saw it. Zena saw it and she was so mad. She was in the comments like, what the fuck is this?
So the audience votes on the winner.
Yeah. And we
Oh,
had a
okay.
panel of judges, and one of the judges literally lied on me. He was like, "You said the premise, the predicate is the same as the blah blah blah," and I was like, "Okay, if the predicate is God and the subject is Jesus, and Jesus is God, then the predicate is obviously the subject." And they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you don't understand philosophy," and I just
What
crashed
does
out and left.
predicate and subject have to do with philosophy?
It's like, so what they do is instead of like addressing the actual point, they try and use complex, metaphysical language like hypostatic union, like,
Yeah.
the essence of God, they do that instead of just like being straight on.
Yeah,
So
but
I,
predicate and subject
What's
is
a
is
sentence?
that's yeah. What does that have to do with philosophy?
We do it.
I'm so confused. And then you started explaining it. I'm like, wait, what am I missing something? Like, do they use predicate in subject in a different way in philosophy? Or
so in traditional philosophy, they kind of do, but Christians, you'll know that they make up their own philosophy. They don't use objective or subjective right. They don't use any of the metaphysics correct, morals. They just like
how do they
muddy the
use
waters up.
predicate and subject in philosophy? That's different than grammar.
It's like I don't even know. He just look. I just accept whatever. He said the predicate was God and the subject was Jesus. So I said, okay, whatever you want to call it. But aren't those the same thing?
So, girl, I'm sitting here waiting on you to give me some philosophy terms for predicate and subject, like they something different. Because yeah, no, you were right. Like I don't know what the fuck they talking about.
I don't even know what it kind of means either.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
It's
Oh my gosh. What's up over there in YouTube land, BFC? Hello. Chuck Norris, what's up? Starboy Knight. Not that Bible, Jason. Hello, hello, hello. Y'all smash the like button over there. We're about to go ahead and get started. Um, what's your name on the stage? I appreciate your patience as well. I take it you've been very patient. So you told me in the chat that you are not a troll. So I take it that this is going to be um, a honest conversation.
Yeah, I think most conversations are in life, not to ramble,
You said you think most conversations are what?
are honest. You know, if someone's lying, then they show it.
Mm. How old are you?
21.
Yeah, you sound like this guy named Trading with John that I know. Are you gonna start yelling and screaming and telling me that I need to go, that I'm going to hell, and that I need Jesus?
I don't know.
You don't
No, I mean,
you don't
no, I
know if
mean,
you're gonna
no,
do that.
oh
no,
no.
no, no. When I said I don't, I was paying attention to a thought, but the answer is no.
Okay. Well, you're 21, so unfortunately you don't get to talk to me. You do have to deal with uh, Venus, and I don't think Venus is as nice as I am. So I am gonna pass you on to Venus. Would you like to say a prayer before you start your conversation with Venus?
Think?
Would you like to pray before you start your conversation with Venus?
What do you think prayer is?
Oh my god, this is okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. So, which topic do you want to talk about?
Number one.
Oh, oh my god. Why do they love talking about us? Like I was in Mama Bash's live and we were arguing with this guy about not doing topic once, but whatever. Here we go. So the topic is so Eve slash women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. Do you think that?
No, that's actually a misconception.
Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, evil didn't come into the world when Eve bit the apple. You know, that's what they teach now, I guess, which is a misconception. It came when Adam partook. It came through Adam because he partook. If Eve just did it and Adam chastised her, everything would be fine, but it's not the way the story went.
So what about Adam makes it so that when he ate the apple that sin entered the world?
Because Adam has the authority,
According to
scripture.
can you give me the specific verse that says that Adam has said authority that makes him the only one responsible for sin?
No, it doesn't make him responsible for it.
Well,
It
it's what
just,
you're directly implying. You're saying that when he ate the apple, that that's when sin entered the world, but it doesn't matter if Eve ate it. You're saying that all the responsibility and onus is on Adam.
no, I'm saying that sin came through the world through Adam because Adam partook.
So the
But I'm not
responsibility
putting the
is on him.
responsibility on Adam on Eve eating the apple. I'm not putting that on Adam. I'm just saying that it came through the world because of Adam, not because of Eve. That's just a
That's
misconception.
that's you giving him the responsibility. Do you understand what responsibility is?
Yeah, Adam isn't
Ex-
responsible for Eve eating the apple. He's
Can you
just
tell us what responsibility means?
sure. Responsibility is basically just claiming ownership for whatever part you play in whatever situation of reality.
Okay, and you're saying that Adam claims the ownership of said sin entering the world. So you are putting the responsibility on him.
Not for what Eve did, no, but for
No,
what
for
She's
what
not
he.
mentioning Eve. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just want to clarify that for Adam's
Yeah, I
own
know you
actions.
said it 3 times, but I'm
Yeah,
asking you, why is it only on Adam, and where can we look at him being the only agent responsible? Because as far as we know, Eve was the one who was doing the reasoning. She was the one who looked at the fruit, said it was good for eating, and she was the one who conversed with Adam. Does that sound like the person who's in authority, the one who's conversing?
Eve conversed with Adam prior to eating the fruit.
No, no, she conversed with the serpent, right? She was the one who was
Hmm.
talking to the serpent. Isn't that
Yeah.
what the person in authority would be doing? The one having the conversations and making the first decisions?
No, she was deceived, but
Oh,
everything happened for a
yeah,
reason.
I didn't ask about whether she was deceived or not. I asked about whether she
Hmm.
was taking a role of authority.
Yeah, that's the problem. She took a role of authority
But if Adam was the one who was responsible and in charge, why wasn't he doing that? Why didn't he stop Eve and say, no, 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 this is bad? God said we shouldn't eat the fruit. If he was the responsible or authoritative figure, why didn't he do that?
because he's a weak man, like most men who encourage women
But
to do
didn't God
stupid
make
things.
him perfect?
Okay, so this is easily explainable. These,
Sure, let's
yeah,
hear it.
so in the Bible, it talks about these three things, which exist today in reality. People just don't pay attention enough to properly identify it and recognize it when it is happening. But there's the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride
Okay,
of
you're
life.
getting a bit off topic now because this
No,
is
I'm
before
explaining.
sinners.
I'm
No,
explaining. I'm
you're
explaining
giving me
Adam's fall.
examples. You're giving me, no, but they haven't fallen yet, so they're meant to be perfect. If Adam is made to be the authority and he's perfect, then he should be doing the leading, right? Unless God made him a weak man. Are you saying that God is not a perfect designer?
You're making these claims that he
I'm
should be.
asking a question, not making claims.
No, you did. You made a claim within your statement, and then you asked a question. Can I address that, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So you're saying that unless God made Adam weak, then he was a perfect man. That's what you're saying. So I'm trying to explain to you how even in that state, one could fall, right? Because you can fall. Most people have fallen. Most people are fallen. They've fallen since they were children. When
Do
you're a
perfect
child,
things fall?
then you're born, you're perfect, right?
Do
But then you
perfect
might,
things fall?
yes, they do.
Then what
When
makes
you're
them perfect?
right,
Because isn't
I'll tell you,
perfection meant to mean that you don't fail?
right?
So why did Adam fail to be the authority figure even though the responsibility was on him if he was made perfect?
Again, perfection is perfect, but
Duh.
perfection in biblical standards are not the same as your ideas of perfect.
It's why I'm asking you whether perfect things fail or not. Do they?
Yeah, but
Perfect
is
things
that is that
fail.
is that a biblical? What's your definition of perfect?
That's what I'm trying to. What's your definition of perfect? Because you're claiming that he's perfect, right? Perfect
No,
things
no, I
don't
didn't claim
fail.
that. You did.
Okay, perfect. To be perfect is to not fail in any tasks that you aim to execute. That's
Right.
what perfect things are.
That's not what perfection is.
Okay,
Yeah,
so tell us
biblically
what
speaking.
perfection is in the Bible.
To be perfect, biblically speaking, is to be whole and full of love, right? You're perfected in
I
love.
can't.
That's what it says in scripture.
Okay, to be full of love means you're
Yes. No,
perfect.
to be perfected in love.
Where
Basically
where
What?
being
where is
whole.
where is
What
love
the
mentioned?
fuck?
Where is love mentioned in Genesis 1, 2, 3, or 4?
It comes in the Old Testament.
No, with Adam and Eve. This topic is about Adam and Eve. You are claiming that Adam and Eve were perfect in love. Where is love mentioned in the Adam and Eve story?
No, my claim is that to be perfect is to be made perfect in love. That's my
Yes,
claim.
you're claiming Adam and Eve were perfect.
No. She's claiming that.
So you don't think they were perfect?
I have no opinion. Like, that's just a narrative. It's not even important.
You were
What the
sitting here
duck?
saying that.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to get to a point with the main topic, which is it's not Adam's fault for what Eve did, but it's his
Oh,
fault for
what
what
did
he
Eve
did.
do?
Right. She bit the apple. That's not
Oh,
on
and
Adam.
what did that do?
It did nothing.
Oh,
She just she
really?
just she just fell.
Oh, she didn't
That's
get
all
it.
that
She didn't
happened.
get wisdom.
No.
How did she fall?
She spiritually died
How did she spiritually die?
because she tried to play God.
No, no, no. I thought Adam tried to play God. I thought nothing happened until Adam ate.
No, they both tried to play God
No, no, no,
because
no,
they
no.
ate.
Like I thought if Adam had chastised her, then
Mm-hmm.
y'all would still be in that fucking garden. Like y'all can't even make up y'all's mind. I mean, is it her fault or is it your fault? Like y'all can't make up your mind. Y'all don't want the woman to be responsible for sin. You don't want the woman to be responsible for life. Y'all don't want the woman to be responsible for anything. Like it's tripping me out that because the word responsible is in that sentence, y'all are coming in here night after night after night, even trying to take that responsibility from this character. And like it is amazing to watch y'all try to do this while still hang on to the fact that y'all did that is her fault, but not y'all's fault. Like it is, I don't know what's happening.
At this point, you're not making any
They want to
sense.
I
take
know.
the leadership as well. They want to claim that Adam is also still the leader while Eve is making the decisions, and it's somehow his fault. Like he gets the glory for the wisdom that she gained from eating the fruit. It's kind of bizarre. Like
It reminds me of womb in me.
This is so irrelevant. All of it. It's just noise.
Yeah, Venus. It reminds me of womb envy.
You
Like
guys
the
are
woman
focused
does all
more
her
on
body
the.
does all the work. They cannot have more humans unless a woman with a womb wants to have more children, but they claim that life is because of them. This whole entire conversation is womb envy.
it's kind of crazy to me, but I would like to focus on this understanding of perfection. So, do you believe that Adam and Eve were made perfect?
I don't believe anything.
So why the fuck are you up here?
Well, because
This
we're
is for
speak.
Christians. This is for people who believe in the story. Why are we talking about a story that you don't believe in if you said
Right.
you were Christian?
Well, because we're having an honest conversation, right?
Yeah, so why did you lie? You said you were Christian. Christians believe in Genesis. They believe that this is how the world started. This is how sin entered the world. That's what they believe.
Yeah, I know truth. I don't believe it.
So you're not a Christian.
I am a Christian. I know truth. I don't believe in truth. I know
Is
truth.
Genesis the truth or
Genesis is a book in the Bible.
duh? Is it true?
It's a book in the Bible.
We know that. Is it true or not?
Well, yes.
Okay, why didn't you just say that? Like, why did you have
Because
to do
you
this
won't
whole like?
understand what
He's
I
getting
mean. You
childish
guys
now.
don't understand. You
It's why
guys are
we're
not.
asking
You guys
questions
are
because
not
we want to
understanding.
understand.
And
We
on
want
top
to
of that,
listen. We want to
Dude, can you
understand
stop
you.
talking over her?
I'm trying to
We
answer her
we
question.
want
She
to
asked
No,
me a
no,
understand
question.
you.
hold on, Venus. She's talking, so you cannot answer a question that she has yet to ask.
She asked me
She's in the middle of
why.
talking.
She
Be
asked me
quiet.
why
Be
was that
quiet.
so.
Shut up. Shut up. She's talking. Let her finish.
Okay,
Go ahead, Venus.
whatever.
So I already asked my question, and you dodged it 3 times before finally answering and saying yes,
Yes,
Genesis is a book in the
and
Bible.
you asked
But
me
my
why.
point, dude, just stop. Like, you're doing too much. The point is here is that we want to understand you, but we ask you questions and you do a little tap dance before each one, and it makes it difficult. So I'm sorry if you didn't get a chance to speak. I'll ask you this question now. Were Adam and Eve perfect? Because that's what it says in the text.
Point me to the verse.
The Lord God looked upon everything and said, it was good, it was perfect. Do you want me to pull that up for you in Genesis?
Yes, the KJV, please.
KJV. Why should I use that version?
Talk about tap dancing.
Yeah, no, but why? Is that the version that they use in seminary school?
Does it matter?
Yes, because we're talking
This
about
is what I
accuracy
mean.
here.
No, we're not. You want to talk about having an honest conversation and truth, but you're more
She
focused
didn't
on
say
the.
that. I said that.
You're more
Now
focused on the
I'm
narrative
not under
than
the
the truth.
impression that they were perfect.
You're
But
more
that's
focused on the
stop
narrative than the
talking while
truth.
I'm talking, motherfucker. God damn. She didn't say that. I did. And I'm not under the impression that they were perfect. That's Venus. You're talking to somebody different than when you first started.
The reason
So
why
I'm
I
sorry, you
think
guys
that they're
aren't trying to have
perfect,
a honest conversation.
yeah, sorry, let me clarify. The reason why I think that they're perfect is because your God is perfect, right? And if he's a perfect creator, then he should be making perfect things. Otherwise, he's not a perfect creator. What is the point of making flawed beings and then punishing them for being flawed? That's
How do you know what
nonsensical.
perfection is?
Well, I'm doing an internal critique, so I utilize your God's definition of perfection, and that implies that they are sinless, right?
What
That they
what what is
don't
God's
do.
definition of perfection?
Well, it's to be sinless. It says to be
Is
perfect. It
is
says
it?
to go on and sin no more and be perfect like the Father.
Okay, can you point me to the verse that says that after you point me to the verse of God saying that everything was perfect?
Well, he said it was good, right? Is good
Narratives.
not perfect? Does your God
Narratives.
think that? Listen, stop doing the steamrolling
I
because you're
asked you
not
to
going
point
to
me to two verses.
listen. I'm not the kind of person that you can throw off my train of thought by talking under me. That's not going to work. We have a point here, and you're going to answer the question.
Are you
Is
gonna point me to the
good
two verses or
okay? Yes, I will do that. But let's clarify something
yep,
first.
I'm
Does your
going away.
God think that things that aren't perfect are good, or things that violate sin are good?
I don't know what God thinks. Where are the two verses?
Well, we can look at his word, can't we? And in his word, does your God not look upon sinless and perfect people and call them righteous and good?
The Bible. Wait, you think that God calls people good?
Well, isn't there plenty of righteous people in the Bible? Wasn't Job righteous? Wasn't Noah righteous?
Show me the verses.
What the fuck is going on? Have
You're
you never
digging
read
a
the
hole for
Bible?
you're digging a hole for yourself. Show me the verses.
This is like, okay, what does it mean to be good then?
Hold on,
Because I
Show me
thought
the
John.
that meant to
verses.
be,
John.
this is,
John, you know these verses. This is not the first time that we've
Who's
talked about it.
John? My name is Zahili McLennan.
Whatever the fuck your name is, you know these goddamn verses.
Quit projecting, bro.
You know these verses.
why are we pretending like God doesn't
Just
call
show me the
Noah
bro. Look,
righteous or
I'm
Job
trying to
righteous?
literally. I'm trying to show you something that.
Okay, just answer
What's
the
it?
question then. What is good? What does your God consider to be good?
I don't know what
This
God
motherfucker
thinks.
said
I
his
told you
name.
this
My
already.
name is Mecca Licka High Mecca Honey Who.
Not PV.
You're making a lot of claims. All
Oh
right.
my God, not
If you want to,
PV.
if you want to move on from them, we can.
I'm just asking you a question. Like, what does it mean to be good according to your Bible?
Right. So read the Bible then, because you're
No, but
asking
I'm
these
asking
questions.
you because it's your belief. Are you not here to have an honest conversation? I'm trying to understand what you think because clearly I was mistaken in my definition. So I'm trying to clarify it so we can move forward with the conversation. What does your God deem good to be through the Bible?
Through the Bible.
Yeah.
Wait. So God has a definition for good in the Bible.
Yeah, he tells us what good things are.
Point me to the verses.
Okay, sure.
For his
Because
definition,
you're
point me to the verse.
incapable
Hold on, wait,
of
hold on, wait,
accepting your burden. You have to
hold on,
shift the
wait.
burden because you
Point
don't
me to the
understand
verses
scripture.
for God's definition. Point me to the
Gotta
verses for
stop
God's
talking.
definition of.
Hold on, because you're getting on my nerves, and it's too early for this. Stop talking over her. Let her sentences end, and then yours begin. And then, if it helps, count to three before you start talking when someone is done. Okay? And if you can't do that, I don't know what type of spirit you got.
Point me to the verses
Good
for
job.
God's definition of good that you claimed, because those are the words that came out of your mouth. God's definition for good. Point me to the
Well,
verse.
your
That's
God
three verses that
considers
I've asked you for
someone,
now.
okay, your God considers someone who is sinless to be good, to be perfect. That's what it means, right?
Point me
Do
to
you
the verse.
understand? Well, there's plenty of different verses, right? We can look at your God saying that people who are sinless are from him, people who sin are of the devil, and I assume that if you're of God, you're good. Is that a correct assumption?
Point me to the verses.
Well, I'm just asking you a question. Do I need a verse for everything,
This
including
is
my
what I
questions?
mean.
I'm just
Like
asking you a question.
you're
Why are
more
you being a
focused on
crybaby?
You're more focused on narrative.
I'm asking you a question. Are people who are of God good? It's simple. Yes or no?
Also, people use closed captions in the chat. Can you at least be considerate of them?
John, don't ever fucking do that shit in my ear again.
What did I do?
You've been
You
gone.
know what the hell you did.
Like, you've been gone for quite some time, and you should have matured at least, I don't know, an inch while you've been gone. Like, there's no fucking way that the majority of the deconstruction community has blocked all 52 of your other accounts, and you still come back behaving like this. Like, grow the fuck up, okay?
What did I even do?
Grow up.
And this is my only account, bro. What
God
are you
damn.
talking about? I literally make videos. Like, you could go look at me right now.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'll give the verse Matthew 5 verse. We'll read from 47. Okay.
Projections.
Okay, let's see. 40. Do you mind? So it says, "You have heard that it was love your neighbor and hate your enemy, but I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. He causes the sun to rise on evil and the good. He sends rain to the righteous and unrighteous. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? And if you greet only your own people, what are you doing more for others? Do not even pagans do that? Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect."
Let me
This
read.
verse
Okay.
is implying.
Let me read Micah 6:8. Bash put this in the chat for you, Venus. He has told you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God. Bash put that in the chat for you.
Thank you, Bash. So that was like I was saying, to be good is to be with God, and to be with God is to be sinless. Like, we didn't even have to do all this, but I was being kind to you, and I
Yeah,
gave you
but there's a
multiple
fallacy in
verses.
what you're
So
saying.
can we get back to the point though?
It's wrong to
Right?
say to be good because only God is good. And I know you guys missed that
Okay.
verse in the
And why
Bible.
is only God good?
It just is that way.
Is that an informative answer?
It's in the Bible, number one, if you
Yeah,
want to go
but
check the verse.
what
And number
makes him
two,
good though? He is that way, but good is a sort of way that people behave, right? Doesn't good include God's actions?
no, that's your own definition of good.
Okay, so when people are good, doesn't that mean that they're sinless, like we looked at in that verse? That they're following the Father in his footsteps of sinlessness?
Is God a person?
Well, Jesus is God, and so
Jesus is
I guess
God?
he is. Isn't he God?
What are you talking about?
Are you like concussed? Because this is insanely difficult. You're
It's
like,
just
it's like
crazy that
talking to
even
a brick
atheists
wall.
believe in heresy.
This is actually starting to piss me off. Jesus is meant to be God. That's
No,
your fucking book,
no,
dude. So you're
no,
not a
no.
Trinitarian?
Jesus is the Son of God. You see, you believe in
Okay,
heresy.
so are you a
How,
Trinitarian?
how are
Jesus is
we?
the Son of God.
Wait, how are we on this when the topic is supposed to be about
This
Adam
is
and Eve?
just, it's because he's like, the
Because she doesn't
goalpost,
know what she's
like
talking
Selena
about.
says, the goalpost is on fucking wheels. So I'm just gonna rein it back in because it's almost impossible to talk to this guy. The point was we got on this whole meta dialogue about good because Adam and Eve are meant to be good. Your God makes them as good. And if they are good, why the hell are they failing to execute their role? Why is
Adam and Eve
Adam
were never good.
failing? Hold on. Why is Adam failing to be the leader in this situation?
Again, Adam and Eve were never good. And
So why
the
does it say
reason,
that they were good?
no, it said God looked on it and he said that it was good. But Adam and
What was
Eve,
good?
those two in the creation, but Adam and Eve, those
Are
two
they
in
not
the,
creation?
but Adam and Eve, creation itself, not the individuals. Adam and Eve, those two individuals, they are not good. Only God is good. Again, the Bible literally says this. The Son of
So
God, the literal
I'm gonna
Son
tell
of
you what
God,
he's
who
doing.
you
He's quoting what he's heard me say, Venus.
come to.
I was just about to say that. Oh, I was just about to say that.
He's quoting what
He's
he heard me
literally
say.
quoting things
At
from.
Come on,
least
can I
we
finish?
know
I
that
swear I was
John
just about to
listens.
say.
At least we know John listens.
I will never ever be John, ever.
it
So I don't care
says
what you
here,
say.
Genesis.
Mecca honey hole listens.
And next week.
Listen, it literally says in the Bible, the Son of God, who you thought was God, because you don't know the
Nah,
truth.
maybe I need
The
to
Son
show
of
my
God,
screen.
literally in the Bible said that only God is good.
Okay,
Only.
so why does it say here that the God saw that all he had made and it was very good?
Yes, his creation, the
They
creation
are
that he
Adam and
made.
Eve not his creation?
They're not good as individuals.
No,
The
no,
fact that
answer
he
the question.
created,
Are they his creation or not?
they're a part of
Venus,
creation.
but Venus,
Yes.
let me tell you what
Yes.
he's saying, okay? So in the Hebrew, the God gives this check mark of ketov after each creation, right? When he gets to the humans, he does not give them a ketov. When he gets to the final ketov he gives is when he looks at the entire creation. Adam and Eve never gets and they are good. They never get a ketov. John is repeating what he's heard me say 1,000 times.
Definitely.
All
I
right,
don't
thank you
even
for
know
that
what you're talking
understanding.
about.
So my problem with this, I or whatever your name is, I don't remember, so I'm just calling you I. The
It's
problem with
Z.
this is your God making flawed beings and punishing them for being flawed?
No, he's not punishing them. And
They weren't punished
he never
after eating
made
the fruit?
he never made no, they weren't. They naturally got consequence. Naturally. That's not
Did he not impose those consequences and banish them from the garden, or did they just fall out of the garden?
no. They were the ones that got consequences for themselves.
Did it not say,
He didn't
let
impose that
us
upon
remove?
them.
So weren't they sent down from the garden so that they couldn't eat from the tree of life?
You don't know what the garden is, so that won't
The
make sense to
garden
you.
is a garden in a place called Eden. It's not that complicated.
Yeah,
Were
but you
they
don't know
not
what but you
cast
don't know what
down?
but you don't know what
Were
that is
they or
though.
were
That's my
they not
point. So it
cast
won't make
down?
sense to you.
Were were they or were they not cast down so that they couldn't eat from the tree of life?
That's what the scriptures say.
Okay, so it's not a natural consequence. They were cast out by God.
Yeah,
So back
because
to
of
the main point
consequences. All of that was a consequence of their actions. It was a natural consequence because he told them what would
that your
happen
God
if they.
designed.
No. He didn't design consequences. It just is. Consequence just
Your
is. It
God
just
didn't
exists.
design consequences.
No, it just exists, just as God exists.
Thinker, to be honest, I don't really want to talk to this guy anymore.
I understand. You said a lot of lies, and now you're just quitting.
You're lying about everything. It's so ridiculous. We can't get a single point straight. You contradict yourself around every corner. Now you're telling me that God didn't design shit? You're telling me Adam and Eve aren't his creation? It's honestly too much. Like, he's too dishonest. There's no point.
He's gone.
That's just John's nature.
Yeah,
That
John.
was so bad.
He has been blocked on damn near every account he has. He has to change his name. He has changed his name to Mekalekaha Mekahanaho. To the mods. Okay, y'all. I want to implement a way to feed the algorithm to keep engagement going and to wake people up when the live feels like it's getting stagnant and sleepy. And it's nerding up, okay? And so with our fan club gift, the nerd, if the mods can periodically, in all caps, if you see the live getting sleepy, right? No likes, no gifting, no sharing, no comments going on. Just periodically, in all caps, get the chat to nerd up, and that is just going to the nerd gift and just gifting it up like crazy. Okay, if we could do that periodically through the night, and I might just say, hey y'all, nerd up, just to like remind us. That way we can continuously feed the beast and get consistent conversations in here. And I accidentally said that today, and I was like, yeah, I like that. I'm gonna put that to work. But I think that's gonna help us out. Thank y'all. Grow with Afri. Is it
Yeah, almost. Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Afriye.
Afriye. Oh, that is
Hi.
so fucking beautiful.
Oh, thank
Afriye.
you.
I like that. How old are you?
Thank you so much. Oh, God, do I have to say my age? I'm 48.
Okay. Well, I'm 40. I'll be 46. I said it right this time, y'all. I didn't skip a year.
Shoot, I don't even know how old I'm gonna be.
I'm remembering my age now, and I said it wrong for damn near all year. I've been 46 all year, but I'm actually 45, and I'm gonna be
Oh,
47
nice.
in like 3 months. So I don't know
Oh,
what the
God.
fuck. I skipped 45. I don't know why, but I'm back at my right age now. Um, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I used to be a believer. So I was a believer for, well, born into Christianity and then made a decision to be a Christian at the age of 19. And then at the age of 45, made a decision to leave. I relocated to Africa. I was born and raised in London. And then I relocated to Africa, to Kenya. I'm not Kenyan. I just loved the country and decided I was sick of the Western world and came and relocated. And it's when I came to the motherland when I started realizing, oh my goodness, I've been in a matrix for how long? And started questioning a lot of things and then unpicking things and learning the original way of a connection to a higher being. So I'm not an atheist. I do believe in a higher being. But just wanted to just say a couple of things about that character that I think he was
Give me just a second. I
trolling.
actually don't allow people to come up and talk about the previous guest that
Oh,
was on
okay.
stage. Yeah,
Okay.
and I only have
Okay.
conversations with people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, which sounds like you are,
Yeah, that's where I
and
am at
an
the moment.
atheist. Okay, and then you can pick one of the four topics on the board
Oh,
and
okay.
discuss that if you want.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I've just been new to your live, so I
It's
wasn't
okay.
sure how it kind of works. So in regards to uh, the topic that I wanted to talk about is, so Eve women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. First and foremost, the tree that she was supposed to eat from had two roots, right? It was of the knowledge of good and of the knowledge of evil. So what I don't understand is, if God is saying, he looked in Genesis 1:3:1, he looked at his creation, which Adam and Eve is part of his creation, and said that they were good. And you guys have said many scriptures that he calls them good. Why would you then say you cannot eat from a tree which is of the knowledge of good and evil? The tree had two roots. You ate from good. Why is it that eating from good is, or having the knowledge of good is a bad thing?
So, um, so I'm going to answer it from a literary standpoint and then a
Mm,
doctrinal standpoint. So the in the story in Genesis 1, the God does not actually call the humans good. He's calling uh the creations good. But when he gets to the humans, they don't get a classification as good. Um the Genesis 1 narrative is a completely different creation story than Genesis 2 and Genesis 3. The God in Genesis 1 doesn't know if humans are going to be good. So he doesn't give them that classification like he does the sun, the waters, the animals, the trees. In Genesis 1, that God, um, he he literally says it is not good. Like there's something not good about the man, and it's the fact that he is, he needs help. So whatever job that he created the man to do, which is to till the ground, he can't do it by himself. So he's not perfect. He's not good in that sense. So he creates another one for him, and he creates an Azair, which is a strong opposite, to help him. She was kind of in like in a supervisory role. Um,
mm.
yeah, and so they were actually in Genesis 2. They were created without the awareness of good and evil.
Yes, because they hadn't eaten the tree. I mean the
Right.
fruit.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it said that they didn't know they were naked, right?
Right. But from a
Until they
Christian
ate that.
doctrine, right. But from a Christian doctrine, they were good. They were innocent, and the God was to be their. They knew good because the God was good because they knew God. That is the Christian interpretation of the story.
Right, okay. because from what we were taught, it was they were good, because what he creates, he can only create good and perfection. And that was the thing that I went away questioning, that if you've created this, because Eve, what we were taught was the garden was a place of perfection, it was paradise, and in God's creation he created good. I've looked at the Hebrew definition of good, and the Hebrew definition of good is perfect. So that's what was taught to us. I don't know if different denominations teach different things,
Well,
and that's one of my
the Hebrew definition would only come into play if he actually said that about the humans, and he never does. He says that about his creation, the sun and the trees and stuff, but he never calls the humans good in Genesis narrative.
Okay, because it says here, according to my concordance, it says, according to Genesis 1:31, after creating humanity and the rest of creation on the sixth day, God looked at everything he
That's
had made and
everything.
declared it.
Right. He
Yeah.
looked at
So
everything,
isn't
but he
creation,
doesn't give them
isn't
a
man?
ketov. He doesn't give them a ketov. What he says here is vachina tov.
Mhm.
But if we look at when he creates the light, um, let's see, it's gonna be let's look at Genesis 1:18,
Okay.
where it says, and God saw that it was good. It
Mhm.
says, Vachoshek Vayer Elohim Ki Tov. That Ki Tov there is the final check mark for completion, for perfection. Adam and Eve don't get that, and neither does the entire creation. There's never a point in the Genesis 1 narrative where the humans get this final check mark of Ki Tov. You'll see Ki Tov in 118. Um, let me see, so you can see the pattern of it. Um, it is 118:14 with the light.
Okay,
Um,
so are you saying that he said it generally when it came to man, but with all the
no,
different elements, he said it specifically to like the sun,
he
but
didn't
when
even
it
say it
said it,
generally when it came to man, right? Like when what he did. So as he creates the light, he says, "Et haor kitov," and the light was good, right? That's Genesis 1:4. When
Mhm.
he creates the waters, in Genesis, let's see, where does he give them? Um, Genesis 1:10, the land and the waters. Uh, it says Yamaim Vayer Elohim Kitov in Genesis 1:10. So we see the light was Kitov, the land and the waters were Kitov, the vegetation. We see that in Genesis 1:12. Um, that is Kitov. Uh, it says uh, La Menehu Vayer Elohim Kitov. That's Genesis 1:12. That's for the vegetation, the plant yielding seeds, the trees bearing fruit. Those got the Kitov check mark. Um, we did the lights in 118. The fifth day, the waters, the living creatures, they in Genesis 121. Kanaf Lemenu Vayer Elohim Kitov. That's for the sea creatures, the living creatures that move in the water. Every winged bird of its kind got the Kitov. And then Genesis 6, he produces the living creatures, the livestock, the crawling things on the earth and their kind. God made the animals. So here we are with the animals, Genesis 125. You see uh, Ha'adamah Lemenu Vayer Elohim Kitov. And then he creates man in Genesis 126. But you don't get a separate Kitov for the man and the woman. He doesn't do that. But in Genesis 120, 131, He steps
That's what I
back.
was a bit confused about.
He steps back in Genesis 131, and he looks at the entire picture. Mind you, as he's creating, everything he creates, right, gets a check mark, kind of like you're in a factory, on a factory
Mm-hmm.
line, on an assembly line.
Mm,
Each piece to the car has to pass inspection and get like a certification before it can go to the car to build the final picture. And
mm,
so now he's sitting back, he's looking at the entire picture, and he says, Vahenutov, not ketov. And that's for the entire picture. But Adam and Eve never get a ketov. Even the animals get a ketov. So that he
mm.
doesn't give them that certification of completion, because this God does not know if the humans are going to be good. He doesn't know what decisions they're going to make. So he doesn't give them that completion. The humans still have to grow and evolve. The sun, there's nothing else to add to the sun. There's nothing else to add to the vegetation. There's nothing else to add to the waters. There's nothing else to add to the animals. Humans are conscious. They make decisions. So he doesn't know if they're going to be good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it does. So then, because I can't remember the question that was. Oh, we can't talk about the previous. Okay, so then that means that he didn't make perfection then, or he didn't make good. So therefore, it was okay for them to sin,
Well,
and it's okay for them.
this God here in Genesis 1 never gives them the command to not eat from any tree. He tells them, like, that everything in the garden they can eat from. Well, they weren't even in the garden. He tells them that he created the trees, right, for them to eat. They're never given a command not to eat in Genesis 1. It's the God in Genesis 2, which is a different creation story. He's creating man from the ground. This God is speaking existence into speaking creation into existence. The God in Genesis 2, he creates with his hands. And he forms man. He forms the trees. He forms the garden. Right? He's doing all this with his hand, and he's not doing a check mark. Like, if you look, the order of creation in Genesis 2 is different than Genesis 1. So these are two different gods, two different creation stories.
Right. Okay. I never saw it like that.
Yeah, in Genesis 1, this God is just called Elohim. Genesis 2,
Mhm.
it is Adonai Elohim, or Yehovah Elohim.
Okay. All right. Food for thought. I'd have to, because I've never seen it like that. I always saw it or been taught as it's one God. So are you saying there's different gods according to the different chapters?
Yeah, well, Genesis 1, that's why I said I'm going to answer it from a literary standpoint and from a
Yeah. Yeah.
doctrinal standpoint.
Sure.
Genesis
Sure.
1 is written by the Israelites in the north, and they were polytheistic. So they didn't just worship Yahweh, and actually they added Yahweh to their pantheon at a later time. So they
Mm,
were polytheistic. So the Elohim uh, created, and they did have one source God, which was El Elyon, but they had multiple gods that they worshipped. And then in the south, they were Yahwehist or monotheistic. Genesis 2,
mm.
the um, Yahwehist in the south wrote Genesis 2, 3, and 4. So they only worshipped Yahweh.
Right.
So
So
Yahweh
we were taught.
created.
Sorry. We were taught that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah, that was the belief for quite some time, until scholars started researching the claims in the Bible, uh, found that there was no way that Moses could have written the Torah, because the earliest form of Hebrew is Paleo script, and that was not used until around 10th century BCE. Moses would have been dead at least 120 years by the time Hebrew
Mm,
is used as a script and a language. Plus, Moses would have had to write about his own death. And then just textual criticism, looking at the different tones, the time periods of when the text was written. We can see different edits made and redactions made to Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. So the the Eloists in the South made edits to Genesis 2 um, and Genesis 3. But the different tones and how they talk about the God, if you notice, um the God in Genesis 1 is called the Lord God, right? I mean, in Genesis 2 it's called the Lord God, where Genesis 1 is just God. It's just Elohim. Even the
Right.
serpent does not call him the Lord God. The serpent calls him God. That again is cultural. And so with textual criticism, scholars have been able to identify not necessarily the author, but which sect of Israelites would have written each book and at what time period. Genesis 2 and 3 and 4 were written before Genesis 1, some centuries before Genesis 1.
Okay.
Yeah. But if we look at uh, from the Christian doctrine, the Christians do teach that Adam and Eve were innocent, not necessarily good, but innocent. They knew goodness because the God was good. So it wasn't that Adam and Eve were good.
We were taught, especially within charismatic Christianity, we were taught that they were good. We were taught because that's what God makes, and we were taught that they were innocent from knowing the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They were innocent from that, and that God told them to eat from the tree of life, which is Him, which is Christ, which is Him basically. And it's the moment that they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is when sin entered. But before then, sin was not in the garden, because God used to come in the cool of the evening and commune with them. And yeah, sin entered as soon as Eve ate the fruit. That's what we've been taught. And we've been taught that if Eve just ate the fruit, then sin, it would have gone on as normal. But because Adam was the authority and God had given that commandment to Adam, he didn't he didn't manage Eve properly. And so therefore that's why there was that curse and the punishment, because the responsibility was on Adam because he's the head of the household and Eve submits to him. So
I mean,
all that's what's been taught.
even that is a patriarchal interpretation that is reading back into the
Yeah.
text, because one, Adam and Eve didn't even have a house for Adam to be the head of anything. They were
Mm.
laborers. They were not created because he needed somebody to love, right? There's no mention of love or worship in this narrative. It The text literally says that he was created to till the ground. The God built a garden, which is basically a cage, put the man in it for him to work the ground. So he was a laborer for this God, like a pet or a slave, not somebody to worship, to eat with, to talk with, to laugh with. The idea that if Adam had managed the woman, again, is a patriarchal read back into the text. Um, there's nowhere before they ate from that tree where the God even tells Adam, "You're over the woman." Nowhere. In fact, the God made Adam an Azer, which is a strong helper, a strong opposite to him. She was not made to be his companion. There was no intimate reason for why she was made. She was made to be a strong help and labor. That's it. And then when they eat from the tree, this is where the punishment comes, where he is put over her to rule, and her desire is turned towards him, uh, to desire her husband, which means it was not that before, and he was not over her before they ate of the tree. This is supposed to be the curse. So for even Christian doctrine to say, well, he should have managed her because he was the head, the text doesn't even support that, because he did not become the head until they were cursed.
Mm, okay. Interesting. Thank you so much. I've learned a lot. I just happened to just come across your live and popped in, so I wasn't expecting it this time in the morning. But no, thank you. I've learned definitely some food for thought. And as I'm deconstructing, it will really help. So thank you.
You're so welcome. Saw somebody say, "What's the point of this story?" Patriarchy. The Genesis 2 and Genesis 3 is an etiological tale of the evolution of humanity. You start out as uh, you know, animalistic. You're just like the animals running in the wilderness. You are cultivating the ground, making the earth livable, and then uh, you evolve from cultivating to agriculture. I mean, from pastoralist to agriculture. You go from being naked to wearing clothes, from wearing leaves to wearing animal skin as clothes, from eating uh, berries and fruit to eating bread, systems of work and slavery. You go from the mother goddess worship, she's downgraded, stomped out, and replaced with a patriarchal system. Um, and it just
Sis,
explains
may
the
I?
why of
Okay.
things. Like it explains why women have pain through childbirth, why men have to sweat and work, why snakes don't have legs, where did trees come from? Where did birds come from? Where did animals come from? Like it's just a etiological tale. It's not meant to be taken literally, but Christian theology takes the story very literally. Go ahead, grow with.
Yeah, sorry, I just so there's so much. You download so much information. My brain is still processing. It's a lot, especially when you're coming out of it. Just I mean, two creation stories. I need to go back and read. You mentioned something about Eve was the. You said something to be worshipped or something, or you said something about the woman.
She was an
I didn't.
Azer, which was a strong opposite. She wasn't supposed to be worshipped either. She wasn't over. She wasn't above him. They were equals, but she was a strong. She was like a stronger version of the human. She was a strong opposite. She was to be to Adam what the God is to the Israelites, right? Like a strong help. And in fact, there is no other time in the Hebrew story where anyone or anything is called an Azer outside of Eve in the garden. Yahweh is an Azer to the Israelites, and Eve was to be an Azer to Adam. There is a time in the Bible where the Israelites get in trouble for trying to look for another Azer in other gods, and Yahweh gets mad because he is to be their Azer, their
So,
strong
sis,
help.
what it reads to me is that Eve almost was an afterthought because after he made Adam, then he said it's not good for man to be alone. So as if he had made him, and then afterwards, it's almost told as if she wasn't in his mind at the beginning. It was just Adam.
Well, it's written through a patriarchal lens, right? It's to tell the story of the rise of the patriarchy. Like the very
Right.
idea that humanity starts with male is a very patriarchal lens, because there's no way in hell males started anything, right? Men can't give birth. uh, and every human starts off female in the womb. So it's written through a patriarchal lens for the purposes of male domination.
Okay. And may I ask, I'm not sure if you're allowed on this live, may I ask what's your belief, or if you're an atheist or you have a belief, am I allowed
No,
to ask
yeah,
that?
I'm an atheist.
All right, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and for the information. Definitely food for thought.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
And you too. Do I disconnect?
I got you. Hello, Pisces. Kim C and Deborah, are y'all in the request box on purpose or on accident?
Hi, Thinker. How are you?
I'm good. V Stone? V Stone. What do you mean you think I'm right now by saying you're what do you mean by that? I am in it. Oh, ran her off by saying no, she was getting ready to leave anyway. But she's deconstructing. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief in that God, that means that you are questioning what you believe, not necessarily that you are doing away with the God. You might end up doing away with the God, and you might not. Or if you are an atheist, and it is 18 up tonight for Maddie's hour. Maddie is not feeling well. Um, Tonight, her and the baby have to rest, but we do have Venus and Pisces here for you to talk to. Oh, thank you, Gucci. Hey, Deborah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I have a question.
What's that?
Um, Genesis 3:16. It says unto the woman. It doesn't say all women, but it says unto the woman. How does that read in Hebrew?
Let's see. You said 3:16.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm just wondering if that's a singular.
It says
Okay.
El Haisha. So it just says to the woman.
Okay, so it's still in Hebrew says unto the woman.
Mm-hmm.
I've read this over the last few months, and I'm going, this doesn't sound like it's a curse for all humanity. It sounds like it's a curse just for Eve. Now, when it says unto her seed, that, snakes and women are going to be at opposition to each other, I can understand that, but that's kind of duh. We think they're creepy, slimy things. Yeah, not a big fan. Some people aren't bothered by it. I'm all creeped out by them. No big deal. If I'm going to step on a snake, sure, it's going to turn around and bite my heel. To me, that's kind of duh. But when it gets to 16, it sounds like it's just a curse for Eve and for Eve alone for her sin.
Well, both of these are curses just for Adam and Eve. It's Christian theology that makes it about all of mankind. Like there is no fall of man in this story at all. The curses are directly to each individual character. And another way that we know this is when the God curses the ground, he's cursing it for Adam's sake. He curses it
Right.
again for Cain. He curses it again uh, when the Israelites didn't build him a house. Like he cursing the ground and making agriculture difficult was a way of punishment. If you obey, the ground will prosper, right? Because that's how they made their wealth. If you disobey, then the ground is cursed, famines happen, it's hard to cultivate. So
Right.
the fact that he continuously curses the ground throughout the text lets us know that the curse in Genesis 2 was specifically for that character. It wasn't for like all of mankind, but that's a later Christian interpretation that is for all of
Right.
humans.
Yeah, even shedding innocent blood onto the land of Israel causes a curse on the land,
Hmm.
which is weird. But no, I just wanted to see how that read in Hebrew. And so I appreciate your insight on that.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Big 44.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine.
How
Doing
old are you?
fine.
Are you 44?
Nah,
How old are you?
37.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm just not religious.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible, though?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
I mean,
so I only talk
I
to people.
believe in.
I only talk to
I
people
believe.
who. 1 second. I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in the God of the Bible, or atheists.
Right. So yeah, I've been decoding the Bible.
Not decoding, deconstructing. Like
Deconstructing.
deconstructing
To
means you
come.
currently have a belief in that God and you are questioning that belief.
I've had a belief in that God before,
Yeah,
but
but
now that I've came into certain knowledge, now I know some things.
that's not deconstructing, though.
Okay. I mean, define deconstructing for me.
That's what I was trying to do.
Okay. Proceed.
Deconstructing is when you currently have a belief that you are analyzing, tearing apart, researching, questioning whether it's true, whether the belief is serving you or not. So it sounds like you don't believe in the God that we are discussing. You're not deconstructing your belief in that God that we are discussing, and you're not an atheist. So it sounds like you don't actually fit the criteria for a conversation.
Well, why not?
I'm sorry.
Because I actually have a. I said, why not? I did
Because
have
you're
a belief
because
in.
you don't believe,
in
but I'm not looking to talk to people who have a belief in another God, who have
I
already
don't have a
deconstructed. I'm
belief in
sorry, can you
another God.
1 second, please? I'm not looking to talk to people who have a belief in something else. They've already deconstructed this God that we're talking about, and now they believe in something else. Like I don't have an issue with you. You're just not the target for these conversations.
Right. But you are targeting people who
You're not
do
that target
believe
though.
in God.
But you're not. You
Right.
don't fit that.
Right. But I got an insight
But
on
you don't.
a couple of these
So you're
subjects.
gonna have to like go live and talk about them on your own live. But you don't fit the criteria to have a conversation with us. I only talk to 3 types of people.
Why is that?
That's because I want to. Like the fact that you're crossing my boundary and not respecting it and accepting, no, you don't
No, I'm
fit the
just trying to
criteria.
understand your
I've already,
boundary.
you understanding my boundary, you need to do that on your own time. I've stated the boundary. You don't fit the
Okay.
criteria.
No, no,
Okay.
no. It's okay.
All right.
I'll see you another day.
All right. Bye bye. God damn. This is why I be cussing motherfuckers out because you can't be nice. You can't state the boundary nice because they don't fucking respect it. Y'all be whining about me going the fuck off and cussing motherfuckers out. But like if y'all would just come up here, act civil, like you ain't got to like me, you ain't got to respect me. Just be civil. If I say you don't fit the criteria, then you don't fit the criteria. Like I'm sorry you feel like you have something that you want to share. That is why TikTok gives everybody the ability to go live on their own. Go live on your page. Share the information you feel like you want to share or that you need to share. You cannot do it here. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer, in the God we are discussing, which is the God of the Bible. If you are someone who is deconstructing your belief in that God, that means you currently have a belief in that God, or you had a belief in that God, and you are questioning that belief. You're analyzing it. You're tearing it apart, or putting it back together, or doing away with it altogether. Or you are an atheist. You can be agnostic atheist, but not just agnostic. Um, Agnostics have, like, they just believe in whatever. There's no foundation to Christianity or the God of the Christian Bible, and so you would not fit the conversation either. Um, this is not a platform where people can just like. I'm not just looking to talk to people who just have an opinion, or something to share. There is a intention where people are challenging what they think they know. They're challenging what they believe, and pushing their beliefs and their knowledge to the limits. That is the purpose of the conversations in here. This is not a debate space. I don't care about a win. If you are here to boost your ego to try to get a win, I'm just going to play with you like chicken fodder. Tonight it is 18 and up. We only do 18 and up on Tuesday night. So if you are 18, 19, or 20, this will be your night to participate in the conversations. Normally we are 21 and up. Notebook, how old are you? Notebook, did you come up on accident?
I don't know, bro.
You don't know?
I was smoking crack and I just pressed some button.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. They be trying to say things that they think gonna get my live taken down. Like, they don't know how to defend their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, other than try to do silly shit like that.
It's honestly just like weird. Like, why did you knew you came up here? And Christians are honestly weird. It's so hard. Like, and mind you, like, I don't know if like like most of you guys won't be on dating apps, but Hinge Christians are a nightmare. They aren't Christian. And tell me why, like, all the atheists or agnostics will be normal people. But when someone matches with you on Hinge and they're a Christian, they'll be like, let me hit. What it do? And it's like, aren't you a Christian? They're really the weirdest kind of people on this planet.
How
So
do
weird.
y'all how do y'all do those dating apps?
I
Ain't no
don't.
fucking way in hell. I could not. Like, there is no way. I'd be too, like, I don't trust people. I don't trust humans enough to fuck with dating apps. Like,
Honestly, it's really a nightmare. You get like, I haven't gone on a Hinge date yet, but like, it's honestly just, to be honest, I'm just gonna be honest. It's just for attention. Like, I want compliments and stuff like that. But there's really, you're not gonna find love on a dating app. And if you did, great. You're an anomaly.
I don't know. Like, ugh. Mm-mm.
It's just, why don't they go on eHarmony or something? Why are you on Hinge? Shouldn't you be looking for other Christians?
Don't,
Like, they got
don't
their
they
own
have
Christian
Christian
dating
Mingle?
app.
Don't they have
Yeah,
ChristianMingle.com or something like that?
it's called eHarmony. It's like a Christian dating app.
Is eHarmony Christian Mingle, or is that a different one?
I swear, it's like a Christian Mingle. Is that like a Christian dating app?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
Wouldn't that be like putting something before their God? Like, those aren't there? Isn't the Holy Spirit supposed to guide them towards who they're supposed to marry? Like, using a Christian dating app is like putting technology before their God, or making technology their Holy Spirit. I think they would just say, "Well, the Holy Spirit guided me to download Christian Mingle." They,
Yeah,
they
but
they have so many workarounds.
the whole Genesis story, for me, like, I used to try and tell Christians that it's two different stories. This was me once upon a time. I tried to tell them, hey, they were actually polytheists, you know. Jesus is like one of many different, like, you know, Canaanite gods. It's why Yahweh and Israel is his allotted portion. I tried to do that, but they never comprehend it. So I try and work with them, and when you try and work with them, you have people like John who don't even understand their own beliefs. Like, I feel like he's deconstructing thinker because he's using your arguments. That's got to be a step forward.
No, he's not deconstructing. John will never deconstruct. John is, yeah, no, this is somebody
he,
who yells, "You're going to hell!" Like you witch. Like, he's
he will never deconstruct
hell
it.
no, hell no. That kid is really, really weird. Every time I talk to him, I picture him like in a room alone with no friends.
Like Lil Peep on the TV.
Yeah, like he is a weird dude. All right, y'all. Don't get tired on us now. We only in an hour and 39 minutes. Um, the guest box is open. Tap the screen up, y'all. Nerd up. Feed the beast. Whenever I say nerd up or a mod puts nerd up in the chat, there is a nerd emoticon in the gift gallery for those of you that are in the super fan thing club. Yep. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Cutie. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Venus. Thank you, Jesus. Why you make me say that? Thank you, KG. Annika, unbaptized, unbothered. AG, KJ, I appreciate y'all so much. Selena. I haven't said that in a long time. Don't be nervous to come up and have a conversation either. It's been quite the month for misogyny. Like April should be misogyny month. I don't know what it is about Jesus's death, burial, and resurrection, but the religious men, um, have been on one all fucking month. Elira, thank you. LDJ, thank you. Lucky, I appreciate you. Bridge, thank you. Loretta, thank you. If I missed you, thank you so much.
Why do you guys have to avoid the stage the one night I get to come up? Like, why? Like, at it every night in the week. I watch Thinkers Live every day, to be honest. Every day. And there's so many conversation after conversation. But the one night we get to have more Christians up, there's like none. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to like give, you know what they're attracted to? You're too smart and it scares them. So I've got to be like, if God good, why did he make evil? You know, why did he do that? That debunks Christianity. Someone defend the argument. If God good, why he make evil?
Them motherfuckers know damn well I'm not dumbing myself down to talk to their asses. Like they know I'm not finna do it. They gonna have to level the fuck up if they want to come up in here and talk. I ain't dumbing myself down for them.
There's contradictions in the Bible. Ooh. Good God doesn't make bad people. Epicurean paradox. Problem of evil. Trinity is bad. If Jesus is God, then why didn't God know the hour?
What's up, AG?
Hey, thinker. Hey, panel. Hey, nerds. I'm going to use the blue butterfly, of course. And since we're on the conversation of misogyny, I was going through Genesis 6, 1 through 4, and I want to see your input or your take on it, if you don't mind.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
Well, where it says the sons of God, came down to earth and found the daughters of man to be fair
Mm-hmm.
and took them for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That word took, does that mean that they grape them?
No, there it means that they married them. That's
Okay.
uh that word there is lakha. So it's the same word that's used when Eve took the fruit and ate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was wondering, like, I've always had a problem with that. Like, in my mind, they came down and just took them, like a possession. And there we go with the men possessing women thing again. So that was just my question for you.
Well, it does say whomever they chose. Um, I mean, so it doesn't mean that they. It's not. It doesn't have the context of them raping them, but it reads like they had the pick of the litter.
Okay. Yeah, just find that a little hard because, I mean, just I mean, I don't have to worry about dating no one, but just for men to just say, oh, yeah, they took them, they just had anybody they wanted, and just found that a little odd.
Yeah. Women are talked about as property, things for men to pluck off, pick off. Um, in the book, often from the beginning of time.
All right, well, that's all I had, and I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, bye.
Yep. Do not come in here advertising your page. You will be blocked unless you are a nerd, a super nerd. You must be a super nerd if you are going to advertise your page or your business or your content. In order to do that, you have to be a subscriber. Angels did have babies. No, it was the human women who had the babies, not the angels. That in the story, it was the human women. I'm still trying to figure out how, like, if angels procreate, like, why did the sons of God have genitalia to even match with humans? It doesn't make sense. Exactly, Elira. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But this,
How big were the sons of God?
I mean, it depends on which Christian you talk to. Somebody told us they were 100 feet tall the other day.
100 feet tall?
Hmm.
You know what size? Maybe the women were size queens because
Pedro, did you come up here on accident? Okay, I got you. All right, y'all. Somebody get in this box. Don't be scared. I know y'all in the bed rubbing your feet together up under the cover, getting ready to fall asleep. Some of y'all at work, and we trying to stay here for you, give you a show. Um, we got almost 500 people in the room and an empty guest request box. Yep, I can see you, Corpseman. You said don't call you out like that. I know how it be. Be under that cover, rubbing your feet together, about ready to fall asleep. That guy said cheese. What he say? Cheese was lust. He said you eat cheese. He said cheese is lust. Yes, he said cheese is lust. The guy on Chew Gum tonight on the line. Kim C, are you in the box on purpose or on accident, love? He said, yeah, Carlos said cheese was lust.
Hey, so I just joined in and I kind of wanted to talk about some of the points
One
because
second.
I really agree with
One
every
second.
single
How
one of
old are
them.
you?
I'm 18.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I don't quite know, so it's kind of complicated. Let me explain. I grew up Orthodox Jewish, but within the past couple of years, I've been kind of exploring God and religion outside in a way that is a little bit. I haven't really met a lot of people who believe the same things as me, so I don't know what I would call that. Basically, I believe in like God and I believe God is female or has female qualities, and in a Mother Nature kind of way that God is like very embedded in nature and like speaks through nature.
So it sounds like you don't actually fit the criteria for the conversation. So you
Okay.
don't believe in Yahweh uh, and uh,
Is that what the God of the Bible is called? In
Adonai.
Oh yeah. So I mean in my religion, well, the religion I grew up, we weren't allowed to say that. Like it was
Right. That I
considered.
just thought about that. You don't believe in Adonai.
I don't know. I think so. Um the thing about I'm just gonna call so in Jewish religion we call God Hashem. So can I say
The
that?
name.
Yeah, the name
Mhm.
Hashem.
Yeah.
So
Do you believe in
So I
the name?
believe it. So I heard that in some places growing up that Hashem could be either male or female or what the kind of non-binary at least like so I do believe that my God or the God that I believe in could technically be Hashem. So I just
Is it the
don't
one in
know.
the Hebrew scriptures though?
So I would say that I don't. I do as of right now, I believe in the Hebrew scriptures, but I don't know if I will in the future based on like what I want to kind of explore.
Okay. Well, it just I just needed to know what you believe right now.
Yeah.
Pisces, are you able to have this conversation? Pisces, are you there? Okay, I think she's gone to sleep. Venus.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Goldie, was there a specific topic you wanted to talk about?
Honestly, kind of about homophobia and like women and things like that. The
Um,
first and the fourth point, because I
okay,
don't
so
really know
you
much
only get
about
to
the
pick
second or third.
one. So do you want to pick which one you want to talk about the most?
Four.
Okay, so the prompt reads homophobia is rooted in Christian misogyny. Do you want to elaborate on your viewpoint?
I could definitely see where that comes in. I do want to say that homophobia is kind of an unfortunate byproduct of human beings naturally trying to turn on each other. Like in nature, both human beings and with animals, like they turn on each other to kind of gain the upper hand, and homophobia is a part of that to put down somebody that is a smaller group.
Um, I understand that. I feel like homophobia isn't natural to humans. What's natural for us is our brains, being scared of things that we don't understand. And I feel like the reason why we stopped understanding that people can love people of the same sex is because of religion. It made people ignorant. It told them that this isn't natural. Homophobia
Um,
isn't natural. I don't feel like it is. I feel
I
like it's
yeah.
taught and sewn into people's brains from a young age. Growing up, like young children don't hate things that they don't understand. They're curious. People teach one another to hate things that they don't understand.
Okay, fair enough. So I think I misunderstood the prompt. Yeah, I could see why um, religion could be blamed for the ideas that homophobia could exist. I, that turn like that homophobia didn't have to be part of why human beings will polarize themselves from other people. Like it didn't have to. Like people are going to polarize themselves from others, but I don't like because I just think in general like the world will like there will be people there won't always be everybody agreeing, but homophobia in itself could have absolutely come from like religious beliefs telling people that that's wrong.
Like, I can't see in the animal kingdom any other species that is homophobic. So it kind of tells me
Right.
that this is a byproduct of, us having advanced minds and people using that instead of furthering humanity or, making the world better for all of us. They want to use it to dominate other people. I'm not sure why human beings feel the need to dominate one another in such a aggressive and carnal way. Like all the torture methods like we have. Like I know whales and stuff will like play around with other animals, and like orcas are bullies. I understand that. But you'd never hear of an orca like peeling the skin off of someone's back and hanging them upside down. Like humans are extremely aggressive in that sense, and I can't tell you why.
Yeah, I don't know why either. And I definitely hear why, in addition to this, that religion could kind of make that, like, could be a continuation and kind of promote those kind of beliefs and treatment of others.
It's definitely because the world is like backwards. I'm sorry, but men are not meant to be leading. And when we talk
I
about
agree. I
the
agree.
when we talk about hate phobia, it's like most guys, when they hear like girl on girl, they're like ooh, but when they hear guy on guy, they're like well, it seems to be like one of us is the problem, and it's not women.
Ooh, I agree with that totally because I believe in matriarchy, and I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I am a bit of a misandrist. But uh, I do believe that because women technically are self-sufficient without men, that we could be quote unquote more fit to lead or and be in charge. But if, like, I don't know why would we need somebody to lead or be in charge, but if we were to need that, women would be better suited for it.
It's definitely true. And when we look at these leadership characteristics, right, like, empathy, understanding, community, and all these things, like that's something that women dominate in. And when they did the children in the house without adult supervision, the little girls were living in a paradise. They were cleaning up after themselves while the boys were they just sought out destruction. And that's not a natural thing. That's just how, you know, because no one's raising them in that way. I feel like the way a lot of young males are raised is to not be women. They're just taught to, oh, don't run like a girl, you throw like a girl, you this
Yeah.
like a girl, you that like a girl, or you're hanging out with the girls, or you're a simp, you're a this, you're a that. They don't actually tell them, hey, this is what masculinity is. And by the way, masculinity changes every single society and country, but they're not actually taught to be functioning members of society. They're just
Femininity
taught
has
to not be
always
women.
remained, right? And femininity has always been somewhat consistent.
Yeah, yeah, I don't like to associate. What do you think femininity is?
I honestly, if I had to be honest, I associate most positive qualities in people with femininity: compassion, care, understanding, creation, beauty, wisdom.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I just was hoping that you wouldn't root it in childbirth or like,
No.
being a
But part of
mother because
creation is either being able to physically create things with your hands, and technically women are able to create things with their bodies too, but that's not their purpose. That is part of what they're able to do, just like I'm technically able to make
what do you mean by
a
purpose?
I mean, I don't believe people have purpose rooted in childbirth. Technically, I'm able to make a pot out of like clay on a potter's wheel. That doesn't mean I have to, or doesn't mean I will.
Yeah,
Just because I
yeah.
have the ability to do so doesn't mean I will or need to.
I understand that. I honestly personally feel like femininity and masculinity are completely useless and arbitrary concepts. Like I understand like this is what a woman is, this is what women can do. But I feel like the way that the original concepts were originated was based off of classism. They wanted to label femininity as this and put it below masculinity, and they just attributed masculinity to whatever the fuck men were doing. Masculinity used to be wearing heels, makeup, and skirts. Sorry, not skirts, kilts. I'm sorry. That that's what I
Like
was calling a
tunics
skirt,
and
but it's not a
robes.
skirt. It's yeah.
In like ancient societies, they wore tunics and robes.
Hell, they used to wear high heels to keep from stepping in shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so those labels are just arbitrary and made up, and it just perpetrates religious misogyny. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I feel like this is a nice discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, Goldie. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Yeah, pink too. Like, who the hell decided pink was made for women?
Mel Keegan. Oh, Mel Kana.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. How do I pronounce your name?
Yeah, Malkanya, it is my
Oh, Mel
surname.
Kenya. Okay. How old are you?
I am 35.
Okay. Did you say 75 or 35?
35,
35.
35.
Are you a
Yeah,
believer in the God of the Bible, a deconstructing, or an atheist?
sure, I believe in the God of the Bible.
The God of the Bible. You're not Muslim?
No Christian.
Christian, okay. Nelly, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh, and which topic did you come up to talk about, sir? Are you there?
Mel Kana, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am there. Yeah.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
Yeah, the purpose of sour spirit in belief.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for having this chance. Unfortunately, my speaking English is not good. So, to come on the topic, the purpose of the soul spirit in belief is whenever we are living in good condition without sin in the earth.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Mel
we
Kana, are you able to go somewhere where the children are a little quieter? Or like a quieter area so we can hear you?
okay. Yeah, someone is noise behind me, or shall we come later? Maybe.
You're no, I mean, I just wanted to know if you had like a quieter place that you can go to so we can hear you a little bit better.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there is a little bit noise here behind my ground. I will come back later. Now I will stay here to listening from you.
Well, I don't actually allow people to hang out on the stage. Um, are you able to just walk just a little bit away from the children?
Yes, yes, sure, sure.
We love kids, but we also want to be able to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a little bit of language barrier too.
If you need help, I can understand him just fine. If you don't understand something, just let me know. I don't
Okay.
know if Melka, now are you coming back? All right. I don't.
Yeah, that was a little
Nope.
different.
All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Thank you, TMFJ. I gotta say your name slow because my brain, I don't know, like I get tongue tied every time I say your name. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you. I saw a comment on the YouTube comments that I did not read the super chat from yesterday. If that was you, I apologize. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I do forget because I don't get a lot of super chats. But if you do want to support the live and or have a thought that you want read out on the screen, you can send a super chat through the YouTube, and I will get in the habit of reading those during the live stream. Mel Kana? Mel Kana?
Yes, yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, go ahead. What is the purpose of a solar spirit? Nelly, do you want me to take this one, or are you
Yeah, the
I can
purpose of the,
I can definitely try.
okay? Go
yeah,
ahead, Mel
the
Kana.
purpose. Thank you for having a chance. The purpose of the soul to spread in belief means it is to connect it with God. We are wishing for eternal life. When we are believe in God, so living in the earth, we are the winner of the eternal life from our God. So shortly and briefly, that is my opinion.
Okay. Can you explain to me exactly what a spirit is? What is a spirit? What does a spirit consist of? Is it
Yeah,
separate from the human body? What is it?
yeah. For me, spirit means there is bad spirit and good spirit. So how come when I believe regarding to the bad spirit is coming on believing of uh, devil, but when we are thinking about the good spirit, it depends on our believing with God, a gift of God. That is good spirit.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you this though. Do you have a spirit?
Yes, yes, I have.
Okay, so can you tell me where your spirit resides and what it actually does?
Yeah, uh, yeah. I believe that I have a good spirit. Through this spirit, always I think a good condition. Uh, I uh, I serve to others. I believe in God, and I wish to the
Okay,
eternal life. Yeah,
okay, I understand that you believe in God and this, that, and the third, but what I'm asking you is to tell me where your spirit is. Where does your spirit reside? And what does the spirit do outside of the body? What does the spirit actually do? What does your spirit do?
yeah. Uh, my spirit is uh, when I believe, as you said, in God. That is, I got from God this good spirit. So,
So,
it's,
uh,
um,
so you believe in God, so that would be your spirit. So you telling me that your mind, your brain, your thoughts that you have in your brain is not the spirit. The spirit has a belief in the God, and your brain works separately from the spirit. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, that is from our mindset, starting from the scratch of our mindset. When you are believing in God, you are thinking with a positive always. That is the spirit. Yeah.
Okay, so the spirit is outside of. Well, how do you and the spirit connect then? If your brain, so in your brain you don't believe in God, but your spirit believes in the God. So how do y'all connect that together? How do you bring that together?
Yeah. Yeah, we are always praying with God. So we believe that we are contacted with Him through our spirit of praying.
Okay, so can you separate yourself from your spirit?
Yeah, yeah.
You can. Could you like explain that process? How do you separate yourself from your own spirit? How do you do that?
Come again, sorry. I'm not hearing you.
I said, how do you separate yourself from your spirit? Because that's two different things. We're talking about two different entities there, right? You have your spirit that thinks one thing, and your brain, which is you, thinks a different way. So how do you separate that? Like, can your spirit exist without your body, without your brain?
Okay. Yeah, maybe as human beings, sometimes we happening their unconditional emotional spirit maybe. So if we are controlling that spirit, we maybe as per our managing system, we will change that spirit
Okay,
either in bad
I
condition.
think we're going off a little too far. Let me try to. I'm gonna ask you a different way. Can say you was getting ready to go to the. Let's say you're getting ready to go to the store. All right, you're getting ready to leave. You're getting ready to get in your car. And you're finna go to the store. Okay.
Okay.
Can you leave your spirit at home and then you go ahead and go to the store and your spirit just stays at home? Are you there? He muted up. Are you there, sir?
Hello, Mr.
We
Sorry, sir, I'm there.
I couldn't hear you. So, did you hear my question?
Sorry, I don't hear you, the last one.
Okay, let me ask you again. If you were getting ready to go to the store, say you're getting ready to get in your car and you're getting ready to go to Walmart or go to the store, any store, could you leave your spirit at home and then you go to the store without your spirit?
Oh, I cannot believe that without the spirit cannot live in the store. Yeah.
So you can't leave your spirit at home, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it is based on our adaptation. We are living with the spirit.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand you. What did you say?
Yeah, we can believe that by experiencing of our adaptation with that spirit.
So, okay, so you are you telling me that you can, if you wanted to go to the store, you can leave your spirit at home and you can go to the store without your spirit. You and your spirit are separate.
Yeah, without spirit we cannot go to store as you said.
So can you physically see your spirit?
Goodness gracious, that was yeah
That was just I
rough.
knew, yeah, yeah.
Jordan, are you in the request on purpose? All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Let's get some serious conversations going. It is 455 people in the room. It's 1:12 a.m. Central Standard Time, and another 100 people on YouTube. So we're at 555 people watching the live stream right now. If you are on YouTube, I did see a comment that said if the calls get slow, you're going to download TikTok and come over. You have some thoughts. If you do, please make sure that you fit the criteria, that you are either an atheist, someone who has a belief in the God of the Bible, or someone deconstructing your belief. We definitely would love to talk to you. The link to the TikTok is in the description of the YouTube video. If you do want to come to the stage and participate in the conversation, thank you so much, Sloshy Well, for the $2 super chat. You said how rude. Just kidding, it wasn't me. I don't know who it was yesterday that sent a super chat. Um, I just saw the comment in the YouTube comments. Um, and I am so sorry, but I will get in the habit of reading those things off uh every night. Okay. Oh, thank you, Slash Email. May, how are you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's a mistake.
No worries. Have a good one. She kind of sounded like Mama Bash when she said that. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right. Did she sound like Mama Bash?
A little bit.
Nelly, I talked to a future, to a young incel today. I think that guy on Two Gum, I think he was a grower.
Say what now?
There was a guy on Chewed Gum on the show on the line that I was on earlier tonight. Yeah, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
He was a 20-year-old young black male who does not like. He doesn't. He thinks women are mean, especially black women. He thinks that women need to have more babies. Um, like the way he talks about women, he doesn't like women. And I kind of sensed that he's a virgin. He's never had sex before. Um, he thinks that women are prone to porn. Which I don't know where he's getting this stuff from the far right. Like he quotes RFK, Donald Trump. He's a heavy Trumper fan. But he doesn't like women, but he wants a woman. And women have not given him a chance yet. So he has taken this hatred towards women because they have not given him a chance, which I think is very
Mm.
dangerous, especially at 20. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of dangers.
Uh, um, I,
Wow.
I definitely think he was rage baiting. He was trying to rage bait us into the things that he was saying. But Alyssa said he calls in like every show, and
Mm-hmm.
he's like that every show. But yeah, you can tell that he's scared of women. He doesn't know how to ask a woman out. Um, and he might have been somebody that was picked on a lot by girls in school, and so that's made him scared of women. And I get it. There are some women that are scared of men. I know my daughters are terrified of men. Not terrified, but like they've been hurt, and so they don't even want to fuck with it. Um, and so I think Andrew
Mm.
is that way. But they're not like all men are trash. Andrew thinks all women are trash
Oh, really?
and they're baby making machines.
Hmm. Wow. Man, and he's 20 years old?
20. I thought his ass was 40. Alyssa had to tell me he was 20. I thought I was talking to a 40-year-old man because he sounded like he was 40.
Oh, damn.
Somebody in the comments called him a 40-year-old virgin. And I was like, he's 40. And that's when she was like, you've never had sex yet, right? And she said, well, you said this before on the live. So she wasn't trying to like put his business out there. Like he'll
Mm-hmm.
let you know that he's still a virgin. And I told him like there's nothing wrong with that, right? Misogyny and the patriarchy makes you think that if you're a male and you're 20 years old and you're still a virgin, that is something wrong with you. Everybody doesn't just fuck to fuck. Everybody can't do
Right.
that. Some people have to have a real connection to have sex. I'm one of those people. Like I cannot. I'm not just gonna have sex with you. Just have sex with you.
Right. But there's him to be thinking the way he's thinking at 20 years old. I mean, well, forget the age. For him to be thinking that period is, yeah, it's, I know there's got to be more like him. Definitely. I don't think he just made that up. Um,
Oh no, of course not. He's getting that from Red Pillars, like he's an Andrew Tate fan.
hmm
Yeah, he's getting that from Red Pillars. But to be that young and have those views and regurgitating the talking points that he was regurgitating, it was quite sad. Lindsay,
Yeah.
Yes,
how old are you?
I just turned 51 last week.
Well, happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I consider myself a Christian. I know there's a lot of things in the Bible that don't totally make sense, like your first prompt.
Okay, did you come up to talk about the first prompt or one of the other
Kind
ones?
of. I was scrolling through.
Which one did you want to talk about?
Well, I guess the first one, like, one thing, like, I'm a big Stephen King fan, and I remember in like third grade, he wrote this book and he said something, I forget which book it was, but it was like a question, and he said, it's a good point. Like, if Adam and Eve were the first two people on earth and they had their son Cain and Abel, right? And one unalived the other, and then he was banished, but God protected him from the other people. Who were the other people he was protecting him from?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a really cool question. Can you help me connect that to topic one?
I mean, I take topic one as like a question from the Bible, and like, I think in order to deconstruct the sentence, like, if you're gonna say Eve women, like, you've got to see, like, is that like a parable for something else, or is Eve actually a woman? And I think everything in the Bible is kind of like a metaphor, you
Sure.
know.
Yeah. What do you think it is a metaphor for?
I think, well, first of all, like, I have seen a ghost, like, so I know there's something out there, like, and I worked in a
I'm
restaurant. A
sorry.
lot of
What
people,
is the Adam and Eve story? What is
well,
that a
it kind
metaphor
of
for?
temptation,
To do what?
sex,
How? Where do you see sex there?
or like seeing someone naked, like seeing something you shouldn't see, like snooping, intruding on another person.
Where do you
That
see
could be
that in
like
the story?
of Adam and Eve
Yeah, where in the story of Adam and Eve do you see them snooping on each other's nakedness and tempted to have sex?
when they ate the fruit.
Yeah, where is the sex scene?
Eden?
No.
The garden? I don't know. I might not be the.
The context. Eating fruit is sex,
Well, I think like eating the forbidden fruit, like she did something forbidden.
but the
Or
fruit that was forbidden was knowledge of good and evil.
Why did you say forbidden like that? That kill me.
I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, but to know good from evil is kind of what I was saying. Like, it's kind of like they kind of insinuate Adam and Eve, you know? If they're brother and sister, that's not the thing you're supposed to do.
Where are you getting that they were brother and sister?
They were both created by God.
That doesn't mean they're brother and sister.
It was out of his rib.
Did you come from your brother's rib?
I'm an only child.
Did your mama come from her brother's rib?
She has 2 sisters.
Did she come from her sister's rib?
She's old, but she's not that close
Okay,
to the Bible.
Lindsay, goodbye. Goodbye. This is her. I think she's been up here before.
Lindsay is maybe a little bit baked because that was not making a lot of sense. And I heard some coughing. I don't know.
She's done that before. Lindsay is fucking bored and drunk.
There's so many drunk MILFs that come up here after having their, like, I don't know, medication. And they're like, oh my God. When I used to go on Bakanga's live, there was this one lady that would always come up and she was, wow. They have a couple glasses of wine after work, and they're ready to talk.
It was something about like it's her voice. You can always tell that she's coming up here to bullshit. Like her voice doesn't even sound serious.
Her beden,
Yeah, like
her beden, bro.
yeah, she sounds like a shit starter in real life. Like Lindsay starts a lot of fucking bar fights.
Yeah, she's like, I promise I didn't give him my number, Connor. Don't do it.
Like go over there and pull her hair. I dare you.
She was talking shit about you.
Did you hear what Rebecca said?
Rebecca's mother cheated on her dad. Don't say that about me, Rebecca.
It's like, how'd she go to the bathroom without you? Like, she just left you out here and went to the bathroom all by herself. That's not a real friend. Like, that's Lindsay. Chico, are you in the box on purpose, on accident? All right, y'all. Let's get it live in here, please. Let's get it live. I told y'all I woke up at 10:56. I need y'all to come in here and talk so I can stay awake. Are you asleep? This is why
God.
I'm thinking of switching my live from this time. This person came in yesterday in the comments. This is the person who said, "When I host my lives, I don't crash out. I make sure I talk that so people can see me as what did she say? So they could see her as relatable." Are y'all relating to her now?
Wake up.
I don't crash out when I host my lives.
I don't understand. Honestly, I don't understand how you keep it so cool, thinker. I'm just trying to, work on like stabilizing myself mentally. When I first started doing these lives, I had a lot more rage in me. And maybe it's because I've grown up. Maybe it's been 3 years. So I guess, you kind of like humble yourself. But fuck, I need I honestly need your wisdom and your patience because I get angry so quickly.
Girl, I don't have any patience for nonsense. Like I can deal with a lack of knowledge for people who want to like explore information and discuss it, but nonsense, no. I will cuss a motherfucker out in a minute. I don't have patience for it and I never will.
They love calling people crash outs, and it's like, well, if you understood the problem,
Oh,
you would
I'm a
see
crash
why the
out.
fuck.
I I am a crash out. I wear that name proudly. I don't give a fuck.
I'm an Aries, so I was just born this way.
Yeah.
I'm a fire sign, on par with Leo's, but less ego.
The thing is like that whole it's meant to try to shame you. Like believers use shame as a way to try to make themselves feel safe, like to try to um uh, disarm you so that they feel safer engaging with you. A lot of them are scared, right? Like if they know that you're confident, and that one, like being confident, intelligent, articulate, authoritative, and loud. That's a hell of a combination for a
It's
believer.
like they trigger you, and then when you get triggered or they do something stupid, when you get upset, now you're the evil person. It's like typical narcissistic tactics. It's like, oh, I'm gonna hurt you, but the way you responded is like, oh, it's like, yeah, I fucked up, but it's still your fault because you got angry. It's like so elementary.
Yeah, calling somebody a crash out is like calling somebody hurt in like or church hurt. It's just a way to try to make you change who you are so that they feel comfortable being around you. They
Yeah, they want to subdue you.
well, not even that. Like they want to make it to where they feel comfortable even being able to engage with you, right? Or um like looking at themselves uh
Is that
in
tapping
a
coming from
I
you,
think it's
thinker?
coming from Chico.
It's like,
Chico, are you tapping the
what the
live?
fuck?
No, I'm not tapping.
Um,
Hold on, go on mute, Chico. Go on mute, Berkeley. It's coming from your box, Chico. What is that?
is that like an unclosed tap or something?
It might be like I don't know, but it's coming from your box. Um, what was I finna say? No, yeah. So it's kind of like my dad told me that my ex husband nicknamed me ghetto because he wanted to dim my light, and I didn't listen to my dad, of course, because I thought it was a cute nickname. Um, and he ended up telling my mom that me and him were from two different sides of the train track, and that he thought that I was better than him because I was raised in the suburbs and he was not. And so it reminded me of what my dad said. So him giving me a nickname of ghetto was and the way that he talked to me and treated me, he was constantly intimidated. So he was trying to dim my light to where he felt comfortable even, being with me or being in the same room with me or standing next to me. And so I think believers do the same thing, right? When they call people crash house or church hurt or lost or whatever, especially if you are someone who is knowledgeable about their belief, if you're loud and confident about it, they have to figure out a way to make the atmosphere safe for them to be in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they want to like control. They want to like control you in a sense, but like I get what you're saying. They want to like the way I think of it is like they want to bring you down to their level
Hmm.
of like confidence. Yeah, they want to bring you down to their level of confidence so they
Yeah.
feel comfortable engaging with you. Yeah.
Yeah, then they feel equal, right? And they don't feel so intimidated. So in their head, they're like, "Oh, she's just lost. Oh, she's a crash out." Chico, yeah, I want to humble you. Yeah.
Go
How are
ahead.
you?
I'm good. How are you going?
I'm doing good. There is a
So,
weird tapping coming from your box.
It
hold
sounds
on.
mushy too.
Hold on.
Is he like near the mic with his mouth? Like,
Oh
I'm
no,
sorry for you
no.
guys with
This is a
misinphobia.
nerd. This is a nerd, and like I don't want to. Yeah, we're very familiar with Chico. He's been in the community for since the very beginning.
I'm sorry. No, I'm just teasing. I'm not bullying Chico. I promise. I'm sorry, Chico. I was just trying to visualize what could be making that noise, but I'm like, only thing I can think about is like lips.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are we
did you
better?
yeah, did you have some headphones on?
Yeah, I had those new earpods in.
Oh.
AirPods.
Oh yeah, they're making like this tapping sound for some reason.
They might be the fake ones, probably.
What'd you come up to talk about today?
I wanted to talk about number one. So Eve slash women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. Because I had to apologize to a few ex girlfriends of mine from my younger days because when I read that Bible, I like read it in and out, but I wasn't really reading it. But I would used to tell the girls back in my days that, yeah, you ain't nothing but a rib, and you were just a workmate, and that was just real disrespectful of me to say that to them. So I had, after deconstructing, and then turn into an atheist. I had to go back and find a couple of those women and apologize to them about dragging them through the mud like that because that was just right out dead wrong of me. Ain't no telling how bad, like, I destroyed a life or hurt the feeling so bad to make them want to unalive themselves and stuff like that. So I was like, man, I was a terrible person to do something like that because of that book. And that was just crazy.
I think it's really big of you that you went back and found them to apologize. I think that's awesome. And the that is what's taught in the religion, right? That
Yeah.
women are just the rib. We are our purpose was to be a companion for the man and for childbirth. This book even says that um the man was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor, but she will be saved through childbirth. Like our salvation isn't even through Jesus. Like our salvation isn't giving birth. And when I read that, I wonder if the author is saying like the only reason why she's alive is because we need her to give birth. Cause like she's saved through childbirth. It's like we would have been killed this bitch. That's what I imagine.
And I can imagine how many other men out there like still holding on to that same mentality of Eve ever since Adam and Eve, a woman been a man biggest downfall. No, men been the biggest downfall to women by believing in this nonsense.
Chico, I'm so glad you said that. Weren't you taught that women were the reason for the downfall?
Yes, I was.
Are you surprised by the amount of men that have come in here since I put that topic up and it's like it's not Eve, it's Adam's. Like are you surprised at the way they're trying to take the responsibility?
Yeah, that is crazy. That is real crazy, man. They need to take responsibility of that because why do they think the world is like it is now? With all these millions of Christians holding on to this faith, and they still believe in that to this day. And you have Christian men out there getting married, and the woman thinking she Christian as well. Well, she's Christian, and they getting married, and he's dogging her out, and they supposed to be biblically Christian. It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't even know what biblical Christian is because they have 45,000 different denominations. And within each denomination, each individual Christian have their own uh, idea of what a Christian is, who Jesus is, who Yahweh is, who the Holy Spirit is. The only thing I think they agree on is their devil. I've never, I don't know, have y'all? I've never had a Christian say anything different about the devil. They all believe the same thing about the devil. Have y'all heard anything different about the devil?
No, it's the typical father of lies, the just evil. Anything evil they can think of is the devil.
Why do you think their devil is simple? and inconsistent, but their God isn't. Like, why do you think that is? That is so interesting.
Yeah, they can agree up on that and disagree on the other. That's
Because if anything, they should all agree on the God, right? If the God is real, I think they have more faith in their devil and the evil, like because they see the evil in the world. They trust and believe that the devil is because they see the manifestation of what they believe to be the devil. So they don't have to question it, right? And so they trust that. They know it. I don't think I know their God. I think they don't see the evidence of their God. So they each have to create that experience, which is why they all have different understandings of their God because they don't see the evidence of this goodness in the earth.
yeah. Then when they say it's basically like when they say the evil and the sin coming into the world because of Eve. It's like, didn't Adam name all the creatures? So that means he named the serpent. So why the serpent couldn't talk to him then when he was naming them?
I don't think Adam had a brain. I think Adam was a mud man.
Mud man.
Maybe he was just exactly what his name is, Adam.
Exactly. Because like think about it. Eve is the only one that goes through like this thought process when they're at that tree. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Like I think he was a do boy. Like Yahweh creates him, puts him in the garden, go till, cultivate. Then he puts him to sleep. No, then he brings him animals for him to name. He brings them to him. He doesn't say anything. He stands back to see what Adam's gonna name him, right? So he's testing this creation out to see how smart he is. And Adam goes, platypus, orangutan. He just making noise. Well, he just making noise. And then
Oh.
the guy go, oh, this motherfucker done lost his mind. So he go back, he's like, this ain't good. I can picture Yahweh running through the fucking garden like, what the fuck did I create? Like
And
this,
chasing him around.
yeah, like this goddamn YY. So he put him to sleep.
And then you want to punish the woman with pain through childbirth, but you're gonna punish the man with the very same thing you already had him doing, tilling the earth.
Exactly. That's how you know this was written by a man.
Yeah, that's all a made up mess.
Yeah. Like we're gonna get the easy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how you gonna name the serpent, but you didn't talk to him then? He came back later on and deceived Eve. Come on now.
Yeah, it's all patriarchal nonsense.
Yeah, and that's what got the world in the uproar right now with the men out here. Not trying to bash all men. Some of them wake up and some of them get older or whatnot. But the ones that's into this book right here and they stand solid ground on it, they is a like a cancer to society.
Yes. I see them as the animalistic and like I'm so stuck on the Homo erectus Neanderthal part of our evolution, right? And
Hmm.
if we look at the story of Adam and Eve, and what I see when I read that is this is when humanity was in this stage to where we did not have these sophisticated communication systems, this moral system set up, the critical thinking, the awareness to ask, like, what is the purpose of life? Why do we die? Where did the sun come from? Where did we come from? Like we were not asking those questions. We were animalistic at that point, and I think that there are a lot of men on earth who still have these animalistic qualities. They refuse to become aware of self in that way, and they just behave like they've been so indoctrinated into this patriarchal male domination um, idea that masculinity means uh, violence, strength, uh, low intellect, right? Like they dominate, and they think that that's all they have to do to be human and to be male, right? Um, and I like it makes them very dangerous to be around, and the way that they make decisions, like look at how they're making decisions today in the government, like
Yes. Yep. Yep.
to get up there and like who the fuck gave that dude that prayer to read? Like they set his ass up.
that
But this is
was there.
man, like this, but that's the mind, right? You just go and do, you don't question, you don't double check, you don't like where did this come from? Like people say, here, read this and you do it. And that's what
Mhm.
Donald Trump did. I was talking about this today on to Gum. Uh when they Donald Trump was in a press conference and his I forgot. I think it was Rubio wrote a message on a piece of paper and slid it to him. He read the fucking note out loud, like not thinking. Right, like this is the brain that Adam. I feel like Adam have, and a lot of men that I talk to on this stage that are very Yahweh is sovereign. You know those types of men. Like I would kill my daughter. I would kill. You know the guy that said that he would let his daughter get raped.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like
Mm-mm.
those are pre-tree Adams to me.
And then so I be having to hold my tongue. I be getting so upset. I was like, man, I finna go and think alive, and I hear that mess. I'm like, ooh, if I could just, ooh, if I can see him face to face to cuss him out real bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
But one question, do you think that, um, like, and from the garden point of view, with that being all up in a BS mess, that bullshit, don't you think that just from the garden it debunks the whole book?
Yeah, I do. I think if anybody asked themselves any logical questions about that story, it should have fucking ended there.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. So
Yeah.
yeah, so my brain went thinking incorrectly.
No, no, you are thinking very correctly. Mezzo says he opened the book and he goes, talking snake, all right, bye. And then like I'm done.
Mezzo kind of crazy.
Yeah, man, he's a trip.
Yeah, but yeah, that's all I wanted. Thank you for having me up. I want to give somebody else a chance to get up here and speak their unholiness.
All right, thank you, Chico. Have a good one.
Okay, you too.
Bye, Chico.
Bye.
Venus, was that you?
No, that was
Oh.
Chico.
Oh goodness. Miss Cray, are you in the request on purpose or on accident?
Here
Yes,
we go.
I
greetings,
swear this
greetings. I
motherfucker
come
is
in peace
obsessed.
and
He
I
is
come bearing the
so
good news
obsessed.
of Jesus
Do you
Christ.
mind Thinker speaking? Just chill out. We're gonna start off on a good note. Let's just start out chill, okay?
Okay, Venus.
Yeah, let's just
Alright,
deep
Venus.
breath with me. Deep breath with me. In through the nose, 5 out through the mouth. We got this.
It's ridiculous. Um, like it doesn't make any sense. Like Like I don't know. Mm.
Why you so obsessed with me? I wanna know. You say your God rejected me, but everybody know. We see you keep requesting me. Finally found someone you couldn't impress. It's a gaslighting lies, I don't take that mess. Obsessed, 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 obsessed. You're delusional, you're delusional. Are you losing your mind? It's amusing you, you're refusing to stop requesting my line. Now you're all mad when you say they complex, cause you can't get on stage. Yo, who's next? You hop on my stage, gave religion, and they started dressing the top that you couldn't engage. This is your God, but are you a prophet? You call me a fraud, boy, just stop it. I'm trying to say, hey, let's have conversation, but you rather yell with no moderation. Say I'm too loud when you yell too. Then when I drop you, you're back in my queue. I didn't even block you after I gave you the dues. Put you back in the chat and turn nervous news. Obsessed with me, yeah. I wanna know. You say your God rejected me, but everybody knows. We see you keep requesting me. Finally found someone you couldn't impress with your gaslighting lies. I don't take that mess. Obsessed, 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 obsessed. You're delusional, you're delusional. Are you losing your mind? It's losing you, you're refusing to stop requesting my line. Now you're
Why do you keep requesting up here?
Um, Firstly, I greet you all in Jesus' name.
Ah, fuck your Jesus. Why do you keep requesting?
Uh,
Why do you keep requesting up here?
because I come up on these lives
For what?
to dispel the lies that you guys are
You haven't
spewing,
dispelled one
and
lie.
to come
You just
and
like
talk
hearing yourself talk. You haven't
the
dispelled
truth
one
of
lie.
Jesus
You
Christ.
never ever engage in the conversation that we're talking about. All you do is
I think
obfuscate. Like, why do you keep coming in here?
I really came up for Chico because Chico was
Well,
spewing a
Chico's
lot of
gone.
misinformation.
Chico's gone.
Um,
Chico's in the comments. Talk to Chico there. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up. Like, he is
Um,
one of the most irritating men on this app.
wouldn't calling yourself God's son also be like blasphemy? Isn't like Jesus already God's son? That's kind of weird.
Mm. He is the epitome of weird.
Just weird as hell.
I came up for Chico, but Chico's in the chat. That don't even make any damn sense. Talk to Chico in the chat.
Chico does not want to talk to you.
I came to dispel lies.
Christians, can y'all please come up? This is the one night I get to come up here and you guys are running. Where's all the people that were begging to debate me on Coco's live? I'm here now. Where you guys at?
Oh, they're there. They're just waiting on some brave soul uh to come up. But also, like, we don't debate in here. Yeah,
Yeah, no, not debate, not
yeah,
debate. I
yeah.
thought you guys wanted to save my soul.
Wait, do y'all hear an echo? Did you hear an echo?
Um, no, maybe a little glitch.
It sounds like I could hear when I was saying yeah. It was like it was echoing. Friendlies can come up. Like, I don't just talk to Christians. My live is not opposition only. Um, this is a research based live. But if you do come up and you are not a super nerd, you do have to stay on topic. If you are a super nerd, you can go off topic as long as it's dealing with deconstruction, unless you are a dragon. Only dragons can come up and shoot the shit. and talk about what they want to talk about. Hey, Elira, how are you?
Hey, thinker. I finally made it up.
I see. And then you're 2 months as a super nerd.
Yes, I am. I'm so proud of
Yeah.
that. I'm so happy about that.
Congratulations. We're happy to have you.
Thank you. I've been reaching out to a few people for the link to the Discord.
Oh, okay. Is there a mod in here right now that can get Elira the link to her DM for the Discord? Let's see. Coochie, can you get her the link to the Discord for me? Oh, y'all need a new link. Leviticus, have I added you to the mod channel? Let me send them a new link, Elira, and then we'll get it sent to you right now.
Okay. Alrighty. So I did come up to discuss number 2. What is the purpose of the soul / spirit and belief?
Okay. Go ahead. And Venus, do you want to do this while I get this and get Leviticus added to the mod thing?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Elira. What topic were you wanting to talk about?
Okay, so for TikTok purposes, I'm over the age of 21 and I am an atheist. And that's probably like the first time I've ever said that out loud.
Really?
But probably yes, because yeah, y'all know why.
Well, good on you. Baby, welcome to the party. You're an
Yeah,
atheist.
y'all know why. But it's strange. So I'm 37 years old. I've probably started deconstructing around. I don't think I ever really was devout. The Christianity never stuck to me, but um so I just deconstructed well before there was a social media. So there was nobody that I can speak to. I kind of sort of live an isolated life now. So yeah, I think that's my first time saying that out loud. But also I think it's because I never felt that that word fit me. But Thinker said something the other day and it fit me perfectly. So I'm a pragmatic agnostic atheist. That fits me perfectly because it just hits the nail on every head. But in regards to the soul spirit, so even though I was deconstructing, I definitely was a person that believed that we had souls. So even outside of Christianity. And I think the purpose of it within belief is just a way to basically gain immortality. Like as human beings, we're afraid of death. So if there's a little tiny bit of hope to continue something after we physically leave this earth, I think that is the purpose of it. And I think just recently I deconstructed that belief, believing that I had a soul, believing that I had a spirit. And the way I was able to do that is I just started researching those things. What's a soul? What's a spirit? And once I started deconstructing those things, and I realized that a lot of things that we contribute to our soul or our spirit, it's literally just our brain.
Yup, good on you, Elira. That's so true. Like, no one can even define what the fuck a spirit is. They can tell you what it isn't. They can tell you, oh, it's not physical. Oh, it doesn't do this. It's not there. And it's like, where is it? What is it? That's,
Exactly.
that's like red flags enough that we can't even define this thing that is supposedly like controlling that is us. That's a part of us.
Yes, and I think that's even more powerful realizing because I went down an entire rabbit hole when I started researching soul, spirit, and just the lack of evidence for it. And it made me realize it's just our mind. And I've been learning so many things about our mind, our brain, the way that it works. And our mind is truly fascinating. And for me, that's even more powerful than feeling like I just have a soul. Something mysterious, intangible, cannot be defined. I know for a fact I have a mind. I use it all the time. I actually, for a very long time, I pride myself on the way that I think because I feel I think different than other people. The way that I arrive at something, it's just completely different from other people, so I feel like that's more powerful to, give credit to your mind, your brain, the to be able to think and to be able to think critically. I feel like that feels way better than saying, okay, well, when I die, I'm gonna live on here or there.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like when we stop saying that, oh, it's just this magical, mysterious force, it prompts you to learn more about yourself, instead of like pretending that we're this like, special divine being and no one knows. Like religion just stops people from thinking and investigating. When we come across something new we don't understand, it's just God and then that's it. If we had stopped there, we wouldn't have understood anything about the world around us. If we just stuck there and said, oh, it's all just God, this God, that God, we wouldn't explore anymore. We wouldn't it's like a way to domesticate people, to stop them from trying to know more about this world because it'll undo the lies in the Bible. The moment we learned about, plants needing the sunlight, the sun being older than the earth, that stuff debunks the first chapter of the Bible. So of course they have to come against knowledge.
Did
Yeah,
y'all
that's
see
so
that
true.
video that Mama Bash went up where Bash is going off on this guy who is saying that he believes Bash's soul can walk on the sun?
She clipped
I
it.
think, I think
Yeah.
was that today?
No, I saw the video today. I don't know when this conversation happened, but Bash was going off because the guy would not admit that Bash's soul cannot walk on the sun. But he was holding to this belief that the soul is immaterial and the spirit is immaterial and it can do anything. Like it's
But what
very
good
fairy
does that
tale-ish.
do?
Exactly.
What good does that do in the real world? If my soul can go and just grab $1 billion from like Jeff Bezos, then okay, yes, I want it. I need a soul. But other than that, like what what good is it?
I think it's the thing that allows them to believe that they will live after they die.
That's
Like,
what I said.
yeah, like you said, like
Yes,
they're
that's what
scared
I
of death.
said. Because that's, you know what? I I don't think I was ever maybe afraid of death. Maybe I just was, when I was young, I was just kind of maybe naive. Because I'm telling you, at like 13, 14, I was already like, you know what? The God made me to send me to hell. So fuck the God. I don't care. So I was
At
already,
13?
I'm telling you, I was young. Because you know what? I really feel like I'm naturally inquisitive. Like that is my thing. I'm the queen of questions. I'm going to ask a question. If I don't understand, I'm going to be like, what's up with that? Like, hold on, wait, that don't make sense. Well, that's not aligning with something. And I'm telling you from a little girl. So I really feel like my deconstruction started with the letter J. So my real name starts with the letter J. Um, Elira is just a name I use on social media. So I don't know how I got the knowledge, but it says something about like the letter J was only like 600 years old. So I naturally took interest to that. And my little brain thought, hold, wait a minute. Now, my grandma bring me to church every Sunday, and every single Sunday, they say there is power in the name of Jesus. Jesus start with a J. Maybe, and just to give you the reason why I was thinking like that, because when I was young, I was being sexually abused. And I called on the God all the freaking time. So in my brain, I'm thinking like, you know what? Maybe he not coming because I'm calling the wrong name. So I went to the pastor. I'm like, Pastor, you said there's power in the name of Jesus. He said, yes, my child, it is. And I said, well, how is there power in the name of Jesus and that's not even his name? And the way that that pastor scalded me,
Oh, wow.
he looked at me like I was Satan itself. And I remember walking away feeling so defeated because I genuinely just wanted to know. I'm like, yeah, because I was kind of like schooling him a little bit. Like, yeah, his name is not even Jesus. Like, I read somewhere that, his name may or may not been Yeshua. Like, have you heard this stuff? And where are you getting this from? This is a blah, blah, blah. And he was just really going off about his teachings. I'm supposed to follow like basically what he says. And I mean, even as a child, I just knew it was some bullshit because I'm like, it's not making sense. Like, y'all sitting here every Sunday and says power in the name of Jesus. We saying the wrong name. So at that point, I didn't do away with Christianity. I was just like, they just misinformed. That's kind of how I looked at it. But I also felt bad because I felt like I was being helpful by telling them like, nah, we saying the wrong name. Like, we need to say the right name. And maybe, you know, things would change. But I really feel like that's probably was the beginning of my deconstruct. They kicked me out of it before I could fully even accommodate to it. But yeah, now that I think about it, that's probably how it started. But yeah, I don't think it ever really stuck to me, y'all.
That's crazy that they first off, I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I know me saying that I'm sorry does not do anything. I hate hearing those stories, especially like when people say that they called on Jesus and nothing happened, and some Christian will say, "Well, he was there. He was holding your hand." Like, shut the
But
fuck
what
up.
does that do for me? What does that
Exactly.
do for 4, 5, 6-year-old me? You know, it
Right.
did absolutely nothing
Right.
for me. And I mean, of course, over the years, I've tried to hold on to the belief system because, you know, when you grow up the way that I did, it was all that I had. So I struggled with a lot. You know, I faced chronic homelessness for years from starting at the age of 18. But I think I remember the exact moment where I definitely was just done with the God and I just started educating myself on different things. And it's kind of twofold, but one year I'm like in a shelter in like Chicago. Mind you, I'm not from Chicago, but I was just in a shelter there. And the way that they ran the shelter was every night before we could take a shower, we had to go to a service, a church service. And because it would be different pastors every single night. And it seemed like every single pastor was just preaching about hell. So I call them hell preachers. That's what I literally, as soon as the pastor come in, they just speaking death and damnation and all of these things. I just call it hell preacher. And I got so frustrated with that I started looking into, because hell, that's another thing. The concept of hell just never made sense to me. It never, because I'm thinking we were taught that God is our father, a parent, like a parent figure. And I became a parent very young. I became a parent when I was 17 years old. I was very young. And I just couldn't imagine my child doing anything that I would do something like that. And God's supposed to be the biggest love. The love's supposed to be better than any human can love you. So why would he create a hell? Like, it just never made sense. So I just started looking into hell. Okay, so does the Bible even mention hell? What was the word for hell, you know, in the Hebrew? And then I felt bad about looking into that because that's questioning God. So one night I really just cried to the depths of my soul, like, hey, listen, Jesus, at this point, I'm about to let you go. Like, show me that you have to show me. So I don't care if make the light flickers, make a gnat fly on my nose, like any little tiny thing that happened. I don't care if I hear somebody cough or snore real loud. I'm gonna just feel like, okay, you real. When I say I cried myself to sleep and nothing happened, and it's like the more I tried to prove that the God was real, the more I realized that, girl, it ain't real. And that was very heartbreaking for me because I needed the God.
Or so you thought you did.
Yep.
Yeah, you sound like you have some peace and um some energy and some happiness and joy. Um
I do.
yeah, you sound like it. I can hear it, like
I
it's
do.
just radiating off of you.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And yes, I definitely feel like I'm better off without it. I've been doing, you know, like you said, I've been doing very well without it. The only thing is it was very, very, very lonely at times. And that's why I appreciate these spaces so much, because I wish I had something remotely close. It's nobody to talk to it about. You know what I'm saying? I deconstructed so many years ago. My friends, my family, even like my mom is just a devout Christian, and I don't fault her. Like, my mom is the type of person, I feel like she needs it for her sanity. You know what I'm saying? She crossed a few boundaries here and there, but I just let her, I tighten her up and just let her know, hey, listen, if whatever hey, do it. You don't got to tell me you praying for me. You don't have to, you don't got to do none of that. Hey, you want to pray for, go, hey, because I feel like you have my best intentions, but other than that, you don't have to. And when like, for example, I just applied to college for the first time. So I got into Penn State. I'm gonna be doing online courses, and
Congratulations.
thank you, thank you so
Yeah.
much, thank you. And my mama was like, "Praise the Lord. See, I've been praying. See what God could do for you." And I'm like, Mom, don't ruin my moment. Like, please don't ruin. Just why you couldn't say congratulations, baby? I'm proud of you, because that's something I did on my own strength. I haven't been in school in 20 years, and I'm pursuing a bachelor's in finance. Well, at the time, I decided to do a double degree, so it's going to be finance and accounting. But I just wish she would have just been happy for me. Like, she is really one of the people who you can't have a conversation because everything is praise the Lord, look at God, and it's robotic, and it's like it gets to be annoying.
Yeah, my mom does that, and I just like let her be herself, and just
Mm-hmm.
wave it off. I remember when I got the investment from Amazon. She is so like, I love my mom. That's my
Mm-hmm.
baby. That's my baby.
Yes.
We've had our moments.
Mm-hmm.
But I called her to tell her that I had won the contest and had gotten a $300,000 investment from Amazon. And I
Wow.
expected her to be like, "Congratulations. Wow." She said, "Well, congratulations, I guess." I was like,
Woo!
whoa. Because I think she had been praying. Like I told y'all, my mom had prayed that I have no peace. When I was younger, she was praying I have no peace until I give my life to Jesus. When I was living with my boyfriend at the time, who I ended up marrying because it's, you got to get saved. You're fornicating. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. So
Mm-hmm.
we, rushed and got married. That was a huge mistake. But I think she's still kind of praying and hoping that I come back to God. And so when good things happen, she's not hearing what she wants to hear
Uh-huh.
because she wants me to come back to God. I was so hurt that she didn't celebrate with me the way that I felt like she should have. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like I know my mom. I let my mom be my mom, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
allow that to uh mess up my happiness, my joy. You know what I'm saying? Because everything that I did to get to that investment,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do it with the God, right? Like I know what I had to go through
Mm-hmm.
um to get it, and me and my kids celebrated. I celebrated with my friends, with my team.
Yes.
What I didn't get from her, I gave to myself. So I let her do what she do, man, and I still love her. That's my baby.
Yes, I get it. And it's the same with my mom. And some people don't understand. It just hurts when it comes, from your mom. And it's funny how that works, because she wants you to come back because she feel like that's safe for you and what's best for you. So even in that, she's still kind of being your mom. But it's like the way that comes out, it can be hurtful. But I feel the same way about my mom. I'm proud of my mom. Came a long way. And you know what? Maybe I'll invite her to the live just to listen and tell her, hey, listen, just take the armor and the shield of the Lord, just put it down and just listen. It's not to indoctrinate, but just to see how we interact, because a lot of Christians don't realize that. And I think in the beginning, when I was deconstruction, it was scary, because I'm like, okay, well, damn, if I ain't got the God, what do I got? But over time, guess what? I learned that I have myself. I learned that I have people who are willing to, support me. And most of all, I had the greatest motivation, my kids. So I definitely learned that I can stand on my own 2 feet. I can, because even with certain things, like, I pride myself on being smart and intelligent. I was literally the kid that cried because if I got a B, I'm gonna cry and just feel like I should have got an A. You know, what could I have done better? What didn't I, So even then, that got demonized. People would tell, oh, you shouldn't be too proud. And why shouldn't I be proud of myself? And I think deconstructing gave me confidence in myself and showed me, because for a long time I used to say, I don't know how I be getting through this. It gotta be a higher power. I don't know how, because I couldn't have did that. That's why I used to tell myself that I wouldn't have been able to do that. I know it gotta be something else out there, because how did I do? But when I sat down and thought about it, I said, all right now, Jay, you done been through this, that, and the third. Who was there? Me. So who else could have got through it? Like, no, girl, you did do it. You did that. That's on you.
Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. I love it. Your story is so powerful and beautiful. Um like it has some fucked up moments in it, but
Mm-hmm.
not um dwelling on every part of your story is a part of your story, right?
Yes.
But
And I appreciate it.
yeah, and like you give off so much beautiful energy, like your personality. You you sound like someone who um like you're going to succeed. You're going to succeed, and like sound like you have your mind made up, and there's nothing that's going to stop you. I cannot
Girl,
wait to
do
see what you
not
do.
make me cry. Do
I
not.
promise you, like I can't wait to see what you do. Like goodness gracious.
I appreciate that. That you have no idea what that means to hear you say that. Because man, it's been hard, but you know what? I think I learned to accept. It's kind of like what's the little prayer in the Bible? Accept the things I cannot change and
Girl,
change the things that I
that
can.
is the serenity prayer. That ain't in the Bible.
Hello, they ate with that one. They ate with that one.
Yeah.
They ate with the Serenity Prayer.
Yeah.
I feel like I embody that because I truly believe that the only thing you can do is process and move forward. Where I used to fuck up at, I didn't process. I bottled everything up and tried to bulldoze my way through life. But no, I sat down and I processed it and I said, now what can I do from this step forward? I I do not live in the past. You know what I'm saying? I take what's valuable and I move forward. And I feel like I'm a better person for that. And I feel like even when it comes down to parenting and stuff, a lot of things that I went through, that's people tell me all the time, oh my God, you're such an amazing parent. That's because I honestly feel like I parent my kids the way that I feel like I wish I would have been parent. One thing about me, I feel like if adults had communicated with me more when I was a child, a lot of things wouldn't have happened, you know? And so that's what I do with my children. I say, hey, listen, I keep it real with them, age appropriate. I keep it real with them. I communicate with them a lot. And one thing that I am very grateful for is I did not indoctrinate my children. Now, the 10-year-old, she love her grandma. I say, hey, you want to go to church with grandma? Because grandma wants you to go to church. Sometimes she do, sometimes she don't. She come back with her questions. I answer them, age appropriate and things of that nature. All of the children, I did indoctrinate them, but I got one that, he asked me one day, Mom, do you believe in God? I said no. He was like, okay, well, I do. I said, okay, that's fine. Good for you.
Yep. You sound like me. I got one that believes in God too. And then my daughters believe in like spirit or source. And then my oldest son, he's atheist as fuck. He is my oldest son has been atheist since his ass was born.
That's
Like
my oldest.
oh my God. He would always say that book don't make no sense. Like always from a kid. That book don't make no sense.
That's my oldest. You know what? And I love all my kids down, but my oldest, that's me, but like 2.0. Like he not going for nothing. he gonna tell it like it is. And yes, one thing he is, he's never called himself an atheist, but that he definitely does not believe in a God. And me and him have listened to you a many a morning on our way to work before. And yeah, that's very, very similar to my oldest. And that's funny. That's funny. But I love it though because I'm very big on critical thinking. I literally actively teach my children critical think, ask questions. That's what I tell them. Ask questions. I tell them that the secret to the universe is questions. Ask the question because when you ask the question, you're gonna get an answer. If you don't get the answer immediately, you just search for the answer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have uh a incel seeking my attention.
At this moment.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I am glad I finally came up to have a discussion with you. I can't wait to join the Discord. I'm just on cloud now. I'm replaying what you said over and over in my head because that means so much coming from you. You have no idea.
Keep me updated
I
on
definitely
your progress.
will. I
Um,
definitely will.
I did give a new link to the mods in the mod chat, so they should be able to send you a link to the Discord. If your account is private, you're gonna have to accept their invite so that they can send you a message. Okay.
Okay, well, I have to create a Discord. I'm not tech savvy at all. I am a millennial. I grew up with the, with this technology, but thank you so much for that. And honestly, when I applied and got into school, you and Fee were the first people I wanted to tell because I had reached out to you guys about a situation I had a few months ago, and you guys helped me out, and that was a huge turning point for me because after you guys helped me take care of the situation, I applied and I actually got a job as a tax preparer. So I prepared
Oh,
taxes. Yes.
look at that freaking money! Oh my gosh!
Yes, I right after you guys helped me with that, I got that job immediately. So I was on cloud nine. I was so happy. So I think I told Fee about the tax prep job. And just while I was doing that, I was like, you know what? Girl, go to school. Like why you ain't in school? Like go to school, girl, go to school. So I did that. And yes, I wanted to tell you something. I'm like, I think a busy child, she don't give a damn. Like,
Girl, yes, I do. Like, I'd rather get these messages, these stories, than the fucking DMs I get from Christian.
oh
Yeah.
man, but yes, and one of my things I kept saying is, you know what? I got this job. I'm gonna be a super nerd. I gotta become a nerd. I gotta join the community. I got to because you know what? I think out of everything, that's the one thing that's missing. Like I said, I kind of isolated, some on purpose, some not on purpose, but I tell myself it's not healthy. It's not healthy to be alone, and it's good to have community with people, be able to converse with people who can help you grow, and add more meaning and more depth, and just share myself. I feel like that's another thing too, because I've been hurt so much. That's part of the isolation. I kind of keep myself hidden and protected, and I feel like it's time for me to come out of my shell.
I can see it. I can hear it. I want to witness it. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you so much,
And I
thinker.
think even just this conversation right here, just looking at the comments, just this conversation right here is helping someone else. And
Oh
yeah,
wow.
that's why I fucking love this community, and the fact that we are willing to be vulnerable, right? And
Hmm.
not pretend like we have it all figured out, and not be ashamed of where we've been, and
Hmm.
learning that where we've been doesn't necessarily mean that's where we have to stay. That there is a today and there is a tomorrow, and it can be better if we decide that it can be better. And
Yes.
yeah, and man, and sharing those moments gives other people courage. It helps other people visualize for themselves what could be. And like I swear I fucking love y'all. I swear.
Wow. Yeah, that's very profound. I think for a long time I felt like, I mean, that's why it's hitting so hard for me what you're saying, because I think for a long time I felt like nobody cares. But you know what? At my core and my nature, I love helping people. I love helping people in the smallest, tiniest little ways to big ways if I can. And that alone is just going to motivate me to stay involved in the community and give and just help where I can, because it's important. If anything I ever say inspires anybody else, that is enough for me. It's worth it. Like you said, just this one conversation made it all worth it. It all makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yep. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop down in the chat where I'm most comfortable. I think I'm gonna scroll back and read some of the comments because I feel like I was getting a little love. I see I've been getting a few gifts. So yes.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Elira.
Alrighty.
Have a good one. That's what it's all about right there. Those types of calls. I fucking love it.
Yes, and yes, some more.
Yeah.
Bye, Lyra.
Permanent press, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay. Everybody in the guest box was in there on accident. Howard Baker, I know you're in there on accident. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. I guess the incel ran. Like they come in here and they beg to come up, swear up and down that I'm fucking running, and then leave when it's their turn. I'm sure. Yep. Maybe it's about that too. Sashi, yeah, normally I'm here to like 10 o'clock in the morning, as long as we constantly have calls coming. But if it gets slow, I don't sit around longer than like 15 minutes without calls, and then I'll shut down. So it really depends on if people come up or not. What's your name?
Hello.
How do I pronounce your name?
It's Gurakel.
Gorakel?
Just call me Michael. Yeah,
Michael.
Gurakel.
Okay.
Gurakel.
How old are you?
Yeah, so I'm 27.
37. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
20.
27. Okay.
20.
27. Are you a believer
Yeah.
in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
No, I'm a believer in the God of the Bible. I'm a Christian, literally.
Okay. There are 4 topics on the
Yeah.
post. Which one did you come up to discuss?
Yeah, so it's the first one. That Eve or the woman are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. So just a quick one about that. If you read the entire scripture, you find that the man or the woman was not specifically or solely held responsible for sin coming into the world. Rather, they were collectively held responsible for sin coming into the world. So with both the fault of the man and the woman, not just the woman alone. Now there is a particular verse that talked about the woman being deceived, and that is true according to the account of Genesis chapter 3. But it also states in other verses, especially in Romans chapter 5, that through the first man, sin came into the world. So you find the man being held accountable and the woman being held accountable also.
Can you
So I just wanted to lay that out
can you
there.
state the rest of the scripture that talks about the woman being deceived? What else does it say about her?
Okay, if my memory serves me right, I think that it was in the context of that women should be silent and women he does not permit women to teach and stuff. Huh?
Is that all you
Oh, okay.
remember that scripture saying?
Yeah, yeah. I think yeah. I think that's what I can remember for now.
Let, let me ask you a question. What is a transgressor? What does it mean to transgress?
Yeah, to transgress just simply means to sin, to disobey, to rebel, if I may say.
Oh, okay. So if First
Mm,
Timothy 2:14, like for some reason
mm,
the men for some reason stop at it, Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived, and that's it. Like they don't read
mm-hmm.
anything else in that scripture. But it says, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. So if she was deceived and she became a transgressor, that means she sinned, correct?
Yeah, yeah. She did. She did. Oh, of course she did.
So
She did.
if she was deceived and became a transgressor, i.e., sinned, wouldn't that mean she sinned before him? You're making a lot of
Yeah,
noise in the
exactly. So,
background. Are you able to mute while you do that so that the chat can hear both
oh,
sides of the conversation?
oh, okay.
Thank you. So if she was deceived and became a transgressor, that would mean that she sinned first, right? If she became a sinner or a transgressor. I think it's interesting that men want to be I guess, the first sinner or the reason that sin came into the world. Where in the story, she is the one who made the executive decision to disobey the God. Um, and regardless if she was deceived, and she wasn't lied to, right? She was seduced with knowledge. And she considered that knowledge and she made a decision. And she disobeyed. And then she ate the fruit. And then she gave the fruit to a counterpart there, Adam, and then he ate. But she became the sinner first, according to First Timothy 2:14. Why do men need to be the one that sin came through? And why do men stop at but the woman was deceived? Why don't I ever hear the men say in the rest of that scripture and became a transgressor?
Oh, okay. That's a good point. But at the end of the day, if you read that particular verse, the verses before and the verses after, it was talking specifically about women, and so saying that the woman became a sinner and not mentioning the man is understandable because it was talking about women,
Can you answer my question?
which is
Did you hear my questions? Or were you listening when I was speaking?
yeah, yeah. I heard your question, and
Okay,
if I can
so
repeat the question
so
back to you.
can you answer the questions that I asked?
Yeah, so if when I heard your question, the question I heard was, why was the man not mentioned as a
I
sinner? Why
never
was
said
it
that.
just the only what?
I never said that. Never said that.
Oh, so maybe. Oh, sorry about. Maybe ask the question again so I can get you right.
I think it's interesting that that's what you heard. Um, Men typically don't listen when women speak, the same way they don't pay attention to the fact that Eve was the one who made this executive decision in this garden. What I asked was, why do men need sin to come through the man when the text quite literally says that the woman made this executive decision, and then she handed the fruit to the man, and then he ate after her. And then I want to know, why is it that anytime a man quotes First Timothy 2:14, they stop at but the woman was deceived, and they never recite and became a transgressor, i.e., a sinner? Why don't they read that part? Like, what is this thing that men need to be the reason or the catalyst for sin coming into the world.
Yeah, okay. Um, well, I don't know how many, unless in situations where they literally do not know the complete verse, like I alluded to when you asked me if I know the remainder of those verses. But I don't think, although, yeah, there may be some people who intentionally will not mention that. But since the Bible did mention it, I don't think that's a problem. But answering your
Wait, you
question,
didn't.
why
You
do
didn't.
men?
You didn't mention it.
Yeah,
It's a normal
yeah,
thing.
yeah, and I told you, I told you that the reason I didn't mention it was because I didn't have the full scripture in
Right.
my
It's not
head
in your
as
head.
clearly as, yeah.
Right. I asked you twice, are you sure that's all? And you said yes. Right? Like it is a no a consistent thing that men never mention that part of the scripture. They
Yeah,
stop
okay,
at the one.
but I want to know
Hold
something.
on,
I
hold
want to
on,
know
hold
something.
on.
Saying
Hello,
the
hello. You
woman
and I can't
was
talk at the same
a
time.
transgressor, saying the woman became a transgressor.
Michael. You and I cannot talk at the same time.
You said what?
You and I cannot talk at the
Say
same
what?
time. Do you have a delay?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I didn't get what you were saying. You said what?
I think there is a delay.
Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi is acting up also. So just so you said a statement. You made a statement while cutting me off. I didn't hear that.
I did not cut you off. There is a delay. There is a 5-second delay.
Oh, oh, oh. Okay, maybe it must be the Wi-Fi then. Yeah. So I really just
Hold
want to
on.
get your position, and I want to.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
finish. Let me finish. And then count to five. Count five
Oh,
seconds after you hear no. After you don't hear me talking anymore, and then you can start.
all right.
All right. I'm gonna put you on mute. What I was saying is it is a consistent thing that when men quote First Timothy 2:14, they only quote Adam was not deceived, the woman was deceived. And they do not complete that scripture and say the woman became a transgressor or a sinner. And I think that this issue is because they want to say that the woman is the weaker vessel. That there have been conversation after conversation where men have consistently said that the serpent went to the woman because he knew not to go to the man because the woman was weak, right? She could be deceived. And like that it is the woman's fault that humanity has to deal with all of this evilness because she was deceived by the serpent. But later, there is this weird thing happening where uh, Christian doctrine or dogma says, oh, Adam sinned through his own consciousness. Like he consciously sinned. He rebelled. He didn't have to be deceived like the woman had to be deceived. In a way to like downplay her actions in the story to make it look like she was weak and nothing like she doesn't matter, right? Sin didn't come into the world when she disobeyed. Sin came into the world when Adam disobeyed because Adam is what matters. Adam is the one with authority. Adam is the one who was given the command. And then they completely ignore what's written in First Timothy 2:14. I don't I do understand why this is, but I don't understand why men don't understand why you all pay attention to it that way. Like, do you see the misogyny or the patriarchy in this interpretation?
Yeah. So yeah, I do see the misogyny and I do see the patriarchy. It is very obvious. But at the end of the day, it is just like you said, it is in the character of most men to do this. And the character of men has no consequence whatsoever on what the Bible states. The Bible states it clearly. Men choose to omit it when they make mention of it. And I think it should be the fault of the men based on their mindset or whatsoever misogynist agenda they're pursuing. I think that should be separate from what the Bible says. You know, it is a different case dealing with the mindset of men regarding this issue and dealing with what the scriptures say regarding this issue. I'm sure you understand these are two very different conversations. And I choose to rather focus on what the scripture says rather than what do men say or what do men emphasize on what the scriptures say. I think I'll focus more on what the scripture says than whatever man is doing out there, because I really I'm not sucked up into those misogynist
You do realize
movement.
that
Yeah,
you quoted Paul saying through one man sin entered the world, right? Although later
yeah.
on Paul says sin entered through Eve, right? Like you do realize that you are a man who did quote the Bible. The patriarchy is the Bible. Like I don't know how you see them as two different things. The
No,
story itself is patriarchal and very misogynistic.
yeah, they are very true. The scripture in general is patriarchal, but it is not misogynistic. Those are two different things. Patriarchy and misogynicism whatsoever, they are two different things entirely. Being misogynist have to do with being negative or biased towards the other gender and whatsoever. And that is not what is presented in the scripture. The scripture is clearly patriarchal in that it does place the man as an authority over the woman, not saying that the man is better than the woman or the man is more of a human being than the woman, but as far as authority goes, the man, according to scripture, is placed above the woman. Even when God came in Genesis chapter 3 to look for this couple, he called out to one person. And who did he call out to? He called out to Adam. He said, Adam, where are you? Not Adam and Eve, where are you? But Adam, where are you? Not emphasizing the fact that the man is the authority over the woman. And whatever happens in the garden, whatever happens in the world, will be laid upon the man whatsoever. He will be demanded, accountability will be demanded from the man. So the Bible is patriarchal, clear, but it is not misogynist. Those are two different things entirely.
No, there
And yeah,
are
you said I put yeah, go on.
there are a lot of misogynistic scriptures in this Bible, and we can go through them one by one. But even your interpretation of the Genesis narrative is very misogynistic. There's nothing in this text prior to the curse that says Adam had any authority over Eve at all. In fact, Eve was created to be a strong counterpart to Adam, not his subordinate, not his companion. There's no context in this Bible that says that she was beneath him until she was cursed in the story. Your interpretation and most men's interpretation that he called out to Adam when he came looking for him in the garden. Who gives a fuck? Maybe he had something to say to Adam. That doesn't prove authority over shit. That is a male misogynistic patriarchal interpretation and to the story. If you look at after they ate from the tree and this God was passing out the curses, he punished Eve by putting Adam over her. He says, "Your husband will rule over you now." That means that he was not had no rule over her prior to them eating from the tree, prior to them being cursed. He then says, he also says, "Your desire will be your husband's," which means it wasn't that way before they were cursed. She also gets the bulk of the punishment, right? The contention is between her seed and the serpent seed, not Adam's seed and the serpent seed. Her pains are increased through childbirth. So her punishments are tacked on. Adam, when he gets to Adam, um, he is promoted to her ruler, and he didn't do shit worth being promoted. Adam showed no leadership skills in this story whatsoever, yet he's promoted to be a leader. Like, that's very misogynistic as fuck. And then two, his punishment is for him to do the same thing that he was doing in the garden on the outside of the garden. That is just gonna be he's just gonna sweat now, and then now he's also going to eat bread. That's it.
Yes. So I get exactly what you just said, and I understand why you will think that way. Although I would just want to,
Not think that way.
um,
I just quoted. I didn't give an interpretation. I recounted the
I
narrative.
know,
Hold on. I did not
I
give it.
understand.
Stop. No, no, you don't understand, because you said you can understand why I think that way. I have not told you what I think about it. The only thing I did was recount the narrative. Before the tree, there is nothing mentioned of Adam having any authority over Eve at all. Before the tree,
Yeah. So
but before the tree, Eve is an Azer, the helper. The word there, Azer, in Hebrew means strong counterpart, strong opposite. It does not mean companion, and it does not mean subordinate. Um, After the tree, Adam is promoted or placed as her ruler. That's when authority is placed over her as a curse. Her desire is turned to her husband as part of the curse. You can't turn something that's already there. So that means that her desire was not Adam's. Her desire was not turned towards Adam before this curse. Her pains increased during childbirth. The contention between the serpent and the seed was between the woman's seed and the serpent seed. Like, this is just me recounting the story.
yeah. So what I just want to address is a point that there is a the, a communication of authority before the tree event and the Bible in Genesis chapter 2, which you kind of touched a bit about the Hebrew word ezer
Mm-hmm.
and helper.
Mm-hmm.
You will understand, and I'm sure you do, that the woman was clearly made for the man,
No, she wasn't. That word Azer, that word
for
that
the woman.
no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. That word
No, no,
there,
no, I'm
that
not saying
word
that's the meaning of the word ezer. If you
it
if
does,
you
there
if you
is nothing
understand
that
me,
says that she was made
if
for
you would just
him.
let me finish.
No, there is
Yeah,
nothing. No, you
yeah.
you
If
you
you would just
said
let me
you
finish.
said you said that
Can
word
we read Genesis
Azer.
chapter 2?
That, yeah,
Let me read the verse
I'm
for
here.
you.
I'm here, and I read it in Hebrew. That word there means she was a strong
But what is going on
opposite.
now is you're not
That
allowing me
that word
finish. You're
that
not allowing
word
me
there
finish.
that word there means she was a strong opposite. There is nothing in Genesis 2 that says the woman was made for the man. She was made to be a helper, a strong opposite.
Okay, okay. Just before I see anything, I just want to get this out there. When you talk, I do allow you talk and finish whatever it is you're saying.
But
I just want to ask for one
if you
thing.
say something incorrect, I'm
Please,
going
when
to correct you.
you've said a lot of incorrect things that have
No,
been
I haven't.
silent, waiting for you to
No, I
finish
haven't.
up before I address.
No, I haven't. The only thing I have done is give a timeline of the story. That's the only thing I've done.
Okay, but if you will just let me finish,
Again, if you
I'm going to
say
read
something
Genesis chapter
again,
2
you're
from
not
verse
gonna.
18.
You're again, if you
I
say
just want to
something
read. I'm not
again,
saying anything.
Gerald, again, if you say something incorrect, I am going to correct you. There is nothing in Genesis 2 that says the woman was made for the man. She was made to
All right.
help him.
Okay. So, just going by your statement right now, she was made to help him. Doesn't that mean that if the man doesn't need help, the woman will not have been created? Isn't that what it means?
That doesn't mean she was made for him.
Yeah, but then let us take a situation where God looked at the man and said, this man doesn't need help. Will the woman have been created?
No, but that doesn't mean she was made for him. She was made as a help. She is to be what Yahweh was for the Israelites to him. She was a strong opposite, a counterpart. She was not made to be his companion.
Now,
She was not made to be his subordinate.
but you're not answering my question. The question is this. You said your claim all through have been the woman was not being made for the man, that she was made as a helper for him. Now I'm asking, going by this statement of yours, if the man had not needed any help whatsoever, will the woman
I
have been
already
created?
answered that. I said no, neither with the animals. So were the animals created for him?
Good. No, the animals were created before the man was even created.
Oh, really?
In fact,
Oh, really? Hold on, hold on.
yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
in Genesis 2, the animals were created before the man?
exactly.
Oh, so then the Lord God said, it is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a
Yes.
helper suitable for him. And out of
Mm-hmm.
the ground the Lord God
Mm-hmm.
formed every animal of the field and every bird of the sky and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called a living creature, that was its name. Then the man gave names to all the livestock and to the birds of the sky and to every animal of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helper suitable for him. So the Lord God caused
Mm-hmm.
a deep sleep to fall upon the man. So were the animals already created before the man in Genesis 2?
Yeah, exactly. They were created before the man.
No,
And
they
if
were
you will
not.
let me
No,
prove
they were.
that, if you will let
No,
me,
no, because what you're gonna
can you,
do? No, because
will
what you're.
I,
No,
will I ever get
I'm
a chance
talking
to
right now.
finish?
What you're gonna do is you're gonna try to go to Genesis 1, and you're gonna say the animals were created first in Genesis 1. And if you bring in Genesis 1, then you have to also take Genesis 1 when the male and female were created on day 6 at the same damn time. Genesis 1 and Genesis
Yes.
2. Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are two different creation stories. The freaking order of creation aren't even the same.
Yeah. So, just going by the text, in Genesis chapter 2 from verse 18, there was a specific reason why God created the animals he created in Genesis 2:18. And it states clearly there that he created these animals specifically to find a helper for the man.
Yeah, I
It
just
doesn't
asked you
mean
that.
that there was
I
no
just asked you
animals.
that.
It
So
doesn't
were
mean
these
it doesn't
animals
mean there was no
created
animals.
for so were the animals created for Adam? Were they to be his companion?
Yes.
So Adam fucked animals?
Oh, come on, come on, come on. This was the plan according to Genesis 2:18 to find him a helper. But
So the
later on in the
animals
verse, in verse
so the
22, it
were the
says that he
animals
couldn't
created
find,
were they created
he said he
for
couldn't
Adam?
find,
Were they created for him or to help him?
yes,
Were they created
that
for
was the plan.
him or to help him?
The plan was for them to be created to help him
To help him,
and
not for
for him.
him, not for him, but to help him. The same way Eve was
Oh,
created to help him, not for him. That is my point.
yes, and I do get your point. My only follow-up question on your point is, if this man had not needed any help whatsoever, because in Genesis
I
2:18 the Lord
already
said
answered
it is
that.
not good.
I already answered
Yeah, and
that.
you said,
I said
and
no.
your answer was no. Beautiful, which means the reason why the woman was created
Was
at
to help
all
him.
was simply because the man had a need
Right. The
for a
man was
woman. True.
insufficient. He was created to fucking plant. He was created to be a groundskeeper, and he couldn't do that by himself. He was insufficient. So he needed help. So your God created
Be,
animals. The animals could not help him. So he created Eve
mm-hmm.
for Eve to help him. She was not created for him. She was created to help him as a strong counterpart. That was my point the entire time.
Exactly. The only problem here is you answer the question, but it is as if you keep running away from the consequence of that answer. Now,
What
the consequence
consequence?
of that answer, this is the consequence. If you will allow me finish any statement at all, the
Hold on. Wait,
consequence of that
wait. No,
answer
no,
is
no.
this.
Hold on.
If you will,
No,
oh,
stop,
come
stop,
on, come on,
stop.
come on,
You
come on.
originally said that she was created for him, not to help him. That's what you originally said. Now you are saying, yes, yes, I agree with you. And now you're accusing me of running away from a fucking consequence. I don't run away from shit. There is no
Okay,
consequence. There is no consequence of her being created to help him. The fuck?
okay. Having said that, if I am allowed to finish any statement at all,
As long as you
what
don't, as
I'm
long as you don't,
saying,
as long as you don't lie on me or say some incorrect shit. Don't lie on me.
okay, so now you said yes, that if the man had not needed any help, the woman would not have been created. Now, what that means is this: it means that the reason why the woman was created at all was simply because there was a man in the garden who had a need for a woman.
No, he had a need
I'm
for
sure.
a helper.
Okay, yeah. He had a need for a helper, whatever the case may be. He had a need for a helper, and the helper turned out to be what? A woman, right?
Yeah, but he had a need for a
Yeah.
helper.
Yeah, and that happened to be the woman, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is a helper made is a helper made for someone who needs help, or the person who needs help is made for the helper?
It's not made for anybody. It's made to do a job, and the job was to till the ground.
Now, the job was to help
Though the
the
job
man
to
to
till the
till
ground.
the
Right.
ground.
So she was created to till the ground. That's like saying
No, she was
employees.
not.
That's like saying your boss hired a another employee for you because you couldn't do your job.
Yes, which
No.
means. wi-
No.
Hold on.
No,
Which
you know
means.
damn well it don't work
Come,
like that.
come. Again. If I am allowed
It
to
does
ever finish something.
if your boss if your boss hires more employees because one person can't do the job, are those employees for
Mhm.
you or are they for the job?
Yeah, if they are employed to do the same exact job that you were incapable of doing alone, it obviously means that those people were employed to assist you. That is what
No,
it
were
just
they
means.
hired for you? Assist you means to help you. That means that
Mm-hmm.
they are hired help, but they are not yours. They
Mhm.
were not hired for you. Eve was not created for Adam. She was created to help Adam do a job.
Oh, okay. You said something now, and it seems as though
That's the
when you say,
same thing
correct
I've
me if
been
I'm wrong.
saying. That is the same thing I've been
Correct me if
saying.
I'm wrong.
That is the same thing I've
Yeah,
been
yeah,
saying
yeah.
this
So
whole
so
time. But if
so
your misogyny
so
turns down a little bit, you would have been heard me say that. That is the fourth time I've said that.
yeah. So okay. So um, do you mean when you say created for? Do you
I didn't
mean
say created
that
for her. You did.
it? No. Hold on. When you take my statement, when I said the woman was created for the man, do you understand me saying for to mean the woman was created so that the man can have ownership over the woman? Is this what you understand by what I'm saying?
Literally, you are not about to gaslight the fuck out of all 600 people in this room, because the reason why
Come
you
on, I'm
said it,
asking a
stop. The
question. I
reason
just need
why,
an
shut
answer.
up, I'm answering it. The reason why you said it is because you said there is authority presented before this. And when you said for, I said help. You said no, it's for. Like, we wouldn't have been going back and forth all this time if you didn't mean it that way. We would have been past this if you originally meant that she was created to help him do a job. I do hate men.
Okay.
Ruben, there you go. You want me to say it? I'll say it. Whatever you want me to say, Ruben.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, I do not mean that the man has ownership over the woman. This is not what I mean.
No, you're
But
saying
when I said the
authority.
woman was created, beautiful authority,
There is no
when
authority
your
in
boss have
that.
authority over
That
you,
he is
when your
not
boss have
her
authority
boss.
over you, it
There is
doesn't mean
nowhere
ownership.
in this text. There is nowhere in this text until they get cursed that says Adam was her boss. Nowhere.
So what if I read somewhere in the scripture where it supports my statement exactly
Sure.
that the woman was created for the man?
She was created
Can
to
I do
help.
that?
She was created to help him. It does not say he was her fucking boss.
Okay. So can we read First Corinthians 11? Can we do that?
No, because that
First
is
Corinthians
no,
11.
no, because we are talking about Genesis 2 and Genesis 3. You having to go all the way to fucking first century Rome to read your misogynistic ass interpretation back into this Hebrew text is fucking ridiculous. In the text, in the story, in the text, in the story, there is nothing before that curse that says Adam
Yeah, I'm
was
just gonna
stop.
go now because
There
you're
is
not even
nothing.
allowing me say
There is
anything.
not no
I will
because
just have to go because you're not allowing me say anything.
run. There's
You're not
nothing.
allowing me say
That's okay.
anything.
I'm still
So
gonna say what I need to say. There's nothing in the story that says Adam had any authority over Eve before they were fucking cursed. I swear y'all want to dominate shit, want to have authority over shit, but want to fucking whine all the goddamn time. You don't even know how to run right. You still on stage. You are still on stage, Goodery.
He really tried to pretend like he didn't mean that she was made for him to own. He really tried that. That was bad and that failed.
Yeah, like I hate when they do that shit. Like he knew what the fuck he was doing. And then he gonna try to say, if I read in the scripture where it says that he had authority, then you want to go to First Corinthians, dude. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Like
Uh,
she was made because of his incompetence, not for him.
exactly. And then gonna say that he was her boss. Like that automatically means he had authority over her. There's nothing in this text that says that he had authority over her. And if anything, the text is saying that she was his supervisor. If
Exactly.
anything.
And she's the one calling the shots. That's like so obvious.
Uh Pink Challenger. Pink Challenger, are you there? Miss Fifi?
Hi. I don't know how I got up here.
It's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good day, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Why do y'all think that because a woman does not, uh, I don't know, agree to be subjugated, that she just automatically hates men? Or because a woman just don't say, "Okay, daddy, I agree with everything you say," she just automatically hates men. Why do you think that?
I would think that because I don't understand why do y'all think that we would want a woman like that. So
I don't care what you
I'm
want. I don't live my life for men.
that's just so that why so why would you why just be real and upfront and then me and y'all we know
I don't.
game too.
I am
So
real
you
and upfront.
so
I
I
do
knew
not.
that the way that you
I
I
am
knew
real
that
and
the way
upfront.
you
That doesn't mean I
yeah.
hate men. I don't live my life for men. I don't make
But
decisions based on whether a man will choose me. That doesn't mean I hate men. I don't care what you want.
okay, well let me get this point across. Men don't wake up looking for a woman either. Oh,
Okay,
looking,
cool.
yeah.
What are you
So
telling
that,
me that for?
but
Do you think I'm gonna get
if
mad?
it's a connection, no, hell no. But this is
What
a
are you
design.
talking
That was
about?
that. No, we talk me and Adam, and that's two different. That was ordained. So I don't
This
got.
is
That's
a fucking
everybody. That
story
was
in a book.
ordained.
This is a story in a fucking book.
But you using
These
it. But
characters.
she.
Wait,
Say
stop.
hi.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
is
my
a
bad. My bad.
story.
My
This
bad.
is a story in a fucking book. You are the one talking about it's ordained. I don't believe in no
Yeah.
fucking.
It
Stop.
would be
I
no.
don't believe
Hold
in
on,
a.
bro.
I don't believe in a
I
fucking
know you
God.
don't,
I
but it
stop.
comes down to
Stop.
masculine.
Stop.
Oh, okay,
Damn.
well, go ahead,
What
bro.
the
Go
fuck
ahead.
is
Go ahead.
wrong with
Uh,
y'all?
oh,
I don't.
okay.
You are the one talking about it's ordained. I don't believe in no fucking God. These are characters in a book. I don't live my life by this shit. You do, and you're the one in the comments talking about just say you hate men. Like I don't live my life for what a man motherfucking thinks or what a man wants. You're on mute, man.
Sent you an invitation, but you gotta stop talking over her.
Excuse me, my bad. It's just to me, it was just a form of manipulation. To me, I feel like if so-called evil, I'm gonna just say women in general. If you're in a relationship, it ain't gonna take long to know if this person good for me or not, male or female. So Adam is whatever a man. I'm gonna know. I'm gonna know if it depends on what we benefited from. So you all that should play a part. Those questions right there should add. You should ask that person and that individual. I could just see that we don't get human beings don't get married no more, man. Like we
What the
don't. You
fuck
don't
are
see.
you even talking about? This conversation has nothing to do with
Yeah.
relationships. It has nothing to do with
Yeah.
marriage. We are not discussing relationships or marriage.
Oh,
This
well, say
conversation
what
has
you?
nothing to do with that.
Oh, my bad. Then what are you talking about then? Because I like you. What is you talking?
Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
well, 'cause I
Nothing.
don't, nigga,
Nothing.
that's,
Nothing.
I can't
You got
explain
in the
you.
chat. You got in the chat. Got it in your
I'm trying
fucking.
to,
You got in the chat. Got it in your fucking masculine ass needing to be centered feelings.
yeah.
Women are not waking up wondering what
We,
the fuck.
uh,
Hey, I'm
we
talking.
not,
I'm
but you,
talking. I'm talking.
oh, I'm sorry, my bad, boss.
Women are
My
not
bad, boss.
waking up wondering what the fuck a man is thinking about them, especially not this woman right here. I
Right,
will
right.
never hold a fucking live ask you about how to have a relationship with a man or what do men want a body
Oh, wait,
count. I'm talking.
it
I'm
sound like you
talking.
need right
I'm
like this.
talking.
Oh, my bad,
I'm
my bad.
talking. God
Yeah,
damn it! You can't even control yourself. I will never host a live asking those questions because I don't give a fuck. If I'm dating somebody, that's between me and that man. You will never be invited to that conversation because I don't give a fuck what you think. Because you won't be in my bed. You go on mute. You will not be in my
Oh my
bedroom.
bad.
You will not be in my house. You have no right in what the fuck goes on in my house. You don't pay a motherfucking bill here. I don't plan on doing anything with you. That conversation is not for you. If I'm toxic, then get the fuck out. Save yourself. Come off mute.
And the crazy thing is, a woman's value, according to men, has nothing to do with a male. But a man's value has to do with, oh, how many hoes he can get. Or, his body count, whether he gets all the girls. You guys center your identity around us. We don't do the same thing. It's crazy how you can be a good woman without having anything to do with a man. But a good man has to get bitches. It's so weird. And it has nothing to do with us.
Like topic number 1 is literally about the mindset of humans. It has nothing to do with your dick or another woman's il nana. That's all y'all fucking think about. Do you know how to come off mute?
I'm shut up. I'm scared now. I don't even want to. I don't want to. I understand what you. I understand what you're saying, but that. I'm sorry, that's only a certain group of men. However, whatever the definition, I don't even see how you think that men. That's what men think about when we talking amongst ourselves. That we talking about fucking bitch. Oh, excuse my language. We talking about sex all the time instead of building. What makes what's the difference between a boy or a man? Or should be the same thing. One is when them kids involved. So, however I feel, if I have a kid or if I have a kids, whatever, that's gonna make me overlook whatever that woman going through. If it's vice versa, that woman should have whatever that man going. This is about the kids, bro. So if I got it, if I go in, if other men go in, more men, it won't say, man, fuck them kids. That's what we got. We got a bunch of niggas who won't give a damn about kids because they thinking the same thing. That bitch don't care. Oh, I should have. And then the kids suffer. And then that's how I look at it. So I try my best so not to mess with the opposite sex. Even with friends, bro. I don't even like having girls as friends, even in a group environment, because it's just something I don't agree. It's just something either we're gonna be attracted or we're gonna be friends, or a women is an odd ball when it comes to stuff like that. And I think y'all know y'all look power, and men will fall for it. And a lot of and that's how I see it. And a lot of women abuse their power, and they know that that's the only thing that men do. Look at when we do put y'all on. You said it like that. We put y'all on a pedestal, so that's kind of fucked up. How y'all look at how y'all view our love. Like we shit. If the woman was there to explain how we can express ourselves, then maybe it'll get a little better. But y'all see, it look like y'all just give up on a nigga and just say. So we come up. That's when we come up with. That's when men start talking amongst men. We have our own conversation. We even know what you
Pisces,
and your sister.
check your DM.
Yeah, yeah, man.
Pisces,
I'm,
check your.
I'm,
Hold on, Pisces, check your DM. Ruben, everything that you just said was a bunch of like whining. I have no idea why you're saying anything. I barely listened. I'm not here to talk about any of that. I don't care about the landscape between men and women dating. I don't have any desire to date a man. I don't have any desire to get married. I don't care about that. I don't have
what they say,
I
Ruben.
don't Ruben, I'm
I
talking.
rather
I don't
stay at
have I'm
home and at
talking
home.
right now. Like god damn, what is wrong with
Mhm.
y'all? I don't have conversations like that on my platform. I'm talking about bigger shit. The shit that I am talking about is the mindset of humans, the belief systems that are causing violence and harm in society today. I don't give a damn what y'all are out there doing with your dicks. I don't care what you're out there doing with your pussies. I don't care. I'm not in your bedrooms. I'm not the ones taking care of your kids. Those conversations need to be had between y'all. All this fucking whining is like it's a waste of fucking time. If you can't talk about big boy shit, this ain't the live for you.
Bro, hold
This if
on,
you can't talk about
man.
big
Let's
boy
see.
shit, this is not the life for you. I don't give a damn
It might.
about all that fucking red pill, body count, man's supposed to lead bullshit. I don't care about that.
You say big boy shit. All it takes is a couple of $100,000. You'll set you. That's all. That's you. That's right there. You. It's nothing for you to be treasured about, bro. You short term.
Motherfucker,
You
I
short
have
minded,
dated,
bro.
nigga. I have
Man,
dated
you ain't. You
motherfuckers. I
dated.
have
You
dated
ain't get
motherfuckers who
married.
have.
You
Oh,
ain't. You
shut the
not. You
fuck
ain't get.
up.
He ain't marry
Shut the
you.
fuck
He ain't
up.
married.
Shut the fuck up. I have dated motherfuckers who have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in my motherfucking company. There ain't shit your motherfucking ass can do for me. I married a motherfucking man with money. The fuck you mean? There ain't shit now one of you motherfuckers can do for me. I have my own shit. And if I did have a girlfriend, what the fuck has got to do with you? Like all y'all do is fucking whine. Your whole identity is your fucking dick. You can't even have a conversation about the status of your fucking mind, the status of your low literacy rates, the fact that y'all can't comprehend shit, the fact that y'all don't want to learn shit, the fact that y'all don't want to fucking grow, your low emotional intelligence. You don't have the fucking capacity at all. Nobody gives a damn about this bullshit that y'all out here arguing about. It's a waste of fucking time because it ain't saving no motherfucking body. Of course you ain't trying to save nobody. All you care about is your fucking dick. All you care about is your fucking misogyny. Women don't do this. Women, why women? That's exactly what you sound like. Women. Sound like a baby trying to learn how to cry or some shit. That's all you've done since you've been in my chat. You came in the chat with that bullshit, and you on stage whining. That's why I wrote the fucking song Jezebel the way I did. Because I swear, like, listen to this shit. This is what the fuck y'all sound like. Be whining like a motherfucker. This whole entire conversation, this is what the fuck y'all sound like.
It's very quiet, thinker.
Y'all can't hear that?
It's a tad bit muffled. Yeah, that's good.
I bet she's single. She don't got a man. So focused on independence. She messing up the plan. She won't let me take control and simply play a role. Fix my food, clean my plate, and wash my dirty drawers. She thinks she's supposed to lead. I am. Cause she know how to read. I do. But Jezebel, are you aware he gave dominion to me? Funny, you claim dominion, but forget you made from dirt. You hating on me, I build community. real talk. You want me to submit to your emotional inadequacy. Boy, you full of shit, you can't compete with my capacity. Talking about order, but you still out of line. Quoting Timothy and Paul, boy, they was talking to their time. Right? You say help me, but I'm helping myself. You praying for obedience, I'm building wealth. I'm Jezebel to your fear, the woman you can't define. Cause the plan you preach ain't stronger than mine. I bet he preach, and he don't got no plan. Talking about submission, but bro can't even stand. He want control, but can't command. Tryna lead a queen with peasant hands. He think he's supposed to rule. I do, but I don't follow fools. You sure? Boy, if dominion means oppression, then you misunderstood. I don't need a throne, your permission or decree. I do what the fuck I do. I'm just a man I do. Her mouth so loud, her words be foul. She just a bell, I bet she proud. Always talking about equal ground, but the tone she got ain't fit for crime. She thinks she wise, she claims she free, but she acting like gotta make me. I carry the seed, I'm supposed to lead. Why won't y'all concede and take a back seat? She want peace without man control, but a man gotta lead. That's how we roll. Every time I speak, she gotta correct me. Damn girl, can a man just be? She call it balance, I call it stress. She call it logic, I ignore the rest. Ain't no balance, outdated, but she ain't got proof. I call that selective, she call it true. You too loud, too bold, too much to handle. Always got opinions, always starting a scandal. You don't know your place, you don't know your lane. You make me look bad when you don't act the same. My voice ain't rebellion, it's just my sound. You mistook confidence for battleground. You call me trouble cause I don't bow well. But baby, that's power, not hell. See, not your curse, not your tiller. I'm a stone, you try to build. You built a myth, I wear it well. Call me Jezebel and she thinks she lead, won't let me be a man. Always talking freedom, that ain't the plan. She don't know her place, that's what I see. I know my worth, that's all I need. I don't bow down, I plant my seed. Your plan ain't built for women like me. She rebelled, I was free. She's a curse, I'm what you better be. Together, you built a myth, now watch as well. How will you curse?
I think it's funny that he left and said, "When you want some eggplant, get at me." But he don't only talk about dick. Like your dumbass couldn't even sit on stage and even listen to the words. You couldn't even listen to the words. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all out here trying to lead queens with peasant motherfucking hands, thinking with your fucking dick. Half of the conversations in here is go over your fucking heads because all you think about is the head between your fucking legs. You haven't even caught up to half the women in the world. Our minds are on fucking saving this goddamn place. You motherfuckers only thinking about fucking and trying to subjugate somebody. And if you embarrassed, you did it your own motherfucking self.
Very primitive. Only domination and intercourse. It's literally, I wouldn't even say ape brain because apes actually have organization in their society. I would go so far as to say literally Denisanovian or Neanderthal at most because, like, really? What he put in the comments, was it like, you want, did he say you want head hit me up? Did I
No,
hear that right?
eggplant. Talking
Ugh.
about dick. Don't type in caps in my comments. You will get muted and then you'll be mad. Caps are for mods and for people who have vision impairment only. I don't give a damn
It's
if you type in Jesus' name. Don't type in caps.
It's all they have. Yet most of the time, they're not very good
Hello?
at it.
Y'all
To
can
be
hear me?
honest, yeah. But I
She's
was speaking.
talking.
All right.
It's crazy to me that the only thing they have to offer is terrible most of the time. Like, what do you mean you only have dick? Okay, it must be great then, right? Because it's your only card. It never is, which is really disappointing.
And then he said, I'm not trying to save nobody. We know, motherfucker. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. It's bigger shit happening in this world right now than your fucking dick. And I don't even think that's probably even big.
I was gonna say, which head is smaller, thinker? Which head?
You ever heard pea brain? Both. Two peas in a pod. CP, how old are you?
I'm 18, freshly 18.
Venus, are you ready? Because there's another one that was in the fucking comments talking shit.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to call you Bleed because I don't want to call him CP the whole time. Bleed, would you mind just doing a little breathing exercise with me so we can set the tone right? I want you to do 2 in through your nose and 4 out through your mouth, okay? You ready?
All right.
Okay, 2 in, out. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more time. 2 in and out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Okay. And
All right.
you're 18. Great. Are you a believer?
Shit. I'm confused, bro. I'm trying to figure that shit out myself.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Do you think Jesus died on the cross for your sins?
That's what I'm actively trying to figure out myself.
Okay, well, unfortunately, you don't fit the qualification for the conversation. You have to have an active belief or a disbelief.
Oh
There's
no,
no
no, he could be
agnosticism.
he could be deconstructing.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
deconstructing, are you? See, Bleed.
Yeah.
So you're trying to actively question a belief system that you had?
Right.
The
Okay,
belief in
great.
the God of the Bible.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I mistook you for an agnostic.
Nah, you
What
straight. You
topic would
straight.
you like to talk about?
I just heard. I heard Thinker
No,
talking
that's
big
not.
shit,
Sorry. You can't comment on past conversations.
bro. You ain't even let me talk, bro.
Yeah, you said you heard. Like, no, I know what you were gonna do. Just please
No,
pick a topic.
I heard Thinker talking about homophobia, and also I read on number 4 it said.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he was picking the topic.
No, that was
Okay.
my fault.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe I need a breathing exercise.
Yeah,
Into, out, 4. Okay.
unmute
Bleed.
CP. Can y'all hear that?
Sorry.
Sorry, my earbuds got a screeching sound.
CP, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
bad
I
again,
got
Bleed.
muted, but it's okay.
My bad.
But I just see it says before it says homophobia is rooted in history and misogyny. So, are you with or against LGBTQ?
Well, of course we support different people's identities. Do you want to give us your thoughts on the prompt?
Yes.
Cool.
So, to me, feels like LGBTQ, right? It's very simple, and I feel like it's wrong, right? And you're saying you support it. So I want to change your mind on that. I want you to think
Did
it's
you read
wrong.
the prompt? It says homophobia is rooted in believers' misogyny.
Yeah, I
We're
read
not
it.
talking about whether it is right or wrong. We're talking about what causes it because
I
we
know.
know,
I'm asking you that.
okay, we know that homophobia is damaging to society and different people. It doesn't matter whether you agree with who they are because that's not up for discussion for you to agree with. What matters is homophobia being dangerous and detrimental to those individuals and how it's rooted in believers' misogyny. Do you agree that that's the root of it?
No, I don't.
What do you
Misogyny is
think it's
not the
rooted
root
in
of
then?
homophobia. Homophobia is rooted in people simply believing that homophobia is wrong for society. I mean, LGBTQ is wrong for society. It's wrong. That's it.
Oh my God, you really want to have this discussion?
I want
Okay,
to have this
why?
discussion. I really want
Why
to
is it
because
wrong?
I feel like it's wrong because if it was right, then if everybody could do it, it would be right. But if
What the
everybody
fuck?
did it,
Can I
bro,
opt out of
listen,
this?
listen,
Can
what
I
the
opt out
fuck,
of this combo?
bro, listen, bro, what the hell is you, bro? It's making too much noise, bro. Listen, you saying LGBTQ is right, okay?
It's not
Hear
right
me?
or wrong, okay? It's simply it's
What?
amoral. It's okay. Do you know what amoral means? It means it doesn't harm anyone, but in of itself, it doesn't necessarily benefit anyone. It's the same as heterosexual relationships. They just are what they are. Do you understand that?
No, I don't. I feel like
Okay,
it's
tell
wrong.
me how it harms people then.
It harms people because if everybody did it, then there would be no more life. So
Did
tell me how
what?
that's right.
If everybody did what?
It's a very simple thing I'm saying to you, you know.
If everybody did what?
You're saying LGBTQ is correct. If everybody was LGBTQ, there would be no life. Okay?
Why wouldn't there be life?
Because if niggas was fucking niggas and bitches was fucking bitches,
Whoa.
then how would anybody
We don't
how
need
would
to we don't need to
people
be doing that.
okay.
Okay.
If man on man sex, every man did man on man sex, and every woman did woman on woman sex, okay?
Do you know
How
what
would
IVF
people be?
is?
No, I no.
Of course you don't.
All right, explain.
Surprise. Okay.
I'd love to know.
IVF is when you get the sperm from a man with no sex and you implant it into the egg of a woman.
But
That doesn't require sex. Did you know that that existed?
yep.
Okay. So if everyone wasn't attracted to the opposite gender, we could still have kids.
And see, that is immoral. I'm
Why
sure
is
that
it
is
immoral?
immoral because people it's not a it's this is the problem, okay? You're trying to make something that is very clearly wrong right with bullshit, okay?
So if a
You see what
woman
I'm
is
saying?
infertile, does that mean she shouldn't try IVF? If she's a straight woman, she likes men, but she can't her man is infertile and he doesn't have properly working sperm. Is it wrong for them to do IVF too?
No, it's not at all.
So what's wrong with gay people doing it then? Why is it
Because the
demonic if
whole
they want to
because
have kids, but
it's like you missed the point.
it's not demonic if infertile people want to have kids? What's the symmetry breaker?
Because you're saying that it's okay for that to happen, but if everybody did it, there would be no life. It's so simple what I'm
What
saying,
Everybody
and
the
you
ain't
keep hitting
doing
it
it.
right
fuck?
over
God
your
dang
head.
it. Everybody, it will never be a time where everybody is gay because right now everybody is not heterosexual. So
Okay,
for you to
but
come with that
that's
stupid,
subjective.
shut up,
That
I'm
is
talking.
subjective. All right,
Shut
talk,
up, I'm
talk,
talking.
talk.
Shut up. You coming with a stupid argument if everybody did it. There's people that have never been with the opposite sex that have children right now today. So that argument, if everybody did it, there wouldn't be no babies. It would never be that. We aren't 100% heterosexual society. So why the heck would it be a 100% homosexual society? Y'all so freaking homophobic
I'm not homophobic, man.
that your freaking brains are mush because you're too stupid to even understand how dumb your argument is.
Could you talk to me with some
We
more
have to leave
respect, please?
that.
Nigga, I'm not respecting you.
All right, well, don't. I'm just trying to
No,
understand how people could possibly support LGBTQ.
Because
Okay,
it's none of your business. It doesn't hurt anyone. We already told you. Listen,
stupid
bleed,
subjective thing. What do
listen,
you mean it's
listen,
not none of my
listen,
business?
listen. It's not none of your business what anyone wants to do with their genitalia, as long as it's not hurting anyone. If there's two consenting adults, then it has nothing to do with you, okay? There will be children had. No one owes society children, and being gay or being LGBTQ doesn't automatically mean that you're having sex. It is about attraction. Not everyone thinks, "Oh, I like this, I gotta fuck this." Some people are actually attracted to people's minds, their character, their experiences. Being gay doesn't just mean you want anal. That's weird, okay? Do you understand that? Children will still be had. So tell me why it's wrong.
Man on man sex is right to you?
Why is it
No.
wrong?
It's wrong because if everybody did it, there would be no more
We
life.
just told you that people
Okay,
can have
listen,
children.
you're not
No,
listening.
you're not listening, Khan. People can
Okay,
still
so
have
okay,
kids if
okay,
they
okay,
people,
okay.
gay people
Wait,
and
okay,
straight.
look, I'm gonna
Okay,
give you some.
no,
I'm gonna give
shut
you
the
some. I'm
fuck
gonna give you
up
some.
because you're being. We said this 3 fucking times, bro. Clean your fucking ears.
Oh Lord.
People can have in vitro fertilization,
Do you okay,
right?
okay. Hear
Straight
yourself,
people,
hear yourself.
listen to me,
What you
listen
just
to
say?
me,
In
listen to
vitro
me,
fertilization? What the
listen
fuck?
to me. If you went to fucking high school, you would know about it. People who are infertile, who are straight, do this too. Okay? There will still be children. If everyone was gay in an impossible world, there would still be ways to reproduce without sex.
It doesn't
Do
matter.
you understand that?
What you're contradicting your own self.
How the
Don't
heck
you
is she
see it?
contradicting
Oh
herself?
my God.
She's contradicting herself because she's saying, right?
How?
She said that in an impossible world, if everybody was gay, right? Then everybody would have to do that in vitro shit, right? Okay.
Or some
First of
people could
all,
just.
you can
Hold on.
have artificial
Let me
insemination.
ask a question right quick. How the fuck would, like you're saying, in a world where everybody is gay, like if every human is gay, that means the first 2 humans would be gay, right? CP.
You doing too much. No, you
No,
doing
no,
too
no.
much. What do you
If
mean?
every human is gay, that means that the first 2 humans would be gay, right?
Right, right.
Okay, how did the third human get there?
They wasn't gay.
This
I
dumb.
swear, y'all's fucking bigotry, like your bigotry
Nigga,
makes no
if the
fucking
first
sense.
two
There
humans,
could
if the
never
first two
be
Shut
humans,
a world.
up.
There could never be a world where every human is gay. The fuck? It makes
it
no
doesn't
sense.
matter. You're
It
not,
makes
bro.
no
Can
sense.
you
It
understand this?
does
Let me
You
matter.
talk.
make
Let me talk.
no fucking
Let me talk.
sense. No, because
Mm-mm.
going down this line of logic is a waste of fucking time. There could never be a world where every human is gay. Just like there isn't a world where every human is heterosexual. Shit, giraffes, 94% of male giraffes are homosexual. Giraffes still procreate.
It's like, imagine being dumber than a bag of actual fucking rocks. We said it 3 different times. We entertained that nonsense and said, fuck, okay, fuck it. Everyone's gay now. IVF. And he's like, I
It
don't
don't
really.
matter, cause you know it's icky that men putting their dicks on each other. I don't like thinking about men putting dicks on each other or putting dicks in each other's anus, cause I don't like that. I don't like thinking about that, even though I'm gonna keep talking about it. I don't like thinking about
Like,
Bro,
people
why
why
does
are
he
you
having
keep
making
sword
it
bringing that
fights.
weird,
up?
bro? Why are you
True.
making
Why
it
does he
weird?
keep bringing
God
up like gay
dang.
guys? Like, that's weird. You know,
It
there's
can
like
be gay
pansexual
women as
Weird as
well.
people.
It
crap.
can be gay women as well. It can be gay women as well.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you're saying it's right. I know that a fully gay world is
Why is it
impossible. It
wrong?
won't happen.
Why is it
But
wrong?
I'm giving you a hypothetical
We
situation.
debunked it, so
And your
why is
You're
it wrong?
hypothetical is
saying
dumb.
you're saying that if a couple of people do bullshit, it's all right. If
Okay.
he's still, that's right,
I
right?
don't
That's
want
what
to
you're
keep
saying, right?
talking about the
Listen,
same thing.
the
It's why I keep cutting
See,
you.
there you go. There you go. I
Just
done bust
stop.
your
Just
head. I done
stop.
bust your
Stop.
head.
You
Stop.
I done
lying.
Stop.
fucked you up.
hello,
Please.
Shut
hello,
up.
I did.
hello. You got on this stage and called women bitches, motherfucker. And you up here worried about what another nigga do with his dick? Fix your motherfucking mouth first. Fix your own
Bro,
motherfucking morals.
listen.
Shut the fuck up. Fix your own motherfucking morals first before you try to get into somebody else's. You call women bitches as if it's fucking normal.
We've done this like 3 times. We've already explained to you that it's
5.
possible for there to 5 times. In fact, I lost count. We've already explained to you that it's possible to have children in your imaginary world. So tell us why the fuck it's wrong. Why is it wrong?
That's his only
You want to know
fucking
why
point.
it's wrong? I'll tell you why it's wrong.
Yep.
We need reproduction.
We can have it with gay
See,
people. So
See,
why is
like
it
you just
wrong?
not gonna let me talk. You just not gonna let me talk.
No,
You
because we
can, but I
already
can't,
debunked it. How many fucking times are we gonna say the same thing,
bro.
mate?
I see what you doing, bro. You just mute motherfuckers and say bullshit. You don't even let me
What the
talk.
fuck?
You don't even let me talk, bro.
Your stupidity is entertaining. We've
Can you
said
listen to
this
this?
five
Okay, listen to.
times.
I'm gonna say.
Okay, do you understand this? I want you to give me a yes or no. There
All right.
is ways to reproduce if you're attracted to the same sex. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so reproduction therefore cannot be a reason why it's wrong. Yes?
Yes, it can because the way
I
that
don't
you're
want to talk to him
saying.
anymore.
What the fuck? You didn't even. Oh my
You're
god.
dumb as shit.
You ain't even let me say nothing. What the fuck?
Do you go this
where's your G
hard? Do
spot?
you go this hard on world hunger?
Nope.
Venus, let me ask you something. Can
And
I ask you
do you
something?
hear me talking to you?
Don't
What
talk
you
to me.
ask
I don't
me?
want to talk to you.
Thinker, what you ask me?
Do you go this hard against world hunger?
No.
Why not? Doesn't that kill children?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
because world
it hurts
hunger.
the population, right?
Because listen, world hunger can't bring you pleasure.
Does it stop
Homosex.
population? Does it
Oh
kill
God,
the
don't let me talk.
population?
Yes,
Okay. What about genocide and ethnic cleansings and
yes,
wars? That kills
yes,
populations.
yes.
Why the
What the
fuck are
hell?
you worried about bringing more babies here, more population here, when you motherfuckers are gonna let them starve? You motherfuckers are gonna kill them with wars.
What?
You motherfucker, listen to the babies that are already here, the population that is already here, that you motherfuckers let die. Why the fuck you worried about humanity continuing? First off, like, do you think you're gonna come back? Like, are you gonna be here? Like, you're already here. Why the fuck are you worried about whether humanity dies out? You are going to die one day. What the fuck does
That's
the
not even what I'm worried about.
what the fuck does the longevity of the human species have to do with you?
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Answer the
What do you
fucking
think it has to
question.
do with me?
I don't
It has
know,
everything to
motherfucker.
do
That's
with me.
why I asked you. What does
It
it have
has
to do?
everything to do with
What?
me. How are my kids gonna survive if everybody dead?
If your kids are here, then it means you populated. Everybody
Right.
can't be dead if your fucking kids are here,
All
dumbass.
right. All right. Can I say something real quick? Is you gonna let me say something?
Answer the fucking question that I asked you.
What you asked me, bro?
Like, are you dumb?
No, you talking
Yes.
so much. I
What
don't even know
the
what the hell you
fuck?
said.
What the fuck does the population of humanity have to do with you?
I never said it had anything to do with me.
So then why the fuck are you policing the dicks of other men?
You missed the entire point. The reason why I'm doing that is because, like you said, right? This you gave me a good point to go off of, right? You said genocide. You said what else? You said what else? You said
Answer the fucking question I'm asking you right now.
I'm answering
You
it.
said
I'm answering it
you said human population. The human population has to continue. I'm asking you why. What the fuck
because
does the continuation of humanity have to do with you?
so you saying genocide is okay? Basically, what you saying
What
right
the
now?
fuck does
Boy, you dumb.
the continuation of the human population have to do with you?
Because I want humans to live on.
So, who cares what you want?
So you saying genocide
Wait.
is okay? You
Hold
saying
on. Hold on. Nope. Because she asked you, why don't you go this hard for world hunger? Why don't
okay?
you
Now let
go
me
this
answer that.
hard
Let
for
me answer that.
genocide? Shut up.
Let me
I'm
answer that.
talking.
Oh my
No,
god.
shut up. I'm talking
All
because
right,
you don't
talk,
seem to get this.
talk.
Shut up. You said, she asked you, do you go this hard for world hunger? You said no. She asked you if you go this hard for genocide. You said no. She asked you if you go this hard for war. You said no. So how is that her saying those things are okay, you idiot?
Can I answer you? Can I answer you? You gonna let me talk now? All right. Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you. World hunger, genocide, and all of that stuff is off the top of your head. Genocide, you killing everybody, is clearly wrong. Now, man on man sex
brings pleasure.
What question are you
Genocide
answering?
does not
What question
clearly
are you
bring.
answering?
Well, if you would
What question
listen, you
are
would
you
fucking get it.
answering?
If you would
What
listen, you don't want to
question? You're
listen.
not answering. Listen, nigga, you're not
I'm
answering the
answering the
question that
question you.
I asked you. No, you're not. I said, how is that her saying it's okay? That's the question I asked you.
That's the one I'm answering.
It's not.
You won't listen. You ain't even heard the whole thing. How you know?
I heard enough to know
No, the
that
fuck
that's
you
not
didn't.
what
No, the
you're
fuck you didn't.
answering.
You ain't hear shit.
Yes, I did. Shut up. Because you're not answering how it was her saying those things were okay. But you lack freaking comprehension. And I know why now Venus opted out of this idiotic conversation.
Like the
Ma'am, I'm
fact that
not
we
sure
had to
how I'm
repeat the
supposed to
same
answer your
shit like
questions if you're
five
not going to
times
let me
is
answer
like
it.
is absolutely enough for me. Do y'all remember when
Dumb as heck.
I said, okay, we can still reproduce. So why is it wrong? And he's like, because we can't reproduce. Like,
I was
Just
finna say some more shit, but you cut me off.
so
Like what?
okay, I'm not talking to you. Don't talk to me, bleed. Respect my boundary. Thank you.
I respect your boundary. I want to talk to Selena. I would like to talk to you. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna try to explain. I'm gonna try to answer the question you asked me, okay? Or the question she asked me, okay?
repeat the question that I asked you.
You said the shit about genocide. You said how come I don't go as hard for genocide, right? And all that
No,
stuff.
that's not the question I asked you.
Oh, what was the question? Say it to me again.
No, I refuse.
So this whole time you just muted me and didn't even let me say nothing, right? Are you gonna let me get one point across?
Like this is fucking stupid. Like
Thinker.
there's nothing that you have to do with the existence of humanity. Like when you die, that's it. You have nothing to do with whether humanity continues or not. Like a fucking nuke could fucking destroy humanity, motherfucker. A fucking nuke will probably destroy humanity before two dicks, before gay people. There are gay people in the world today, lots of them, and humanity still fucking continues. You guys are just misogynistic as fuck. And you worry about what other men do with their dicks because you think that it changes the picture of fucking masculinity or some shit. Worry about your own motherfucking bedroom. Get the fuck out of theirs. And stop with this fucking hate.
I would still like to answer your question if you would let me. I would love to. Honestly, I'm serious. I would love to answer it if you would let me answer it. I'd love to. I'd love to. Will you let me?
Y'all, please remember caps are for mods. Even one word will get you muted.
So, all right. You said, why don't I go as hard for genocide and world hunger? Right off the dome, when you think of world hunger, it's terrible. Nothing good comes from world hunger at all. Okay. But you're saying man on man sex is okay. Okay. Right? Are you with me? Are you with me? Okay. Man on man sex brings you pleasure. Okay. So naturally you're going to try to excuse how bad man on man sex is for the pleasure. You're ignoring how if everybody does it, and so you're saying it's impossible for everybody to do it, right? Okay, so it's all right if he steals. The whole world ain't gonna get stolen. Everybody in the world ain't no stealer, so it's okay if he steals. Man on man sex can't reproduce. So you're saying it's okay for men to reproduce, to not reproduce, but man on man sex, you're saying that's okay. Can you tell me how that makes sense? How it's okay for a bandit to be a
A,
bandit
B,
because not
C,
everybody does it.
D, E, F, G. Get the fuck off my stage because you stupidity. Ruben, I don't know why the fuck you back up
That
here. You
nigga
whined
said.
enough, motherfucker. We don't want to hear your ass whine no more.
Yeah, I'm. I had to take my earbud off for Ruben for a bit. That dummy thought he ate.
That was dumb as fuck.
I don't think we've had someone that stupid in a long time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was
Yeah,
it.
it was
We
peak.
couldn't even make it past the fucking point A. We couldn't even fucking put the keys in the fucking car. We couldn't even.
This motherfucker said it brings pleasure.
Pleasure. The man on man sex people. How you know?
Pleasure, pleasure. You saying pleasure ain't wrong? Huh? Pleasure?
So it don't matter if he getting pleasure over there, as long as he not stealing the whole world.
But the whole
How
world
do
can't
you
be
steal the
stolen
whole
though.
world?
The whole world can't be stolen though, right? Right?
Steal the world.
Like, who the fuck goes
Make
steal
it
the
a
whole
stolen
world?
place. That man said I go so hard. I don't go hard on hunger because hunger is not pleasurable. I go what? I That's why you need to go hard on hunger because it's not pleasurable. The freak. Oh, where his mom at? I need to have a long conversation with her.
This is like
This
honestly,
this
like the last couple of conversations is
what you give
like the
us?
true definition of
Where's
dick
daddy?
brain.
Because I said to mama, because I know talking to the daddy is gonna be more of that.
Zay,
Sorry, say.
Zay, are you there?
Zay sleeping on a plastic couch? What is
Plastic couch.
that's what it sounded like.
Warranted truth.
Oh, dang.
How y'all doing, ladies?
Good. How are you?
Awesome.
Fine, doing fine.
How old
Y'all
are
are
you?
very funny. I have to say it. I'm so sorry.
How old are
I'm
you?
30. I'm 30.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Um, I can say deconstructing.
Okay.
It's pretty
What
much
topic
covered
did you
that
come
for
up
me.
to discuss?
Is the God of the Bible the God of the black community? 3.
Yep. There's more to three. Can you finish?
Oh, sorry. And is this why black people don't do atheism?
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Um, my first thoughts on it would be just kind of learning new things or coming into some new knowledge in the recent past. I kind of come to find out that a lot of people over in the or BLK people rather in the Americas aren't, all from over across the seas, and a lot of the narratives are kind of not, what they were being. So I'm just finding out that a lot of the story that we were given as far as the Bible or God of the Bible really wasn't for us in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. Um, I don't know if you were raised in the black community, religious community. Um, but what we're taught is that this is our God, our ancestors worship this God. We disobeyed this God, so this God put us in slavery. Um, the God helped our ancestors through slavery, through the civil rights. And so we owe it to this God, right? And so when I first started hosting these deconstruction lives, I had black believer after black believer come up yelling, going off, scared, saying that I'm leading black people to hell. This is our God. Black people don't do atheism. And like every day I'm threatened by black believers. Yesterday, one black guy said that he was gonna murder me. Um, like I don't understand. Like I get the anxiety because we were taught hell, fire, brimstone. You don't question God, God's sovereignty. Jesus, He's so holy. Like black people have a real commitment to this God, or to a God in general. 97% of Black Americans are religious. 75% believe in the Abrahamic God. 75% believe in the God of Christianity. Like 11% are Islam, and like the other 3% identify as like spiritual. Um, and then on the continent of Africa, it's like 99.8%, something like that, which means that we are the most indoctrinated demographic on this planet.
I agree. I agree. And not, not even just, from the statistics that you mentioned, like from what you said first. It's in our family. You get a chance to witness it firsthand. I don't know if I'm mistaken or not, but I think I once heard you say you were raised up kind of similar to the way I was. Jehovah's Witness. Am I mistaken on that, or is that true?
No, I know I was Kojic. My
Oh,
other
it's your
co-host Fee was Jehovah's Witness.
okay, okay. Well, yeah, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and it was different. I'll just say that, not to be too wordy, but I agree with everything you're saying.
If you type in Christianity, like Black people are not at the top of any, like many hashtags on this app, very few hashtags on this app. But if you type in Jesus or Christianity, black creator after black creator. If that is one hashtag on this app that we dominate.
Right.
And I don't understand why they get so offended when we say we don't believe in the God. Like it's almost like it has to be um like it's hive mind. Like it has to be all or none. They can't have their belief and let that be that. They have to try to force it on the whole entire community.
Oh yes, yes. There's a lot of fear in it. It's a lot of fear in it, and I witness a lot of times because I've actually studied the Bible, so. And I think you have too, just from listening on lives. And a lot of times, even if you play the game with a lot of, I'll just say Christians, and you try to have those conversations, you find out they don't even know what they're talking about, anyways.
No, because they're indoctrinated into the fear. They're
Right.
indoctrinated into this idea of hell or heaven and this loyalty to this Jewish savior that was so innocent, and he died for you because you're wicked and you're evil and you just can't get right. Like he's the God of their suffering, and they don't know anything else, and they refuse to know anything else.
That's right. That's right.
Like I've had them in my comments saying that Jesus suffered more than our ancestors during the transatlantic slave trade.
It's something like you said, we're very indoctrinated into it, and a lot of us don't even know why. It's, for me personally, it would have been because my parents did it, and passed down from their parents, my grandparents. Like I say, they don't even know why, because for me personally speaking, my parents or grandparents, they don't even know about it. They, like you say, they know the faith. So it's a real big issue or epidemic that we're dealing with out here. Like you say, it's like hive mind, and it's not the right type of hive mind you're dealing with. Because you never have to worry about whether or not you're gonna be threatened or, sent to hell or anything like that. And it kind of makes you laugh because, like, for me, I'm like, gosh, man, I'm 30. And I was once there, So I have a lot of understanding for it, but in the same breath, like it's like you said, it's scary. It's something.
Yeah, like even with dealing with the violence that it creates in our community, right? Just the teachings alone,
Mhm.
we're not paying attention to the harm that it causes. I ran a topic one time saying that the church is just like the trap house in the community. There's a church on every corner, in every neighborhood, just like there's a trap house in every neighborhood. The believers go to the church on Sundays to get their fix from their bishop, their pastor, whatever the D boy is. The same way, addicts go to the trap house to get their fix, and they get through the week, and then they go back to get a re up right? It doesn't fix anything. It just makes them feel better about whatever the hell they got going on in their lives. It's a coping mechanism. But like when we look at the harm that it's actually doing in our community, one, the hatred towards the LGBTQIA community. Black people are highly transphobic, highly homophobic, and they perpetuate the violence and the hate that goes that is pointed towards that community. We uh, like we're killing each other, and our black trans people, our black queer people, we're killing them because of a belief that a god sees them as abominable, or because of patriarchal misogynistic ideals, because we can't mind our own fucking business. We rather look at somebody else and say, oh, that person's sin is greater than mine, or because I can see that person's sin and I don't agree with it. We end up uh, perpetuating violent ideas out into society that gets our own people killed instead of protecting them. The children in the church, they're and in our homes, because of the scripture that says a pastor is worthy of double honor, and that touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm. The pastors in our churches get away with essaying our children, and then we constantly want to say, that's some white people shit. We're hiding ours. We're saying keep it in
You're
the
right.
family. That's God. Cover him. Cover the pastor. God will handle him. And we're letting our children get harmed, and
You're so right.
telling our children that uh, it's all a part of their story. God let you go through this for a reason.
You're so right, sister. Continue. You're so right. I mean, I'm just listening, and you're so right about it. And I'm just thinking, as a male, we are. I don't know. I hear a lot of times. Of course, we could kind of work on, the emotional side, or the social emotional, or just our, mental health. But a lot of that is caused by that's a very specific issue there of us being indoctrinated into that faith, or into that religion, because it kind of causes you to ignore so many aspects of that that personality, of your mental health, and just like we were told, just look to the sky for it all. All the problems gonna kind of go away without us doing any actual work on the inside as men and women. So again, I agree with you.
Yeah, and mental health is running rampant. Mental illness is running rampant in our community. We demonize mental health. There was a therapist that went viral that pissed me off because we share the stupidest shit. We let the stupidest shit go viral in our community. She went viral talking about she deactivated her therapist license because Jesus told her that the mental health industry is demonic, and that Jesus said he needs more deliverance because those people are suffering from demons, and he doesn't need diagnoses, he needs deliverance. And people shared the fuck out of that. It's already a struggle to get black people to take mental health serious. We have therapists calling them demons because
Right.
Jesus in this Bible wasn't smart enough to know that epilepsy wasn't a demon, that mental illness isn't a demon.
That's right. And then again, I guess this is a little bit off topic. I think a lot of those things, the way they are written up in the book, I think they're just written up like that. I think, of course, the writers outset maybe had knowledge of whatever was going on, but I think the way the book was handed out to us and things like that for its purpose, I think it was intentionally written up like that. To, I guess make like I don't know. I don't really know how to say that. I'm sorry.
No, I get what you're saying. And I think for people who are willing to look at the text through a non-biased lens, through a non religious lens, and look at the culture, right? And understand that these are people who wrote at a time where they had very limited knowledge about mental health. They had very limited knowledge about healthcare, period. This is a time, we're talking early middle bronze age, down to the iron age, first century Greco-Roman knowledge, right? They thought that gangrene, uh to treat gangrene, you would cut the limb off, right? They didn't know how to treat simple gangrene. If you had pus, they thought that was a punishment from a god. Inflammation, seizures were demons. It was sin. Blind, if you were born blind, that means that your parents sinned. That's what
Oh,
they thought at that time, and we shouldn't be basing our current knowledge on uh humans in their infancy stage. That doesn't make sense. We're causing so much harm by telling people that, oh, you done sinned against God, that's why you feel depressed. The Bible says he'll keep you in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on him. But ignoring the fact that because they think about Jesus all damn day, they're having these fucking sleep paralysis dreams. They're jumpy and filled with anxiety because they think that a God is policing their thoughts. Their own internal dialogue, they think is a God or a demon or Paul or Peter or somebody talking to them. They can't tell the difference between their own voice, their own thoughts. Like, we ignore all of this.
Yeah. I don't want to take up too much of your time, ladies. Do y'all mind if I try 4 out as well?
You said try what?
Prompt 4. Homophobia is rooted in history and misogyny.
I actually only allow one topic
Okay,
at a
that's
time.
fine. I enjoyed you all, though. I'm up all the time listening to you. Very fun to me.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Y'all have a blessed day, ladies.
You have a good one.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Let me read. I got a few super chats over here. Um, Uno Gustave says, "Thank you for the $5 super chat. I feel that deconstruction from Christianity isn't enough. I also need to deconstruct the male condition, so to speak." Yeah, I think we're all doing that. I also have some internalized misogyny that I'm deconstructing as well. TMFJ, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Christianity never got me. I got beat a lot by my parents. I laugh about it now. I love how brave I was as a child. Big ups to the caller. She's dope. I'm assuming that's about Alira. Yeah, she was pretty dope. $2 super chat. TMFJ. Netflix show to see when life gives you tangerines. Ooh, that's a K drama, ain't it? Welcome. Oh no, Marduk, thank you so much for 13 months. You are a dragon now, Marduk. $5, not that Bible. Jason says, I guess you can't crash out if you pass the fuck out. Well, let's see if they come back. I want to see if she crashes out. Thank y'all for the super chats. Appreciate that. Zoro, I assume you came up on accident. Mindset. Mindset. Mm.
Yo,
Hi, what's your name?
Gokotsu.
Do you have like a nickname? I don't want to mess your name up.
Call me G.
G, how old are you?
I'm more than 28.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing your belief, or an atheist?
I'm a Muslim.
All right, G, I don't have conversations about Islam here, so I'm gonna drop it back down, okay?
No, I want to talk about your.
How you gonna say no?
Mm. Antigua, are you up here on accident or on purpose?
Sorry, accident.
No worries. Have a good one, okay? G, if you request again, I'm gonna block you. I said no. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. 18 and up. Kay, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? All right. There's 700 people in the room. Thank y'all so much for being here. Please make sure you tap the screen, share the live out, feed the beast, and let's do a nerd up so that we can get some people in here in the guest request box. What's up, Kay? How are you, love bug?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing
I'm
good.
good. So the reason I'm up here is because question 3 is definitely what something that we talked about I think the last time I was on, but the reason why like that one is really standing out is because I talked to my mama what was it, yesterday or a couple days ago, and she's starting to question if the God of the Bible is for the Black community. I'm so thrilled.
Wow.
I mean, I've sent her like the way she sends me videos about, I think I said this about how, the God was moving for me and, the reason why, things were happening for me. But I sent her a video about, I think it was Jamal Bryant talking to somebody who mentioned how, this God isn't for us. And she watched it. I'm so surprised because like she we don't, like I said, we don't talk often about it, but she'll send me a video. I'll watch sometimes, but most of the time I don't. I was so shocked yesterday or the other day when she said she watched the video and it had her thinking. I'm like, finally, she's coming around. Now she's at the point now where she's like, well, there has to be a higher being. And she tells the same story. I feel like every other Christian does. Well, I saw the two bright lights in my car accident. But I'm like, you know what? That's a step in the direction um, that I never would have saw coming from her. So I think the more we, even if we don't push it, I think we talked about just like, leaving or maybe Mama Bash. I don't know. I don't remember because I listened to so many of y'all's lives. But if we just drop little seeds of like questions or, like making people really think, I feel like we'll, and like you said, we may not be able to come get across to everybody, but if people really just stop and think, they might be able to see like this is really not our God. It never was. So
I'm so happy that your mom is allowing herself to even just, question or explore that thought. And they typically that's what we do, right? We're like, there's got to be a reason, right? That we are here as humans, or something had to create us. And so, like, even her having that thought means that she's probably damn near ready to just ditch this God. um and when I say ditch, I'm not talking about like completely do away, but she's ready to start digging into what she's been taught about him. And I think that's going to be a way for y'all to um like you're going to have somebody to be able to talk to about it, and it may even just bring y'all closer together. So I think that's pretty cool.
I agree so much. When I saw this topic up, I was like, wait a minute, I need to share. So I won't be up here long, but thank you again. Like, again, your live has given me the courage to not only talk about it, but to be able to stand on it. So I thank you so very much. And I'm just excited.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming and sharing.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
It's definitely amazing. Have a good one, Kay.
You too, guys, ladies.
Thank
Think
y'all. Huh?
I have to drop.
Okay. Thank you, Venus.
It's okay. Thank you for letting me up here. It's my favorite day of the week, Loki.
You're welcome.
I've
Have a good
started
one.
looking forward to Wednesdays.
Well, I'm glad you did an amazing job.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry for cutting Maddie's hour short, but I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye. Bye, everyone. And thank you guys.
Bye.
I love you guys so much.
Love you too.
Yes, love you back.
Ev Vasher.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
So, yes. Okay. Yes, that's my name. I go by names of Evangelist Pastor Lawrence.
Do you want me to call you Ev? Are you able to go to like a quieter room?
Pardon me?
Is it possible for you to uh like go to a quieter room?
A quiet room.
Yeah, I can hear your background. Are you in a classroom?
Uh, kind of. But, uh, okay. Okay, let me try. Because I was at
Yeah,
my,
just a little quieter.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just know that it's usually louder in the chat, so I don't know if they can hear you.
Can I do it?
I can hear you, but it's your background is usually louder for the people in the chat, so I'm not sure if they
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay. So,
They said
so,
your background is very loud and they can't hear you.
so, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, is it okay here?
Y'all, is that better?
Okay. Let me try out. Yes, how are you doing?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 13.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible, of course.
Okay. They said it's the same. Some people are saying it's a little better. Some people saying it's the same.
The same as in what?
Like your background is loud and they can't hear.
Oh, God. So, I would like, actually, I would love to share with you because I wanted, when the other people are still on, but because I'm at my workplace and that's the environment that I'm in right now. But I can still try. Can't you hear me still?
I mean, I can hear you, but the chat is saying
But
that they
but in the
cannot.
background.
Yeah, like the
Oh,
people in the
sorry.
comments, they can't hear you. The people listening to the live, they can't hear you
Okay.
because your background is loud. I can hear you, but the
Okay.
listeners cannot.
Okay. So
Oh, they're saying you're
so
fine.
should
They're
I
saying
leave
you're
my
fine now.
when it
What?
maybe in the night? Are you on a live in the night?
Yes, but they're saying you're fine now. What topic did you want to come up and
Okay.
talk about?
Okay. All the topics are very very fine. The number one topic. So if a woman responsible for evil and sin coming into the world, there is this one. What is the purpose of the soul and the spirit in belief? Uh, there is this other one. This God of the Bible, the God of black community, is this why? I'd go with number three.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are God of the Bible is not only the God of the black community, is the God of the entire creation. Like
That
as
question
in
is
God,
asking, does that God, like, should the black community be worshiping this God?
of course,
Why?
because he's their maker.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because of the visible things. Before even I get into the Bible, visibly when I see everything that is existing, it's not that it self-existed by itself. There is
That
someone
doesn't
who
mean that
put
the
them
God of the
here.
Bible did it.
Pardon me?
That doesn't mean the God of the Bible did it.
It doesn't mean that the God of the Bible is what?
That does not mean the God of the Bible created anything.
Oh God, I haven't got into the Bible, but I'm just
I
painting a
asked,
picture
I asked,
of
I
what he
asked,
did.
should
But
black
before even
people,
I,
I asked, should black people be worshiping the God of the Bible? You said yes. I said, why? You said, because he
yes,
created them. I said, how do you know? You
Mm,
talked about creation and somebody had to create
ha,
it. I said, that
uh,
does not mean the God of the Bible
okay,
created it.
okay, let me answer it this way, cause we are all descendants of we came from one man, and we are all descendants of Adam.
No,
Do
we're
you
not.
do you believe that?
No, there
You're
are
not.
no West African. My ancestry is West African. There are no West Africans in that part of the world or in that Bible.
There are no West Africans.
There are no West Africans in Mesopotamia where that
Yes.
story is or
hmm
in the Bible. There's not one West African listed in that Bible. My ancestors are West African
Okay. So where did the West Africa come from? The West Africans come from.
from my ancestors,
Where did your ancestors come
from
from?
their ancestors.
Where did they come from
I'm,
their
I'm just gonna keep.
ancestors?
I'm gonna keep going back and forth.
Yes, you gotta keep going back for.
Yes, they did
So
not
where
come
did
from.
where
They didn't come
so
from.
so
They didn't come from Mesopotamia.
I mean so let me ask, so where did, because this all this collusion, all this cycle, it has a beginning where it began
It
from.
didn't start in
Your
Mesopotamia,
ancestors, they had a beginning.
and that
So
beginning
they didn't
wasn't.
just
And that beginning was not
they didn't
Mesopotamia,
they
and it wasn't Adam.
they
The
they
Garden
didn't
of
self
Eden is in Mesopotamia. My ancestors are African, not
let me ask,
Mesopotamian.
is Mesopotamia creation or is Mesopotamia God?
Mesopotamia don't have anything to do with me. I don't believe in your God.
Mesopotamia is a creation because it's
I'm
found in
oh,
this
it has
world.
nothing to do with me. I'm West African.
So, as you're West Africans, there is a God who claims he created you.
No, the
And yet,
West Africans were indoctrinated into the Mesopotamian God.
okay, sister, let me just make this point clear too, that you can never know who you are unless you first know who God is.
No, that's not true.
Because you do not know who you really are.
I know exactly who I am. And I'm not
You do
Mesopotamian.
not know who you really are. If you do know who you really are, then
I'm
how
not Mesopotamian. This God doesn't have anything to do with me or my ancestors.
do you really know who you are? If
Yes.
I'm asking you the second time,
Yes.
how much hair do you have on your head if you know who you really are?
How much hair do you have on your dick if you know who you are?
No, me, I do not know who I am. But you said you know
I
who you
do
are.
know
Then I'm
the
asking you,
amount of hair hair
How
on my
much hair
head,
do you have on
the
your head?
amount of
Because
hair
it's on
on
your
my head,
head.
the amount of hair on my head does not have anything to do with me knowing where
Oh
my
God.
ancestry
You
comes
just
from.
said you know
It
who
has
you are.
nothing to do with me knowing where my ancestry comes from or me knowing who I
You
am.
you
I
just
know,
said you
I
know who you really
know,
are. That means you
I
do not know
know,
who you
I
really
know
are.
who my mother and father is. I know who my grandparents
You,
are. I know that I am West African. I do not come from
you,
Mesopotamia, and my parents are real. I do not come
you,
from a fake ass invisible God that you cannot see, that you have to believe exists.
you're just making a point of an argument here. You're just
Well, how
arguing
much hair
without.
you got on your head?
It isn't making any sense here.
No, you don't.
How
You're
much
just
hair do you
arguing.
have on your head?
Hold on, Celine.
She just said
Hold
she
on.
knows who
No,
she is, and
the
I asked her
amount of
if you know
hair
who you
on
really
my
are.
head doesn't have
How much
anything
hair
to
do you have
do.
on your head?
The amount of hair on my
It
head.
has,
No, the fuck it don't.
cause it's part of you.
No, the
Your
fuck
hair
it
is part
don't.
of you.
No, the fuck it does
Your hair
not.
is part of you.
No, the fuck it does
Your
not.
hair is part of
Shut
you.
the fuck up. It has nothing. The fact that y'all
Come
go,
on, where is
the
the S
fact,
coming
the
in
fact
from
that
then?
the fact that y'all go to stupid shit like that proves that your God isn't fucking real. The fact that you go to dumb shit like that. This God is a Mesopotamian God. Adam was is a fucking character in a fucking book. There is no motherfucking archaeological evidence for Adam or Eve. My ancestry is fucking real and documented. I don't have to believe who my ancestors are. And I don't need to believe in your Mesopotamian God for me to know where I come from.
But the whole claim of you don't know who you are
I don't
because you don't
know.
know how much hair is
So,
on your head.
Hold on.
He
You
it
can't
has
you
even
been
tell
you
just
you
a
heard
how
you
point
much
of
see
an
hair
her
on
argument.
talking?
his.
I know you saw her
You,
talking.
You, has it been
the
just a
fact
point of
that
an
stop
argument?
it, I'm talking. The fact that he thinks because you don't know how much hair is on your head, you gave him a smaller area. You asked him how much hair is on your testicles, sir.
Let me
You,
ask you.
if you know
If you
yourself,
claim you know who you
stop
really
it.
are,
Shut up. Because your premise is stupid. She even gave you a smaller area to work with, and you haven't given us that answer yet. So apparently, you don't know yourself. God.
That's his claim. He said he don't know himself. He believes he doesn't know himself because uh the God knows how many hairs is on his head, which is a fucking claim. A claim that you can't even fucking verify. Ask your God how many hairs are on your head right now. Ask your God.
then why would you put
Ask
me off
ask your
when I'm still
ask your God.
explaining?
She
Because
was
you do not know,
talking.
you don't want the truth to
Shut up,
pass
shut
on.
up, shut up. She was
This is
talking.
just your
She was talking, and you can't talk while someone else is talking. I don't care to hear the metadata. I don't care to hear your fucking complaining. Ask your God how many hairs are on your head, since you believe your God knows how many hairs are on your head. Ask him now.
It's only God who knows that, not any human being. It's only your maker. And
Notice
you
how she
claim you're
said ass.
self-created creature?
So you can't ask him to tell you.
Wow.
You claim you were just here by yourself?
Wow.
You can't ask your God to tell you how many hairs are on your head.
I do believe there are very many types of creation that people
I'm
believe.
sorry.
There
Hello.
are those who
Can,
So we
do you not
just
hear the words that are coming
there are
out of my
those
mouth?
who believe in
Can you
self-creation.
ask your
You believe in
God?
self-creation?
Can you ask your God to tell you how many hairs are on
You believe in
your head?
evolution?
Can you ask your God to tell you
stop talking over
how
her.
many hairs are on your head?
Golly. Already fighting your background noise.
I do not bring multiple people on stage at the same time. One guest at a time, and if you send your request, I will get to it. Can you ask your God how many
So
hairs are on your head, please, so that we can
of course he
verify that
knows
he
that,
knows?
and
Let us
because my
verify that.
God is
Let
omniscient,
us
he knows
verify.
everything.
Then let us verify that. Then prove
My God
it.
is omniscient.
Okay,
You're
prove
just a
it.
creature.
Okay, prove it. Ask him how many hairs are on your head.
You're just the clay. He's the
Prove.
potter,
Okay, cool. Prove
and
it.
he knows everything
All right.
about you,
All right.
and you
Prove it.
belong to him
All
as
right.
well.
Prove it. Now
Of
ask
course, let
him.
me prove it.
Prove it.
Let
Ask
me
him how
prove it.
many hairs are on your head.
Let me prove it.
Ask
Can you
him
give me
how
a chance
many
to
hairs.
prove it?
Ask him how many hairs are on your head.
Are you giving me? Are you giving
Ask
me a chance to
ask
prove
him.
it?
Ask him the question that I asked you to ask
Oh
him.
God, you're just shouting, man.
Ask him the question that I asked you
You're
to
just
ask
keeping.
him.
You're just
No,
shouting. You're not proving a point here.
you brought up the number of hairs on
You're
shut
just
up.
pumping.
God damn, you already got a loud ass background. You are the one who brought up the number of hairs on my head. You are the one who claimed your God knows you and he knows how many hairs are on your head. Prove it. Ask him. Ask him to prove that he knows you by telling you the number of hairs on
So where
your
did the
head.
Mesopotamia come from? Where did
The reason you won't answer that question is because you know it was bullshit. You can't ask your God shit. There's not a damn thing that you can ask your God to do for you in this life to prove that he does anything for you or to prove that he even exists. I could give
so you do
less
believe that you came from
I could
nothing?
give less than a
You're
fuck.
the people who believe that you came from
I could
nothing?
give less than a fuck if you think that you came from this fake ass Mesopotamian ass God. But the fact that y'all try to make other people accept that shit because you accept fairy tales for yourself, that's what the fuck I'm talking about.
You're just paid to do what you're
Believe it
doing. You
for
just paid
yourself.
millions and millions of money to just pass on this
Believe it.
false information to
Shut the fuck
people.
up. Believe it for your fucking self. If you want to believe in magical thinking, do
You're
that for
just paid for what
yourself.
you're doing. You're passing on.
If you want to believe in magical thinking, that's okay for you. The problem is you try to force other people to accept your
Passing on false
ignorance.
information to people.
Shut up. You don't have any fucking information.
Make them think that they
You
belong.
don't have any fucking information. You are owned by white supremacy. The God that you serve is white fucking supremacy. You accept
You're
nothing.
paid to
You
pass on this.
accept nothing for fucking hopes and dreams. You let them people come onto your continent, go into your ground, walk out with your fucking wealth that's in your fucking ground, and with a fucking daydream or visions of you being walking on streets of gold after you fucking die. The whole continent of Africa is owned by white people.
Where did Africa come
The
from?
whole continent is owned by white people.
Where did Africans come from? You
The
claim
whole
Africa was
continent
self-created?
is owned by white. You let white people
You're
come in
passing
there.
on false information to people.
Y'all let white people come in there and convince you that their God, their white God, told them that they are supposed to rule over you and that they're supposed to own your fucking land and they're supposed to own your fucking gold. And you believe that shit to this day. You believe that your black ass,
There is a maker who created
you
everything.
believe that your black African ass was created by a white God.
God is not white for information. God is not white.
And that you came from two motherfucking Mesopotamians in the fucking desert.
God is not white. You misunderstood that. God is never white. God is eternal. He's an eternal being.
I guarantee your
You
ass
aren't
got a picture of a
self-created.
white
You're a
Jesus.
creature that was
Shut the
just.
fuck up. I guarantee you got a picture of a white Jesus hanging up in your fucking house.
Don't have that. My God is a self-existent being. My God is an existent being.
You're a goddamn lie. Was your
He's
God
not white.
hung on a cross?
He's a self-existent
What
being.
was your God hung on a
Nobody
cross?
created him.
Was your God hung on a
He's
cross?
the author, the fate of life, the beginning of life, and the author of the life of every other
was your
creature.
God hung on a cross?
Now, why do you keep muting me?
Was your God
Why
hung?
can't you let me
Was your
speak?
God hung on
Because you
a
know
cross?
I'm going to open your people's
Was
eyes that
your
you're
God hung on a cross?
lying people. You're being paid to pass on this false information.
Was your God hung on a cross? Yes or no?
Answer the question. Golly.
We should let me
Was your
explain,
God
but
hung?
you're not giving me
Was
even time to
your
explain.
God
That
hung
means you're
on
hiding
a cross?
something away from people,
Was your
from
God
your audience.
hung
You don't
on
want
a
it to
cross?
know
Was
the
your
truth.
God? Shut the fuck up! Damn, y'all are irritating as fuck. I swear, especially believers on the continent. Y'all are irritating.
Disgusting.
God damn, answer the fucking question. Was your God hung on a cross? Yes or no?
You've been paid to pass on this false information to people, to your audience.
Answer the
You've
fucking
been
question.
paid dollars.
Was
Of
your
course, I know
God
that.
hung on a cross?
My God is a triune God.
Was he hung
Three
on a
persons,
cross?
yet one being.
Was he
And
hung
he's the
on a
God of the
cross?
Bible.
Was he hung on a cross? Are you embarrassed?
Okay, since you're just not giving me
Are
time,
you embarrassed?
let me
Are you
just.
embarrassed because your God was hung on a cross? Huh? Are you embarrassed because your God's side was pierced? Motherfucker
Yeah,
can't
he's
even
ashamed.
answer this question. Your God is a fucking human, motherfucker.
He's ashamed. I'm ashamed.
DBP, DBP, positive purpose. Positive purpose. Are you up here on accident?
Sorry.
No, no worries. Have a good day,
Okay.
okay?
Have a good one.
Sin, sin.
Sin, what you singing?
They know they're right there. I swear, like they are not okay. I wish they would
Least.
do something about mental health. They're not okay. Some of the sickest people. You didn't hear us? How did you know you were on stage? Jagadesh? Jagadesh? I actually tried to bring you up, but the fact that you keep fucking spamming my chat makes me not want to bring you up. I told you to stop that shit. It's fucking ridiculous. Like,
Good day.
why the fuck was you
How are you?
spamming my chat like that?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
It's fucking ridiculous. How old are you?
Sorry. I'm 26. Yourself?
I assume you are a believer. Pick a topic, please.
Okay. Firstly, I'm not here to, cause any
No,
conflict. I'm just open to
no, no.
discussion.
Okay, pick a topic, please.
Okay. I think the second one. First or second. But let's go for the first one. Could be fine.
Go ahead. What are your
The first
thoughts?
one. Okay. In my perception and in terms of scripture, I think women are not. I think the one who was actually responsible for sin coming into the world, it was fine. It could be through women, but it's the devil who actually did that. In my opinion, because if you study the Bible very well, you understand that it was the serpent that came to deceive the woman. And I think the fall of man was collaboration between the serpent, Eve, and Adam. Because if Adam never agreed to eat the fruit, then sin could not have come into the world. If Eve didn't agree to eat the fruit, it could not have come. So I think sin coming into the whole world, it was collaboration between the three beings. I think they are the ones who were actually responsible for the fall of man. So I don't want to blame and say that women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. I could say that man was responsible, the serpent was responsible, working in hand together for their fall. That's my opinion.
I would actually have
Okay.
two things. I think that you
Mm-hmm.
actually owe Eve an apology. And then I think that your God, based on your answer, your God would be ultimately responsible.
Okay. I'm listening.
Your God created the serpent. Your God gave the serpent that wisdom. Your God put the serpent in the garden, in an enclosed garden, by the way. Your God is all knowing. Your God put the tree there. Your God knew
Mm-hmm.
that they were going to do it. Your God is
Mm-hmm.
responsible. But I think you owe Eve an apology because I think you actually
Okay.
appreciate the wisdom that you have, the ability to decide right from wrong, good from evil, to critically think, to
Mm-hmm.
rationalize, to be wise. You don't prefer a
Okay.
mindset where you don't have the ability to do that.
Okay. When you read the Bible in Genesis 1:28, it says that after God had created man, he says that he gave them the power to rule over every creeping living thing on the surface of the earth. So, in my understanding of scripture, I believe that God did that because he created man to he created man. He actually stated that in the book of Genesis that he created man to dominate, to rule. So when man was created into this earth, they were the ones who were managers of the earth. They were the ones that God had placed to look after the earth, not him.
Can I ask a quick question though, Mila? If
Uh,
if
Okay.
that if that were true, did that domination include the serpent?
Okay. To answer that question, did you notice what the serpent came to do? The
Well, I
serpent
don't.
came.
No. That's not my question. Is not about what he came to do. My question was in reference to something you just said. You said that God gave Adam and Eve the power
Dominion.
and the dominion to rule over everything on the earth. Did that include the serpent?
Yes.
Okay. What would it have taken for Adam and Eve to rule over that serpent? Because clearly the serpent ruled over at least Eve in
Mm-hmm.
your recounting of the story. So in
Mm-hmm.
what way did they have dominion over the serpent if the serpent was able to deceive?
Okay. To answer that question, I think what deceived them was because they'd forgotten their identity.
No,
because
that's
when
just you adding to the story. That's not what I don't want you to add what you think, what you feel. You made a claim that God gave them dominion over all of the creeping things, all of the animals. That would include the serpent. If I have dominion over something, it's not convincing me to do shit. So, in what way did God give them dominion over the serpent if the serpent ultimately was their demise? That doesn't make any sense. Do you see that tension?
okay, so you think that Adam and Eve did not have dominion over the serpent?
Well,
I'm
I
asking
was
you to
gonna.
show me how. Oh, I'm sorry, thinker.
It's okay. I was gonna ask because you
Mm-hmm.
say that he told them to rule over the earth, go through, subjugate it, and all this stuff in Genesis 1.
Mm-hmm.
How do they
Yes.
rule and subjugate from a garden, from an enclosed garden? He basically put them in a cage and he created them to till the ground, to work the ground.
Yeah.
So
Yes. Yes. To work
how
the
do you
ground.
go from dominating the earth and ruling it to being put in a cage and told to work?
Okay. I think I believe that when God was telling them to dominate the earth, in my understanding of scripture, I believe that he was telling them to look after the things of the earth, to manage the earth.
Okay,
Because
cool. How do they do that from a cage?
they do that by, so you believe they were caged?
The garden is an enclosed garden. That's what it means. It's a gan. It's an enclosed garden. They were inside a garden, enclosed inside it. How do they dominate the earth from a fucking cage?
Okay, to answer that question, do you know that just in the world in general, maybe if maybe you're in the US can have its own ambassador. It can be there, but also still
Is the
dominating the
world
world.
in was the world inside the garden?
No,
Okay.
but there
So
were.
my question is, you're
Mhm.
in chapter 1, he tells them to go out and dominate the earth and rule it. In chapter
Subdue
2,
it.
he builds a garden, an enclosure and puts them in it.
Please show me where it says it was closed. I would
It's
love to
that
see that.
the word in Hebrew is gan, and it means an enclosure, an enclosed garden. That's what it means in Hebrew. It was the garden of Eden. Eden was the land. The garden was inside of Eden. He created the man outside of the garden. Then he took the man and put him in the garden.
Okay. Um what you have to understand is that the things of the spirit is that when God gives you a responsibility, he he first sees that, are you going to be able to
You about to
manage
make up some
that thing?
shit? You about to make up some shit because you didn't even
No,
know. Yes, you are. You didn't even know that it was an enclosure. You're about to make up some shit.
I'm not gonna make up
You
some shit. It's in the
are.
Bible.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It does not say that. You're about to make up some shit. And
Okay.
in
Have you?
Genesis 1, he tells them to go out and dominate the earth and populate it. In Genesis 2, he puts them in an enclosed garden, in a cage.
Mhm.
The world is not in this garden with them. The world is on the outside of the garden. So, how are they supposed to dominate when they are inside of this garden?
Okay. 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 To answer that question, the Bible says that one who is faithful in little things, God shall, if one is faithful in little things, then more shall be added unto them, that they can be faithful in more. I think you know the scripture,
I'm
if I'm
sorry.
not
Did
mistaken.
your God learn that about humans after humans fell?
No?
Oh, really? So that's in the beginning of the story.
I believe that God knew everything that was gonna happen,
No, no,
because
no,
the
no, no,
Bible
no.
says,
Does your God say that in the beginning of the story?
say what?
That he
Hmm.
starts you off with a little bit of responsibility and then he adds to you once you prove that you can handle that little responsibility. Is that in the beginning of the story?
It's not in the beginning of the story, but
No.
But as
No,
you read the
that's
Bible,
something that he
Mhm.
decided as humans, as populations grew.
Is that what you think?
No, that's what I'm asking you.
No, I believe that, if you read the Bible very well, as you continue reading the chapters, you actually see the beginning in the other chapters. You can actually relate, okay, this what actually meant this. This what actually meant this.
Oh, really?
Uh,
Did
yeah.
your God, did he always hate incest?
Who said God hates incest?
Oh, like, does he not tell them to kill if you have
No.
yes, he does. The punishment for incest is death.
Okay, can I share this with you without,
No. When he gave the sexual immorality laws in Leviticus 18,
I
the incest laws, did he always hate incest?
wait, just to help you with that question.
Can you
We as
answer the
people,
question? Did
he
he
doesn't hate
did
incest.
oh, he doesn't hate incest.
He doesn't hate
He's okay with incest.
he doesn't hate them.
It Do you know what the fuck incest is?
Hold on.
She's not saying insects, not bugs. She's talking about sleeping
Oh.
with a relative.
Why
Oh,
did
okay,
you think
okay.
I said sexual immorality? What does sexual immorality have to do with bugs?
I thought you were saying insect, so
But
I
I
was
also said
confused.
sexual immorality. What
Really?
does that
I
have to
didn't
do
know.
with bugs? Or were you not
Okay.
listening?
I think I was puzzled when you were talking about insects, so I was trying to dig up what are you actually talking about. But you can continue and go
The
ahead.
fuck
I'm
would I be
listening.
talking about some goddamn bugs? Has
Hmm.
your God always hated incest
Yes.
from the very beginning?
Yes.
So then why did he bless Sarah and Abraham's marriage?
When they married, they were married.
Were they siblings?
So you think they were siblings, right? Is that what you think?
I swear my brain, like I can't, like the way I have to, like
Hmm.
it's too much work with
I think.
believers. Like you all believe in this text, but y'all don't fucking know it.
Wait.
Y'all don't
Can,
read
can I
it. You don't study it. Y'all just get up here and you just talk. And it's very
wait? Can I say
frustrating
this?
because y'all don't know anything.
Okay. Can I say this? I believe that we believers we live in the New Testament
I'm not talking
realities.
about New Testament. I don't care about that. Not talking about that is
Why?
because the topic that you picked is an Old Testament topic. Y'all are too old for this. I feel like I'm talking to fucking kindergartners or first
The
graders.
freak is funny.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure what they think saying they live in the New Testament resolves. If the New Testament is only valid if the Old Testament is true according to your belief system.
Do
Your
you know
Jesus
that
is
Jesus
only
Christ
can
Jesus
you
Christ came
stop?
to
Can you stop?
abolish
Can you
to abolish
stop?
the law?
Can you stop? You
We
heard
aren't
me
going to talk
speaking.
about New Testament. You're not going to slip that.
Exactly. Like you want to get there so fast because you don't know anything about the Old Testament.
If your God had plans of just putting Adam and Eve in this garden because he wanted to see what they were going to do with the limited space, and you're taking what he said about humanity later on because it says he's always the same, then what the fuck is going on with the incest? Because he blessed Abraham and Sarah's incestuous marriage. He blessed Jacob and Moses' dad. They were relatives.
But that was after the fall. Man had
No, no,
already
no, no, no,
fallen. Man
no, no,
had
no, no,
already
no,
been
no, no. You
deceived.
said your God knew everything from the beginning.
That was after
He
the
gave. It doesn't matter if it was after the fall. He blessed their marriage, and he didn't give the incest laws until Moses, until the Levitical law.
Okay. Do you know that the law, because most of people, if
I don't
you
care. I'm talking about your God. Your God. You are claiming that the reason why your God put Adam and Eve in that fucking garden, instead of them being out in the world and dominating it like Genesis 1 says, is because he was giving them a little bit of responsibility because of something that he said later on in the story. And you're claiming that he always thought this way because in the middle of the story tells the beginning, and you can see the beginning of the story everywhere in the story. So if your God does think that way and he works that way, then that means that he should have always been against incest.
okay, I'm listening.
This is the problem when y'all just get up here saying shit. Like there really is nowhere else to go with this conversation because you're just gonna make up shit. And
I'm not.
yes you are. They're like Adam and Eve been in that garden didn't have shit to do with your God testing whether or not they could handle responsibility. That's not true. It literally says that he created them to till the ground. That was their purpose. He was
That's not.
created. It
That's
literally says in the text that
but
there
that's
was not. I'm
responsibility.
talking right now. It literally says in Genesis 2 that Adam was created to till the ground, that your God created a garden, put him inside the garden to till and to keep it. And then Eve was made to help him. It literally says that.
Isn't that responsibility
We're
though?
not talking about responsibility, we're talking about domination. You brought up Genesis 1. How do they
28.
how do they dominate in a fucking cage away from the world?
So then, what you have to understand is what is domination according to God's definition, because you cannot relate to, you cannot describe things and say this is what also God views them to be, because your definition of domination, the way you see it, because that's the way we've been cultured as people, that's the way we've been raised as people. But what is God's description of dominating? What is God's description of subduing?
Yeah,
Adam named
I'm
the
gonna
animal.
tell you from the Hebrew
Okay.
since you want to know. Like y'all get up here and y'all just say shit. When he told them to go out and dominate uh the world, he said to chavash, bring it unto subjection, bring it into bondage. Then he said rada, to have
Rather,
dominion,
yes.
tread down, to subjugate.
Hmm. It
How
says
are they
that.
going to tread down,
Hmm.
subjugate the world from a fucking cage? How are they going to bring the world into bondage from a fucking cage?
Are you done talking? Hello?
If you don't hear noise, don't you think that that's an indication that she's done talking? Since you don't hear her talking?
I thought maybe it
They'd
was
rather
network
talk.
issues.
They'd rather talk over people, Fee. That's the issue.
I also think it's just a way for them to gain more time to think
Not really.
You
Not
think they
really.
think?
Not really. Not really.
of
I'm
lies.
uh,
Yeah.
uh, I'm not really. Okay, I hear your question. So you're saying if the word dominion means to put under subjection, just the description you've shared, yeah. And you are saying that why did God put them in a
I did not
cage?
say
If you
why. I said how are they going
okay,
to bring the world, the earth, into subjection and tread it down from a cage?
okay, okay. To answer that question, um, what God spoke to them, those were those were words of prophecy given to them. Those are words of prophecy, because when God says to them, you shall rule, that's prophecy, because everything God says is what? It's prophecy. So that was a prophecy. And when God speaks a word, since they are the ones in charge of the earth, they are the ones, it's their own
How are they in
responsibility.
charge of the earth from a fucking cage?
How are they in charge of the earth on a cage?
From a cage. They are
Okay,
pets in a cage with other animals. How are they in charge of the world?
they named the animals of the earth.
Cool.
The
How
animals, the
are they
animal.
in charge of the world
You know,
from
if
the cage?
when you say it was actually a cage, then where would all the animals that
In
Adam
the
named
cage
came
with
from?
them.
So then that means creation was where?
Where were the whales?
Wasn't
Were the whales in the garden?
so
Hey, hold on. Were whales in the garden?
they were in the earth.
Were they in the garden with them?
I believe so.
There was an ocean in the garden.
No, that's what I'm trying to say to you, is that if you say they were in a cage, then there's a misconception. There's a misunderstanding between that statement that you actually
They were
stated,
in an
because
enclosed garden. Was there an ocean in the garden?
there was no ocean.
Oh, so the whales were not there in the garden with them. The
Yes.
sharks were not in the garden with them. Right?
Yeah.
So there were animals that they did not have access to in that
Yes.
garden. All right. So
Mhm.
again, how were they going to subjugate the world from a cage?
Okay. They were going to subjugate the world from a cage using the very likeness and the very image of God that they've been created. Because when God created the heavens and the earth, He's not in the earth. He's in the heavens, somewhere else. He's not in the earth. So then that question you're saying is just like saying, how can God rule the earth
I'm not asking
from
about your God. I'm
from
asking
from,
about
from
these
the
two. I'm not
heavens?
asking about your God. I'm asking about these two humans your God put in a cage.
They were going, because what you have to understand about the things of God, that they were not limited. The fact that
Oh,
they
what could they
carried
do?
that
What could they do?
the fact that they carried the likeness and the image of
What
God,
could they do?
that's divinity. That's divinity. You're
What?
talking about
What
divinity.
could
You're talking
that?
about
What
deity.
could they do?
What could they do?
Mm-hmm.
They had the wisdom and the sagacity to say that this is a lion. This is what they had that intelligence
Mm-hmm.
to, and even till today, they named these animals years
Oh,
ago,
cool,
centuries
cool,
ago.
cool. So because you could say lion, you have divinity.
Well, the image and the likeness of God. That's
No, no,
when
no,
Silas
no,
Chris.
no, no, no. You said they were not limited. So because I can say lion, I'm divine.
Mm-hmm.
That's supernatural.
Supernatural. The fact that they created in
Don't
the.
type in caps in my comments. God damn. I can, but so I'm supernatural because I can say the word lion.
How are you
I
supernatural?
don't know. You said Adam was supernatural and divine because he looked at a lion and said lion. And
No, I didn't say that.
no,
You
I'm sorry.
misunderstanding me.
What could they do that made them unlimited then?
First of all, first of all, before what they could do, first of all, they
No.
carried
I want to know
the.
what they could do. You said they were
I'm
not
getting there.
no. You said they were not limited, which means they were unlimited. What could they do with their unlimitedness?
What? Sorry. what you have to understand is that life is spiritual.
No.
We all know
What
that.
could they do? What could they do? Please answer the question.
What could they do?
With their
Okay,
unlimitedness.
they're the ability to name the animals.
You already said
They
that.
also,
You already said that. So can I. I can name an animal whatever the fuck I want to name an animal.
but can you name an animal and centuries, decades after, they still use that same word that
Yes,
you
I
named?
could.
Because no, that's not possible.
Yes, it
We
is.
both know
I
that.
actually
You
named 2 apps. I can name whatever the fuck
what?
I want to name. Yes, I
No,
can.
you have to understand that you can name 2 apps. When you're talking about apps, you're talking about technology.
Yes.
Back then, there was no technology.
It
You
doesn't
have to,
matter. I can name,
but
it doesn't matter. I can name whatever the fuck I want to name it. Hell,
and
humans created bananas and we call it bananas. That's nothing divine. Like the fact that you are sitting up here saying that naming animals, like looking at an animal and going lion, is some divine capability or divine trait is insane. And naming animals is not subjugating the earth. I asked you, how in the hell are they supposed to bring the earth into dominion and rule over it from a cage? The reason I asked you this was to help you see that these are 2 different stories. Like y'all don't even ask yourselves the very fact that in chapter 4 there are humans on the fucking earth already in chapter 4.
yes, there were humans already. And I also know what you're talking about. I know that
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Adam was
I'm
not
I'm
the first creation of God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I swear, like this, like the shit that y'all believe in makes my head hurt.
Why?
Honestly, because y'all make no fucking sense. And then when logic hits y'all, y'all just make shit up. You make shit up. And
No,
then
I'm
yes, you
not.
do.
I'm not
Yes, you
doing
do.
that.
Yes, you do. Y'all make
So what
shit
I
up.
said today
Y'all
was not making
why
any
are you
sense.
talking while I'm talking?
Sorry, go ahead then.
Y'all, and then all y'all do, like you keep the same fucking irritating badass behavior. And you just say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And do the same shit over and over and over again. But then when no one's talking, y'all, every last one of y'all would sit there and go, are you done? Are you done? Can I talk? I mean, I don't want to cut you off. I mean, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be respectful. And where you could have been an artist, like y'all all behave the same way. And it's irritating.
Okay. So as I was saying that I strongly believe, because the main discussion was that so Eve or women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. And my response coming when I first came here on the box, and I'm still gonna stand on what I said earlier, was that women were never responsible of that. And I believe that it was the serpent, it was the woman, it was the man that was responsible for that. That's why God cursed them all. He cursed the serpent and said that you shall never walk. You shall walk by your
I
belly.
think
He
this is an
cursed.
example of why y'all are frustrating to talk to, especially as adults, because you named the actors, but you didn't name the scriptwriter as being responsible for any of this. None of that would have happened without your God. You don't ask yourself basic common sense questions. You're telling Thinker that Adam and Eve were like God because they could say the word lion or name a lion, but you don't realize that we are still discovering animal species to this day. Adam is not
Yes.
here to name them. So are the
Yes.
sign? Can you stop? They didn't name all of the animals. There weren't the ecosystems that are on this planet didn't reside in that fucking garden. The word that's used for the garden is an enclosed space. Y'all don't think about anything. You just accept what somebody has told you to be true, even though it defies all logic, reality, and basic common sense. It is frustrating to speak to adults who think like kindergartners. Seriously, it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your opinion. So as I was saying earlier, was that how can I really put this? Adam Adam and Eve, because the main discussion is just on one topic. I just came to discuss one topic here. You know, is Eve or woman are responsible for sin coming into the world. So what I wanted to say another thing is that if I have a candle, if I have a can I talk? If I have a candle and maybe everyone in the group here comes up and light up my candle, we still gonna have the same candle. So when Adam sinned, it's not like he did not have the the likeness and image of God. He did have that, but it was now corrupted because
What
he
the
had
fuck does
sinned.
that have to do with a candle?
Wait, can let me finish talking? I was making an example. Can I talk? Because when you were talking and when I was talking, you were telling me to keep quiet. So can I now talk and vent out my opinion, and then you can also say your opinion,
I
please?
didn't tell you to keep quiet. That was Thinker telling you to stop speaking over folks.
Okay, can I finish talking? Then you also talk.
Get to the point. You're talking about Adam and Eve, not a fucking candle. Get to the point that you're trying to make. Because none of this is making sense.
Okay, so as I was saying, is that when they gave birth to children, that they were carrying a piece, a portion of the corrupted presence of God. They still had the image and likeness of God. So that's why even till today, she's also saying that she can actually name an app. It's because it's that's the very true identity that there's a portion of the image and likeness of God dwelling in her, but it has been corrupted because of the fall of man.
Was that the end of it?
Yes,
You know,
What the fuck does that have to do with a candle?
I started.
the,
There was a guy
the candle was
today.
an
I'm sorry. Do
example.
you not hear me talking? There was a guy on stage maybe 3 4 idiots ago, and I'm saying idiots because y'all come up here and y'all just say any fucking thing. Like the conversations tonight, outside of the people that are deconstructing, have been straight ass. Have been straight ass. There was a guy that came up talking about homosexuality, and he begged and begged and begged to talk just like this one did in the fucking comments. Came up and said homosexuality was wrong because it's pleasure.
What?
Yep, because it brings pleasure.
When?
Genocide ain't wrong because genocide don't bring pleasure.
Oh
But
my goodness.
two men having sex brings pleasure, and so it's wrong. And it made me think about like how like all night I feel like I've been talking to like kids, and it made me think of Nene when she sings her ABCs, and she goes ABCDEFG, and like I feel like that's what I need to say anytime their asses come on stage. And like when the last guy was on stage, I just said ABCDEFG, like
Oh my goodness.
because y'all remind me of my grandkids. Like they play around and they talk, and but honestly, I think they think more than most of the adults that have come on this stage who believe in this God.
But thinking you might be right. Like, have you ever heard like a couple of, I don't know, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds play pretend? They just say things. Oh, and then we're gonna do this, and then we'll be here, and then we'll be in Paris. They don't think about whether or not the thing can actually work. They don't string together two ideas that make sense, and that's what it's like listening to them.
Yeah.
I think what was that?
That's Harmony ass. Harmony, like she would just bust out of nowhere, and I tell me, I promise you, I think she's mocking me. Harmony is so fucking tired of the alphabet song. Like she'll just bust out and go A B C D E F.
Oh my god, I
I
can't stop.
swear she mocking me. She like, I'm sick of
More of
this
that.
damn song.
Yo, I'm over here trying to eat a sandwich so I can go to school. You are fucking yo.
That's what they remind me of, man. It's hard to have like serious intellectual conversations when they won't accept facts of the story, right? They want to rewrite the story and try to convince us that the book doesn't say what it say. Then you just want to make up shit. Like that's ridiculous.
So I don't know whatever the heck he was talking about.
I'm still trying to figure out the candle.
Yeah, I've been laughing like I've been laughing for the past 10 minutes. Motherfucker, let me talk. Interrupted him.
Girl, I thought the same thing. I was like, did this motherfucker just interrupt himself?
Somebody get me off this rock.
Yes.
Yeah, yo.
Ain't nobody talking but you.
He's like, let me finish. Don't nobody understand shit you saying, my man. And then interrupted yourself. Like, please, please, y'all get me off.
And it was begging, spamming the chat, disrespectfully begging to come up to talk about a candle.
So now you're just making jokes, but you know very well that I never just spoke about a candle. I mentioned a lot of things. I stated a lot of points. And what happened during the discussion, the what we're talking about got diverted, and we started talking about something else, drifting from the main topic, which was all about. So, an understanding that here we have few believers, and maybe I might be the only one, because me looking
I'm
at the
sorry, you
comment section.
started
Wait,
talking. I started
can I
laughing.
finish talking? But
You
you see
are
how
the
you guys are
devil.
treating me here. You see how you guys are treating me here. When I try to talk, there's interference, and it sounds okay. But when someone else tries to talk, I should keep quiet. So I feel like, there is no
I mean,
respect.
you
And
don't you don't really
I
need us
came up
to
here,
interrupt
I
you, sir.
respected
You
each and
don't
every
need us
one
to
of you.
interrupt you. You interrupt yourself. You interrupt yourself on your own. You don't need
How did
nobody to interrupt you.
how
No
did
one
I interrupt
interrupted you until
myself?
I came up here. You're not okay. You're not okay.
How did I interrupt myself?
Did you
What did
not
I
just
do to
sit here talking to yourself and ask, let me talk, let me talk. No one said anything. And you talking about let me talk. You interrupted yourself, weirdo.
Okay, thank you for that. So as I was saying is that thank you for the open discussion. I enjoyed the discussion, and thank you to everyone else.
You should probably not try to make up shit on the spot. If you haven't had a thought about this text, if you're not knowledgeable about it, say, I don't know. Let me go read it and I'll think about that. Don't make up shit. Have a good day.
Exactly. They make up things and expect you to just go along with it. And when you don't go along with it, now you're the enemy.
Okay, what did I really make up? Can you just tell me
Yes, you
that if
made up that your God was
Mhm.
testing them in that garden to test their responsibility before he let them go out and dominate. You made up that Wells was in the fucking garden with them. You made up that it was divine that Adam could name fucking animals.
I made that up?
Yes.
I didn't make that up.
Okay.
I didn't make that up.
All right.
Because what I was trying to state there was that I was trying to broaden up the perspective of the scriptures.
It's not in
Not
the
limit.
scriptures. You made that up.
I
He
made
said
that up.
broaden up the he said,
Didn't they
that's
name
a
the
nice way to
animals?
say made it. I made it up. Like
It
what?
didn't say nothing about that being divine. You said that they were unlimited. Didn't say anything about
Don't
them being unlimited. None of that.
There were
You made all that up.
okay. When someone if you say I made that up, when someone carries the image and likeness of God, let me just ask
Do
you
you
on a
have the
general
image of likeness
perspective.
of your God today?
I do.
Okay.
100%.
All right, go fly. Teleport your ass to the next city.
I do.
Teleport.
And
He said,
I'll give you a sign.
Teleport.
I hope
Teleport.
you remember me one day.
Teleport.
You'll see a sign
No.
that I am
Teleport
divine.
now.
a sign of teleportation? Like, what are you talking about? Teleport
The
now.
hell?
He doesn't even have it in him right now to say, okay, I get what you're saying. We are limited. Like, this is the shit that I'm talking about. This is why we don't respect you. You are a dishonest interlocutor. There's no reason for us to respect you. This is chicken fodder for us.
Right. Like, he's just saying anything. Like, what the fuck kind of,
Really?
what is wrong with you? You can teleport, dummy. You want to teleport right now? Do it. Do it right now.
I'll be back. I'm
You
No.
talking
finna
about some
teleport
sign.
to the loo.
The
Listen,
fuck?
listen, listen, listen. Humans, we are in the body. When I'm talking about that, I'm divine. I'm
Teleport
talking
right
about the
now.
inner
Do it
man,
right
about the
now.
recesses
Teleport
of the
right
inner
now.
man.
We didn't
I'm
ask
talking
you to
about the
explain
recesses of
it.
the inner
We
man.
didn't ask you
I'm
to
talking about the
explain it.
recesses of the
No
inner
one
man.
asked you to explain it. Teleport right now. Do it.
You're not making any sense.
You're
You're
not
not making any
limited, right?
sense.
So
You're
teleport
not.
right now.
You're not. You are quick to judge what I
Are you
say.
limited or
You are
no?
quick.
Yes
You
or
are
no?
too
I'm not
quick.
judging anything.
You
I'm
are too
listening to
quick
the
to
words that are
judge what I
coming out of
say
your dumbass
and
mouth.
say I should not
I'm listening to the
explain
words that are
anything.
coming out of your mouth. Can you teleport? Yes or no? Are
Je
you
vais
able to
elagizo
teleport?
o
Yes
zebre
or no?
entele egizo o dale
Can
edi
you
agaje
teleport?
o
Yes or
perifere
no?
nazo.
Can you teleport? Yes or no? Can you teleport? Yes or no?
Was he speaking in tongues?
I think so.
The fuck is wrong with y'all? Like,
Fuck
y'all
is
are
fire.
seriously not okay. You got a grown ass man that doesn't know the difference between insect and incest, who
Man,
thinks he can teleport and then starts to speak in tongues before dropping off of a panel that he begged to come up on.
Yeah.
Y'all are not
And
well.
that summarizes it
that,
perfectly.
yep. That's gonna be somebody father.
Damn. Damn, Rhea.
Dang it. That was.
Whales in the garden in Mesopotamia is wild.
Mm,
A
I want to
sand
say
whale. I don't know
whales.
what the fuck. Like, I got nothing.
Some
Yo,
crabs have Beetlejuice.
when he said that, I was like, where they gonna go?
You know how much space and water a fucking whale needs, man? Like, what?
Wait, I
I don't
missed him
know.
speaking in tongues. He spoke in tongues and left.
He spoke in
Yep.
something.
Damn, I just had to go get some coffee.
He knew he had nothing else.
What made him speak in tongues?
Because I didn't want him to start. He started explaining woo-woo nonsense. I said, are you limited? Yes or no? Can you teleport? Yes or no? And he wouldn't answer. He started speaking in tongues.
Good morning.
1 second, you're right. Guys, I'm going to say this one more time. Caps will get you muted, and then you will be mad. Okay? Do not type in caps in the comments. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment only. Okay? You can type whatever you want in these comments, except for caps, except for racism, except for homophobia, except for any of the isms. Okay? That is the we are pretty chill in here, but caps, just don't do it. It is unnecessary unless you have a vision impairment. Hey, Dr. B.
Good morning. I just wanted to
Hey,
say
Dr. B.
Mesopotamian whale gardens. That's pretty
Right?
awesome.
Thinker, I did go ahead and mute them for 5 minutes anyway, because that person has been here for a bit. I think they know the rules, so they'll be back in 5 minutes. But y'all listen, like it's not a joke, because we will like pay attention to that stuff, and we think it's an announcement that's actually important, but y'all just yapping, right? So fix that, please.
Not only that, like like I can't take it. Like I don't understand why people come in the
Right.
comments yelling and shit. I don't get it. Yurick, how old are you?
I'm 44.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right, there's 4 topics on the board.
You know,
Go ahead and pick one. Fee, do you want to let Dr. B take one since he's limited on time, and you want to go ahead and do one?
No, Dr. B can go first.
All right.
I mean, I do believe that that homophobia is, it's I don't know if it's rooted in misogyny, but I would say that I would say that homosexuals in the Bible is wrong because, in my interpretation of it, is when a man is using his seed to procreate, not, it says in the Bible, like, your seed should end up in the belly of a prostitute rather than on the ground, and in another man is on the ground.
Can you
It's
show
not
me
being
that?
used for anything.
What?
What?
Can you show me that?
Where it says your seed would be better end up in the belly of a whore than on the ground?
Yeah.
Can I show you that?
Is that an unclear question?
Right.
Do
Like,
you not know?
if he knew, would he be asking you to show it to him?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Like, do y'all think? No. I'm gonna answer that for you.
Just trying to ascertain what you know, sir.
All right, y'all nerd up. Let's the likes look great. Thanks so much for that. Ooh, the shares look amazing. Let's go ahead and get these gift goals knocked out. Remember to go to Thinker's Gift Gallery. If you can clear out one of those gifts, that would be amazing to help her level up. And let's continue to push this live out into the FYP. Do it for the algorithm. Thanks.
Who is Shadow Slave? Y'all just be making all these new friends and stuff. Who is Shadow Slave?
Shadow Slay? I have no idea. That's a new one. But hey, welcome Raiders.
Well, hello. I don't know who is who no more. Somebody was saying, what was it? What was it? It was some name, like something atheist, something, something. I'm like, who is that? Y'all need to
What is he
introduce
looking
me
for?
to y'all new friends. Cause I don't know who half of they are.
He's supposed to be finding where it says the seed is better in the belly of a whore than built on the ground or something.
Oh, look, the person is in the comments. Hello, Shadow Slave. We don't know you, but thank you for the raid. Well, I don't know.
I know Shadow Slay. I know Shadow
Yeah,
Slay.
okay, I don't know
Yeah,
him. So, hi, Shadow Slave. Thank you for the raid.
yeah. They do have some good lives. What's his stance on? What did he pick?
He didn't pick yet, I don't think.
He
Oh,
He
has
I
a
started
think
book.
he's
talking about
four.
homosexuality.
Yeah.
Yeah. He went straight into homosexuality, so we ascertain that that's what he chose.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
York, are you back?
Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you?
Did you find it?
Did I find what? I'm not looking
So
anything up. This isn't a fucking classroom.
What?
What?
why did you
What?
leave?
What?
Oh shit! These
I didn't
kids.
leave anything. I didn't mute up. I'm just sitting here listening.
You swiped away
You
from
know,
the.
we
You
can
on
tell.
teacup, dude.
Yeah, we can tell when you're not on the app. You know that, right? When you're on a different app, we can tell.
Oh, I wasn't on an app.
Christian,
I
why do
was.
Christians lie so bad? And they're not
Man,
even good at it.
I don't
I don't know.
know. It's ridiculous.
I wasn't looking it up. I didn't immediately swipe off to look it up, only to not find it.
Nerd up, y'all. Yeah, I don't know. And he just did it with
No,
no
I
fucking
wasn't looking it up. I
conscience.
was looking at my GPS. I'm driving at the moment. I have no reason to lie to you.
You are lying because it's the minute Dr. B said, find the scripture, you went off of the app.
Thank
Oh,
y'all.
y'all not even good at lying.
You ain't need GPS this
I
whole
pulled up my
time?
GPS because I'm driving, and I'm trying to make sure I get off on the right exit.
Get off on the right
Okay, all
exit.
Man,
right.
There you
whatever.
go.
We all
Get off the live. Bye.
we thoroughly believe him.
Yep.
Well, it must have brought up a scripture that didn't exist.
Mm, yeah. Yeah.
It's funny. It doesn't even matter whether the texts exist or not. I just when people make claims, asking them where it is. I don't know. You guys. I'm sure you guys use this too, but it's like
Hmm.
it tips their hand instantly, whether they know what they're talking about or not, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyway,
But they believe in salvation, but will lie like with a straight face.
With a straight face.
Yeah, like it's just the weirdest thing. Like,
it's because Jesus will forgive
Yeah.
them. Don't worry about it. It's all
yeah,
good.
that's
I
true.
I didn't immediately swipe away to go look for the thing that you asked me to look for.
I was sitting here listening to y'all.
I said,
Mind you, he just said that he was just sitting there listening, and then it's no, we can see when you're not
Then is
on there.
that?
I was looking at my GPS.
Oh, I was looking at
but y'all know
such bad liars.
sins are only sins depending on why you're committing them. So don't murder unless you're God, then you can do it. Don't lie unless you're lying for God, then it's okay. It cancels each other out, some shit like that.
But then,
That makes
even when
sense.
you do it, it's still not you. It's sin working sin in you. So
Exactly.
you're still innocent. China, China. Okay. TikTok gonna start throwing y'all in this guest request. Remember, if you are a nerd and you're in the request, I won't automatically bring you up unless I see a nerd emoticon. Thank y'all for the nerd up. I appreciate y'all. If you're just waking up this morning, we did start a new uh thing for the live so that we can keep the taps going, keep feeding the beast whenever it gets slow and get conversations in and out. It's worked pretty much tonight. When you see nerd up or when I say nerd up, if you could just go to the nerd team gift and just throw some nerds in the air, that'll help us get people in the room so that we can keep the conversations going. I thank y'all so much. Have a great day, TMFJ. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat.
I may have shamed Mezzo and Joel into coming to the Hebrew webinar Saturday night.
Oh wow, I can picture Mezzo and Joel trying to speak
Hey,
Hebrew.
so I have a question.
I do have a question. So I'm trying my best.
Michelle. Jesus is coming in your background. Can you turn your music down? Is this the mobster? Is this the mob's daughter? The cartel daughter?
I don't know, but that's the person that was using caps earlier.
Oh, she's muted the entire live. Okay.
No, I only muted her for 5 minutes. Oh, did
No,
somebody?
Coochie says she's muted the entire
Somebody
live.
Oh,
else made it mute. Oh.
Yep, I just said don't type in caps. You're gonna get muted, then you're gonna get mad. If you get muted, you cannot come on stage. And it's not that hard to not type in caps. Like people can
It's really
still
not.
read lowercase. She said her dad was the head of the cartel or something. The last time she was in here, she had to come tell me something. I was gonna get it. The cartel was after me. She said
she said what?
the cartel was after me.
And she coming in here?
Well, she had the last time she was in here. She had to come tell me that
Oh, hell
because I don't
no.
like Jesus.
Don't come back in here, ma'am. Don't implicate us. That's a family issue. It's a family matter. Thank you. The hell?
She's not a nerd. She just sent a heart me. The So there's the super nerds are the subscribers with the longer badge. The smaller badge are fan club level. I swear I hate saying that word. I wish they would just choose a fucking different word. But it's like the one that sends the heart me's. Yeah, she sends gifts, and so she got it. She got a badge. I don't know. But Michelle, you cannot come up because you are muted the entire live. Please stop requesting. Annika, okay, Michelle, we're gonna go ahead and block you because you don't like to listen. You're blocked now.
The cartel more than likely is Catholic. Yeah, they be a Catholic up in there. So
I don't understand why they keep requesting. Like, if they hear me say no, what do they think is gonna happen by them constantly requesting? What's going on in their mind, like making them make that type of decision?
you ever have somebody come to your house to your door and they just keep knocking and you're not answering, but they
Hmm.
just keep knocking like some magically somehow somebody gonna open the door. That's what that is.
Yeah, but like that's to me that's different because the person on the other side might think that you know you're just not hearing them. She heard us say no. You know what I'm saying? And then I took her out of the request and she put herself back in. Like she knows we're home. She knows we're ignoring her. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
I don't get it.
I'm referring to some of them people that like they can see that you home, like they can really see you in the living room, just kind of sitting there.
Oh yeah.
They, yeah, they see you, they see the lights on, they know you home. They see you in the
Let
bathroom.
me knock again.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me knock again.
Yeah. Those people I just laugh at.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's irritating. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There's no wait. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, you don't have to be afraid to come up. If you come up civil, we can have a civil conversation. If you come up as an asshole, I will cuss you out. So don't come up as an asshole. To the men, the religious men, the misogynistic men, I don't care about masculinity. I don't care to talk about that. There was a man after man tonight that wanted to come up and talk about relationship, this, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Okay? The topics are on the board. That's what the conversations are about. Okay? If you come up and just have a conversation, respect the rules of the live, be civil, it will be a civil conversation. If you are not civil, we will not be civil. Expect that. Freddie, Freddie, Freddie. Has anybody ever used the wait list thing?
Mm-mm.
I don't know. It seems like a lot of people like that wait list. You have? I don't think like if I once I leave a live, like well, I don't request lives. I don't request to go on people's lives a lot anyway. But I can't see myself going back. Like I don't know. But I'm kind of weird too, so I don't know. I hate that feature.
No, if I request, I'm sitting there because
No, the
I
conversation.
want to keep up with the conversation. Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
keep up with the conversation, and they might say something that I was going to say, and there's no need for me to to go up anymore.
Yeah. Like I don't understand people like window shopping while they wait to go up on a panel. Mm. I don't understand the point of it either. TikTok has some weird features for their TikTok live. There's 800 people in the room, y'all. Another 130 on YouTube, so we're 950 strong, about almost 950 people strong, and the guest box is empty. Again, don't be nervous. You don't have to know everything. If you are deconstructing, this is the place to where you challenge what you think you know or what you think you believe. It's okay to be wrong as long as you are not gaslighty with it or try to like, I don't know, lie to us. Um, that feels violent. It feels abusive when you try to like scalpel our brains. Um, we don't like that. But it's okay to not know something. You may be able to teach us something. We're open to that as long as you are civil and respectful. Um, if you are a nerd, this is the time for you to bring up your questions that you may have as well. Don't let it get too quiet, y'all. I don't believe in. Oh, I thought you was talking to me, Rip. I'm like, I don't believe in a God. Yeah, definitely feels like violence. That's why I be cussing them out because it's like first off, you think I'm stupid. Second, like you don't care that you are lying to me right now. That you are trying to convince my brain to accept illogical shit, misinformation, um, incorrect uh information. Like it's like it feels very violent and selfish. I think the worst call tonight was the guy that wouldn't ask the hairs on your head guy. Like that was the worst call tonight, I think.
That's who I
I
woke up
wanted to
to.
choke him. I
I
wanted to
woke
choke him so
I
bad.
woke up to him and I was like, what is happening right now?
You don't know the years. He said Thinker don't know herself because she don't know how many hairs she has on her head. So Thinker asked how many he got on his balls.
Wow.
He don't
That
know
is
himself.
that is a simple question to ask. That yeah, sound about right.
But he
Yep.
was horrible. He,
What did he say?
He said he
he
don't know
just he
himself.
just
Shit.
he don't know himself. Yeah, he don't know
Yeah.
Well,
himself with it.
motherfucker, go count before you come ask me that dumbass question, then, huh?
He said
Right.
that his God knows him, so I told him to ask his God how many hairs he have, and he wouldn't answer that. Then what? Then I was asking him another question. He wouldn't answer. No, I asked him, did Jesus die? Did his God die on the cross? He wouldn't answer that either because he tried to say his God wasn't white. I said, I guarantee you have a picture of a white Jesus in your house. And he said, my Jesus is not white. My Jesus is transcendental or something. He said. I said,
Uh huh.
I said, did your Jesus die on the cross? And he would not answer that question.
Yep. To I don't even know what that mindset is, but honestly, on the continent, that's what the like that picture represents. That's all they're thinking. Like they just think it's like a transcendental person, right? They don't take note of the fact that that's a white man. Like it's like that to them, it's clean. You get what I'm saying? It's like, oh, that's why he's that color because he clean.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
That's terrible.
Hey, Hex.
Hi, Thinker. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you again for uh, supporting me and recommending me to the line. I appreciate
Oh, I've been talking about you for so long.
that.
um, I am I at the status to kind of stray a little bit? I know I
You
do
should
the
be.
monthly and everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I'm just so grateful for you because you exposed me to so much. And like I've learned so much. And one of the things that, well, first, I've become way more assertive since attending TikTok lives. I'm gonna be moving soon for my internship for my PhD. And on the phone with somebody, I was like, I was talking to a realtor, and he started to stray about something, and I was like, I asked him a question, and he didn't directly answer the question, and I was like, "Are you answering my question?"
Yeah.
I was like "You're not answering my question." And it was just like so funny because I was like, "Oh my god, I feel like I'm like, just being really direct." And it's really nice because it's also coming into my work cuz I don't know if you remember, I'm also a therapist.
Hmm.
And the funny thing is, what I wanted to tell you was so I try to incorporate things with my supervisees. So I supervise master's level students um, with my graduate teaching assistantship. And so I try to incorporate more modern stuff because I feel like some of the material is kind of dated. And so what I did was for some of the sessions with some of the supervisees so far, um, I screen recorded that video that you talked about the therapist who she like got rid of her license because she started
Hmm.
to say like the DSM-5 like was all demon stuff. And I created prompts and questions with my supervisees um and had really rich discussion with a lot of them. So I'm just really grateful that although it's like pretty awful, like what she was saying, I was able to kind of have some really open ended, as non biased as possible conversations because as a supervisor, I have to kind of remain pretty neutral. Like, I don't put my beliefs or things incorporated, but I do stand on the side of social justice and encouraging ethical behavior. So like I spent a lot of time talking about the unethical behavior that she demonstrated in the clip, and I played the whole 10 minutes of her ranting. um and I've listened to it so many times now it's practically in my head. But um but it was just like the most common theme was my master students were like, what if an old client sees this? Like,
Right.
what are they going to think about their mental health, and like what are they going to think as they go forward? And like um we talked a lot about power dynamics, and it was just that was the main theme that came up. So it was really fruitful conversation, and all of them were like, even the ones like that were open with me saying that they were believers, or that they had some sort of connection, they were like, this is just really unethical, and it's something that like she's kind of, I mean, and I don't know the legal aspects of it, because she said that she was a Christian therapist. But the thing is, I don't know that she was like a licensed Christian therapist, because there's a difference.
Dang, yeah.
Um, but she was like, and then another thing that she did to kind of cover herself was by saying like, I'm speaking to blood bought believers. And then she also, another thing is she revoked or removed her license before making the video, so she kind of like was like covering herself. But overall, all of the master students were like, yeah, this is really harmful. So it was really good conversation. I even brought up an uncomfortable question though too. I was like, could you see a benefit from the video? Like, could you see benefits in this at all? And it was just most of them were like, they paused for so long that they couldn't really come up with an answer. But we did talk about how like this could broach more conversation, and that would be the positive.
Yeah,
So
because it definitely made me talk about it and try to understand how they see demons and how they're identifying what is a demon in a person. So it definitely
mhm.
sparked a lot of conversations across social media.
Yeah, and I mentioned that because like I would go back to her page, because like each week I brought it up with at least one supervisee over the semester. And over time it went from like in the 4 weeks that I had recorded it to like the last one I just did last week with someone. It was like it gained another 10,000 likes. It's gained like more saves. Like I have it saved for educational purposes obviously, but like I didn't like it or share it or anything, but it's got a lot on it, and it's like I I'm still kind of like surprised there isn't more like um action that could happen. But I will say this. So for counselors in the United States, we answer to the American Counseling Association, and we have to follow the ethics board in that way. And we haven't had an updated set of ethics since 2014. And a lot of that happened because of the pandemic, so we weren't able to get an updated one, but we need one desperately for like I would say like online, social media, like things like TikTok. But I worry what they'll come out with too, because then like I worry about restrictions on being able to share information. So they're trying to be really cautious, but simultaneously it's like, come on, we need something to look at, because like there's so much that like that could be harmful, like what we just saw with her video.
Yeah,
So it's like,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
oh no, no, yeah, please go.
No, I was gonna say because like your student is right. Like what if one of her clients saw it and it triggered like uh, a event and
Mhm.
she wouldn't be responsible anymore because of how she covered her bases, right?
Mhm. Um I will say I don't know. I imagine, because there are a lot of ways that people do enforce lawsuits. Like I could see a client going after her because, especially like the interesting thing about Christian counseling schools, I know about a few of them. They do incorporate a science-led, like academic, like secular structure in terms of like theory and like approaching things, in the sense that would be like, so counseling is this, mental health is this, but you can incorporate biblical and spiritual things. And she mentioned a few things that worried me in there too, where she was like, I was fasting with clients. And I that like really kind of gave me some big pink flags, I would say, because I was like, okay, I wonder what she meant by that, like, because like there's so many ways that could be taken. But it was just overall, like, the overall consensus that I've had with conversations, I'm really glad I incorporated it into time with students, because it kind of, you know clients have brought me TikToks in sessions before. And so I could see a client seeing that, and a client that could be Christian or atheist could bring that in, or have a conversation about it with a therapist. And one of the things that my friend and he's a major proponent of research regarding training for counselors, and then he also does a lot of research on like neurodivergence, but his main focus is always like his love is like religion, and he's an atheist. But he and I plan to do work on studying how to train therapists regarding like conversations about spirituality and religion, because what's happened in the last like decade, like the trend that we've seen, is people, if they are religious, they're just not going to church. Like, churches are very empty. And so what happens is they don't consult with their religious leaders on information, and they bring stuff into session. And then therapists, we're instructed to be non-biased and neutral, but then a client might bring up a case where we're just like having a conversation, and they start to ask for advice about that. Me, like, in my experience, I haven't run into that too much. Most of my clients are like, if they are religious, they're like, I like to keep that out of here. I worry about that stuff out here. Like, I'd rather come to see you to talk about my mental health in that way. And then if they want to discuss religious stuff, I like, I try to be as non-biased and neutral as I can, and just enforce what seems to be healthiest for them, and what seems to provide them the least amount of harm. But it doesn't take away from me being able to point out contradictions, or like things that would be providing stress for them, I should say. But overall, like, one of the things that I wish I could have had more conversations about with my master students about was just like the cultural dynamics going on in that video too. Like, because seems like she's American, and her experience as a Black woman who is a Christian, like, that would have been, I think, a really good, rich conversation. But my supervisees were so caught up just talking about like the harm of a past client seeing it, or like the power dynamic of her knowing therapy stuff and then saying it's not working anymore, and then discrediting an entire field of work. Now, mind you, the DSM has a lot of work that it needs done to it. It doesn't have, it's very white, cis, capitalist informed, and it needs a lot of work, but there's a lot of medical evidence that goes behind the DSM. But anyway, I'm rambling now a little bit, but
Oh no, if it's okay, I was actually hoping you got to the DSM, and like, I'm glad to actually talk to somebody that's been so in this industry for so long and has so much knowledge in it. I was going to ask you about the DSM-5 and how you felt about the classifications of like what religious psychosis is, and how not we, but professionals, because I'm not there yet. So like, I'm thinking like, when I get my degree, I'm trying to figure out, when I'm starting to work with people, how do I actually look at what the DSM-5 says, and what I'm saying, and actually what's happening, knowing that these are make beliefs. And I get that, it's the priority is to accommodate and make sure that the person is okay and safe. But I don't know how to kind of get out of like the black and white of reality. Does that make sense? Comparing to what the DSM-5 is saying. I'm like, I look at the DSM-5 and I'm like, but this other thing is actually delusion. This other thing is actually psychosis,
so correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm just making sure I heard you right. So you're saying like you're struggling in trying to understand using the DSM, simultaneously working with people who would present with mental health concerns that would bridge on like religious psychosis while also simultaneously handling your belief system in the room.
Well, yeah, not even just my belief system, but the fact that like in the DSM-5, when it classifies like spiritual psychosis, it doesn't necessarily go into depth with the fact that psychosis in itself is someone, you know, in a state where they're not relating to reality, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just um yeah, I know, like, I know it's insurance coverage and all that, but I'm trying to say, like, how do I ethically do that? You know, like, I'm trying to figure out how to not take away people's coping mechanisms, but I rather give them coping mechanisms that are like that are rooted in reality. You know what I'm saying? But it seems like with the DSM-5 or just with psychology as I'm studying it, especially Western psychology, right, as it is, it's like there's a lot of sugarcoating when it comes to the religious side. Like, they don't call it what it is. Like, psychosis, religious psychosis in the DSM-5 is really just classified as you know, stepping out of your cultural norm.
Mm. I would say, so I've never had to diagnose someone with spiritual or religious psychosis. It's actually an interest of mine now, research wise. It is something I want to step more into. Um, I will say, I think that you're making a really good point mentioning like the Western elements that go into it and like the ideal, right? Like, in what, so like we know that the main people who get studied for this literature are going to be under that weird status, like the capital WEIRD. So white, industrialized, I lose some of it. But the ideal and the norm, because we don't have enough research uh, when it comes to the religious psychosis or spiritual psychosis, it starts to lean into where you just kind of look at like unspecified delusion or unspecified psychosis behavior, because um, it starts to get touchy with religion. And that's where I think we need more like work and information, and then with more cultural and demographic background, because we're lacking extremely. And for many of the reasons you can assume, just sociocultural, economic, etc.
Rhea, is your question, and good morning, Hex. Is
Hi,
your
good morning.
question also kind of asking how do you do that when the cultural expression of religion is psychosis? It is a form of
Yes,
delusion.
yes, exactly. Yes. But the DSM-5 doesn't support that.
Right. Yeah, and I think that that's kind of what Hex was saying too. Like, yeah, we those of us who move in reality and don't allow ourselves to accept magical thinking of any kind, we can recognize that when a person is telling us there's a spiritual world that nobody else can see, that is a form of delusion. But the DSM-5 is calling it religion, and you kind of got to
Yeah.
circle around that bubble of protected delusional beliefs because it's religion. Anything outside of that culturally accepted expression is considered a delusion, but all of it is a delusion because you're from the definitional perspective of what a delusion is. I get what you're saying. I mean, I don't envy you guys in the mental health space at all because it's got to be really hard to tiptoe around this big ass elephant in the room.
That's exactly what it is tiptoeing around the big ass fucking elephant in the room. Because, and that's where my dilemma is, because I'm wanting to center on, and I'm wanting to center on development, child development, and kind of start there. To My goal is to educate people better to spit out better humans, right? Start at when they're children, because every single diagnosis in the DSM-5 or just in psychology in general goes back to your experience as, you know, as a growing human, right? Those pathways that you form, those habits, those, you know, all those things that you were conditioned to do, right? And I'm sorry, um this topic, it makes me anxious, because it seems like when I am in the field, right? And this is another reason why a lot of people don't get their licenses, because there is a restriction, right? When we start to say, okay, this person, even though like our main goal, because the ethical goal, right, as what I'm studying, I don't know as much just yet. I'm still about a year away from getting my bachelor's. So as of right now, what I'm understanding as the ethical goal is to make sure that people are thriving, right? To not only sometimes reaffirm, right? Not, you don't want to break a structure that they have if it's working. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it just seems like the DSM-5 won't do that until, because it specifies negative, like a negative outcome, right? A negative break from reality. So when I have a client or something, or a patient that, they're thriving, but they're not thriving in reality, do I just, what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, okay, cool, oh yeah, you're good. I don't know how to do that, because I'm like, yeah, you're thriving, great, you're happy, everything is good, you have great coping mechanisms, but those coping mechanisms are not rooted in reality. And I think that's where, like, I'm gonna have to learn to just maybe, I don't know, like, because to me, I'm also wanting to study, like, neurology eventually, right? And I know for a fact, like, from the facts that's been presented from neurology and neuroscience, that belief systems, right, just beliefs that are not rooted in reality, that cannot be falsified, you don't learn anything more from them. They are causing issues to our brains, fundamental beliefs, these kinds of beliefs that grow with you, that you're indoctrinated into. Neurology, neuroscience says, hey, this is detrimental to our brains. So when I do psychology and I do neurology and I'm trying to put them together, I'm like, I don't know how to help you, because I'm going to have to let you sit in your delusion while your brain is deteriorating. And that just doesn't sound ethical to me. Does that make sense to y'all?
Mm-hmm.
It does to me. I'm curious, Hex and Rhea too. Like, how do other countries handle this? I saw a video the other day that was talking about how several countries are enacting laws to ensure that religious psychosis and religion in general is not utilized in harmful ways. Like, I think it's Japan. I could be wrong on the name of the country, but one of them, you you can't teach your children anything about hell, like any of these beliefs that are intended to scare children into compliance. You can't do that. So I would be curious to know how their psychological rules and governance looks in those countries that do recognize that beliefs are beliefs, but they don't create truth. So I wonder why that. I mean, I wonder if maybe the approach in those countries that do recognize what religion actually is and how it impacts humans from a psychological perspective could be beneficial as well.
So I was gonna briefly comment, and then I can answer that as well, Fee, because I was gonna comment on something specific about the DSM as it relates, Rhea. Something that a lot of us in the fields are actually like advocating for is actually less use of diagnosing at all. And a lot of that, the only reason we do it in some of the cases is because insurance, right? Insurance is the financial arbiter of everything in this country and the way we have it set up. So a lot of people wouldn't even be able to come into my office if it, or I should say I work telehealth, so they won't be able to log on to their call if they didn't have it. Because, Medicaid is extremely elemental in a lot of people that I see that they get their care. And to kind of segue, Fee, something that I noticed is that the thing about the United States is the nationalism, right? And the DSM is mainly only used in the United States. So the thing that other countries have is called the ICD. So for the audience, the DSM is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and it's used here specifically with our list of diagnoses, etc., and it's based off of the American Psychological Association. The ICD is used in multiple countries, like in Europe, it extends mostly as a Western led book, though, but it's used in so many countries, and it's because it's more generalized and it is more secular as far as influence, because we do have a lot more. I mean, as you can see, as we get more conservative nationalists, like we run into those issues where then we get into more hive mind and we get into these issues with conservative think. And I hope I'm answering your question, but some of what I think of when you ask that about like how they handle this is just that they I've always noticed that like places like Netherlands and Norway, and you run into these predominantly Scandinavian countries, just run more secularly. Um, and and I don't know, there's some different cultural things that apply to that. But overall, I think I even just noticing it in the ICD manual, like they have already removed. I don't know, Ria, if you notice this too, but I think they've already removed gender dysphoria, even because we're not even. It's gotten to that point where the APA is considering removing that as well, because it's just like what happened in the 70s with homosexuality
Mm-hmm.
being taken out of the book. So we're not even recognizing, like we're trying to adjust that. Same thing with autism, like that completely changed in the DSM-5, because we're just like we're getting better about how we're trying to generalize, and we're fighting this system that we're dealing with right now. But I that's as far as I think I can really speak to other countries, because my head's always down in my dissertation stuff right now. So I'm like, but I have looked up a lot about the ICD, because I wondered how religious stuff was diagnosed at one point, and they are also pretty vague, though. Like it's hard because of how much of a spiritual, personal. I mean, spirituality. I love listening to y'all talk about it, because it's all of this is like to that their own personal identity within themselves, and it's it's hard to like there it's too hard to do in a quantitative analysis, right? Like I can't empirically measure that in some ways, so it's like that's why it's so hard to work with. Um, and I would say, and I'm not to go on too much of a tangent, but when I work with clients who are religious, um, because I'm secular, I find what's in the message that they give me, and if they make it about that at all, and I find ways to make a connection with it in that way. Um, and then another thing is one thing that I learned in my abnormal psych class, even back in my bachelor's, was prayer and religion don't even fall within like the top 5 of coping. Like
Right.
what we actually see is meditation, cognitive behavioral distortions that you challenge. Like those techniques actually significantly work better than someone relying on their religion. At least that's what we've seen statistically. So it's like when I work with somebody, I'm coming in with those theories, and like it helps me as a counselor who is trying to be as non-biased and non-influential, because my motivation is the least amount of harm, and also to provide a space where they feel safe. And then also my goal isn't to make it about like my goal, right? Like what I think would be better for the person. It's just they're coming in for what they need, and I'm going to be a sounding board, right? So it's hard. It's really hard though sometimes, because I've run into some things that I've talked on Mama Bash's live about before, where I've had clients that you guys have talked about this perspective with religiosity, where it's like, well, if a person is relying on this belief to not harm, then I mean, at that point, it's like, I I definitely have to take a step back and just be like, okay, I mean, we have to work with what we have here, and I just have to ensure that everybody stays safe, because that's my number one priority. Um, but it's hard. It's very hard. I'm sorry, Fee, if that didn't answer much of your question.
Oh no, it did. It did. I've always been curious to know how other countries handle.
things, because I knew it had to be very different from the United States. And I think we have to remember that the United States is more of a business than a country of citizens in a lot of ways. So the
Mhm.
primary goal is not necessarily going to be what's better for the people that live here, what's most effective for the mental health of the people that live here. It's what's going to get the most amount of money in the pockets of the people that need it or want it, I should say, not even need it. So if we look at the fact that I didn't know that religion wasn't at the top, that CBT or um, what did you say, meditation and CBT. And it makes sense though, because those are quantifiable. Like those are
Mhm.
scalable. Those are things that have actual methodologies and processes behind them. Just saying that I'm praying, don't know, not knowing who you're talking to, if you're talking to anyone, if anybody hears you, I can see why that wouldn't be effective. You can't chart that. So I think when it makes perfect sense, knowing how the U.S.
Yeah.
is and the fact that it's this big cycle of money, and you can't. To fix a problem means you're not going to have a residual income from that same problem. So it tracks in terms of what we know the U.S. to be. But yeah, you did answer my question for sure. Thank you for sharing.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's just, there and something Ria said about that I was thinking about was, we're lacking so much because of how racist, sexist, misogynistic and capitalist we are. And the research that we could have, because our country is just this like amazing access of the history and the things that we could know and the progress that we could have, and it's so disheartening when you're right in the middle of it working with people who are just trying to survive and thrive. Like they want to thrive, they don't want to just survive, right? And it's like it's so disheartening when you like there are things that we have so many tweaks that could be made overnight. Like there's this assessment called the ACEs study, which Ria's probably heard of. I don't know. You all might have actually heard of it, but it came about in the 90s because of this small history of it. But it came about in the 90s because there was a man who was working at, there was a doctor who was working at a a weight loss clinic, and he noticed that a lot of clients mentioned that they had SA growing up. So he was like, "Oh, let's assess for trauma." And one of the most like simple things that he could have done, that he didn't, was include racial considerations, racial and historical trauma. It's not on the questionnaire at all.
I
And
brought that up, bro. I brought that up to my professor, and she said that was not the focus. I said, all right.
it's such a fucking problem. Like sorry, I got I get so upset because I've had to use it so many times. And like I'm in Oklahoma, and I've worked with so many indigenous people here. And it's like they've experienced different experiences based on their like different things, like the xenophobic, or just different comments based on their experience. And it's like i I just get blown away with how much we're lacking on these different, and that questionnaire is from 1999 to 2001. It's old at this point. It's like it's 10 questions,
Right.
and it's very confusing for people. I read it to my family once. I just asked my brother and his wife, and I read it out loud, and they're like, well, wait a second, what if you experienced this and this too? And it's like, I recommend everybody go look this up. It's free, you can look it up online. It's called the ACEs questionnaire, and it assesses trauma. It's really helpful, it's quick, it's helpful especially when you're talking to kids. And I'm also passionate about that as well, Ria, with like nipping stuff like sooner, where like you're working with clients, because I've worked with a lot of kids too. And it's like the work that we like, the simple stuff. So because of that, we have amazing people like Dr. Monica Williams out of California, or I'm sorry, Connecticut. She created what's called the Unrests, and it's a questionnaire based on the PTSD diagnosis in the DSM-5, where she's asking specifically about racial trauma. And so we can now utilize questionnaires like that, where it's like if I have someone who's a Black American woman who comes into my office and she's reporting to me about different traumatic experiences, I don't just have to base it on the white literature that I have in my DSM. I can come at it with, oh, this black doctor, this woman, Dr. Monica Williams, who actually cared and wanted to put the work in, which we stand on black women's shoulders all the time. It's like we have now this new questionnaire as of 2018 that we can start to include in our work with people. So it's like just things like that, but it's like money talks and money owns and money is what is at the center of all of this stuff, and it's a fucking problem. And it's like it inhibits a lot of us from doing the work we want to do. So yeah, it's so much that needs to be done.
And that's how I feel about bipolar diagnoses for Black women, which, I definitely. Oh, yeah, you feel that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's something I was going to say earlier too, about something you said about the DSM. We overdiagnose the hell out of the black community, and that's a huge fucking problem. And it's like we give the wrong diagnoses because the literature is not based on black experience. It's not based on BIPOC experience, because we have so much of it. And the thing is, what was incredible was we find out in the, like, what was it, just in 2020s, like just later 2020s, or I should say, like, I'm trying to think, like at like the late 20 teens or the early 2020s, that we've been misdiagnosing women for so long, giving them bipolar or borderline personality disorder when they have ADHD or ADHD. And it's like all these women walking around with bipolar meds and borderline personality stigma, when, oh, what was going on? We were only studying men because boys and girls, based on just some sex differences, if we without including in the literature. Unfortunately, we don't have enough literature on 2S LGBTQ folks either. And the 2S stands for Two Spirit. We're trying to incorporate that more nowadays because they don't get included enough. But
I saw that.
um, we we run into that issue where we're not seeing, oh, you mean girls internalize their symptoms for ADHD? Oh, okay. Well, now we're studying that, and we see that this whole time it manifested into these symptoms where it looks like these reactions are related to borderline personality disorder when they're not. It's actually ADHD. So it's like, it says that now in the DSM-5 too. If you go to the differential diagnoses in the section with borderline personality disorder, it says confirm that with the client, double check that you're testing for these other diagnoses, because for so long our literature was only focused on boys, and specifically white boys. It's always white people. So it's like there's just so much lacking.
Yeah, and for some reason, the same amount of time and money that's allocated to other medical, which I'm not saying don't allocate that money, but I think there's money being wasted that can be given to the psychological society or community or organizations to do more research, to do more, like, inclusivity. And I've seen like the rumors of the DSM-5 plus or the DSM-6, but I'm hoping that, like, for my, for people that, at least that, since there's a provision for Christian counselors, I'm hoping that there is also, like, eventually a provision for counselors that are saying, okay, we don't necessarily want to continue to push the delusion. We rather, find coping mechanisms, and not, because I understand, like, some people do actually work with these coping mechanisms, but my issue is it's still rooted in something that is not um it's not beneficial. It's not beneficial to society. It's not beneficial to your brain. It's not beneficial to the capabilities of the brain, right? Your body should be working to do better. Your brain should be working to do better, to learn more. And I feel like psychology right now is just focused on keeping people alive, if that makes sense. I'm kind of putting it pretty plain, but I
Mm-hmm.
think, it's like, okay, just keep them there, just keep them alive, just keep them going. And I understand that, but I'm like, is there going to be provision to just go a little further? I'm hoping for that.
Yeah, I think, and something interesting about what you said with Christian counselors. Um, I've had to sit with this for a long time because it was funny. I think I was probably one of the only open secular people in my program when I was in my master's program. I was just very open. Like, if someone asked me, it's fine. Like, but I asked challenging questions because of it. Because I remember I was in my multicultural class, and it was one of the last classes we had, and we were talking about Christian counselors. And I asked my professor, I said, "Is a Christian counselor an ethical thing?" Um, because I wondered about how many other religions we have and how many schools don't exist for the other religions, and just how many countless ones. But I mean, I understood from, like, if you were to step back and just take, like, an objective standpoint where you kind of look and you see the numbers, like, in how this country is predominantly Christian, like, and you have, like, those kind of widespread array of thought, and that you can have these schools that can be started privately, and I think that's why it's pretty much allowed. Um, but I just find it interesting how many businesses put up having Christian counselors, and it makes me stop and pause sometimes, just because I wonder. um I have a hard time with it, I guess, just because I've been trained in such a way to be neutral and to be as non-biased as I can be, right? Because I'm here to try to ask questions and be critical, and um be safe for people, right? But I do see what you're saying with in this field right now. It's like, what are we able to do so that people feel like they can make it to the next day? And that's what it does feel like, that though, working in it as well. Um, Fortunately, I don't have. I'm working at a place where I'm not working with crisis work, but I know people who are, and it is very extreme right now. And I always extend. I hope everyone takes care of themselves as best they can, especially with what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and I appreciate your responses because it's nice when I have someone that's highly educated in psychology. I love to pick the brain because I think to go into that field is to want to at least understand and try to help people. So, like you said, they promote this unbiased stance, and hey, just kind of stand as a third party, as a neutral party, just to get them through. But then they have provisions for things like religious counseling. That doesn't sound very non-biased to me.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
you know, so it just sounds like there's a provision for a certain group of people to continue to affirm a certain thing, right? To continue to affirm this thing that we cannot call delusion, that we cannot call psychosis. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate you talking to me.
Oh yeah, and I would love to continue the conversation if you, like, message me, or I'm on Thinker's Discord and everything. But I think of the in the video with that therapist, she goes, "Yeah, you can tell this isn't a Christ-led field," and I'm like, "Well, it's not. It's not. Like, you're not the only religion."
Exactly.
Like, I don't know how to break this to you. On what school did you go to? I don't know. um but it's not. And I do struggle sometimes, but I also, I try to remember, like, is it for me or for them, right? And at that point, I'm trying to see what helps with the healing process as much as possible. But I'm also, I don't openly co-sign to things either, though. Um, and I've noticed that that's been such a skill that's been one of the hardest to develop, is how to articulate and be on the side of social justice and the side of advocacy that I can in the best way I possibly can, and to continue to be open and to learning things every day, because that's my, I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson always said it really well, like, I I'm here to learn something new. I'm living by two philosophies: learning something new every day and lessening the suffering of others. And that is what I want to do with my life, and that's what I try to do and strive to do every day. But it is hard to balance that, where someone says something that could be deemed harmful. I'm ready now. I mean, I've now been doing therapy for people for 2021, so 5 years now. So it's one of those things where I've started to learn. And I'll be honest, coming to watch thinkers lives and other lives has made me way more assertive, as I mentioned at the beginning. So it's been very, like, I'm it's helpful and it's healing for me. So it's made me feel a lot more confident in my skill set, and I'm just going to keep trying to learn and get better every day that I can.
Yeah, I think that's the skill also I need to learn is to, well, definitely start off with just, which I have an understanding of it, but I think I have to maybe put my other motives to the back burner first until I have the resources to, put this out there to say, hey, you don't necessarily have to continue to affirm the delusions. We can help people, and we can have critical thinking and reasoning and all these things implemented into psychology as well, not just canoeing people through the water, right? And which is the base of it, great. But I think we can go a little further. But I think I do have to figure out how to just balance that and say, okay, well, this is what we have right now, and you know we will just work with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. And it's just going to continue to be that long road. I mean, I'm just glad I'm seeing, like, with just alone with like theory stuff coming out, like we have oh my gosh, I always lapse on what it's called, but it's a theory that some Latinx folks have come up with, and it has to do with recognizing um cultural norms, and like finally some theories that are coming into the fold from different people with different cultural backgrounds, because I'm getting sick of looking at all the old fucking white dudes, man. Like, it's just like all they're every it's they're all over this field. Their fingerprint is all over it. Mind you, I'm grateful for some of it, but at the same time, it's like Freud was doing some sketchy ass shit. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are
Yeah.
sketchy as fuck for sure.
Oh
Rhea,
god.
when you were talking, it kind of called to mind. It probably feels like a person wearing braces and sucking a pacifier at the same time. Like you're coming here to get your teeth straightened,
Yes.
but you do realize that this coping mechanism that you're utilizing is
Yeah.
undoing everything, right? So it's almost like the positive and negative are at war with each other. How far can you get? Not to say that we do recognize that religion is a part of society. I get all that. But at a certain point, if we're dealing with mental health and we're talking about, tackling issues and trying to unpack issues, we can't do that if we've got this untouchable idea that's at the center of it all that's causing so much of the harm that people are experiencing.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, Fee, something I'll say about that, that I feel like I've noticed as I've worked, is a lot of issues. Now, mind you, I would say definitely like the like Christian nationalism and the impact of like the different things. And like, I didn't get a chance to watch that show The Family yet. I have it saved for me and my partner to watch. I caught glimpses of it though when Thinker put it on the Discord live that one time. But things like that, definitely. But I've noticed, like, the clients that like I work with and I treat, like, they're coming in with something, and it's not always like directly related to that, and we don't end up even like if it comes to that, where like I notice that there's a thread, I will like bring up some sort of reflection on that, like with someone, like I'll like make note that this is causing distress because they're making it directly about that. But like I guess I would say like a lot of people are coming in with like very secular concerns, like their depression or anxiety is affected by interrelational things, and then if I notice that that relationship is being affected by something that falls under their like identity, like diet culture or religion or something else, I'll make note of that with them. Like I'll say, like, let's say a father is showing some sort of like patriarchal, like anti-feminist view, like I'll point that out because it's like it's causing this woman that I'm working with some distress, and I'll make note of that in the cultural norm aspect. And it's like, well, what do you want to live? What are your values? And people will talk about that, and but what I'll say is I noticed that there is a little level of like where some clients it never comes up ever except for the intake. So it's like it's hard for me like to make that connection if it's not like presented, right? Cuz I can only go based off what they tell me. Um but yeah.
And I think that's fair. Like I do think that a lot of ideals that people have, like a lot of relationship issues that people have, are tied to have a significant amount of religious residue on it because so much of it is roles based. This is what they should do, or this is the expectation, or this is how people show love. It's about controlling the way other people show up, as opposed to acceptance, understanding. Oh, this is how you communicate. Oh, this doesn't work for me. But religion, I think, even covertly, I think it can all tie back to it. I get exactly what you're saying. So until they're bringing it up as a therapist, you definitely want to. This is because you got a stupid ass belief in God. I definitely don't think that that's the way to go. But I do think a lot of the struggles that we have in relationships, a lot of the struggles that I think we have in communication, can be tied back to this idea that we are supposed to be the same. That the only way for things to be peaceful is for everybody to think the same thing. That shit only comes from religion. So I think in an indirect way, it can all circle back to it. But it's got to be difficult. You got people who come in that don't know how to communicate in general. They definitely don't know how to identify their own thoughts and recognize that whatever they're feeling, whatever any of us are feeling, comes from a preceding thought, either consciously or subconsciously. But they don't know how to do that. Vash talks all the time about how I think our greatest asset as humans, where we've evolved at this point, is our ability to think about how we think, because that is so powerful. It gives us the ability to not just react to that feeling, but to give pause. And it's in that pause and it's in that space that we can choose to do the harmful thing that it has not gotten us what we want, or do something different in order to achieve what we're looking for. But when we have an underlying belief that, nope, it's the devil that's making all bad people do bad things, and it's only God that can fix anything. So what's the point in trying to change because I'm filthy rags? I think I don't know how a person could not have such a negative perception of themselves when they're brought up in a culture that teaches them damn near from birth that they ain't worth shit.
Yeah, I appreciate that reflection back. Thank you, Fee. I think something that I think of when you say that is how even like the secular clients that I would have also present with like these biases or unconscious things that come into mind because of what we have in our culture here and what predominantly takes over and dominates that like belief system and what it's done to our past generations, and how that has kind of bled into those thoughts and beliefs as they navigate like deconstructing those like patriarchal or misogynistic belief systems that come up, or the like you mentioned, the filthy rags thing. And it's like those like little messages have been carried for so long now that they just get embedded, and it's like it pushes in this subconscious line of thought. And I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, even what you were saying earlier about that test or that quiz that doesn't really look into the trauma that a person experienced as a child. Like for a lot of us, I mean, our parents in a lot of cases were our first bullies. You know, that that squashing of self, that, suppressing of curiosity, all for the purpose of compliance with societal expectations. Like, you can't be. I saw this TikTok. One lady was like, parents, stop letting your children be weird. What the fuck does that mean? What exactly does that mean? Like, the concept of conformity in terms of personal development and identity and preferences and, just expression is completely boxed in so early in life, like in our society. It's not only our society, I think it's all societies. So yeah, that's why I say I don't envy those in the mental health field, because there's so many layers of things that you all have to cut through in order to try to help someone. And like you said, your goal is to, like, that's one of my favorite quotes by Tyson too, like to learn something new every day and help the world or cause the least amount of harm in the process of doing that. But that's just not the goal of so many folks, and specifically the ones that are in power, that are writing and creating the frameworks that have to be used in this capitalistic society we live in.
And see, like that's like I think it's amazing how you can like mirror a lot of what's going on in my head and kind of articulate that. Thank you so much, because that's my frustration right there. And when I think about it, even when I think about child development, psychology tries to, have these vague diagnoses, or as they try to learn, right? But i I see it being individualized, right, as it should be, but also there's no concern for the greater society, right? Like, it just doesn't seem like we're okay. Even though like this person is thriving, they can wake up tomorrow and have a dream that they're supposed to off their babies tomorrow, or tonight. And they were thriving yesterday. They were good at therapy. They were fine, right? But they still have this underlining belief, right? They still have this underlining delusion that we can't address. We just have to kind of bypass it and look over it and find better words to talk about it, or like, act like it's not there. Like, it's like leaving that part and then addressing something else just to keep the person alive, which is great. Again, please, be here. But also, like, what about everything else that's happening, to people that don't have these resources to see a therapist? Like, what's happening to other people, concerning these underlying beliefs that keep being pushed, right? When children are indoctrinated, we're all right now, like, there's what, 700 and something people in here. At least half of these people were indoctrinated. It's affecting all of us, right? Like, it's just those type of things I don't know how to bypass. I don't know how to not think about, because I'm like, you could still have this great life that you have. You're doing it right now, but while promoting something that's detrimental, like, to not only you, but to everybody else.
Yeah, I think it's oof, Bria. I I do struggle. I definitely struggle with that. Um I don't know. I I think a lot of it and has informed my next steps too, which is, like I mentioned before, where it's like the research is the next step, I guess. I mean, I'm hoping that I can make some sort of change with that and incorporate it to help with training and discussion, because a lot of it too is like, I think a big thing that I grew up with was like, you don't talk about religion or politics. And it's like, well, that that caused a lot of the problems. Like, people don't want to talk about religion or politics, and then it's just like this uncomfortable conversation that doesn't there's a lack of informativeness with that, and like there's a lack of understanding history and how much it's impacting everybody and the way it's affecting our work. So it's just made it more difficult. um and I think, yeah, I think the number one phrase you'll run into as you go into this is "it depends," and it becomes like a this idea of case by case basis, and it, it's hard. It's hard to navigate. But I appreciate it. I really appreciate everybody's thoughts today.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank you.
Hex.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, have a good one.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna hop down too. I'm already late for school. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Have
Have
a
a
good
good
day.
day, Rhea. I love you.
Drink water. Take care of yourselves.
Y'all, does the Copyright Office give out your information?
Not that I know of.
What you mean?
I
Like
got
who has the copyright?
I got a text from somebody about the um the album that I submitted to the Copyright Office. Like I already have my certificates for my songs. Uh it just says, "Are you the author of such and such 2025 unpublished literary works?" Like it has the file name that I submitted to the Copyright Office, which is weird. The way I named it.
That is weird. And why would they confirm it via text? You said you got a text?
Mhm.
Hmm.
I didn't know they give out your information. Yeah, for my music bash. I didn't know they give out your information. Like, I don't know. I didn't know that was public. For the copyright, or are you talking about for distribution? You said am I registered with a pro for the copyright? What's a pro?
A PRO. I'm sorry, I didn't put the dots between it. A PRO, a publishing rights organization.
Mm-mm.
Um, like a ASCAP, a BMI,
No.
CSAC. Okay, uh, you don't copyright music like normal copyrights. Um, and the reason being is because, like, think about what copyrights do. If I copyright, trying to think how to say this. Let's say I made a T-shirt, right, and I copyrighted what was on the T-shirt. Well, no one could ever use that T-shirt for anything ever, right? They just couldn't do it, right? They'd have to buy it from me. Music is licensed, right? People need to be able to use my music, right? So, like, I need to be able to put it on the radio. I need to be able to put it on TV. I need to be able to put it in a ton of places. So we don't copyright, we publish right, right?
So I just
Uh,
did the lyrics. I didn't do the songs yet.
But no, okay,
Oh,
it, okay. Hold your copyright. I'm
okay.
not, hold it, but never use it.
Okay.
Register with a PRO, um, so that you can publish it, so that you can publish it, right? And so that people can use it, but they have to license it from you. You
Okay.
don't really want to, yeah, you don't really want to copyright it. You want to publish it. I get why you copyright it. And if it was like a book, I would understand it. But yeah, you want to publish write it. So register. BMI's right there in Nashville. It's like a lifetime membership. If you're not like a lifetime membership, I think it's like $100 or something. It's super cheap. And what they do is when you register with them, they publish it for you. Well, they keep up with all that for you, so that anytime the song is played, it's their responsibility to go find out that it was played, charge the people who played it. So you ever like go to a restaurant and there's a song playing in the background or something, someone has to pay for that, right? Like every time you hear a song anywhere, someone has to pay for it. But how would you know how many times that song was played? You wouldn't. So people would be going around stealing your publishing. So PROs, uh, they basically follow that publishing right everywhere in the world and say, "Hey, give me that dollar."
Okay. I
And
was
they
told
charge you
because
like one
the
percent and all.
Okay. A lawyer told me to do it that way because the music is actually AI.
Mm, but if you're going to play it, that would, you know what? Now that you said it's AI, I don't think that would really matter. I don't think that it would matter. But you still you should still talk to a PRO,
Okay.
right? You want to use a PRO at some point because it's a recording,
Okay.
right? Like, and your PROs are going to be, if anyone's going to figure out how the laws of music work, that's
Hmm.
what PROs do, right?
Okay.
So they like they fight for songwriters. They fight, that the people who kind of like nail in like this is how we need to record this, or this is how we need to sell this, or whatever. That's going to be between you, like your PROs and like your other recording industry, um, like think tanks. These are the people who do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. They were saying because there is some split with the AI company for the actual beat, um, to make sure that I had a separate copyright for my lyrics since I wrote my lyrics myself, so that the record company, I mean the AI company, couldn't claim rights to my lyrics.
Well, now that I would like, that's what PR. Okay, so when I go into a studio, let's say I go into a studio right now, and someone made a beat for me, I had nothing to do with it, right? Let's say I walk into it right now, and a producer hands me a beat, right, and I then write the lyrics, right, which
Mm-hmm.
is that's normal. Um, what we do is we create a PRO sheet or a publishing sheet, which says, hey, what I own on this are the lyrics and the melody. What that person owns on this is the music, right? And so,
Okay.
like a song creates, it's 100%. Let me say, well, yeah, let's just say 100% composition, right? Which is lyric, melody, and goddamn,
Engineering.
my brain just went dry. It's lyric, melody, my God, tempo, and key. Okay, so those are the four pieces of a song, right? Lyric, melody, tempo, and key. Rhythm and key. I said tempo. Lyric, melody, rhythm, and key. Right? All right. So those are the four pieces of a song. So basically, lyric and melody belong to me. The tempo and key belong to the producer, right? And so we split that. We'll split that 50-50, right? Or sometimes I might have, let's say I might have played the piano. So then technically, the rhythm, melody, tempo, and key all, but I mean, I said rhythm and key. It all belongs to me technically, but let's say I put it over there for the producer to like produce it up. Like all I played was piano, and then they did all the other stuff, right? They came and did all the bells and whistles and yada yada yada. But we might split that half, so I'll have 75% of the song, and they'll get 25. Or sometimes I did more than that, so I got 85% of the song. They got 15, or whatever, whatever. Um, so we work out a split between me and whoever did the music bed, but we still register that with a PRO, so that they know that when the money comes in, when the money comes in from the song, how to split it up.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Get your PRO. That's gonna be your best friend in the musical world. You don't talk to them very often, but they probably do more for you than anybody else in the music
Thank you. And then so
industry.
um I'm I'm still trying to figure out how this person got my number and how they got the
Oh,
file name. Like that's weird.
that's a bit weird. That's
Yeah.
a bit weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry about that. No. That's
Mm. I recommended you yesterday while I was on the line. There was an incel that called in. His name was Andrew. And he is scared of women. He doesn't have a father figure. Uh he he's a 20-year-old black boy who's still a virgin, and I think he has like a lot of shame. He's becoming a groiper.
Oh,
Yeah. And he was like, I don't have a male figure that I can look to that's successful, that I can, have hope in. And I told him to listen to your music and to follow you on social media. and to one day come over and have a conversation with you.
The grown ups, yeah, like you gotta save the kids, man.
Yeah,
The, the boys is out here going crazy, and the internet's stealing them. We gotta
he,
do better. Like,
yeah, he's scared of black women. His mom and his grandmamas were mean to him. He said
okay, okay,
he's one of those. Yeah.
okay.
And I have a lot of experience with those. Like they tried to like holler at some girls in school, and
It didn't work out.
yeah, and they dogged him out or bullied him or whatever. And now
Yeah,
he kind of like hates himself, and that extends to black women.
mm,
Yeah,
I hate that for 'em.
yeah.
How was the line yesterday? I went out, got drunk with my girlfriend. She tried to kill me. And I said, "No, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive." She tried to kill me, man.
Goodness
Don't
gracious.
say that about
What in the world?
don't say that
Tried
about
to
our
kill me.
friend.
That's my friend. That's my friend. I love her to pieces, but she tried to kill me.
Um,
How was the line?
it was good. It was good. That yesterday's show was a lot of fun. There was a guy named Carlos. Oh my God.
Unhinged.
Carlos needs some medication.
Yes, he does.
What was
Speaking of it, that
what?
whole conversation y'all just had with Hex, that Carlos needed to hear that conversation.
For
What are we
sure.
doing?
Let's see. Cows cause cancer.
Thinker eats cheese.
Yep, and cheese is lust.
Cheese is lust and
Cheese is
cows are
lust.
cancer.
Yep,
So a cheeseburger is a lustful cancer cell.
yeah, yep. He was unhinged, and he ended up going to Alyssa's Instagram to tell her to tell me that I'm gonna get cancer again because
Because of the cows.
no, because I don't believe in God.
So an atheist cheeseburger. Never mind. Okay, there's a lot going on with that. Mhm.
It was incel after incel yesterday.
Those are the kind of people I think that hang out on stuff like the line. Like it's you know what I'm saying. Like you have to be almost chronically online to be on the line. It's a different kind of group. Different kind of group.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was an
Did you
interesting
enjoy
show.
it though? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I think her show is geared towards misogyny and stuff, so it is going to attract that type of audience. Um,
Mm.
yeah, but I had a lot of fun. I'm today with Matt Dillahunty today.
Oh no, you were Matt today. Yesterday, who you was
Alyssa on Chewed
with?
Gum.
Alyssa. That chewing gum. Okay, 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 okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think you were Matt today.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Misogynist though. I don't. It's some conversations I don't want to have, and I think if you don't like girls, like it's so much that we're not gonna agree about. That we probably just gonna fight.
With
And
misogyny, yeah. When I told
yeah,
him about you,
yeah.
I said his name is Pink Beard. He said he don't got a pink beard, do it? He ain't gay, is he?
And if I was, you
That's
know what
what
I'm
I
saying? Like,
said. I said,
and
and
if
if
I
he
was,
was, like, you ain't even
uh,
had none. Shut up.
right? Are you? You hadn't even worked that out yet. You hadn't figured out what's going on in your world. Like,
Like, shut up.
pick a side, Clyde, and then now we can talk. But yeah, see those kind of people, like, I be having a hard time dealing with because I'd rather fight you. Like,
But I
I,
think you
I don't know
have
how your
this,
logic works.
you're like the misogyny whisperer. You have a way of getting through to them that most people can't.
Mm,
They listen to you for some reason. I don't know if it's the father, like the deep voice, the father figure. Like, I don't know.
man, I
They
don't
listen
know.
to you. Huh?
Tho- Those are literally of all the people on the internet. There are two kinds of people that frustrate the shit out of me, and they basically the same person. And it's a misogynist Hebrew Israelite, and that's really the same person. But if you break it into two, those are like my two nemesis. I don't mind field bros. I don't mind like woo talkers. I don't like the rest of the folk. I can pretty much deal with. But a Hebrew Israelite and a misogynist, oh god, that's like scraping a chalkboard for me.
It does sound like scraping a chalkboard. There was a guy that joined the stage tonight. He put like he was like whining in the chat, and he put "Thinker, just say you hate men." So I said I hate men. He come on
Yeah,
stage, start fucking whining about me saying I hate men. Motherfucker, you
You
told me
actually
to
said
say
yeah.
it. Like, and then he sounded like he kept saying women, women. And I said, you sound like why, like just saying women this, women, women. And then all he kept talking about was uh his dick. Like that's it. Like, and then he leaves the stage and says, "Holla at me when you want some eggplant." While he sat on stage the whole time talking about it ain't about sex. Women only talk about sex. Men don't wake up thinking about how we can have sex with women. First off, you fucking lying.
Yeah.
You lying. But you leave the stage and get in the comments and say when you want some eggplant, holla at me. But it ain't about sex.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like it's a different kind of lack of logic there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like that again. It's like the Hebrew Israelite, like it's yeah. Misogyny don't make enough sense. I can't I can't piece it together right. I don't know. Yeah, those kind of people get on my nerves.
Yeah. And they're
Like,
really mad about topic number 1 cuz they like what they are coming in here to fight with me over is to take responsibility for sin and evil in the world. After I've been hearing my whole life that it is women's fault.
yeah.
That's what they're coming in here to fight about.
Mm, mm. But for what? Why would you want to take the responsibility for
Because they don't want to I think it's domination. They don't want to say that the woman made a decision that the man didn't make. And so this is what I'm learning is the narrative or the interpretation is that Eve had to be deceived to sin. Adam sinned consciously. So he was the rebel. He did it because he wanted to. Eve did it because she had to be lied to.
Okay, okay. So does that make men dumber?
It makes them a rebel, I guess. Makes them
Hmm.
still in control. That they defied the God consciously, I guess. I don't know.
Hmm. See what I'm saying? Mm-mm.
But my whole life it's been that women are the weaker vessel. That's why the serpent talked to her, and that women are the cause of the fall of man.
Mhm.
Now, the last 2 days, it's been no, it ain't Eve, it ain't Eve, it's Adam, and then they've been quoting Paul.
Paul.
Sin came through one man.
Uh-huh.
They're quoting that now. It's a
Okay.
very strange turn of events.
Uh, okay.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. What? Watch, like they just cry to take responsibility for it. I it's just weird. I don't know why they want responsibility. I think it's the
And
word
what
responsibility.
and what does it fix? I think the fictive kinship that we have with genders is weird. Like if this was one human being, like I'm trying to say, like if this one lady happened to do a thing, what does that mean for all XY carrying humans? You get what I'm saying? Like that's just
Hmm.
one human being that did this one thing. Like that doesn't, or just one man that did one thing. Like that's not me. I'm not Adam. I don't
Right.
know Adam. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like what difference would it make? That's what I don't understand about misogyny. Like it doesn't make enough sense to me. That's one woman. Whether she did right, wrong, or indifferent, that's one human being. That's one man. That's not me.
Yep. We talked about that tonight too when Deborah came up. The fact that it says the woman and to the woman, not to and to all women. Like,
Yeah.
but it's the Christian doctrine that Adam and Eve represent all of humanity. And then we had a guy come up who was asserting that it was Adam. He said Adam, Eve, and the serpent, but then later on said that it was if Adam had not sinned too, then nothing would have happened. And then he said because the God told Adam to go forth and be fruitful and multiply, dominate the earth, and subdue it. And so I asked him, um, how would Adam have subdued the earth and ruled over it in a cage, from a cage?
Yeah. When did God tell Adam that?
He's claiming Genesis 1 is the God telling Adam to do that.
But he blessed them and spoke to them and said that.
Mhm. They don't. Eve don't exist to them. Like there was one guy who came up. He said, of course, it wasn't Eve. It was Adam, who's responsible for sin and evil. He skipped the whole conversation between Eve and the serpent. Skipped the whole conversation.
Hmm.
I had to force him to go back and admit that Eve talked to the serpent. That Eve ate the fruit first. That Eve gave the fruit to Adam. Then he said, well, they both did it. Adam made the decision on his own. Like,
Hmm.
yeah. They don't want to give the woman credit for anything, even the thing they've been blaming her for the last couple of centuries.
Hmm. See that type of thinking. I don't know. I should probably think about that. That's gonna bother my brain all day.
It's bothering mine because it's a complete 360.
Yeah, like for a complete 360 for what reason? And
Right.
why did you blame her for it earlier? Like what if right now you need to claim responsibility because someone used the word responsible, then why didn't you need to be responsible yesterday?
Right. Yep. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm actually studying this shit because I did not expect this. That ain't even why that question is up there. That's just what's happening. Because I did not
Why
expect it
why did you put the question up there? What were
to
you
talk
what was your
about.
like
Because I think men owe Eve an apology because they've been blaming her all this time for the fall of man. But I think they actually appreciate the wisdom that the story says they gained from that tree, and that they
hmm,
don't actually see it as something that they should be punished for. It's some they prefer to have the ability to think about their actions and decide morality, right? And
how long are you gonna run this topic?
for a while,
I, one day I'm gonna do the exact opposite when you get off. Like I'm gonna run a men owe even apology uh, live specifically to say that this wasn't her fault, right? That and that men owe her, and I want to see what they say to me, like right after that. You get what I'm saying?
because they gonna tell you it is her fault.
I
Yeah.
love how y'all fixated on the Christian faith. I love it. It bothers y'all. You
Oh,
just
shut up!
admit it.
Nobody has even introduced you yet.
Now you got
You're
a real one
attention
up here.
seeking
Gonna
ass.
drop
Oh,
it
you're
now.
a attention
If you
seeking
ain't
ass
ready for this,
motherfucker.
gonna drop
Shut
it
the
Oh,
now.
fuck up,
hey
Corey.
Corey. Hey Corey. Be polite, bro. Good morning
What's
to
that?
you, man. Good morning
Good
to you, man. Be
morning.
polite, bro. Okay. We
Good
were talking,
morning.
bro. Give us a second, okay? Thank you, bro. What you were saying? Thank.
Uh, I done
Period.
forgot that motherfucking green ass shirt and loud ass mouth. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay. You want to go? You go ahead. I'm listening.
What do you want, Corey?
Hey, I came to join the panel. You
What do
got
you
a public
want?
place. Want me to choose one of the prompts
Yes,
out of four?
you know how it works. And I'm pretty sure your ass
Why you
requested because
cussing?
you
What's it?
heard us talk about
What's with the
Eve.
profanity?
The only time you come up
What's
here is
with
when
the
you want to fucking
hostility?
talk about some goddamn domination. Which topic do you want?
We could talk about one. I'm gonna talk about what y'all was
I
on.
already fucking knew you were. Bash, do you want to?
Right? Why is you using profanity in a
It's like
hostile
I'm
like way?
grown, motherfucker.
She can.
Golly. Hey, it's just, hey,
Why
I'm
is she
really
wearing that
intrigued.
green shirt?
I'm really in a tree. I'm really intrigued.
But Corey, like, do realize that Thinker is an adult, right? She's a mother and a grandmother. You do know that, right?
Well, I wouldn't have promoted that, talking like that.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
No.
Oh,
That's not
shut
what
up.
that wasn't my question. I'm asking you, did you know that? Like everybody on this panel right now is well over the age of 21. Like I think we're all over the age of 41. So
Oh,
based on that alone, we get to control what we say. You don't.
okay, motherfucker. I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to then, motherfucker.
That's fine.
Enjoy
Jimmy,
it. Yeah.
Jimmy, he
That's
did.
awesome. I hope you feel better.
Enjoy
See how
that.
unprofessional and like
Jimmy, he
belligerent.
did say he in a tree because he looked like a fucking grasshopper.
Yeah.
He looked like the grasshopper that the Israelites was saying that they were scared of the Canaanites.
I love how you always reference the Christian Bible and the Christian
Yeah.
belief, but you're an
Okay.
atheist.
Yep. Yep,
That's fine.
motherfucker. That's why you love it.
Just say you infatuated with Jesus
Just
Christ
say
and the
you
Lord.
fucking infatuated with me.
Infatuated.
Infatuated. Infatuated.
What's
Yeah.
infatuated?
They don't know
Oh, we
how to
got new
talk. Like
words.
they like
We
ew.
got new words.
Go ahead, talk, longhead.
So even women are responsible for whatever you say. I'm just happy you always talking about Christians and the Lord and Jesus and the
Okay,
Bible.
good.
You
All
just
right.
said you're
The
gonna study the
Lord.
Bible to understand more,
Okay,
and you
good,
said this
motherfucker.
A
it
Okay,
lot.
so you
bothers you.
happy now? Leave. Bye. Go turn some cartwheels.
All right, Hollis. Told you they ain't ready for
You
no
a
real
dummy.
Christian. Y'all just want to talk
You
amongst each
ain't
other.
said
Oh my
nothing.
god.
You and your stank mouth ain't say a word yet.
I'm saying a lot. You claim to be atheist, but you're always talking about the Bible. You're
I'm
always
not an
talking about
atheist.
God. You're always
Did I
talking
claim to
about
ever be
Jesus.
an
And you
You're
atheist,
claim to
you
be a
always
dummy?
studying
Christian.
the
You
Word.
claim to be a Christian and you always in atheist spaces, motherfucker. Worry about what the fuck
Exactly.
you do.
Because I come to tear down the altars of your religion.
And you
And
haven't
then
Your,
done
you
it.
come,
And you
Man, what
haven't done it,
that's
motherfucker.
why
religion?
I'm
You
here.
haven't done it.
Core,
Ain't nobody
Shut
came
up.
to the Church of Corey, motherfucker.
Core, Core,
Unmute and talk to Bash. Oh,
Core. You here, bro?
uneducated cretin.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. I got muted. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. When you finish tearing down the altar of a religion, what do you do with it?
I lead you. I offer you to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
And when I accept Jesus Christ as
Not
my Lord
acting
and
like
Savior,
that.
what do you get out of that?
Oh, I'm not muted,
Oh,
sir.
I don't get nothing, but it's another soul for heaven. It's another soul win for heaven.
Okay. What if I don't want to go to heaven?
Hey, then that's just you. I'm here to reach. If I talk to 100 people, I'm just here to reach the one. It's
No,
the
I'm saying.
99.
Okay. I'm saying.
Then
I'm
it
saying.
ain't for you. If you don't
No.
want to go, it ain't for you
Handsome.
then.
I understand. I understand. Just stop.
I
Hear me
enter
out.
different spaces to see if I can
Hear me out,
catch.
Corey. Corey. Corey.
I'm a fisherman of men, not a
Corey.
winner of
Corey. Corey.
arguments.
Nigga, you
Corey.
look like
Corey.
the fucking worm.
You look
Corey.
like the
Just
cooking.
Corey. Just chill out, bro. Chill out. Okay. I'm saying. So you show up to change people's minds, is what you're saying. Like you enter a room, you want to change their minds. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, thank you for. Now we change lives, not minds.
Okay. All right. But minds and lives, are those similar, or like do you know a
No, sir.
non? Do you know a mind that isn't alive?
Man, I ain't here for the all the twisting that. I done seen how y'all talk to other guests.
Handsome. You never seen me talk to
Jesus
you.
Christ
So
is Lord and Savior, and
that's
all
great.
y'all
That's
talk
great. I
about
agree
is
with you. I
Jesus.
agree with you. So let's talk about him. You like talking about Jesus? Let's
Selena, you
talk
don't
about
have to
him.
mute him.
It's okay, man. It's okay, bro. We can talk about Jesus. You like to
Hey,
talk about
mute me.
Jesus. We like to talk
It's
about
all
Jesus.
good.
This
I
should
go
be
to
fun,
another
Corey.
line.
Corey,
I
this
go
should be
to.
really fun. You like to talk about Jesus. We like to talk about Jesus. Let's talk about Jesus, man. You okay? Good morning to you.
I keep getting muted. Y'all, why y'all
But
offended at me? Y'all
please
let.
don't mute
I
him.
didn't
It's
watch
okay,
y'all
Corey.
let
It's
other
okay.
hosts just rant.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna
I
let you
say
eat,
three
Corey.
words and get muted,
It's
let
okay,
me
Corey.
know I'm a real one,
I
because you can't even
apologize,
handle
Corey.
me
Corey.
talking.
Corey. I'm sorry. I would like you to talk about Jesus. Okay. Let's start over. Good morning to you, Corey.
Good morning.
Good morning. You want to talk about Jesus, man?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
'Cause that's
What
all
do you
I
want to
hear
talk about?
on these panels.
That's all.
That's
That's
all
all
I
we're gonna
hear on
talk about. That's
atheist
all we're gonna talk
panels.
about. Amen. Amen. So, what would you like to say about Jesus, Corey?
Now I'm gonna go back to what y'all was talking about before I came on,
Okay.
just to
Well, let's talk
find out
about that, Corey. Let's do that. Come on. What do you want to say about that?
the fact that it's all these other beliefs, yet the Christian
But
belief in
yours is
Christ.
my favorite, Corey. So let's talk about yours.
Exactly. Now you get what
Exactly.
I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. Okay, good. Okay. So what would you like to say about it?
And now it really just intrigues me. I'm more baffled that
Would you like to ask me why it's my favorite?
a group of people who say that it's not real, Jesus ain't nothing but a
I never said it wasn't
Spider-Man
real. I never said
story.
it wasn't real. I never
If
said
you
that wasn't
believe
real.
in Santa Claus, you believe in Jesus.
I never said anything
Y'all
about
make it
Santa
like,
Claus,
just
Corey.
listen.
Corey.
I
Corey.
ain't
I
talking
never
about
said
you.
that.
Just listen.
But you're
Just,
talking to me. Corey, talk to me. That's not fair. That's
I,
not fair. I'm not gonna talk
I don't
about
know you,
any
brother.
Christian other
I
than
don't.
you. Well, you
I
won't
don't
know
know
me
you.
unless you talk to me.
So I'm talking as a
Well, talk
atheist,
to
as the
me.
atheist
Talk to
community as a
me.
whole.
Talk to me, Corey. Talk to me.
Oh well, okay. Let me ask you some questions. If I'm gonna talk to
Go
you,
for it,
then.
Corey. Let's go for it.
Are you an atheist?
No,
What do you identify as?
I am a black man.
So you don't identify it. I'm talking about for as
I
belief
don't
like
have a religion
Christian.
at all. I don't have a belief.
Okay, so what would they call that? Is there a name for
A
that?
person with no beliefs. I don't have any beliefs.
But you agreeing with this atheist host
I
on
didn't.
everything she said? Oh,
You
I
have
agree. I'm
not
gonna
heard
start
me.
my own live, and I'm gonna
I,
ask the similar question to the
I
men.
did not
So you
say
would
I
not. Hold
agreed.
on.
I
So
did
you
not say,
identify as nothing, but you choose sides with
Corey,
atheists. Come on now.
Corey, I did not say I agree. I literally said I'm going to ask the opposite question to see what response I get. I literally said I was going
You're
to ask
gonna
the
ask the opposite
disagreeing question.
question from a
Yes,
Christian faith book. So that means even people who don't believe in nothing is talking about Jesus in the
that's
Christian
right.
faith.
Because we love you and we love
Okay.
Jesus. Great.
That lets me
Okay,
know
great.
that we have the
You're right.
strongest faith on earth.
You're right, Corey. Are you happy now? You're right.
Even a person who don't identify
That's
as
right.
nothing is
That's
studying
right.
the Bible. You
That's right,
studying the
Corey.
Bible.
That's
Y'all not
right.
talking about the Quran. Y'all
That's
not
right,
talking about
Corey.
the
You're
Mormon book.
right,
Y'all
Corey.
not talking about Buddhism.
Corey.
Y'all not talking
Corey.
about Hermeticism. You
Corey.
talking about
Corey. Corey.
Christ.
Corey. You're correct. You're correct. Now, can we get back to what we were talking about? You're
Yes,
right, though.
sir.
Okay. All right. You got the best book in the world. Absolutely. Okay. Now that we're done with that, what else did you want to say about that topic?
Just to speak on I would say like the guy she spoke on earlier.
Corey, that's not fair. That's not this topic.
I'm talking about the
You
Eve. I'm
picked
talking
topic
about
number
Eve
one.
when women are
Okay.
responsible for evil and sin coming into the
All right.
world.
Okay, but not the guy earlier. Don't mention the guy earlier. You talk about this topic.
All right, thank you. I was really just putting the mirror on y'all. Thank you. So
You're right. You did such a good job. I'm proud of you, by the way. You did a great job, Corey. You did a great job. Okay.
so I would say, since we can't just be too, because even mature Christians, we know that they didn't bite an apple. We all know what happened. She got pregnant. So
Okay.
her pain was pain
Why are we
through
talking about pain?
childbirth.
Why are we
So
talking about pain? That's not the topic. Corey, that's not the topic. Come back. The
I
topic
would
is, did
say
sin enter
Adam
the
is the
world through her?
reason. Adam is responsible for evil and sin coming into the world.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. All right. And you think that makes men better or worse than women?
Neither.
Okay. Who's the dumb one? Which one of them is smarter? The person responsible for fucking up the world or the one not responsible for fucking up the world?
Ain't neither one of them smart, or neither one of them
So
dumb.
if they're both just as equally as intelligent, how does one take responsibility? Right? If they have the same amount of information, the same amount of intelligence, right? How does one take responsibility over the other?
Because I guess the word accountability had to come in. It's like,
How does one
hey,
take accountability if no one has more information than the other?
just by just taking initiative, we can go
How
on and
does one
on.
take initiative? Again, it's
It's
almost
like
the same
if a
question.
bunch of kids drop paper in the yard, I'm gonna take the
Yeah.
initiative to pick it up, even though I didn't drop it.
But
Come on now.
why would you take the initiative if you have no more information than them?
Just to get through the matter that's at hand. Hey, this
But you
woman
don't
is
know any
pregnant.
more about the matter at
Her
hand.
belly
You
is
don't
getting
know any
bigger.
more about Corey,
So
Corey,
man,
come back.
I might
Corey, come
well
back, come back,
take
come back. Corey, come back,
responsibility
Corey,
on
come back,
something.
Corey, come back. You don't know
She
any
about to have
more
this
than they
baby in
know.
9 months.
Corey, come back, come back. You don't know any more about the situation.
Exactly. So I guess you could say Adam was the first man to take accountability, and he didn't even have
Come
he
back,
was
Corey, Corey,
with the
we hadn't made
information.
it to accountability yet. How can one take accountability for something that they don't know? Come back, come back.
So yeah, you said I'm getting to know you. Why would you say that Adam
Corey,
didn't
come
know?
back.
Okay, that's
Corey, come back, come back. I literally asked
yeah.
you
No.
who was the smart one, right? Who's the smart one? You said, well, neither
Well, let
one of
me
them was
ask you
smart.
then.
Neither one of
I
them was.
said neither one of them. I answered your
Okay,
question.
so
So
that
tell
means
me
that.
who
Wait,
was
wait, wait,
smart.
wait. Hold on, Corey. The reason that I keep asking about that is because if they had the same amount of information, if one didn't have more information than the other, then there is no accountability to be had. There is no responsibility to take. Right? The one with the most information is the one that takes the accountability, right? So, right, you said if a bunch of kids drop some paper in the yard, you would take accountability because you know better, right? So you have to know better to do better. Do we agree on that?
Yeah. So what's your stance? You saying that
Well, no,
Adam
no,
is
no, no, no.
responsible?
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Okay. All right. So if they had the exact same amount of information, then no one can take accountability. No one can be responsible, right? But you're insisting that specifically it was Adam's responsibility. Okay, which is okay, right? I'm not going to argue with you on that. Let's say that is true. Well, that means Adam did a dumber thing, and here why? Here why? Because with the same amount of information that everybody else had, he did the dumber move,
Okay.
right? Like, okay. What are you saying, that men are dumber than women?
According to that analogy you just spoke, yes.
Okay. Why are
You
men so
know,
dumb?
it don't even matter.
No,
What
no,
I'm getting
no,
at
it don't
is,
matter. Hear what I'm saying?
now
Just keep
listen,
talking to me.
Pink
Why?
Beard, just let me tell you my stand. I agree with what
Okay,
you just said. Men are
okay,
dumber.
okay,
I get your stance now.
okay.
I'm just happy that you talking about it
We
as
still
a
talk. We're gonna
real
talk about it. That's
story.
right. That's right.
And
That's
not
right.
as
That's
no,
beautiful.
oh,
It's
the
perfect.
Bible is
No, no, no.
the
No,
Bible. Just
we're off,
listen, brother.
Corey. We're past that. We're
Nah,
here.
we
The
ain't past
Bible is
nothing.
great. Corey, the
Because
Bible is wonderful. Jesus is
you got
King
a
and Lord and
panel
God
and
and all that.
a
Corey,
chat
come
full of
back to the
people who call it a
conversation,
fairy
baby.
tale.
You're right. Christianity is great. Back to the story, okay? Why are men dumb?
Because God gave Adam specific instructions and he disobeyed. There.
Right, but why are men dumb? Not, I know they disobey. Why are we so dumb to disobey God? Why are women smarter than us? Talk me through that.
I don't know personally. That'll be my subjective. But if we're talking about the story, I would say
Yeah, in the story.
the she had a private conversation with the serpent. Her and the serpent was one on one before she ever got with the man.
But why are men dumb? Not her. Why are men dumb?
Because you talking about like men as a whole or Adam?
Just this man. Yeah, why is this man so dumb?
Because
Not
he
he. I know
disobeyed.
he did a dumb thing. Why is he so dumb? The disobedience was the dumb thing. Why
Because
is he dumb?
he was the one that talked to God. She was the one that talked with Satan.
So it's dumber to talk to God than to talk to Satan.
No, it's dumb because he disobeyed a direct
No,
order
no,
from
that's what he
God.
did as a dumb thing. Hear what I'm asking. I'm not asking what did he do that was dumb. I'm asking why is he dumb? Not what did he do that was dumb. We know what he did that was dumb. He disobeyed God. I agree with you on that. No argument there. Why is he so dumb?
God made him dumb.
Go-
That's it. Do I
Okay,
answer
that's
your
fair.
question?
That's okay. I'll
Because
agree
he's
with
the
that.
creator of heaven and earth.
That's
He's the
fair.
creator of good and evil.
Okay. All right. Okay. So why would God make women smarter than men? God don't like boys.
Hey, because he's the creator of heaven and
That's
earth,
okay. I
man.
know he's the creator. I'm
You
granting
don't
that.
know
But
what he
no, I agree. He's the creator. That's great. But
like. He
why
created
the
Leviton just
he
to
did.
defeat
He
it.
sure did. He sure did. That's great. But
Just to
why would he?
defeat it.
You're absolutely correct. That's exactly why he
Your
did it.
ways and
But
thoughts and
you're
his
right.
ways
You're
and
so
thoughts.
correct, Corey. You're so right. But why would he make men dumber than women? He don't like boys.
Develop a prayer life and he'll answer all your questions.
But you got one. So, but come back here. Let's not move to prayer lives. Let's not move to prayer lives. We want to talk about Christianity, Corey. I like talking about Jesus. You like talking about Jesus. We're doing so good. We're doing so good. Okay. Why would God make women dumber than? I mean, make men dumber than women? He don't like boys.
You still trying to, he don't like boys, man. You sound like a
That's okay. That's
freaking
what I sound like. That's
weird.
just what I sound like, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm a weird guy,
You
man.
don't like
But God
boys.
don't like
That
me and
lets
you.
me
That's
know
what
how
I
you
sound.
talk around.
Corey.
Man, you
That's
done
right.
met a
That's
real one you
Corey.
can't
You're correct.
manipulate.
Corey, you're so right. You're so right. But God don't like boys.
Good, don't like boys. Do you
Yeah.
see how you sound talking
That's
to a
okay. That's
grown
what I
man?
sound like, bro. It's okay. It's okay. You're right, Corey. I'm weird. It's okay. But God don't like boys.
Now he don't like boys.
Okay. Why doesn't God like boys? That's
I don't know why God don't like boys.
well, talk to him. Talk to him. Ask him.
Okay, I'm gonna pray and I'll come back on the panel another
Well, come back
day.
and see me when you figure it out. Okay, cool. Thank you
Yes,
so much,
sir.
man.
Oh, your
Have a good
name
one.
Pink Beard. It makes
My name
sense.
is Pink Beard. That doesn't make sense. It all comes together now, don't it?
He
I'm
don't
so
like
proud of you,
boys.
Corey. I'm so proud of you, Corey. You did so good. You did so well, bro.
Yes, sir.
So, yes, sir.
Holla
I'll
at
talk to you
y'all.
later, okay? All right.
Hashandala.
Sean Delabo. All right.
That is the result of misogynistic Christian ignorance. That motherfucker is dumb.
No, and he said God made me a dumb. That
Yep.
was the funniest part about the whole
Yep. He too stupid to even realize that shit. Like just loud and dumb.
Just that's okay. That's okay. God made us dumb, man, but He doesn't know why yet. But He's gonna come back and tell us why, and that part two is what I'm really excited about.
Them
That was so much fun. I enjoyed that so much. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me
Real
shut
one.
up.
Why he ain't last longer than a minute?
Yeah, I'm proud of him.
They be freaking the fuck out over black atheists. Like it's just embarrassing. Um, I real for you.
Hello, thinker.
Hi, how are you?
Respectfully to you, I've come through plenty of times. Listen on the panel. Just listen and went about my way, right? I do believe, for whatever reason, there's a higher power.
Okay. Do you believe in the God of the Bible?
I do believe that there's a higher power.
But is it the God in the Bible?
Well, yes,
Okay, how old are you?
56.
All right, pick a topic.
Okay. I can't. Honestly, I don't have my glasses.
I'll read it for you.
Thank you.
Topic number 1 is so Eve or women are responsible for evil and sin in the world. Topic 2, what is the purpose of the soul or spirit in belief? Topic 3, is the God of the Bible the God of the black community? Is this why black people don't do atheism? Topic 4, homophobia is rooted in Christian misogyny.
Okay, can I do two?
Mm-hmm.
So, thinker, the whole time, it's been about 6 months that I've been coming into your panel, listening, and just removing myself. Okay? And honestly, I lost a brother. So I had to go, I went to the Bible for some type of comprehension. And I stayed in Psalms for the most part. And it helped me. So I'm not saying that I believe in all aspects of the testaments in the Bible. Some of them are really crazy. What I'm saying to you is that those Psalms really helped me.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry that you lost a brother. Um, can you help me with what this has to do with topic number 2?
So topic number 2 was about believing, correct?
No, ma'am. The topic says, what is the purpose of the soul or the spirit in belief?
Okay. So if I have a belief,
No, the soul and the spirit. What's the purpose of the soul and the spirit in your belief?
okay, so if I believe in God,
What's the purpose of a soul or a spirit?
to do good, to do good.
What does your soul do?
I think that it manifests God.
You said the purpose of the soul is to do good.
Right.
How does your soul do good?
Well, it did good for me with listening to the word when I was in that
Don't your
word.
ears do that for you? Can
Yes.
your soul listen to the word without your ears?
No.
Then it ain't your soul. What does your soul do good?
I don't know. Think I.
You,
Now, I'm just being transparent to you. I'm not going to get on your panel and be false, right? All I'm going to say to you, and
being
I'll
transparent
land.
about what? You haven't said anything.
Okay, well, that's fine.
What's fine? What the fuck was that?
She wanted to tell you that Psalms helped her
But why is she telling me that?
because she wants you to know. She
For
want to be,
what? I'm not a Christian.
but she's a transgender parent.
A what?
Oh, that's not what she said. She said she's transparent. My bad. My bad. Wrong word. I'm sorry. I took the trans the wrong way. I took it the wrong way. I took it the wrong way. I took it the wrong way. My bad. That's me messing up. Sometimes
What
I can't hear
is
good.
happening? Brandon,
What's good?
how old are you?
I'm 38.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Nah, I believe in the Bible, 100%.
All right, pick a topic. There's 4.
The first one is wrong
Okay, just pick a
because
topic, please. Pick one. Which one
yeah,
you want?
the first
Are
one,
you
that's the one I was
okay? All
talking about.
right, go ahead.
Wow. So I was saying the first one is off according to scripture because sin was already around before Adam and Eve were born.
Where do you see that in the Bible? Can you take us to a scripture that shows that?
Of course, of course. So before Adam and Eve were born, was there a problem in heaven?
Brandon, is heaven the world?
Nobody's gonna answer that. Was there a
No, I
problem
am.
in heaven?
In
All
heaven,
right,
yes.
so
Is
that's the
heaven the
question.
world? Is heaven
No,
the
no,
world?
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm
I agree
saying.
with you. You're
It
right.
says
Sin existed.
right,
Sin existed. Okay,
right,
but that's not
right.
what
So
we're
that's
talking about. I agree.
no,
I
no.
agree.
It said
Is heaven the
so
world? The
sin. So
question has
sin.
nothing to do with heaven.
Listen.
Brandon,
So
stop.
sin wasn't brought
That's not the
into the
question,
world.
Brandon. That's not the
No, that
question,
is the
Brandon.
question. Listen
That's
to the
not the.
question.
Do you
Look,
see the word
was
heaven in
sin?
the Brandon? Do you
No,
see
no.
the word heaven in the
Listen.
question? Do you see the
Listen
word
to what I'm
heaven in the question?
saying.
I
Listen to
promise
what
I
I'm
will listen
saying
if you just
first.
answer this question.
You're
I
cutting me
promise I will
off,
listen.
brother.
I promise I will
Look, why
listen
are
if
you
you just
doing
answer
that?
this question.
No, you're
Brandon, I
not
promise I
listening.
will
You're just
listen. I
trying to
promise I will listen if you
overtalk.
just answer this question. I
Listen,
promise I
you're
will listen.
talking like a
Brandon, I
single
promise I
mother
will listen.
right now,
Brandon,
brother.
Brandon,
Do y'all
Brandon,
hear that?
Brandon, Brandon, Brandon. Is heaven the world? That's all I want you to answer. Is heaven the world? And then I promise I'll listen to the rest of what you're saying.
Brother, you
I promise. Just answer
It's
yes or
my
no and we
fault.
can
I
move
was
on.
trying to send you an invitation.
being disrespectful
I
too.
promise I'm gonna respect you. Just answer that one
No, you're
question.
not.
Is
You're
heaven
not.
the
You
world?
start. You
I
being
promise you. I
disrespectful already.
promise you. I will listen to
You're
you
not
if you answer
promising
this.
anything. Listen, you're not
I am promising.
promising anything.
Brandon,
No, you're
Brandon,
not. No, you're not.
Brandon.
Let me
You could have answered the
finish.
question
Stop
and been
over
done with
talking
your
me.
explanation by
No,
now.
and
We
you
could
could
be
have been
so much further
quiet and let
along.
me finish.
Brandon, we
You
could
see
be so
how
much further
disrespectful
along.
that
We
is?
could be so
I
much
don't
further
know. I don't
along.
know.
We
Yo,
could
your
be so
debating
much further
skills are
along,
like a
Brandon. Brandon, we
woman.
could be so
Look,
much further along.
you're malfunction.
All right, now you. All right, that's
Brandon,
the
don't
second
talk about
It's
my
time.
mouth.
it's okay, Selena. It's okay.
It's okay. Brandon, just answer the one question so we can move on, please, man.
You
Is
still
heaven the
doing
world?
it. You
I didn't
malfunctioning,
do
bro.
that. I didn't do that, Brandon. I didn't do that.
All right, but stop
Okay.
I
malfunctioning,
did
brother.
that, Brandon.
Okay, Brandon,
So,
if you just
but you
answer this
mute
one
me,
question,
but
we could
not
totally
him.
move
All right,
on.
I'm gonna go on mute. No, I'm gonna go on mute now.
No, I don't want you to go on mute. I want you to talk. I want you to talk.
No,
I
no,
just want
no,
you to
no,
answer
you
one
don't. No, you
question.
don't. Because you were disrespectful. You cut me
Okay,
off,
okay, okay,
and
okay,
everyone's
Brandon. I
cheerleading
apologize.
that.
I apologize,
No,
Brandon.
no, no.
I
It's
apologize.
not
I'm
accepted.
sorry.
That
I'm
it's
sorry,
not
Brandon. I was
accepted
wrong. Brandon,
because you
I'm
should have
sorry.
thought
It's
about
okay.
that
Don't
before
accept
you
it.
started
It's okay.
talking.
Okay, I'm sorry,
You
Brandon.
still
I,
malfunctioning. Like,
I'm sorry,
look
Brandon.
at you. Where do
I'm
these
sorry, Brandon.
debating skills come from?
This isn't a debate, Brandon.
No, it is. I'm talking
It's not a
about the
debate,
way you
Brandon.
just tried to
Think, are we
overtalk me
having a
by
debate? Think, are
malfunctioning.
we having a debate?
No, Bastion,
It's
no.
okay.
Listen, that's
This isn't a debate,
zesty,
Brandon.
man. It's
It's okay.
zesty. Who
I'm
taught you
just,
that?
I'm gay, Brandon. I'm gay.
I knew it. See, I
Okay,
knew
great.
it.
Okay,
I knew
okay, great.
it.
Okay. Now that we got that
I
out of the
knew
way.
it.
Now that we got that out of the way.
That's a single mother tactic right there, man. You
My mother's
tried that.
married. My mother's married.
Listen, I didn't say if your mother was married. I
I
said
didn't grow up
what
with a
you
single
just
mother,
tried doing.
but I didn't grow up with a single mother.
No, I didn't say that. You're adding stuff now. I said
No,
the
you said it was a
tactic
single mother
was
tactic. I'm not a single mother,
right.
and my mother
What's
wasn't
the
single.
last word? What's the last word that you
I,
missed? Tactic. I didn't
tactic.
say you
I
were
didn't have a single mother.
right,
I didn't
which
learn that from
means
a single
what?
mother.
Oh,
That's
he's
clearly not a
still you
single mother
still
tactic.
malfunctioning. Did I
I'm
say
not
you were a
malfunctioning.
single mother,
No,
did
you're
I
saying
say
that I'm
you
using
grew up?
single mother
Look, you're doing it
tactics.
again.
I,
Right? Did
I'm.
I say you grew up with a single mother?
Where would I have learned single mother tactics from, Brandon?
Listen, you can learn a lot. What are you
From
talking
who?
about?
From who? From who?
What are you talking about? You can
From
learn a lot just from
I can, but where would
repetition.
I have
What are
learned
you
it from?
talking about?
I'm
Listen,
agreeing with you,
listen,
Brandon.
listen,
Brandon,
listen,
I'm
listen,
agreeing with you.
listen.
Brandon, Brandon,
You learn to be
Brandon, you done answered so
GAY,
many
right?
questions because you wouldn't answer if
Nah,
if
nah,
heaven
you
is the world.
tried,
Could you just
man.
answer that so
Listen,
we
you
can move the
tried.
fuck on, man?
Nah, or what?
Okay, great.
You're
You're
not about
right,
to
Brandon. You're
swing.
right. But can you just
Right,
answer
right.
that one
Keep your
question,
cheeks
sir?
closed. Nah, cause you disrespectful.
I'm
Keep
gonna
your
open them up
cheeks
for your
closed.
daddy, bitch. Do me the
Nah,
favor. Is
yeah,
heaven the
yeah.
world?
I told you I'm not listening to nobody talk about the Bible that give head, bruh.
I don't give head. Your daddy do though. Your daddy do.
You
I
don't
don't
get
give head. Your
no, you
daddy
Yeah,
don't
do
get
though.
yeah,
head.
and y'all trying to mute
You don't
me,
give head,
and y'all
Brandon.
got a
You don't give
sodomite on
head.
him.
Hold on, Brandon. I need to know. Do you give head? Because I feel sorry for the girls in your life. Guess what? Because they will never reach an
I said
orgasm
not to
since you don't
gods.
give
I said
head.
not to gods. I
You
said
don't
You
give
not
did
to
say
head.
the guys, but
gods.
anyway. But the point
I
is,
said
Yeah,
no.
is
You
right, right.
heaven
didn't.
the
You didn't
world,
say to
Stop
Brandon?
guys.
cheerleading him.
You didn't say
Stop
that.
cheerleading him. No. It
You
does
didn't say
say
that.
that,
But
right?
is heaven the
You
world, Brandon?
tried, though. You
No.
tried. Stop
Be
cheerleading him.
quiet.
Y'all
We
please
off
not
that,
Be
talk
Brandon.
too
quiet.
We
many
off that,
voices
Brandon.
at
Back
one
to the question.
time.
Damn, man, we off that.
Nah,
Just get back to the
we
question.
proved you
Is
all
heaven the
zesty though.
world?
We proved you all zesty. I'm not answering
I
no more
told you, you didn't prove
questions
it. I gave you
from
that
a
information.
dude that give head, brother.
That's great,
Stop
but
it.
is heaven the world?
You took
You're
yourself
right. You're
out of this
correct,
equation.
Brandon. You're so right.
Right,
You're so right. Is heaven the
right. You need
world?
to find you a wife, brother.
It's okay. I got one.
Before
That's
you.
the crazy part. You want me to?
No, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes,
You
I
just
do. I
said
really do. She's literally laying in the
you
bed right
said
here.
you suspect. All right,
I
yeah,
didn't
I
say I was
know.
suspect. I said I was gay.
Man, listen, man,
I didn't say
you're
I
a
was suspect. I
cornball.
said I
That's
was
what you
gay.
are. Listen,
Okay, that's
you're
what
a
I am. Okay, well, great. Is
cornball.
heaven the
That's what
world,
you are.
Brandon?
Right, right. You're
You're
not
right.
gonna
Is
win
heaven the
this.
world?
Stop it. Stop it.
It's
Don't
okay. It's
worry
okay. Is
about it.
heaven the world?
Listen, don't worry about it. Worry about stop being
I can't
disrespectful.
stop. I can't
Read
stop, bro.
your
I can't stop. Your
Bible.
daddy keep calling me. Your daddy keep calling me. Is heaven
Nah,
the
so
world?
we got
Your,
listen, you're not gonna get that question answered after you just finish being disrespectful and zesty.
it's okay. I'm gay,
Now
but
you
is
want
heaven
me
the world? And that's great. Okay, but is
no,
heaven
no,
the world?
you malfunctioning again,
It's
brother.
okay.
That
It's okay.
means you
But is
didn't
heaven the
listen to it.
world? That's
It's
okay. That's
okay.
cool.
It's
That's cool.
okay.
That's cool.
It's
That's
okay.
cool.
It's
That's
okay.
cool. Is
It's okay.
heaven the
It's
world?
okay. It's okay.
It's
It's okay.
right. All right.
It's okay.
That's
It's
right. Is
okay.
heaven
It's
the
okay.
world?
Right. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're malfunctioning, brother. It's all right.
No, I know. But is heaven the world?
He's malfunctioning. Look.
Damn, I know that. But is heaven the world?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It amazes me
Straight
how they're
doofus,
never
man.
You're
embarrassed
right.
of
You're right. But is heaven the
themselves.
world?
Yeah, he's a straight doofus. Look,
I
he's
am. I'm dumb. I'm
malfunctioning
dumb.
still.
I'm not smart. I'm
No,
gay.
I
All
know
that great.
you
But is heaven
are,
the world?
brother. You're not. You listen.
You're right. You're right. You're correct, Brandon. You are so
You're
right.
not
But is heaven the
convincing
world?
nobody.
It's
You're
okay. It's
not
cool. But is
convincing
heaven the
nobody. Look,
world?
yeah. Notice the malfunctioning, y'all.
I know. I know. I keep malfunctioning. I can't stop.
I
That's
know
cool. But is
that. I
heaven the
know
world, though, bro?
that. Pure comedy.
I
Keep
know.
asking because you're
I know. Because you won't
No,
malfunctioning.
answer
don't
it.
do
But
pay to drop.
it's okay. It's cool. But is heaven the world, bro?
Thinker, what did you just say? It's okay to drop him?
No, I said she don't do pay to drop. Is what she said.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh
what she
dang. I was excited.
No, y'all know I don't do that. Everything on this stage serves a purpose. He's up here for a reason.
I know.
Hmm.
Did he mute
You muted,
himself?
Brandon. We can't hear you, bro.
I think he muted himself.
Mute yourself, bro, because so we can keep going.
Are you done with your patriarchal crash out?
Yeah, he tried though.
Are you done?
You did good, Brandon. I'm proud of you. You did good.
Yeah, I know, because
I'm proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you,
that
bro.
little
That's cool. I'm
zesty
gay. I'm gay. That's cool.
diatribe
I'm
you
gay.
just
That's
went
great.
on
That's great.
did nothing.
That's great. That's great. Can we get back to the conversation now? Now that
And
we know
in
that I'm gay,
person, listen, let me tell you something else. And in person, you wouldn't dare get disrespectful.
I
In
beat your
person, you wouldn't.
motherfucking ass. I beat
Nobody's
your
ever
ass
done that,
in
brother.
real life.
Brother,
In
listen,
real life,
listen.
I beat
In
your ass.
real life, listen,
I
listen.
beat your ass like in real
Listen,
life.
brother,
I beat
brother,
your
Bash,
ass.
don't let him
brother,
get you. Don't let
brother,
him get you, Valerie.
Oh
brother,
no.
brother.
Okay, I won't
Let,
do
let
right.
me let me
Right.
explain
Okay, let
something.
me
Let
say
me
this right.
explain something, son.
Brandon, I would
Listen,
beat the fuck
listen.
out of
I'm
you.
sick. Listen, I'm 6'8.5", brother.
I don't give a
I've
fuck. Tall
never
niggas
got
die
my
too.
ass. Listen,
Tall niggas
I've
die
never
every
got
day.
my.
Tall niggas
Listen,
die
brother,
every day.
brother.
They die every day.
You're not squaring up. You're not
Mama.
squaring
Tall
up.
niggas die too, baby.
Listen. You're not squaring up. That's my
I
point.
don't get,
So
Don't
if you
bro.
use
wanna,
caps in
Okay.
the comments.
right.
Okay. Okay. All right.
If you
Okay.
wanna get
Fair
bullets
enough, Brandon. You're
involved,
right. You're
that's
right.
a
You're
whole
right.
nother story.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. All right.
you're not
Jimmy,
Can you
strapped
you,
up.
answer the
So stop
question?
it.
you're
Brandon,
right,
can you
No,
Brandon.
answer the
because
question?
he's did no. You tell him to stop being disrespectful. Don't get on
You
I
my
didn't
said
say
face
you
like
nothing
you
you
to
said
said.
what
him.
I wouldn't do. I
Mm-mm.
didn't disrespect you. I
Brandon,
didn't
can you
disrespect you,
answer a
Brandon.
question? Are you able to answer the question, or are you focusing on him because you
No.
don't have an answer for the question?
Are you focusing on him and his disrespectful ass?
What did I
No.
say that was
He
disrespectful to
wasn't
you,
he
Brandon?
wasn't
Now,
disrespectful. He
yeah,
asked you
okay.
one question and you
Okay.
have not answered it.
Listen,
You have
listen.
spent
You
nothing
said he
but your
wasn't.
entire
Listen,
time being disrespectful.
listen. I tried to come in and just talk.
What did I
You
say that was
didn't
disrespectful,
answer the
Brandon?
question.
Yeah.
You
No.
started talking about
Listen,
heaven.
over
The
talking. Listen,
question is about the
over
world,
talking me is
Brandon.
disrespectful.
Brandon,
Listen,
you
over talking somebody when you ain't get
Well,
to
that means you're
finish is
disrespecting my mother right
disrespectful.
now. That means you're being disrespectful. Okay, so
Listen,
let's start
yeah,
over,
this app got you gas, man. You need to
bro.
stop it,
Bro,
man.
this ain't gas,
Listen,
bro. This
listen.
ain't an app.
No,
This
no,
ain't an app,
this app got you gas,
bro.
man.
I live
Stop
this
it.
in real life.
Stop
Okay,
it.
you're right.
No, you
You're
don't.
correct.
Stop it.
Brandon,
Stop it.
Brandon,
can
okay,
you
I'll
Stop
answer
stop.
the
it.
Hold on, hold
question?
on, hold on.
Y'all need to
Brandon,
stop. Y'all
okay,
need to
okay, I'll
stop.
stop. I'll stop. Let's start over.
No. You should have stopped. No, it's no
But I
start
now I
over.
have
You
stopped.
should have thought. Listen, your
Okay, I'm
small
done with it
brain
now.
should have
I'm done with
said
it now.
that to you before.
Okay,
Listen,
fair
your
enough. You're right,
small
Brandon. You're
brain
right.
should have said that to you.
Okay,
If
you're right.
I'm right, then you need to be quiet
I'm gonna
because
be
that
quiet. Let's
means
start
you
over.
were wrong. So that
Okay,
means
I'm
you were
wrong.
wrong. You and
I'm
your
wrong.
mother.
Okay, she's wrong too.
Yeah. So
Pink,
y'all have a nice
No, no,
day.
Pink,
no,
you don't
mom,
have
mom,
to
mom.
say you
No,
were
do.
wrong for asking him, is heaven the
It's okay, mom.
world?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
We're not wrong for
Okay,
that.
it's okay. I'm wrong. I said I'm wrong.
You
Okay,
were
start.
not
Oh, he
wrong. He
gone.
It's
just didn't
okay,
have an
mom. I can be
answer.
wrong. That's okay. That's
So
okay.
he
I can be wrong.
focused on
He
you being
gone.
It's okay, mom. That's
homophobic.
okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. He'll deal with that with him and his God. I just want to start over.
He gone.
Can you start over,
He
Brown?
He's
gone.
gone.
Oh,
He
okay.
didn't have anything to say.
He had a whole patriarchal crash out.
Right.
Like the people in the comments tagging me, asking me why am I entertaining this, y'all? Like with the stuff that I allow on my stage, it's intentional. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Everything is shown for a reason. He insecure, misogynistic ass, patriarchal, religious ass man,
A homophobic
and
man.
very homophobic.
Yep.
All that because sin was in heaven,
Right. He didn't answer the question. The question was about the
and then we could
world.
have moved on. Because the question is not was sin in heaven. The question is not did Eve create sin? Did Adam create sin? No one was asking where sin originated. The question was how did it get into the world? And we could have got so much further into that conversation.
But when they're bigoted and misogynistic like that, like it's difficult to have conversations with them. That's why I cuss their asses out. Like honestly, they're good for like letting off steam. That's it. They're chicken fodder.
See, I ain't really got that. I just rather, never mind. I ain't gonna say that. I
I
told you I don't
saw
get
that
along well
video
with
of
folks
that
like that.
dude talking about you walk on the sun. You were going off on that man.
Yeah,
You
I
was
don't
going
like
off
all
on
that.
that man.
I don't like to do that. It's too early in the morning. My girlfriend's still asleep. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to do him like that. And she's still asleep. You get me? She worked yesterday. I'm trying to be quiet.
uh, can y'all mute his ass the whole entire live just for saying that shit? Julietana,
It was
Julie,
me.
Juliet, and
Juliet and the G said,
hold on, Juliet Ann. Ain't that Juliet Ann?
I
That's what it
think
looked like.
so.
Yeah.
Oh, she ain't too.
Yeah, you sleep.
I like Juliet Thomas. That's my favorite version of this.
Terrence, Terrence, don't y'all start getting scared. Remember, if you are friendly, I will not automatically bring you up unless I see a nerd emoji in the chat. I'm going to think TikTok threw you
Hello.
in there on accident. One of you can't stay. Which one of you was up here first? Who was up here first?
I think it was
I
Riz was the
was
first
up
person,
here
and Romeo popped
first.
up.
Riz. Okay. Romeo, request again. Riz, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine. What religion do you
How old
guys
are you?
like?
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
You're how old?
18 years old.
Too late.
You're 18?
Yes.
Ain't no fucking way.
Why?
You ain't
Is
18.
that your profile picture?
Yes.
It come with a birth certificate?
God damn it.
What do you... What?
Ain't no
Hmm?
way. Ain't no way
I'm
you're
not...
18. Why?
Why?
Because you look 40.
40?
Yep, you're not 18.
No.
You're not 18. Why are you lying about your age?
I'm not lying.
You ain't 18.
Huh? Why? I'm not 49.
Mm.
I mean, do you count them in Earth years?
Dog years.
Yes?
Um, I don't know why you're lying about your age. Are you a Muslim?
No.
Are you a Buddhist?
No, I'm Christian.
Why are you lying about that?
This motherfucker
I
Huh?
don't
lying.
get it.
Why? Why I'm not lying?
Yeah. So say fuck Muhammad.
I don't want to insult
Yeah, get
nobody.
off my stage.
Yeah, that's why.
But why
Exactly.
Nah, shut up. Get off my stage,
Exactly.
your lying ass. Well, shit. Romeo,
Yeah,
hi. How old are you?
38.
Why is Elijah in my comments spamming my fucking YouTube chat? You know where TikTok is, don't you, Elijah? I don't know if that's Elijah Johnson or you got Elijah's backside, and that's why you named yourself Elijah's back. I don't know if you used to being behind Elijah, but you know where the fuck my TikTok is. Where are the mods at on YouTube? Like you know where my TikTok is. Bring your motherfucking ass over here, you scary motherfucker. Why the fuck you hiding out in YouTube? Uh, Romeo, I'm sorry. How old are you?
38.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes, I do believe in the Bible.
You are a believer in the Bible?
Mm.
I swear, y'all men, not you, Romeo. Y'all men are not okay. Like, what the fuck do I do to y'all? Like, I have more effect on y'all than the Holy Spirit. Y'all are losing y'all shit because thinker ass is live on TikTok, and then y'all scared to come to TikTok. Y'all are losing y'all shit over there. Pick a topic, Romeo. Y'all starting to make me think I'm God.
Well, go for number one.
Go ahead.
So, evil women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. Well, that's to relate well with Genesis in the book of Genesis in the Bible. So the woman is the one that is depicted to be responsible for sin entering into the world.
Does anybody understand what he just said? Can you speak? Can you articulate better for me? I'm sorry, I did not understand. It was kind of muffled.
Well,
Yeah. Oh my God.
according to the Bible in the book of Genesis, the woman, which was Eve, was responsible to bringing sin into this world.
Okay, how is she
Yeah.
responsible?
Well, according to God, she
I'm sorry. Are you awake?
she
Are you awake?
she ate and touched the forbidden fruit that they were not supposed to, as instructed by God.
Like, why do y'all
You
come
know,
here
in
and have these
the
conversations? Like, I don't want to pull a conversation out of you. Like, if you don't have anything like of value to add, right? I can't go inside of you. Like, I'm not the Holy Spirit, right? I can't go inside of you and pull it out. You've got to give me more than that. Like, I know what the story says. Right? The story says she ate fruit. There ain't nothing in that book that says anything about her being, in that Genesis narrative that says that Eve is responsible for bringing in sin. So I need you to go deep down inside, Romeo. Okay, help me out so that we can have a valuable conversation with you, and pull out what you want to tell us about why Eve is responsible for evil and sin in the world.
well, she listens to the devil and ate the forbidden fruit, and that forbidden fruit killed them, as well as we are the offspring of that unaliving episode from then on till as we speak.
What? What did you say differently?
Man was perfect. They cannot they cannot buy during before they ate the fruit. But once they ate the fruit, that's when unaliving starts
What is that
to
noise?
come
Can
into.
can you stop making that noise if you're going to speak as low and downhill as you do? Because we can't hear you.
Yes, yes. As I was saying, the evil listened to the devil. They ate the forbidden fruit, and from then they died spiritually, spiritual death and physical death. Until now, as we speak. Before they listen to.
what was the forbidden fruit?
What was the forbidden fruit? The forbidden fruit was the fruit about knowing good and evil.
What does
It
that
was the
mean?
fruit of knowledge,
What does that mean?
which God told them not to
What does that mean?
touch or eat from.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm not really sure what does it mean. Maybe you know what does it mean.
You just said she ate the forbidden fruit of knowing good and evil. You don't know what that means?
No, maybe you can tell me what does it mean.
Mm-mm. No. Why do you believe something you don't understand?
Well, because the Bible says so.
You don't know what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say anything about Eve causing a fall of man. That's something you were told. Why do you believe something you don't understand? Something that you can't articulate.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question and then I'm going to let you go. Do you think it's a good thing that humans are able to decide whether their actions are morally good or morally bad?
Come again. Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah. Do you think it is a good thing that humans have the capability of critically thinking about their actions, their behaviors, and knowing whether their behaviors are morally good or morally evil?
Well, from my perspective is, no, there are two groups of people: those who know
No.
that doing evil is morally bad, while the other group doing evil.
Repeat my question.
Uh,
What did I ask you?
mm, I'm not really sure what you asked me, but I'm trying to answer your question.
How are you going to answer a question that you don't understand? You don't know what I asked. How are you going to answer it if you don't know what I asked?
Hmm.
All right, Romeo.
We'll find Juliet in.
I think the power of the Holy Spirit is it makes them believe they can do anything. And like they come up here with so much confidence because they believe that they can do anything. Even though they have not read the book, I just don't understand these people. I don't understand their decision making. Mm-mm. Father Trinity.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
Yes, I am 36.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am what would be the best way to put it?
I just want
I
to
guess
know, do you
spiritualist?
believe in the God of the Bible? I don't talk to
Well,
people who
yeah,
identify as spiritual unless they have a belief in the God of the Bible as well.
yeah. Well, the God of, Yahweh. Yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
believe in Yahweh.
All right. There's 4
Uh,
topics on the board. Can you pick one of those topics, please?
okay. One of them? Okay. Um, I guess I would go with topic number 1.
What are your thoughts?
So Eve, we and women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. They are not. Eve was, well, first, if you look at the way that the Bible is put out there, she was not present for the instruction that was given to Adam by God about what tree to eat from and what not to eat from. She wasn't given that instruction. She got a second hand from Adam. Adam had no authority, And then when something else came to her, the serpent appeared to her and which had more authority and more wisdom, and guided her to eat this fruit. She was just simply, following instruction. I mean, literally, if you look at the Bible and the way that's been interpreted, as Eve was brought into the world as a helpmate to Adam to lend Eve's his loneliness, it was his responsibility if he's supposed to be the head of the family to make sure that this instruction was given to Eve and that she understood that it would be in her detriment to eat of that fruit. He didn't do that. He didn't follow through. He did not lead, in the way that he was supposed to. And because of that, Eve was deceived. That's not her fault.
I told y'all it's the responsible word, right? It's did you pick that up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I zeroed in right on that.
Yeah.
And it kind of speaks to what we were talking about yesterday. Either way, their answer to this is either going to be misogynistic or patriarchal. Because baked into your response, I don't know if you realize this, Father Trinity, but baked into your response is the idea that somehow men are over women, that we need to be monitored or managed. And I can guarantee you, I don't need that from a man. And I can guarantee you, Eve didn't need it from a man either. We are fully capable of making informed decisions ourselves.
Mind
Oh
you,
no,
in the
I completely
story,
agree with
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm
I
talking.
completely agree with
I'm
that.
sorry,
But
I'm
like,
sorry, I'm sorry.
well,
Hello, hello.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Mind you, in the story, it quite literally says that Eve made the decision on her own. You can see her critical, like her process of thought as she analyzes the fruit and recognizes that it looks just like the other food that she already eats. She considers whether or not it would be good to be wise. You see her process of thought as she assesses the risk of whether or not she should disobey and eat, or believe what the serpent believe what the serpent is saying and disobey and eat, or obey what whoever Adam or Yahweh told her, because it doesn't say she got that command from Adam either. You see her whole process of thought. But misogyny and patriarchy says, no, the woman didn't think, she obeyed. The serpent told her what to do. And it doesn't say that. The serpent didn't guide her into anything. The serpent gave her information, and she processed that information. She had a conversation. Now, the being that was at that tree that just obeyed was the man. There was no representation of process of thought before he ate that fruit. There was no, should I also partake? Would it also be wise for me to have this wisdom? Should I also examine this fruit to see if it is good? Nope. The woman did all of the work, and then handed it to to Adam, and he obeyed and he ate. It's interesting the way y'all rewrite this story to make yourselves or man appear more dominant than he actually is portrayed in the story. There's nowhere prior to them eating that fruit and this God passing down the curses, does it say that Adam has any authority over Eve? Nowhere does it say that he is to lead her. It does not say that she was created for his loneliness. What it says is that it wasn't good for him to be alone. The purpose of Adam being created was for him to be a worker. He was created to till the ground, to be a landscaper. And his job was not good. So he needed help. And the God created him a opposite. Does not say the God created him a companion. Doesn't say the God created him company, somebody to subjugate. It does not say that. But the patriarchy and Christian misogynistic doctrine in your man Bibles tells you, oh, he was the head. He should have stopped her. He was responsible for her. He had authority, while ignoring that the very curse that she received was the man was put over her to rule her after they ate from the tree. After they ate from the tree. There would be no need for that to be a curse if he already ruled over her and had some type of authority over her before they ate from that tree. But y'all ignored that. But I'm just a little bit I just want to know, because again, this wasn't the purpose of the question, but again, this is just what's happening. The conversation is very different from what I expected. But what I want to know is, like, my whole life, all the way up until 3 days ago, I've heard it's the woman's fault. It's Eve's fault. If she'd have just obeyed, we still been in the garden in paradise. All this evil in the world because of Eve. But now, because the word responsible is in that question, man after man after man after man after man have came in and have taken, I guess, the responsibility away from Eve or the woman. And I'm just trying to understand this conversation that's happening here. I just want to understand, why do men, why do men all of a sudden these past 3 days want to take responsibility? Let me step back for a second. Even in the story, the man blames the woman. Even in the story, when the God asked the man why he did what he did, he said, "It's the woman that you gave me. She gave it to me, and I ate." But now, all of a sudden, men want to ignore the part that she played in the story, and they go, "No, no, 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 no. It was the man." Why? Why is this conversation happening all of a sudden?
Okay, man. All right. So what I did say, I did not say that that Adam was had authority. In fact, I said in my example that Adam did not have authority, and because he lacked authority, that
Give me just a
Eve
second.
had
One
no.
second, because I don't feel like doing all this unnecessary matter. What you said was he uh, led her, and that he should have managed her. That's
Well,
what you
yeah,
said.
okay, so no, but I did. I said, but I also said that he had no authority. Those words did come out of my mouth. I
How
did
do
say he
you
had
lead someone without authority?
now.
How hold
Exactly,
on.
exactly. I
You
agree.
said
No,
he
no, no.
led
I
her.
agree.
You did say
No,
he
no.
led her.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Please,
Hold on,
please
but
allow me to
hold
get my
on. No,
the way that
wait.
I speak. I
But
have to go through my entire
hold
thought,
on,
just
because
like I allowed you to speak.
wait,
I just want to make sure that I
wait.
can get my point
But you did say that he led her, did you not?
No, I said if he was meant to lead her, then he failed. Is what I said.
Okay.
Now, my
All right.
interpretation. Here's the thing. My interpretation of the Bible is not that men which should lead. My interpretation isn't even that Eve or Adam was responsible for the actions in the garden. If we really want to know what I really think, because in this situation, it was God that literally essentially put two nubile infantile beings into a garden with magical fruit and then and thought that they weren't going to partake. In fact, if God knows everything, he knew they were going to partake. So this fault is not on Adam or Eve because it was literally always going to be in the plan essentially for them to fall. If that was not in the plan, if God did not anticipate this, then what? Then the whole situation is fallible in the first place. Like honestly, I look at the Bible. I was raised with it. I do believe in God. I do believe that in Yahweh. But I don't think that the interpretation of the Bible that people have is literally what they think it is. Yahweh was from the Canaanite
Hold
pantheon.
on,
He
hold on.
went on
You're
to
going off onto something else, but can I play something for you right quick?
okay.
All right.
To Adam to lend Eve's his long. If you look at the Bible and the way it's been interpreted, as Eve was brought into the world as a helpmate to Adam to lend Eve's his loneliness, it was his responsibility if he's supposed to be the head of the family to make sure that this instruction was given to Eve and that she understood that it would be in her detriment to eat of that fruit.
All right.
Again, I
Now,
stated that I said
I'm
if he's
sorry.
meant to
No,
be
you
the
didn't
head of the
say if.
household.
You did not. You said it
I
was
did
his.
say
You
if.
said
In
it
the
was
recording
his
you just
responsibility.
played, in
You
the
said
recording
it
you just
was
played, it
his.
said if.
You said it was his responsibility. That's
His
what you said.
responsibility if he's meant
Oh
to
my
leave the house. It
gosh.
literally is in
Oh
the
my
record. Play
gosh.
it back. You
Oh,
weren't listening
like
clearly. Play the recording
why are
back.
you like running
Play the
away from
recording
this?
back.
Why are you
It was
running away
literally in
from
the
this?
recording you just
Why are you
played.
running away from this? We
I'm
all
not running away
heard.
from it.
We
Literally the
all.
recording you just
Oh
played, I
my
said
gosh.
if.
We
Oh my God,
all heard.
indeed.
We all heard you
We
say
all
it
heard me say
was.
if.
You
Play it
said
again
it
if you
was
didn't
his
listen.
responsibility.
It was his responsibility
You said
if he's
all
meant to
she
be the
did.
house of the household. Like you didn't listen to the full sentence.
You literally said all
You're
she
now listening
did.
to the full
You
sentence.
literally said
And I'm
all
not
she
here to
did.
argue with
Yes, you
you.
are.
I don't
Yeah,
believe that
you
we're in
are.
opposition.
Yeah, you
No,
are.
you're arguing
Yeah,
with
you
me.
are.
You
Why
literally
are you
played the
talking
recording
while
and
I'm
then
talking? You're talking while I'm talking. Like
because
this is
you've been
ridiculous.
interrupting me.
This
I
is
let you speak
ridiculous.
this entire
Like
time and now I
because
haven't been able to get
I
my
sat
entire
there
sentence
and I
out.
listened to you. I responded to
You
what
did
you said.
not.
I
Okay,
responded to
okay,
what
that's
you
fine.
originally
That's
said,
fine.
and then
No,
you
you
started
literally are
denying that you
disingenuous. You
said it.
played a recording
I
and now you're acting like you
responded
didn't
to
hear
what
what I
you
said.
said, and
It's
then
I'm sorry.
and then
Clearly
you
you're not
denying.
ready to communicate with
Oh
this
my
level on this
God!
level.
And
That's fine.
you're not ready to hold yourself accountable for the shit that came out of your motherfucking mouth. The fuck? I responded to exactly what the fuck you said, and then you started backtracking that shit, and then trying to say you didn't fucking say it. You motherfuckers want to take a dominion and authority and rule some shit, but y'all can't even hold your own selves accountable for the shit that come out your fucking mouth. You literally said that she only took instructions. It was his responsibility. That's what you fucking said.
How
Y'all,
we doing?
y'all so used to gaslighting motherfuckers. You didn't expect that fucking replay. How old are you?
I'm 45.
Mama Bash or Fee, y'all want to do this one? These motherfuckers done gave me a headache.
I just want to go
Hold on, please.
with number one.
Hold on.
Okay, I was just going to ask, would you choose a topic and go ahead and give us your thoughts?
So when it comes to Adam and Eve in the garden, Adam was accountable because God told Adam, and then Adam played Paul Revere and told Eve. So when she ate from the tree, God told Adam that if they ate from the tree, they'll surely die. So when Eve ate and she didn't die, he just followed behind. But he was accountable because God told him personally not to eat from that tree.
So the woman wasn't responsible. The man was.
No, because she wasn't held accountable. God never told Eve to eat from the tree. Adam told Eve. God told Adam, don't eat from the tree.
Are you aware of the decision making process that she went through as she was discussing
Yeah.
about eating the fruit?
All the snake told her is, did God tell you not to eat from the tree? And she was like, no, God didn't tell me.
What else did she say? She
She
reasoned that
just,
it was
but
good
she
for
wasn't
food, right?
accountable. Adam was accountable. I understand she made the decision to eat, but she wasn't held accountable. Adam was. Adam didn't have to eat from the tree, but she didn't die like God told him.
So why then was she punished?
They were both punished because of Adam.
No, she was cursed. Do you remember that story?
Yes, I remember the story,
Okay, so what was her curse?
but I don't think that she's responsible.
Then why would the God curse her if she wasn't responsible for the evil coming into the world?
She's not responsible for evil coming in the world.
Why did the God curse her?
Why did God curse her? God cursed them both. God told man he
He
got to
did
work.
not curse Adam. He cursed the ground for Adam's sake, but he cursed her and
Mama
demoted
Bash,
her.
Mama Bash, do you want me to read those verses real quick?
Yes, please.
All right. So after the whole eating of the fruit, it says, the Lord said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. To the woman he said, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children, yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. To the man, he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree that I commanded you, you shall not eat of. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat all of the days of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return.
So do you
So
see that? She was
yeah,
cursed.
but it doesn't make her responsible.
Why did she get the worst punishment? Not only was she cursed with increased pain and childbearing, but she was demoted underneath Adam. If Adam was responsible, then why wasn't he demoted?
They were both demoted. They don't got the same relationship they had before they ate from the tree.
Why wasn't he put under her if he was responsible?
He was the
Why
first thing
wasn't
God
she
created.
why
He
wasn't
didn't.
she the leader?
That's a question you have to ask God.
Yeah,
That's
now
the
I
way.
gotta ask God. A few
That,
minutes ago,
I'm
you knew
just saying
all
that's
about what God was doing. Why we gotta ask God now? You knew all of God's mind a few minutes ago.
all I said is that Adam was accountable, and you're saying that. Oh well, why did Eve get the worst punishment? That's a question you got to ask God whenever that day comes on why He put Adam above Eve. But Eve wasn't accountable like Adam was. God told Adam strictly not to eat from that tree.
Does that make sense to you? If you had left your two kids at home and you put one of them in charge, would you punish the one who wasn't in charge if they did something wrong?
No, I'm going to punish the one that messed up.
So why did your God do that?
If you look at the relationship they had before they ate and what happened after they ate, they both got punished.
No, they
It,
didn't.
it separated them. It separated them from God.
How did it separate them from God? Didn't he come and walk in the cool of the day? Didn't he say, "Where are you?" Didn't he have a conversation with them? And didn't in the next chapter, Eve have a baby and she says, "I've gotten a man from the Lord"?
They didn't have a relationship like they did before they ate.
How do you say that? How can you prove that?
How can I prove it?
Yeah, how can you prove they didn't have a relationship? Because he creates for them a covering even after they sinned. Did he not?
Didn't they get kicked out of the garden?
Yeah, he put them out of the garden. Why? Because he didn't want them to eat from the tree of life. But that didn't end their relationship. They actually had a good relationship. She brags on him about that baby that she had. I don't know where you get that idea.
That they broke the relationship
Yeah. Why do you say the relationship was broken?
because before they didn't eat, they had a perfect relationship with God.
How was it perfect? Demonstrate that.
How was it perfect?
Yeah, how was it perfect?
They were walking around chilling with the animals and everything else.
What was the relationship with God before they ate from the tree?
Better than it was before they ate from it.
Demonstrate that. What scripture do you have to demonstrate that?
That the relationship was perfect.
Yes.
There's no scripture in the Bible that says the relationship was perfect.
So why are you saying that?
It's the creator. What the
A few minutes ago, you said you're going to have to wait and ask God about that. But now you are
heck?
actually positing that they had a perfect relationship with the God prior to eating the fruit. But you cannot demonstrate that, which means you are telling us what God was thinking. So now you know what God is thinking, right?
Do I know what God's saying?
Do you know what God
No.
was thinking
If
about the
I knew what God
relationship?
was saying, I definitely wouldn't went through the trials and tribulations I went through.
Do you know what God was thinking about the relationship prior to them eating the fruit?
If they were able to walk around, go to the garden, and everything else, and then after what they did, they were no longer able to, wouldn't you think that messed up their relationship?
No. He just moved them out of the garden to protect the tree of life.
I mean,
So
there's
why do you?
nothing in this. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Fee. Go ahead, Fee.
I was just going to say, there's nothing in this book that indicates that your God cut off Adam and Eve after they ate from the fruit of this tree. I mean, chapter 4, verses 29, after Cain killed Abel, it says that, no, 4, verse 25, Adam knew his wife again, and she bore him a son, named him Seth. For she said, God has appointed for me another child instead of Abel because Cain killed him. This God was still engaging. He was talking to Cain. He was helping Eve get pregnant. Like, you all say this separation occurred, but you don't see the separation in the book. You say that Adam was cursed. You don't see that cursing in the book. The ground was cursed. Y'all believe shit that's not in this book. And when we ask you, where are you getting this from? You can't answer.
Yeah, all of a sudden, then you want to say that we'll have to ask God when we get there. But you made a whole bunch of impositions about what was going on in the garden. Just making stuff up. I have three biological kids. The one right next to me, Pink Beard, is my oldest, and he's much older than my two daughters. 5 years older than the one, and 17 years older than the youngest. So he was in charge a lot of the times when I would leave the house. I would never have punished my daughters for something I told him to make sure was done. Why are you saying that that's what the God did?
Why am I saying that's what God did?
Yeah, you're saying
He
basically,
kicked them out of the garden.
yeah, he just
It
kicked them
was
out of the
it,
garden
it
because he
had
didn't want them to eat from the tree of life. But they still had a relationship. He covered them. He removed those fig leaves. He gave them something to wear. He blessed her with kids. So if Adam was responsible, why didn't he curse Adam and make Adam subordinate to Eve?
That's an answer we're not gonna know. Ain't no telling why God put Adam above Eve.
I think I got a guess. You want to guess at it?
Go for it.
My guess is that the God doesn't like women. My guess is that the God is misogynist.
Woman gets to create a blessing. What do you? A child is a blessing. How? Why would he? Why would you think God didn't like women?
I'm
Do
just
you
telling
know
you
what
what I
women have
think.
to go through?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think he doesn't like women. I think that's why he increased her pain in childbearing. I think that's why he subordinated her to a stupid man who couldn't even follow one simple instruction.
She didn't die. God told him that he ate from that tree, they would die. Eve didn't die.
Yeah, and neither did Adam. So God lied.
Well, he didn't know. He didn't know spiritually.
He didn't say anything about spiritually dying. The God said, when you eat of this tree, you're going to surely die. Die the death. That means physical death. And that neither of them died the death. So the God, not only is he misogynist and hates women, but he's also a liar.
I don't know if he's a liar, but that's your. You can say it's our opinion, so I can't say you're right or wrong.
If I
And can,
tell you, go ahead, Bash.
I was literally about what you're about to say. I promise you, but you can say
Go
it.
ahead and say it.
Okay. If I tell you that if you come to my house, I'm going to give you $1, and you come to my house and I do not give you the dollar, did I tell the truth or did I lie?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
If you told me you're gonna give me $1 and I went to your house for $1, you need to give me $1?
Did I tell the truth or did I lie?
Nah, you was fibbing.
Okay. If I tell you that if you touch my PlayStation, I'm going to put you out, and you touch my PlayStation and I do not put you out, did I tell the truth or did I lie?
No, you was fibbing.
Okay. If God says when you eat this tree, you're going to die, and you eat the tree and they don't die, is that the truth or is that a lie?
Mm, well, in a way, it's the truth because we're gonna die. He didn't say when we're
The
gonna
day,
die.
in the day. He did say when they were going to die. In the day. Is that the truth or is that a lie?
On what? I didn't hear what you said.
He said in the day. He specifically said that. So if I tell you that if you touch my PlayStation, I'm going to put you out. The day you touch my PlayStation, you get put out. You touch my PlayStation and I do not put you out. Did I tell the truth or did I lie?
No, you was fibbing.
Okay. So if God says the day you eat of the tree, you're going to die. They eat of the tree, they do not die. Is that a truth or is that a lie?
I guess he well put. No, I guess he lied, but you gotta figure out what type of death he was talking about.
It specifically says moot, which literally means physical death. The
Well,
word is used a bunch. That word is used a lot in the Old Testament, and every time it means physical death.
he put it
So,
that way. I guess God was fibbing, but I don't think God won't be lying.
okay, if I tell you the day that you touch my PlayStation, I'm going to put you out, and you touch my PlayStation, and I spiritually put you out, what would that even mean? What would it mean to spiritually put you out?
Spiritually, I mean, they were spiritually dead.
Spiritually put you out over there. or let's go back to the dollar example. If I said, hey man, come by my house, I'm gonna give you $1. You come by my house and I give you a spiritual dollar. What would that even mean? What would that mean?
You give me a spiritual blessing?
And a spiritual dollar specifically. What would that mean?
Like I said, a spiritual blessing.
What is that? Like give me an example of that.
What's a spiritual blessing?
Give me an example of a spiritual blessing.
Hold on, I'm thinking about it.
Take your time.
Is he still thinking or what?
Hmm.
I wouldn't know how to compare a spiritual dollar for a spiritual blessing.
That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So we wouldn't even know what that is. Okay. So if I told you I was going to give you $1 and you showed up at my house and I said, you're not going to actually get $1. Did I tell the truth or did I lie? Even if I hand you anything else, if I hand you, I don't know, a notebook, whatever a spiritual blessing may be, is that $1? Because I said I was going to give you $1. Is that $1? Did I tell you the truth?
No, you didn't tell the truth.
Okay, all right. So the same thing. So if God says the day you eat of this tree, you're going to die. If they do not die, then that was not true, right?
Right.
Okay, all right. So not only did God not tell the truth here, right, and then punish the person that you're saying was not responsible, right? You're saying, oh no, she wasn't responsible. The person that is it true, Ed, that the person that is responsible bears the accountability? Is that true? Okay.
The
So
person who is responsible?
the person that is responsible for a thing, they bear the accountability for it. Is that how that goes?
Yeah, but you gotta look at the
Right.
whole
Like
the story of it.
if you ever had
God never told Eve
oh,
to eat from that tree or
that's
not
fair.
eat from the tree.
That's fair.
Adam told Eve.
That's fair. I grant you that. But if that's the case, if I hope you've never been in no trouble, but if you ever been in trouble and you have a co-defendant, right? If you and your co-defendant are going before a judge and that person actually did the thing, like that person did the, whatever the thing is, right? And you were just an accessory. You were an accessory to the thing, but that person did the thing. Which one of y'all get more time? The person that did the thing or the accessory?
The assessor gonna have to. I ain't gonna tell the judge I didn't do it
Let's say
or
let's
blame
say
it on
there's
my
video evidence
friend.
that let's say it's on evidence, like both of y'all get found guilty, right? You and the accessory.
Right.
You are the accessory. So the person that actually did the thing and you, the accessory, right? Let's say it was an unaliving of a person and you just happened to be in the car or whatever. I don't know. That happened to one of my cousins. So you just happened to be driving a car. You didn't even know what they did per se. Use an example. But because you assisted, you go to jail too. But which one of y'all get more time? The person that actually did the thing or the accessory?
The person who actually committed it, but the dude that was there too and didn't do nothing, he gonna get about the
Okay,
same
all right,
amount of time
okay.
as well.
Because the person responsible is the person that gets the worst punishment, right?
That's how it's supposed to go, but it doesn't always go
That's
that
how that
way.
works. That's how justice works, right? It would be unjust, wouldn't it, if the accessory served more time than the person that committed the actual offense, right? That would be unjust, right?
Yeah, but what you gotta figure, they take a lot in consideration. Your background, have you
They
committed
got the
crimes
same. Y'all got the
before?
same background. These two people had the exact same background, right? They did. They had the exact same background, right?
Yeah,
And one of them. Go
the
ahead.
dude who pulled the trigger is gonna get more time.
That's right. Right. Okay. All right. So if it is the case, if you're saying, well, Adam is the one that pulled the trigger, right? Because he was in the know, right? He was the one that was responsible for this. Then it would then hold suit that he should get the worst punishment, right? He should get the worst punishment, correct?
Yeah, he should have got punished, but he did get punished.
Did he get the worst punishment? Both of y'all going to jail, right? Did he get the worst punishment?
No, because he's not the one that bears the children.
Okay, so he did not get the worst punishment. Is that just? Right? If you are the accessory to the crime, but you get the worst punishment, is that justice?
In reality, no, but in America, they'll think it's justice.
But is it justice? Yeah. I'm not saying that the American criminal system is just. I'm not saying that. But is it
No,
just?
it wouldn't be justice.
It wouldn't be justice. Okay. All right. So at this point, we've talked through this. We recognize that God has told a lie, right? And God has been unjust right here. And specifically, if you're saying that this was not Eve's pulling the trigger, right? That wasn't her thing. Then that means that God specifically picked a reason, or unless he's just random and doesn't think. But that means that he would have to have a reason for punishing the woman worse than the man, right? Now, right? Like he did it for some reason, right? If the person responsible clearly is making bad decisions, why would you put them back in charge, right? Because when I left you in charge, you made a bad decision. So why would I put you back in charge to continue making the decisions? That make any sense?
Only thing I could think of, I'm not even being biased, but when he made Adam a companionship, and that was Eve. But
But
in my opinion, doesn't mean he has to be in charge of her. It just that's what God said.
right, but he specifically says that the man would rule over her. Specifically said that. So if 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 you had two kids, same age, and one of them made the bad decision, would you put that kid back in charge if they made the bad decision?
No, not if he makes the bad decision. He's not going to be back in charge again.
Right. Okay. So so now this is bad parenting. It's unjust, and he lied. Okay. Well, why would these are three decisions that you personally wouldn't make. All three of those decisions we talked through. You wouldn't make any decision that way unless you had some personal vendetta against the other kid. Right? Like you got to have something against that kid. Why are you picking on that kid? Right? They didn't make the decision. Right? You're punishing them worse. You done lied to them, and you put the one that made the worst decision over the one that didn't. Why are you picking on that kid? You must not like him.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. But why? But then the question becomes, well, why doesn't he like that kid? What did that kid do?
And that's a question we're going to have to ask him when we get there.
Or we can think through it. Specifically, he pointed to her gender, right? Both of them pointed, both Adam and God pointed to the gender of the person, right? So Adam said, it was the woman that you gave me. And God said, because you have hearkened unto the voice of the woman, right? Okay. All right. So clearly he's picking on her because of a gender. If you pick on a woman because of her gender, we have a name for that. You know what that's called?
Bias.
That's one word for it, but we have a specific name for this kind of bias. It's called misogyny. But you're right, it is a bias. It's a bias against women, right? That's called misogyny. No. So now we have this person that done lied, a person that done been unjust, a person that done showed misogyny, right? Or God at least. Right? I should say person. So a God that done lied, a God that done been unjust, a God that done showed misogyny, a God that done punished somebody that didn't do something. Right? Okay. Does this make any sense? Does any of this make sense? Like, you wouldn't do any of this,
Right.
right?
I'm gonna be honest. The things that God allows, definitely sometimes does not make no sense.
But this ain't even an allowance. You're right. Now, again, allowance is different. This wasn't an allowance. This was God's choice, right? It's one thing if you allow a thing. I mean, we
Yeah,
can
I'm
get into that,
saying
but
this,
yeah.
the things that God does sometimes,
Yeah, this
his
doesn't make any
plan,
sense.
whatever his plan is, sometimes it don't make sense sometimes.
Okay. But if it doesn't make sense, I want you to keep in mind, let's say he did have some greater plan and purpose. Okay, I don't know that, but for right now, let's just say that's true. Eve didn't get to experience the end of that plan, right? Eve don't get to experience the end of that plan. Eve gone, been gone, right? So she didn't get to see the ta-da at the end. Is that fair?
No,
No.
but I won't keep it a buck with you. Life ain't too fair sometimes.
But should God be fair? Okay, let's
Should
say
it be
life ain't
fair?
fair. Should
Hey,
God be fair?
when my brother got killed, I was mad as hell with that dude because I contemplated him all night to let my brother live. So, but what I finally realized is that if I try to wrap my mind around God's plans, I'm gonna drive myself crazy.
I can imagine. But the reason why you would drive yourself crazy is because you recognize that that's not a good plan. And the reason that's driving you crazy is because you're trying to make a bad plan good. And when you try to make a bad plan good, that will drive you up a wall.
It definitely will.
Yeah. This because it's a bad plan. That's not your fault. That's the planner's fault.
Right. That
Yeah.
was
That's not your fault. And but let me go back. I am sorry you lost your brother, bro. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Losing a family member is horrible. Right. But because you're trying to make a bad plan, an obviously bad plan, right? You're trying to make it good. And that's a contradiction. And that will drive you crazy. But it's not crazy. It won't drive you crazy if you just say, that was a bad plan.
that
Right?
just don't
I
make
don't
no
have to go crazy
sense.
about that. That was just a bad plan. Right? It's much easier that way to just tell the truth about the plan. That was a horrible idea. You feel much better. That was just a bad plan, guy.
But
But when we won't say that because we're scared or something, I don't know, right? Well, I guess
no,
you're scared.
I've
What?
I've done cussed the dude out. I'm definitely not scared of him.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I swear to God,
He-
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Right? Okay. But all that to say that, and I'm gonna pass this back. I'm glad we had this part of the conversation. But I feel like if we look at this story and take away the what am I saying? Like the canned responses, right? I'm supposed to say this, I'm supposed to say that. If I just look at the story and answer the questions honestly, well then I can conclude this is a bad plan. Like none of this makes any sense.
right.
Right? Okay, that's all I need to. Back to you, Bob. Back to you, Mama.
Thanks. I was going to say, not only can we conclude that it's a bad plan, I think we can conclude that the God is not just, that he's a bad God. He lies. He doesn't give fair treatment to people. So I think we could conclude that this is a God that we shouldn't worship. That's just, I want to throw that out there for you to contemplate. That maybe he's not the God you should worship. You seem to have much more sense.
Me and God got a mutual understanding. Ever since he took my brother, I just know he's there and that's about it. But I rock with his son though.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's the topic, so I'm gonna stay off that. Fee, you want to say anything else? Fee, did you want to say anything else?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Okay,
No,
I'm good. Thinker.
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Well, thanks for coming up.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a great rest of your day.
You as well.
Have a good day, Ad Fresh.
I wanted to go on and talk about the sun, but I knew that wasn't the topic.
You said the sun?
Yeah, he said he is not good with God, but he rocks with his son.
Be easy. I tried to bring you up. I saw you in the
Come on, jug of
request.
water.
Where you go, easy?
Is it not in this buggy?
Trizzy, are you up here on purpose or on
What are we doing
accident?
something?
Trizzy, are you Trizzy?
El Trizzy,
That's funny.
baby El Trizzy.
Okay, easy. Uh, um, the CA, the dog, CA, the dog. Oh goodness, are you up here on accident? Why are you on mute? Come off of mute. You're typing in the comments. Are you up here on accident?
Hello.
Hi. Are you up here on accident or on purpose? Okay. I don't know what the fuck that is.
You good, homie?
They be weird, man. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructed, or an atheist, 21 and up. If you are friendly in the guest request, please remember to put a nerd emoji in the guest request. I mean, in the comments to let me know you're in there on purpose.
Mom, your daughter-in-law said you done made everybody breakfast but her. She through with you. And that's all I want to say.
You know I make her breakfast anytime. What she want?
She said you hadn't done it, and so she through with you. And I
No, they
told her I
have
was
to
gonna tell
ask me now. I ain't going down there volunteering. They have to ask for breakfast.
her. That's fair. That's fair.
Bash, does
If
this
she want,
mean I'm a prophetess? Because I had a dream last year that you and Christina were dating. But I found out last week that your girlfriend's name is Christina.
I told you. You spoken into existence.
Does that mean I'm a prophetess?
yeah, you're a prophetess thinker.
Yeah.
Y'all, why am I not getting the code for the unfiltered at sea? Every time I put my email in, it says to send me it's supposed to send me a code. It never does. Are y'all
Spam?
having the same error?
I had to check my spam for mine.
Oh, your spam?
Yeah, all of my stuff went to the spam.
Nope. Oh yeah, there it is.
That reminds me, today is the last day for deposits, y'all. So make sure you get in there and get your deposit so we can be on this cruise together.
My nephew was. I was waiting to see if my nephew was gonna go, but he's not gonna go. And so I hope somebody is bringing their son who's like 18, 17, 19, because my 18-year-old son is coming. So I hope he's gonna have some fun. I don't know. Is anybody bringing any of their teenage kids?
Yeah, I don't have any teenage
Mine
kids.
didn't want to come. Mine didn't want to go.
Mine wants to go, but you are okay. Awesome, Jay. Awesome, because I don't want him to be on that cruise with nobody to chill with. And my nephew was gonna come, but he changed his mind. So awesome, thank you, Kel. Awesome. Okay, cool. Thank y'all. Let's see.
That's gonna be fun. There's so much to do on that boat that he will not have a boring moment. I promise you.
I know he's gonna have fun. I just want him to be able to have fun with other people his age. So he don't have to hang out with us with our old
Oh
selves.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Plus, my daughters are going too, so he can hang out with them too. But, some they're gonna both of them by that time they'll be 21, and I promised them they could drink with us. So he won't be able to. So I want some people his age.
I
Are
had
we? Are
a
we going?
whole.
I can't remember what island we're going to, but a lot of the islands they can drink at 16.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
I
Yeah. When I took praise, she wasn't. She was like 17, and she could drink on the islands. You had to be 16 to drink on the islands.
This
I
one
think it
right
would be
here,
cool to.
he won't drink, he won't smoke. Like, I'm proud of him, but I doubt he even would want to. What were you finna say, Fee?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think it's gonna be cool to see how like our kids like we know that we get along because of the way we think. It'll be interesting to see our kids meet each other because Justin will be there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a little bit older than,
Awesome.
um, yeah. So, but he's coming too, so it'll be fun.
Well, Blessing will be 18. Justin's what, 21, 22?
He just turned 22.
Yeah, that's still cool. That's still
Yeah,
adult. Yeah. So that'd be good.
I just checked my email when you said that about the confirmation, but I'm all set. We even have our room numbers. Julie, I think is her name, had emailed me the room numbers that we're assigned, or cabin numbers. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm
Hey, hey,
finalizing
how
mine
old did
now.
you have to be to get put out of your youth and young adult thing at your church? Because I feel like I would have just got put out at 44. Used to be people in there who had kids who was like 20. They were still in the youth and young adult. I'm like, baby, you're not supposed to be in here. This ain't for you.
Like, get your old ass out this room.
Get your old ass in there with the adults.
But I think that's why I have a old soul too, because that's all I hung around with older people.
It was folk in there that worked at a Social Security office. No lie, that was in the youth and young adult choir. You work at Social Security. You're not supposed to be in the youth and young adult choir. Get out.
Like you might be on Social Security. Get your ass out this room.
You have a career. Get out of here.
Yes. Okay. So we are reserved. Good to go. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. We got 2 hours to go. Don't be scared. Everything's gonna be all right. Unless you lie. Don't come up here lying. That's all I ask. That feels very violent. Mama Z, are you in the box on purpose? Queen? Queen, are you up here on purpose or on accident? I guess that was an accident. So, Bash, from the conversations that you've heard us have about that, number one, what are your thoughts about the switch up?
So far, I think I agree with what you're saying. It's like, once you say that particular word, then it's like, okay, the word responsibility is in that. That must be me, right? But I think when you walk through it, it's like the rest of it don't really make sense. I find that to be true about a lot of this kind of stuff. Like, it's like no two concepts stand with each other. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know that that's what Paul said. Paul said, okay, through one man saying into the world. But if you lay that next to the story, that don't quite make sense.
But he also contradicts himself in First Timothy 2:14, where he says that it was not Adam wasn't deceived, the woman was deceived and became the transgressor. So to transgress means to sin, right?
Yep, that's
So
what
he
that means.
contradicts himself in First Timothy.
That's yeah, and I think that when you put them kinds of ideas side by side, it'll never be logically consistent.
I think
Yeah,
what's tripping me out though is they're so focused on domination and being ahead of the woman that even in the the sin and evil they want that too because the word responsible is there.
yeah, that's so weird. That's so weird.
Real,
Yes, ma'am.
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good.
I'm
How old are
glad to
you?
hear that. I am 42.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Actually, I'm more so Gnostic now. I used to preach and teach in the Church of God in Christ for about 20 years. Studied apologetics, and through my studying, I accidentally studied myself out of the religion.
But do you still believe in the God of the Bible, though? When you say you're Gnostic?
No, well, so the God of the Bible is actually a homogenization of multiple gods that were worshipped in the Levant back then.
Right. But I'm trying to figure out what you believe in.
Oh, so I do believe in a higher power. I do
Is it,
believe in a creator.
but not the
I
God
just
of the
don't
Bible?
believe that it's the God of the Bible. I believe
Okay.
that that God evolved as man evolved and needed
Okay.
him to meet different needs.
Okay. I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Okay. All right. I thought it was just like a theological discussion. I could step down.
All right. Well, I don't know if Bash or anybody would like to go into one. I don't go into that because I'm very focused on why I have the conversations.
Mhm.
Bash loves having theological conversations. I don't know if he wants to since he's on stage.
What you got? What's the
Well,
conversation?
what I wanted to contribute is just stating that, like, when to question one, when it was saying how women were responsible, or are women responsible, it pretty much happened during the reign of King Josiah, when they redacted everything to remove the feminine aspect of God out of the religion.
Okay.
Because prior to that, the Shekinah, or the Holy Spirit that we call the Shekinah glory, that was the feminine aspect of the Godhead.
Okay. Okay. A lot of that, I'll agree with a lot of that. Yeah. Um, the, when you're right, Josiah kind of centralized. I guess that's what it said. Yeah, kind of centralized and redacted it to this like super monotheistic, eliminating like the the pantheon. Yeah, and so you do lose that feminine aspect. And Genesis was written in that redacted time. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. The So are you saying that in the original story? Wait, I'm asking. Do you think that this story is a redaction, or do you think that this is just the way they originally wrote during that time?
The story of Adam and Eve, sir.
Yes.
So there's in Genesis, there's two different creation stories.
Yeah.
So the Adam and Eve story, I believe, came later, after they had to remove the feminine aspect, and then they tore down the Asherah pole, because back in the day, Yahweh and Asherah were worshipped
Well, cohorts.
together.
Yeah. True. I've always heard now, and I could be making this, I could be saying this backwards, but I've always heard that the Genesis 2 story is actually the older story.
Are you
Have you
referring
have
to
you heard that?
so with the Adam and Eve? Okay. So I don't know how deep we can go, because I don't want to disrupt the flow of this live.
Oh, I
But
feel like we're doing okay.
you're going back into Babylonian mythology, and so you got the Enuma Elish and things like that. Even the story of Noah comes from Babylonian mythology.
True. But I'm speaking specifically of the Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 creation accounts.
Yes, sir.
The way I've heard it is that the Genesis 2 account, which is the one that gives the Adam and Eve account, which starts the Adam and Eve epic,
Oh, I see what you're
that's the
saying.
older one.
So I may be wrong, but it was my understanding that when we when they say let us make man in our image, that's the Elohim. So that's actually El and the council of the.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Again, I apologize if I
No, you're
overstep.
right. You're right
I
about
don't
that.
know if this is the flow that this discussion was supposed to take.
No. You're right about that. That the God and the gods, right? Yeah, Ray Charles and the Raylettes,
Yes, sir.
But I'm saying specifically in the second one where you get to Yahweh Eloheinu, like that's how am I saying it? That's the one that came first, like in production, right? Which means that this particular version of the story, how am I trying to say?
prior to Josiah,
Yes,
right?
sir.
All of these belief systems kind of ran concurrently. Sometimes I think we like to look at history in like this one straight line,
Huh?
right?
Yes, sir.
But what I guess I think the better way to look at it is to recognize that like in as much as there are 45,000 different versions of Christianity running
Yes, sir.
concurrently right now, there were hundreds of, you know,
Right. No, I
versions.
understand what you're saying. High places. Well, they
Yeah,
called them high places in the Bible. Everybody
yeah,
had their own. Basically, back then, guys were like a sports team, and my
yes,
God was better than your God, type of thing. You know
yes.
what I'm
And so
saying?
even in Israel, that they had hundreds of different versions of what we call like Judaism, right? Like it's thousands of different versions of Christianity, and they
Yes, sir.
all exist at the same time, right? So there were people who were strictly monotheistic prior to Josiah. There were people who were henotheistic,
Yes, sir.
There were people who were pantheistic and blah, blah, blah. And they all kind of lived under this umbrella of Judaism.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying that word, but that ain't really what they was calling it at the
Right. No,
time.
I
But
understand. Yes,
right.
sir.
But they all kind of lived under that one umbrella. And so this, while the feminine aspect does get eliminated, when you get to Josiah, because he's trying to like squeeze all of this into like one
Yeah.
central religion,
He
right?
pulled the kick though, man.
Yeah, he
That's
did.
what we call it. He pulled the kick though. He did a Nino Brown. You know what I'm saying? He centralized the worship to Jerusalem so that all the money can come to
All the
Jerusalem,
money can come to
and
Jerusalem.
everybody else had to get down and lay down type of
Get
thing.
down, lay down. And really, we blame Josiah because I guess Josiah was king, but it wasn't really Josiah's idea. It was his high priest idea. And I
Yeah, he
always
was a
forget his
boy.
name.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was political. Like back everything to deal with religion always comes down to profit, power, and politics. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I agree. I agree. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got a chance to check that out, man. I appreciate it.
Can I
I
ask a quick
appreciate the
question
opportunity
before
to
you go?
contribute.
Can I ask a quick question before you go, Ro? Based on what your last statement about it always includes profit, politics, and whatever you just mentioned,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
purpose does it serve in your world? And if you know that that's how it moves, or you know the atmosphere around it, like what keeps you tethered to it?
What keeps me tethered to it is my understanding that so the Bible is not one book. Like I was brought up to believe the Bible is the holy, infallible, inspired word of God. But according to my studies, you see that like Proverbs have the admonitions of Amenemope from Kemet or Egypt. The Ten Commandments come from the 42 laws of Mott. So they truth in it. So my thing is this. Although I do not subscribe to the book anymore, I do still fully operate with what Jesus said, love God with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself. And as me walking in that, my contribution is knowledge, understanding, and harmony. So what I do now, I'm actually a mental health advocate. I teach emotional intelligence and I publish books. So I do have Christian believers who they unfortunately with mental health, a lot of us stay bound because we demonize the healing process. So I like to show believers how they can still believe and meditate because the Bible says meditate on these things. The word hagar that is translated as meditation is to mutter or repeat. So I just love people and I love creation. I love the opportunity to exist, which I believe is what Yahweh actually means, just existence. When you look at the word spirit, it always means breath, whether it's ruach in Hebrew or whether it's pneuma in Greek or espire in Latin. It just means breath because it's through our breath that connects us through consciousness. So I'm going to operate out of my consciousness to positively impact the world.
We were talking about this morning on the mental health aspect. It might have been before you joined. There's somebody in our community that is a therapist, and they were talking about their work within the confines of being a therapist who is secular and having patients who are religious. And somebody else in our community who is pursuing a degree in mental health. And I drew the parallel between, or the analogy, I should say, of for me, and this is not to say that you're wrong, you approach the work the way you approach it, but when I think about religion and mental health, it's like a person having braces, but and sucking on a pacifier at the same time. Because for me, I get what you're saying about the message of Jesus, and there are a lot of people that look at the scriptures and they find that message in what Jesus was talking about. But historically, we know that Jesus came for the lost sheep of Israel. So by expanding that neighbor to include anybody else, sure, I think a lot of people use that to regulate themselves and they look at that as an admonition to be kind to people and to be, to treat people with decency, which is what I think we all should be doing, whether it was written in a book or not. But I think the problematic foundation and the problematic guidance in the Bible is part of the reason why I think I struggle to see how it aligns with mental health. I think that mental health, in my opinion, is about being honest with you about you. Bash talks about this all the time. Mental health becomes so much more powerful when we realize the importance of metacognition, the idea and the need that we all have, I think, of thinking about how we think and being responsible for the actions that we take as a result of those thoughts. And religion, in the way that it is utilized by most people who are practicing Christians, does the opposite of that. It's I don't know, it's an ignoring of self, a suppression of self, a distance from honesty, and this message to perform, or to step into a role that then equates to your goodness or your acceptance based on what authority tells you you should be. So even within the framework of utilizing it for good, which I think most people, not the crazy ones that come up here, talking nonsense to us, but the people that I know in my life are not using religion to harm people, but we talk about how Christianity specifically is one of the most powerful or the most widespread and recognized belief systems in the world. And with that comes a significant amount of responsibility and accountability to recognize that this may be a tool that you are using to help, but there are some seriously insignificant negatives and detrimental impacts of the belief system as well. So that's got to be a very difficult point of tension for you to stand at. Like I think about the believers who are in here that don't come up and call us witches and bitches. And we had somebody yesterday tell Thinker that her cancer was coming back because she doesn't believe in this belief system. So we get all kinds of things that people do in the name of this God. So it's really interesting juxtaposition to be a person who's trying to utilize it for good, but recognizing that at its core, it has some seriously baked in problematic ideas.
I think it's also interesting. Like one thing that I noticed, um, the the way it has to be interpreted, because you were mentioning that you think Yahweh means existence, and I think, like I say, I applaud you for wanting to use the text in order to portray a good message to try to help people heal. I think it does create a problem if in fact things like that are taught incorrectly, because Yahweh doesn't mean existence. Yahweh isn't even the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. It doesn't have a meaning. And then um, the ruach isn't the breath in Hebrew. That's not the words that's used for the breath that humans breathe. The word that's used for our breath is nashama chaim, and so it's not the ruach, right? And so just when we take um, words and redefine them and reinterpret them to create these inspirational messages, uh, we're essentially spreading something or teaching something that isn't necessarily correct. And then when they come and they have conversations with us or have conversations with scholars, there is this tension because we're telling them something different than what they were taught uh, through a spiritual or an interpretational uh, perspective in order to push a specific ideology or doctrine.
I can definitely understand that, and it is not my intention to cause any confusion or anything like that.
No, I don't
So
think it is. I
I
don't think.
definitely can go back to my studies and make sure what I am using is correct. What I'm saying is this. Well, I deal more so with alchemy. So like I heard someone say that we were called, that people call them witches and things like that. And unfortunately, I used to be one of those people. And for someone to speak against Christianity, it was basically an attack on my identity type of thing. So that does cause people to get irrational when they operate out of their feelings. That's one of the reasons I teach emotional intelligence, is so that we can have discussions and come to an understanding without becoming defensive or angry.
And I agree, and I think that's the thing, right? Like being willing and open to learn, and then having the goal of healing humanity, right? And I think that's the main thing, is that we have that goal of raising awareness on the violence that's coming from specific belief systems, the mental illness that is currently being ignored within the religions, or being caused by the belief system, and with aiming to help people heal, right? And dispelling harmful beliefs, bigotry, and hatred. So like I said, I like the fact that we kind of have that same goal. Um, it's just there is some things to talk about, and that's what these conversations are for, so that we're working with each other, and not
Mhm.
undoing what each other are doing. Does that make sense? Like,
Oh yes,
yeah.
ma'am, and I can definitely agree, and that's why I try to let people know that the Bible isn't one book; it's multiple books written by multiple people for different purposes at different times. So, just like with the Bronze Age collapse, there was more war. So then you need, I mean, like even Yahweh, from my beliefs or understanding, started as a Midianite storm war god, which, if you're going through war times, that is a God you may need.
I don't know why you would need them, because it's not like the god actually does anything. They're using the war plans. If you're talking about the stories in the Bible, if you know how to read them, you're actually reading war plans. Is that what you're talking
Right.
about?
Well, I'm saying for to get that agenda. I'm sorry. Maybe they would need to press that agenda. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Okay,
tell
yeah.
people, there's drill music in the Bible. Saul killed his thousands, but David killed. You know what I'm saying? So like
Hmm.
in different times breed different psyches of the age type of thing. So like I honestly feel like right now we're in one of those times where people are more open to that drill type of thing because of just us being in a constant state of oppression or stress right now.
Yeah, y'all. He's right. There are songs and drills in the text. But no, I get what you're saying. I think using it. I don't think we should be using this text though. Um, I think that's a big part of the problem, and why we are still at war, because people are trying to bring to pass the stories in this Bible, and they're using it as justification for the uh the things that they're doing. And I was talking last week. There was a young lady on the app. She's Persian, and she believes in Zoroastrianism, and she said that their prophecies are coming to pass, and she's telling the story of how Ahura Mazda created time, and what that has to do with the Strait of her moods.
On news.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and she was saying that everything DT is doing right now is prophecy, and and it's proving to them that Persia will be great again, that Iran will be great again. And I sent it to Fia, and I said, I wonder whose prophecies coming to pass. Because America says their prophecies are coming to pass, right? And it's doomsday. It's New Jerusalem is getting prepared for Christ to come back, and Iran is getting prepared for Iran to become this amazing kingdom, this amazing nation again, right? But what we are looking at are two nations using these very old um, text as war plans, and it kind of feels like we are their GI Joe dolls, and we're getting harmed and killed in the process while they're playing war with each other.
And that was really the crux of my question, Terrell, because the when you have a source that can be utilized and manipulated in a multitude of ways, oftentimes those ways can be in polar contrast to each other. I don't know how do you securely stand in something like that? Because to Thinker's point, in the same way that Christians in the US are seeing biblical prophecies being fulfilled because they're able to overlay current events on top of what those prophecies say, and those quote unquote prophecies have absolutely no specifics, no names, no dates. So they're able to be malleable in the same way that content creator who thinks that the prophecies of their God is coming true based on these world events. They both can't be true. They just can't. But when you have that dissonance in the source itself, like for example, when you were talking about emotional intelligence, there are some scriptures in the Bible that could lead to the support of emotional intelligence. A few in Proverbs come to mind about turning away from wrath and things that would fall under the umbrella of emotional regulation or de-escalating in situations. But you have others that are the absolute antithesis to emotional intelligence, such as not even being told that you can't trust your heart or being told not to lean on your own understanding. There's so much in there that defers to authority and not thinking for yourself and doing what you have been told to do because that's how you stay in God's good graces. That's an overarching theme of this book. So are people able to kind of craft and design certain doctrines and belief systems that they can pull a scripture to justify this is what it means? Sure. But folks on the other side of an argument can do the exact same thing. So if a tool can be used for good and to help and to heal, but that same tool can be used for harm, to destroy and to oppress, we've got to at some point look at the tool and see if it's even needed if we really want to accomplish one goal with one being better than the other.
And I could respect and appreciate that, and I appreciate you clarifying. So, well, let me make sure I understand. You're saying, how can I use this to empower people when it has the other, like misogyny, patriarchy, things like that in it? So you're saying,
Like
like,
white supremacy
right.
inside,
So,
yeah.
right, no, I definitely understand that. And like I said before, the Bible isn't one book, and even though people understand it as such, I mean, even so, okay, and that's why I try to differentiate between like El and Yahweh, and then even Jesus. I don't, like I said, I don't subscribe to the Bible as beliefs, but if that's what someone else needs, I'm gonna show them how to operate within their beliefs. Like I have Muslim clients, Christian clients. I'll use whatever. I use Joseph Campbell, the hero's journey. But my thing is usually I'm using it to show them where if you do believe in Jesus, Jesus says, seek first the kingdom. He said the kingdom is within you. If you believe Paul said the same spirit that raised Christ from the dead is in you. So stand up and walk in power. Take accountability and responsibility. Don't blame your faults on the man in the red pajamas. And don't sit on the sideline waiting for the sky to crack open and somebody else handle your responsibilities.
But I feel like it's that's giving it a lot of authority, right? Like if their hope is in what these authoritative characters said in this book, when it comes time to uh, try to get them to see how the book is being used to cause astronomical amounts of harm, it that they can't see it because they have so much allegiance to the book, and they see the book as something that they need or depend on because that savior, that thing that brought them the healing that they banked or built the foundation of their healing on, comes from this book, and that's giving it the authority, right? To their healing, to whatever blessing they feel like they can get. I think teaching them how to get it outside of the book to where they're not so dependent on this thing, because it almost becomes a form of divination or an idol to them, even if they don't read it. That thing they've had to tell themselves over and over and over again in order to get that healing is in that book. Like, we've talked to people who have slept with the Bible up under their pillow, even though they've never read it, right? So it becomes a crutch.
Y'all ain't never sleep with the Bible under your pillow?
No, I've never slept with the Bible up under my pillow.
So you got to meditate on it day and night.
Hell no. No. And I used to think I was talking to Yahweh every day, all day. But like I think like there's gotta come a time where society does grow up and we're able to find this confidence in humanity, right? Outside of um these books and these characters.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like it seems like Rail, you're using it as a training role of sorts. And we're like,
It's
take
almost
those
like
bitches
the
off
little
and let's
engine that
ride.
could. I know the little engine that could ain't a real story, but it's still some things I can use to encourage and
But
inspire
it
people out of.
definitely is not like that, because the little engine that could does not carry authority the way the Bible does. And it's not
Yeah.
attached to your soul, it's not attached to your spirit, it's not attached to your afterlife, it's not attached to your creation. So like it's easy to separate what the moral lesson that you learn from the little engine that could. The stories in the Bible and the characters in the Bible and the Bible itself, it's it's attached to life.
And there's nothing in the little engine that's going to throw it in eternal torture if it doesn't, like it could, but if it doesn't, then you know what, it's getting tortured forever. So I think those are two completely different
Yeah, and it's
things.
unfortunate what man has turned it into. Like, I mean, I don't believe in hell or anything like that, but yeah, for people who, I mean, when I did, that's the reason I studied it like I did, because if my eternal soul was banking on this, I needed to know it for sure. And ultimately, like I said, that's what allowed me to study myself out of it.
But
Real, can I tell you a story? Oh,
I just want to ask really quickly, like, what do you mean what man has turned it into? Like, it literally has the plans for like what was used during the transatlantic slave trade in it. In ancient Israel, the God tells the ancient Israelites that only Israelites can be indentured servants, and then foreigners from foreign lands were to be their property, their slaves for life, passed down to their children as inheritance. They could be treated as slaves, but you couldn't treat an Israelite as a slave. We see that same structure executed in America for Christians. Christians were indentured servants. They could not be enslaved for life. West Africans were taken from foreign lands, brought over here, made to be slaves for life, and passed down as inheritance and treated as slaves, hung, and all of that. Like they didn't turn the book into that. That plan, that structure is in the book. The colonization is in the book. The capitalism is in the book. So humans didn't turn the book into that. I mean, man didn't turn the book into that. That's what the book is.
You're absolutely right. What I meant is, and I keep forgetting we're talking about specifically the Bible. Like when I think of the Bible stories and things like that, I think of like okay, so like from a lot of Genesis, like I said, the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian myths and things like that. So all religion, like I said, is power. Because if you're not the king, the next best thing is to speak for the God that nobody can check with. So all religion is, for me, is about power. So you're absolutely right. This book was put together for power, but the
But
things, uh-huh.
but within the Enuma Elish, you're not gonna find a God commanding humans to go into other lands and conquer them. That is unique to the God of the Bible. You
Right. And
and
that's
you're
what I'm
not.
saying. They took stories and
Hold on,
molded it.
hold
Oh,
on,
I'm
hold on,
sorry. Yes,
hold
ma'am.
on. You're that what we're talking about is tying people's hope in their healing to the very thing that is also causing them to need to be healed, to the very thing that is stomping out hope. It has the plans in it that creates the violence, that creates the hate, that creates the division and the separation and the hierarchy and the supremacy. And you're tying their hope to that very same thing. It's like chaining them to a big ass anvil and telling them that they can fly.
Can I drop a story right here? I
Yeah.
literally just read this yesterday. Y'all know what the Southern Poverty Law Center is? Y'all
I
have heard
just
of it?
saw that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real, do you know what the Southern Poverty Law Center is?
No, sir.
The Southern Poverty Law Center is I guess like a advocacy group. I guess that's the way to say it. And what they do is they seek out like hate groups. So they like list hate groups and make people aware of them, and they call out hatred and blah blah blah. Sometimes they even sue certain hate groups. Blah 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 blah. Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center just got indicted yesterday, day before yesterday. They just got indicted because it was found that when people were donating to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they were actually giving that money, because it's a nonprofit, they were giving that money indiscriminately to fund the very hate groups that they were supposed to be tearing apart, right?
I read the indictment. They were paying informants
Yeah, they were
of
paying it
the.
for. Yeah. So that the money was going into the informants that were actually uh, propagating the hate groups that they supposed to be tearing down, right? Now, I hear on the one hand, there was a part in my deconstruction where I literally would have said word for word, maybe not quite word for word, but close to word for word what you just said, right? That because Christianity is a language, and I still agree with that. Christianity is a language, and it's like a commonly spoken language. And if I can talk to you in a language that you understand, then I can perhaps give you a little hope. Yada yada yada. I get that. I tell people all the time I speak Christianese better than most folk. Right? I do get that, but this gonna take me a second, but just hear the story. You remember, I tell the story all the time, but it's one of my favorite things to tell you. You remember World's Finest Chocolate, bro? Them little candy bars you had to sell when you was a kid. Them
Yes,
little,
sir.
all right. So, okay. So World's Finest Chocolate, you get them as a kid. They give you this little brochure and they tell you if you sell 5,000 pieces of chocolate, you can get a PlayStation 5. Now, keep in mind, you could have just went and bought a PlayStation 5 for $400, right? You're going to have to sell $5,000 worth of chocolate to get it, but it don't matter. You're a kid, and you want that PlayStation, right? And so you get so excited about that PlayStation, you go, I'm going to sell 5,000 pieces of chocolate because I'm going to get the PlayStation. So you take the chocolate, and you don't sell 5,000. You might sell a couple in your neighborhood. You get a box to your mama, she take it to church. You know how it goes. And you might sell a box or two. And you never have that meeting where they tell you what they did with that money. You never had that meeting, but you sell it every year. Every year you get excited. Every year you go sell it. Okay, so now you graduate. You never see anybody get that bike either, by the way, or that PlayStation. You never see anybody get that. But you graduate high school, you get to college, and everybody broke in college. And it just so happens that you look in on Indeed or wherever you find a job these days. Don't ask Lord, she don't know. But wherever you might find a job, you go, you look for it, and you find out that there is a marketing company in the area that's hiring to market World's Finest Chocolate. And you go, oh man, I know a little bit about World's Finest Chocolate because or World's Best Chocolate is what it's called. I sold it when I was in school. So you go and they go, yeah, all we need you to do is just go to the schools and convince the schools to sell this chocolate, for their fundraiser. You go, yeah, that's great. I can do that because I sold that chocolate. So you get the job and it's paying pretty decent. It's not so bad. And it's helping you get through school, right? So you get the job and you go to the schools, a couple days a week, and you convince all the schools in the area, blah, blah, blah. You do really well, blah, blah. And so right when you graduate, you don't know what to do with your life. And they go, oh man, Real, you did so good. Would you like to open up a branch of your own? You go, yeah, that's great. Because I've been selling it in school. I've sold it in elementary school. I know how to get the schools to do it. I can just hire people like me, and then they'll go do it, help them get through school, help the kids go sell the chocolate, help their school. One of them might get a PlayStation. Right? Cool. So now you open your own branch and you start hiring people and you decide to go to law school, right? Because you're making a little more money now. So you go to law school and, you finish law school. And just as you finish law school, you think, man, I should really do something with this law degree, you know. And right when you get ready to do something with the law degree, they call you and say, hey, man, you're doing so well at this job. You ever thought about, and you got a law degree now, you ever thought about like doing basically the same thing, but instead of doing it for the school systems, would you go and talk to the state board of education, right, to make sure that we're in compliance when we're doing our fundraisers? You got the law degree, the business, you go, yeah, I could do that. Man, this is great. So now you're making more money, but you're talking to the state and you're making sure that you're in compliance and yada, yada, yada. And you do such a good job at that, that one day one of the politicians says, man, you're really good at this. You ever thought about being a lobbyist? Right? You go, man, I ain't never been no lobbyist. He go, yeah, all you gotta do, you can go lobby to keep the price of cocoa beans down, because that'll keep the chocolate cheap, and that way that you can give it to the kids, blah, 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 they can go to school, blah, blah, blah. You go, man, that's a great idea. Like, this is really helpful. And so you go become a lobbyist. Now you're making really, really good money, right? Because lobbyists, they get to wine and dine people, you know, in DC, and your job is to help keep the price of cocoa beans down, right? And so that's what you do. You lobby and you do it really, really well. And then one day, Mr. Nestle himself calls you. Mr. Nestle goes, real, you've been doing a really good job at this. You helped keep the price of cocoa beans down. You know how to deal with the politicians. You know how to deal with the candy. You know about education. You ever thought about being a politician yourself? And you go, man, I ain't never thought about being a politician. And, you go, but you got all the skills. You go, well, I don't really know that many people. And you go, don't worry about that. I can get you some donors. I'm Mr. Nestle. Right? You go, well, I mean, yeah, I'll give it a shot. So lo and behold, Mr. Nestle donates some money to you. You get your campaign together. You hire all the best people. You run as a state representative. You win, right? You are now Representative Real, right? Boom. Only to find out that world's best chocolate is just a fundraising arm of the KKK. And the reason that they was spending all that money with you, the reason that only a nickel of every dollar that of the candy that you sold actually went to the schools, which is why you never saw anything that the school actually did with the money. Because most of that money that you were selling it for was just paying payroll, right? So the school got a nickel. Most of that money was just paying all them salaries that you got. And they do with the rest of the money, they were just funding hate groups. Would you stay there? Would you continue to support that?
No, sir. And that was a fly story, because that's ultimately what happened to me in Christianity. Like I said, I was an armor bearer. I was being groomed to be a pastor, and I went to the Kojic Centennial and seen the bishops, and how
Oh wow, you
it's a
Kojic.
multi-level marketing thing. Well, I was raised, like
I
I
was
said,
raised Kojic
I
too.
was raised Kojic and studied apologetics, but now I just love history and sociology and psychology. So I like to explain things from that perspective. I'm not championing the Bible. I do consultations teaching emotional intelligence and empowerment. So if someone is still tethered to that belief, my objective isn't to snatch them from their belief, but to teach them how to operate within their belief to achieve empowerment and mental health.
Bash, you there?
Did, yeah, I don't know if Bash is still
I'm
here.
sorry, I was eating a little sandwich. My bad. Let me chew this sandwich real fast. It ain't gonna take me long. Mom, hold it down for 1 second.
I
Man, I
also
appreciate
think
that
like
story though, man. And all while you was talking, I just was playing the boondocks in my head of the fundraiser. So, but that was a fly story.
I mean,
but
they
I
had
think
all
we
of us out
understand.
there selling that chocolate.
I sent Bash a picture. I texted. I was in some store a couple months back, and I looked to the left, and it was like world's finest chocolate. I snapped a picture of it and texted it Bash. I was like, they still exist.
That is
But and I
crazy.
think, bro, we understood what your position is. Like I think we knew that before Bash even shared his story. I think it's about not being able to separate that salt from the stew. Like utilizing to Thinker's point, utilizing the very thing that is also the cause of the trauma that people come to you for recovery from. Like that thing, and if we are being honest with how this book came to be, and it seems like you've done the research and you know this, it gets back to the training wheels versus giving people the actual tools to do what they're doing anyway, but they're just kind of funneling through this belief system that is simultaneously their salve and the source of their pain. Like that's the part that I think we're struggling to understand.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know if maybe I presented it right. Like my first goal ain't to, hey y'all, let's grab the Bible and let me show you. It'll be like, okay, have you ever tried meditation? And if they, like I was told, meditation open you up to demon possession.
That's
So it's
cogent.
like, so I got a lot of family that's still bound because so I tell people the only demons you will ever meet meditating is that past trauma you need to address and heal. So now I got to pull out the Bible to show them. Or when I pull out my herbs and they call me a witch, and it's like, okay, the word means herbalist, pharmakia, that prepare of herbs and poisons, or medicines and poisons, because the only difference is the dosage. So like the Bible ain't my first thing. Is me, my understanding of the Bible helps them overcome an objective along our path to their mental health.
Hmm. Yeah, no, we understand that. Like we understand what you're doing. I think like what we're saying is, I think what we need to do uh as a society is move away from tying our healing to that book or the characters in that book. So I get overcoming the objections, especially with people who are still indoctrinated. You're like, as long as I get them to healing. There's a young lady who is a Christian, and she messaged me and she was like, I love listening to your lives. And she said, I'm big on mental health. I set up a mental health panel at my church, and she says I'm advocating for mental health in the church. And I said, hey, mental health with Jesus, I'm down. Like as long as you are, talking about mental health in the church, do what you got to do, right? Like I get that. I'd rather that they go to therapy with Jesus than therapy, no therapy at all. And so, we get it. What we're saying is, as a society, we need to work towards moving away from tying our healing and our foundation from that crutch, because it has a lot of authority.
And I absolutely agree. I mean, it still has horrible things. It's used for horrible things. It was written for horrible things. But like I said, what I deal with alchemy is trying to transmute that which was bad to something that's good if you can.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have anything else?
Oh no, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to contribute, and I hope you all have a safe and wonderful rest of your day and week.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I saw somebody in the comments say bad advice. Like, you're not gonna pull everybody away from that book within the next 5 days or a year. Like, it's kind of like a D-rug. It's going to take a weaning off process. Like, it's not, you can't snatch the book away from everybody. Because they're gonna fight for it. They're not gonna just walk away from. They're not gonna do it. You can't bully or bogart a person into it. Like, it has to be something that a realization that they come to on their own. Um, and I think society is definitely going to have to wean off of it. Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
because the thing about it is, beliefs are not. A lot of times, I think we treat beliefs and belief systems like they're something that we choose. Like you could just wake up one morning and go, "I'm over that." But beliefs happen to us,
Hmm.
right? And they happen to us over time, and so it takes time for other things to happen. Like these kinds of conversations are really good because it's going to be very rare that you have a conversation with somebody and then they just go, "You know what? I'm off that." But at least if you can start the thinking process, then people can kind of think their way through things and they come back again and they talk a little more, and right. And over time, you go from being Pastor Selena to regular Selena that we know and
The
love
Holy
to the
Ghost
Holy Ghost
assassin.
assassin. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I think like once you are able to show them that it's something in the book that they were not taught, or it's different than what they were taught, that then spikes the questioning, right? They get intrigued and they start wondering what else is in this book that ain't what I was taught, right? So it it,
Yep.
it definitely spikes curiosity. All right, y'all. We got an hour left. Anybody else? 18 and up, I mean 21 and up, believers, deconstructing, or atheists. Yeah, exactly, AG. I think that guy that joined the stage the other day that Hannah kept messing with him with his duck lips, I actually think he had an existential crisis. I don't think that man knew
Which,
that everybody was born female in the womb.
oh, that dude.
Hmm. Yep, I guarantee you that man got off this app, went and researched that shit because he was in denial.
I was tripping over the guy that said something that Bash was talking to yesterday about there's something in our brain that registers red, as if the wavelength of a light is not what determines how we see it. Like the things that most people, specifically believers in this God, who are not required to understand how anything works, the things that they just believe without having any sort of validation or verification for it is concerning, especially when it's talking about their own fucking body.
The way they make up body parts is crazy. It's insane. Like we're talking about 40, 50-year-old people who don't know their own body. And then learning that they just now have a brain. Like that they've been taught or indoctrinated into the soul or the spirit for so long that they've never thought about what their brain actually does. And they're 40 and 50 years old and just now learning that their brain is responsible for their emotions, their brain is responsible for their thoughts or for their dream, and like literally just now realizing that you're like you need a brain in order to be conscious. Courage. I figured you were up there on accident. Your background was too loud. Unc and Mama ZJ. I'm gonna y'all have been in the box for a while, so I'm gonna guess y'all are in there on accident. All right. Anybody else, y'all? Or are we done for the day? Don't forget that I will be on the hang up by the line today with I was gonna call this man Matthew McConaughey with Matt Dillahunty at 6 p.m. Central today. And then Sunday with Trust But Verify on the Atheist Experience. Be my first time. Yep, on YouTube. Sunday will be my first time hosting the Atheist Experience as the main host with Trust But Verify as my co-host. That's gonna be a great one. I'm excited about that one. Um, May 9th, on this stage, it would be me, Fee, Bash, Bar, and Easy, talking to the Black community about the harm of the Abrahamic religions within the Black community. Bash, have you flushed out your thing,
Have I done what, baby?
the topic that you wanted to do for that live? And do you know if you're going to be available May 9th?
I don't know why I can't. If I'm going to be available when?
May 9th. Remember we was talking about you doing the live with me, Easy, Bar, and Fee?
Yes. Okay. May the 9th. Yes, I will be available May the 9th. I don't have anything on May the 9th. So yes, I'll be available.
Okay. And then have you flushed out your topic? Because I think you had a really good topic.
What was I saying?
like we did not come from Adam and Eve or something like that.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, I know where I want to take it for sure.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
if you could send me the exact words and I'll create the post.
Okay. All right. Let me figure out exactly how to word it. Let me
Okay.
think right now.
All
Okay.
right. That's May 9th. May 26th. Fee will be my co-host on the Atheist Experience. April 20.
Yeah, the 24th thinker.
Is it the 24th? Is it 24th? The
That's a
24th.
Sunday, right?
Yeah. Is it? I
Yeah.
don't know. I know it's
Yeah,
on.
it's the 24th.
Okay. May 24th. Fee will be my co-host on the Atheist Experience. Mama Bash is gonna be on Talk Heathen on April 24th.
I'm on Truth Wanted with Bash on May 29th.
Oh, Truth Wanted. I thought you said Talk Heathen yesterday.
That's what he had originally said. Now he done changed
Oh, okay.
it.
Oh, so you and Bash are hosting together.
Yes.
Oh,
With
that's.
you. With you.
Oh my
Oh, it's
goodness.
gonna be three of us.
It's gonna be three of us.
Oh, that's. Oh, I love that. Okay. On you said on Truth Wanted.
On Truth Wanted on May 29th.
May 29th, Truth Wanted. And then Xena is May 15th
Yes, on Truth Wanted.
on Truth Wanted. Yeah, we got some busy shit coming up. Today's the last day to pay your deposit for the cruise. To add anyone, African Americans are not descendants of Adam and Eve. Yep, that's gonna be perfect. Today's the last day to pay your. Yeah, we need. Yeah, I'll ask Jay if she can make a calendar. Um, don't forget if you're going to Bash's concert and me and Ruby's birthday bash in July. The tickets are still on sale. I don't know how many tickets are left for Bash's concert. The link to his show is in the Fishton, and is it in the Nerds Discord too for Bash's concert?
I know it's in mine. If not, we can put it in the nerds.
Yeah, so I don't know how many tickets are left. They do it is a small not small venue, but it's like it's not a lot of tickets and they do sell out pretty fast. So make sure you go ahead and grab that. That is July that weekend, and we are leaving. We're arriving on the 7th. Is that right, Fee? The 7th through the
That's what I
10th.
was going to text.
What
That's what I was going to text you about to see if that's what we decided on. Because we'd still have to figure out which day we're going to celebrate you and Ruby's birthday. But that would be a Tuesday through Friday, which I'm fine with that.
Unless y'all want to come in on the day of his concert, but like we be rushing trying to get ready.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Okay. Yeah, let's do
I definitely think the 7th would be better.
okay. Let's do the 7th through the 10th. And I can leave that morning to get home in time to get to my sister's wedding. Or we go out that Thursday night or that Friday night, and we can do
Yeah,
the 7th through the 10th.
I think that's good. My sister's birthday is the 10th, so that's perfect. I'm normally not even in town for her birthday, so that'll be a triple whammy. Y'all's birthday, Bash's show, and her birthday.
Awesome. Okay, the 7th through the 10th in July, for Bash's concert, my birthday, Ruby's birthday, and Fee, what's your sister name again? I forgot her name.
Keisha.
Keisha. Keisha's
Mm-hmm.
birthday, and we'll go out that Friday night. Yeah, and then I can get to my sister's wedding on the 11th.
If anybody can't make it out to the show, if you're in Mississippi and you can't make it to the show on the 8th, I'll be in Jackson, Mississippi on the 9th. And then I'll be in Cincinnati on the 12th. So if y'all around any of those areas and want to come see me, it'd be nice to see you.
The information to Bash's show and the details about the birthday bashes and stuff is in the Discord. We don't give locations out over the live for safety reasons. And then there's a private. Once you get your ticket, you get access to the private channel for those of you that are traveling with us. Again, for safety reasons. And you do have to be a super nerd to get into either a super nerd or a Christian to get into either Discord. Um, don't forget the Rocket City rhyme reason, the Rocket City reason rhyme,
Is it Reason Fest?
the Rocket reason.
What are you saying? What words are you saying?
Is that the one in October?
Yeah, in October,
Okay.
the
Oh
Rocket
yeah, I got
reason.
tickets to that.
Yeah,
I think it's the Rocket Reason. I
the
can't
Rocket
remember.
Reason Atheist Conference. Is
That
that
work. That yeah. We just go with
okay?
that.
The Rocket Reason Atheist Conference in October, where me, uh, Volsi, Bar, Godless Engineer, um, it's some of everybody. I can't think of everybody, but some of everybody's gonna be there. Um, I think that's all so far. Oh yeah, I said the cruise for next year. Yeah, that's it. Goodness gracious.
Also, if anyone needs a ticket for Bash's concert, I have one, and Shamadi also has one available. So inbox either one of us. Shamadi. Okay, I think she's already talking to somebody, but I have a ticket available.
Oh, and y'all,
We are at a table.
I do for my live. I do want to set up like a flow to Ubuntu house. We Mama Africa has posted videos of the young girls that we were able to help, the bills that we were able to pay to help get them out of the hospital. And if like once a month, I would like to uh dedicate a live to Ubuntu House so that we can pay more of those bills. There's a lot of young girls still stuck in the hospital over bills that's $25 to like $150 and they can't get out, and they typically keep them in the hospital until their bills are paid. And so like once a month I do want to try to create like a consistent flow of support to Ubuntu House. Um, and I think that's all I got. Who's anybody going live after me? Because I think we're done for the day. I don't think anybody else is gonna come up.
Is Miss Charlene going live?
I don't know. Yeah. Yes. Yesterday I did do a show on the line called. The show was called Chewing Gum. I was a guest host yesterday, and you can catch the replay on the line. It's called Chewed Gum.
Okay, I'm going live. Miss Charlene's not, so let me go get set up.
Okay. All right. If you're hold on, Mama. If you're not following Mama, well, Mama Bash is about to go live. Uh,
Mama Bash Dash is
yes, she
crazy.
did. The original Bash Dash, because she went faster than Bash.
Mama Bash.
That's hilarious. I did a Mama Bash Dash.
I'm like, hold up. But if you're not following Mama Bash, and you go ahead and follow her now if you want more deconstruction content. Great conversations over there on Mama Bash's platform as well. And she's going live after me. We'll be back on Thursday night. We'll be doing Maddie's hour again, as long as Maddie and the baby is doing okay. She's not been feeling well, so we had to push, kind of do like a double Maddie's hour this week, so that she still gets her chance to have some conversations this week. Um, we'll give Mama Bash a couple of seconds to get set up. And then I'm gonna take my ass to sleep because yesterday was a busy day. Goodness. I'm on like 2.5 hours of sleep. Anything else? Anybody got anything else? Thank you to the YouTube over there. I love y'all. We're growing over there on YouTube. We are at 8,080 subscribers. We got up to almost thank you, TikTok notifications. I appreciate you. We got up to almost 200 viewers on YouTube again today. My goal is to get to 1,000 by the end of the year. 1,000 viewers, 10,000 subscribers. by the end of the year. But again, I still have to learn how to set up OBS. And I promise over there, y'all, I have tried and I have cried. I've worked with Justin and I've worked with Greg, and I still ain't figured it out. OBS is not easy at all.
What's OBS?
It's the a streaming platform that allows me to um, uh, combine TikTok and YouTube together so that I can take guests from YouTube on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it like it'll help me do it in vertical, which the YouTube favorites, so that we get on the YouTube feed more often and get more people in there. People have tried to help me via phone. Uh-huh. And then like I don't like being a burden. And so I feel like I'm like, yeah, okay, I got it. Like I'm writing down notes. I don't want them waiting on me. So I feel like I don't like being a burden. And so I don't want them sitting on the phone while I try to figure shit out. So that's partially my fault too, because I be trying to hurry up and get them their time back. Um
Um, Thinker, can you tell me if check Peanut AR18's status, and they're asking about Discord link? I see they're a nerd. I'm not sure if it's the, I don't know the badges. Is that the right one?
who is it?
They just commented Peanut AR812. They just tagged me. It's one of the last messages asking how to get access to the Discord.
Let's see. Yeah, yep. They've been a nerd for a while.
All right, cool. So Peanut, just shoot me a DM here on TikTok, and then I'll send you the link to Thinker's Discord.
I'm baptized, I'm bothered. You can tell me that all day. I still they tell me that. They be like, we can help, we want to help you. And I be like, thank you. Like I just gotta get to I have to allow myself to receive help. They be like, do you need a new camera? No, I'm okay. Jarian, do you need anything? No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
And conditioning is deep, man.
Yeah.
That I know if I can do it myself. I can take care of it. I think we all do that.
Yeah. Is Mama Bash live yet?
Yeah, she's live.
Awesome. I will see y'all. Hopefully I'll see y'all in the comments tonight on the line. If not, I will see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow night at 11
What
p.m.
time is it, Thinker?
6 p.m. Central.
What time is the line tonight? 6 p.m.
Mhm.
Central. Okay, so 7 Eastern. All
Yeah.
right, cool.
All right, y'all. Love y'all so
Awesome.
much. I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of the day. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, the comments, and all of the gifts and the super chats. Until next time, y'all. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all. Bye.